When Jige woke up in the Valley of the Gods, he found himself to be the prey in a hunting game for celestial dragons. This traveler from Blue Star had neither the support of a system nor guidance from predecessors, and the only way to survive was to find the supreme devil fruit hidden deep within the island. When he abandoned the meatball fruit and grasped the mass of dark energy instead, the surging power of the dark fruit instantly coursed through his limbs. Just as he vowed to slaughter the celestial dragons, the figure of the leader of the divine knights, Galin's saint, quietly appeared. As the mystery of his lineage was gradually unveiled, a web of fate was woven from his modified body, hidden bloodlines, and the most vicious natural-type fruit. Standing at the crossroads of destiny, the young man clenched his fist wrapped in darkness, ready to bring about a revolutionary change to this world. Chapter 1. Escape from the Valley of the Gods. In the year 1484 of the Sea-Round calendar, in the Valley of the Gods, a group of people dressed in white short sleeves with target patterns printed on their backs were desperately running through the forest, each face marked with a look of terror and helplessness, as if something frightening was chasing them from behind. Run. They're catching up. Damn it, don't block the way. I want to live. Bang. Bang. The sound of gunfire erupted behind them, and one by one, people fell to the ground, causing the fleeing crowd to become even more chaotic. Amid this chaos, four figures huddled together, remaining a tight-knit group despite the throngs of people around them. Among these four, three were boys and one was a girl. Although one of them was remarkably large, his youthful face indicated that he, like the others, was still a child. His physical ability was evidently much stronger than the other three, but he stayed behind them, using his body as a shield. An arrow was deeply embedded in the target pattern on his back. Yet even injured, he gritted his teeth and remained silent. The only girl in the group turned and saw this scene, instantly bursting into tears. She cried anxiously, "Xiongzi, go ahead of us. Your size makes you an easy target back here." Xiongzi forced a smile and shook his head, saying, "Jinny, don't worry about me. I'm fine as long as you're not hurt." Though he said this, his weak tone and pale complexion clearly indicated that he was not well. After all, he was still a child. Yes, a child over 2 meters tall. The other two boys turned to look at Xiongzi after hearing Jinny's voice. The boy with the explosive hairstyle looked grim upon seeing the arrow in Xiongzi's back. He turned to the other boy beside him and said solemnly, "Jige, we need to find a safe place to hide quickly. Xiongzi is badly injured. Damn those scum." The boy named Jige was not wearing the white short sleeve with the target pattern, but was draped in a fine-looking white long coat. He had messy black hair and a handsome face, with a pair of dark, determined eyes that conveyed a maturity beyond his years. I could see this moment. Jige's expression was grave as he slowly spoke. "There's no safe place right now. We can't stop. Hold on a little longer. The sun is about to set, and they will return soon. But run. Otherwise, it's a dead end." Xiongzi chimed in. "Ivan Chan, Jige is right, we can't stop here. If I can't hold on, please don't worry about me. You all run." At just 9 years old, he had already resigned himself to death, which made Jinny cry even harder. "Woo. Xiongzi, I will never leave you behind." Although Jige spoke firmly, his footsteps unconsciously slowed down. This behavior was clearly extremely dangerous, but fortunately, as night fell, the pursuers behind them seemed to tire, their speed also slowing. Less than an hour later, the gunfire behind Jige and the others gradually ceased, until it finally stopped. "TOB safe." Jige and the others continued to run for a while longer, and eventually stopped in front of a small pond. Splash! Splash! As soon as Ivan and the others stopped, they collapsed to the ground like deflated balloons, with the injured Xiongzi lying flat on the ground. Jige first scanned the surroundings vigilantly, and, after confirming it was safe, he sat down by the pond, staring blankly at his reflection on the water surface. It had been a week of escape in this world of One Piece. Jige had crossed over. Originally, he was an orphan from Blue Star, struggling to graduate from university through hard work and study. Orphans were indeed a common group among those who crossed over. On the night of his graduation, he drank with his dorm mates for the entire night, getting thoroughly drunk. He only remembered that in the end, he was propped against the wall wanting to go to the bathroom, but his legs gave way, and he fell down the stairs, losing consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself transformed into a small child, still on a deserted island. Regarding his previous life's memories, all he knew was that he shared the same name, Jige, and was 8 years old, but he couldn't remember anything else, as if he had amnesia. As for how he knew he had crossed into the world of One Piece, it was because he encountered Xiongzi and the others while exploring the deserted island. Not to mention Jinny, Xiongzi and Ivan were both vividly depicted characters in One Piece, and for someone like Jige, who had read the manga, they were all too familiar. After learning their names, seeing Ivan's explosive hair and that perverted vibe, along with Xiongzi, the 2-meter-tall 9-year-old, how could Jige not recognize them? All three were well-known, good-hearted individuals in the world of pirates. Seeing Jige, a child even younger than them, alone and miserable, they took him in without a second thought, and the original trio became a quartet from that day on. Based on the current ages of Xiongzi and the others, and their situation, Jige figured out where he was and what was happening. The Valley of the Gods, the slave hunting ground of the celestial dragons. Upon confirming this news, a flood of thoughts rushed through Jige's mind. He knew all too well what would happen in the Valley of the Gods. Soon, the top powerhouses of the pirate world would gather here for a fierce battle. Rock's pirates, the Navy, and the Celestial Dragon's elite force, the Divine Knights. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. And here was Jige, someone who was nothing but cannon fodder, whose life could be taken at any moment by a celestial dragon with a gun. What the hell kind of hellish start is this? Where's the promised newbie village? Jumping straight into facing high-level bosses, and there's a whole group of them. Although Jige knew that Xiongzi would later eat the Meatball Fruit and use its power to help everyone escape, that was from the perspective of someone who had read the manga before. Now, he was genuinely a prey in this hunting ground. What if he got shot dead by some celestial dragon midway? What if because of his presence, they failed to find the Meatball Fruit in the end? After all, in the original manga, it was also by chance that he and Ivan discovered the fruit. In the first few days, Jige held on to a glimmer of hope, thinking that since crossing over was real, there must be some kind of cheat, right? Like a system? He fantasized about hearing a ding sound in his mind, followed by an electronic voice saying, XX conditions met, XX activated. However, even now, with the daily sounds of gunfire and screams almost numbing him, that heavenly ding sound still hadn't appeared. Recalling the experience of fleeing during this time, Jige finally couldn't hold back any longer. He punched the water, the sound squeezing out from between his teeth. Celestial dragons, if I manage to survive and get out of here, none of you will have it easy. Chapter 2. Target. Devil Fruit. The splashes of water hit Jige's face, and he suddenly began to cough violently, an abnormal flush rising on his face, even showing some steam escaping through his skin, as if his blood was boiling. Seeing this, Ivan and the others hurried over. Ivan supported Jige and said, Jige, are you okay? Your body. After a moment of respite, Jige loosened the collar of his shirt, revealing a terrifying crisscross of stitched scars on the skin over his heart. His skin was also emitting steam, completely red, especially noticeable around his heart, resembling a red sun imprinted on it. From Jige's appearance, it looked quite similar to Luffy's Gear Second state, but that was only on the surface. After Luffy entered Gear Second, he became as lively as if he had taken a stimulant, while Jige, once he entered this state, was like a deflated balloon, utterly weak. This situation occurred whenever he got emotionally excited or engaged in intense activity. It was clearly a problem inherent to his original body. Judging by these scars and his clothing that was distinctly different from other slaves, it was evident that the original body had experienced something unusual. However, Jige had not inherited the original body's memories, so he had no clue why he had this ailment. Damn it, no lucky powers, and now I come with a debuff. Cursing inwardly, Jige endured the discomfort in his body and slowly sat down. Kuma immediately straightened up, allowing Jige to lean against him. Jinny carefully brought water to Jige's lips, helping him drink. The concern from the three was evident, warming Jige's heart amidst his frustration. Meeting these three was indeed a stroke of luck for him. Otherwise, it would have been hard for him to survive until now, let alone escape from God Valley. Jige's only advantage was having read the manga and knowing some key information, but the problem was that the 6 devil fruits placed by the celestial dragons in God Valley were not specifically located in the manga. However, based on the esoteric saying that fruits also choose their masters, as long as he followed Kuma, the probability of finding the pawpaw fruit would be very high. Among these 6 devil fruits, it was already confirmed that the pawpaw fruit and the azure dragon fruit were present. Just these 2 could be said to represent the top-tier fruits in the paramecia and zoan categories. Being chosen as prizes by the celestial dragons, the quality of the other fruits could not be too low either. However, as far as Jige knew, among the 4 boxes containing the devil fruits, one likely contained the red-haired shanks. To be precise, the current number of devil fruits on the island should be 5. Jige speculated that there should also be the phoenix and the Buddha, while he was unsure about the last one, not knowing if Whitebeard had eaten a fruit. If not, it was likely the tremor fruit. Regardless of which of the 5 devil fruits he consumed, as long as he wasn't too much of a loser, it would be a significant leap forward, and his potential future would be immense. Forget about the saying there are no worthless devil fruit abilities, only worthless users. Anyone with a bit of sense knows that this statement is nonsense. Just look at Luffy's rubber turning into Nika. In the end, isn't it because the rubber ability is just not enough? Can an ordinary zoan bird fruit compare to the mythical phoenix? You say Lucci eating an ordinary leopard fruit is impressive because he can exchange blows with Nika. However, isn't that solely due to Lucci's solid fundamentals and strong physical skills? What if he had eaten the azure dragon or the Buddha fruit? The enhancement would undoubtedly be far superior to that of a leopard fruit. Since he had entered the world of pirates, eating a devil fruit was a must. For Jige, in the absence of any lucky powers, a powerful devil fruit was essential for him to survive in the pirate world. With that thought, Jige raised his head, looking seriously at Ginny. Ginny, caught by Jige's gaze, instinctively straightened up and asked softly, "What's wrong, Jige?" "Ginny, are you sure you've relayed the information about the top-tier devil fruits from here?" Upon hearing this, a confident smile instantly blossomed on Ginny's somewhat dirty little face. She patted her chest and said, "Don't worry, Jige. This is my specialty. I can assure you that everywhere in the world that can receive signals has already learned this news." With Ginny's confirmation, Jige let out a sigh of relief. What he feared most was that his presence might create a butterfly effect, causing the Rocks pirates and the Navy not to show up in God Valley. If those 2 forces didn't come, God Valley would still be a hunting ground, and they would only serve as prey to be slaughtered, as they were currently completely weaklings. Aside from Kuma, it would be difficult for Jige and the others to take down an ordinary adult to obtain the devil fruits. They needed to create chaos in God Valley, which would give them a chance. Counting the time since Ginny spread the information, Rocks should be arriving soon, as the number of slaves on the island had significantly decreased. If Rocks didn't come soon, he would miss the opportunity. Perhaps tomorrow would mark the beginning of the chaos. With that thought, Jige squinted his eyes, mentally reviewing the plan again. The pawpaw fruit was the absolute core of this plan, its ability being the guarantee for him and Kuma to escape from God Valley. This was undoubtedly a god-tier paramecia fruit. Once found, Jige would not hesitate to eat it. He had been thinking about how to develop the pawpaw fruit for several days now. The azure dragon fruit was certainly good too, but Jige felt it was still lacking compared to the conceptual level pawpaw fruit. Moreover, although the azure dragon fruit had the ability to fly, it would be insufficient on the current battlefield of God Valley, where many strong individuals gathered. With his current physique, he wouldn't be able to fly fast. He would probably be taken down by a distant hockey attack before he could even take off. Furthermore, Jige had to consider taking Kuma and the others with him. Although they hadn't known each other for long, bonds formed in desperate situations are often the strongest. Plus, Jige understood the character of these 3. They were all trustworthy individuals. Even if eating the pawpaw fruit and escaping alone was the optimal solution, Jige glanced at the arrow still lodged in Kuma's back and shook his head slightly. One could be a bit selfish, but one must never be a heartless beast. Chapter 3. The Rocks Pirates Approach. The sky had completely darkened, and the celestial dragons outside had all returned to their palace to rest. Now, if they were to hunt slaves, it would be against the rules, resulting in penalties to their so-called points. After several days of hunting, more than half of the 100,000 slaves that had come to God Valley initially had perished, becoming points for those celestial dragons to claim rewards. Jige and Kuma lay on the ground, resting their heads together, gazing at the bright moon in the sky. Jige thought to himself that if he hadn't encountered Kuma and the others, he would probably have already died at the hands of the celestial dragons by now. Although he didn't know why there was no target symbol on his clothing, he wouldn't naively believe that this would allow him to escape the celestial dragon's hunt. Those scoundrels wouldn't care about such things. Even if killing Jige didn't earn them points, they wouldn't hesitate to fire a bullet. Enjoying the thrill of the hunt was good enough for them. During this rare moment of peace, Ivan and the others were whispering to each other. Ginny turned to Bear and asked, "Hey Bear, if we could escape, what would you want to do?" Bear replied without hesitation, "Of course, I want to live happily with everyone." "Haha, that's a given. But that's not what I meant. I mean, what's your dream?" "My dream? I want to be someone like Nika, to bring freedom to everyone." When Nika was mentioned, Bear's eyes sparkled, and his face was full of longing. Ivan suddenly sprang up from the ground, giving a thumbs up and praising, "That's an amazing dream. Bear, I believe you can definitely succeed." Bear scratched his head a bit shyly and turned his gaze to Jige, who had been silent all this time. Although Bear seemed a bit foolish, he was actually a very sensitive and thoughtful person. He could sense that Jige was different from him and the others. The three of them had already gone through hardships, and their mental maturity was far beyond that of their peers, but they were still young and carried some childlike innocence and naivety. However, Jige, who was even younger than them, often acted much more mature, almost like an adult. The reason was simple. Having lived alone as an orphan on Blue Star for over 20 years, Jige had experienced the ups and downs of human emotions during his growth. If he were any less mature, survival would have been difficult. Fortunately, he was quite resilient and had decent luck, managing to get into college with the help of the orphanage director and some kind-hearted people, but the difficulties he faced during this process were known only to him. That Jige's so-called maturity was forced out of him, which made him stand out in the group, and Bear had already silently regarded Jige as their backbone. So when it came to talking about dreams, Bear was more eager for Jige's recognition. Noticing Bear's gaze, Jige rarely smiled and nodded gently, saying, "Go for it, Bear. Your dream will definitely come true. I believe you can do better than Nika. You are stronger than him." Bear didn't expect to receive such praise from Jige, which made him feel flattered and a bit at a loss for words. Ivan and Ginny were also very surprised, staring wide-eyed at Jige, and Ivan suddenly asked, "What about you, Jige? What's your dream?" Jige turned around, indifferent, and said, "I don't have that kind of thing. If I had to say, I just want to get stronger. Only strength is everything." Ivan was obviously not satisfied with this answer and pressed on, "Then what do you want to do once you have strength?" "There are many things I want to do, like helping Bear achieve his dream, and yours and Ginny's. But if your dream is to make the whole world as twisted as you are, then forget it." Jige, you're too heartless. I'm sad." Though he said that, Ivan was still very touched inside, and Bear and Ginny felt even more so. They both looked at Jige, who had his back to them, with teary eyes, and even changed how they addressed him, "Brother Jige." A smile crept up Jige's lips. This was a significant boost to his likability. Of course, he wasn't doing it on purpose. He was serious. Having always been alone, he naturally valued his relationship with Bear and the others. He didn't want to mix in any negative elements. However, after this conversation, the bond between the four grew even closer. They were just one step away from becoming sworn brothers under the moon. Finally, exhausted, Jige, Ivan, and Ginny lay on Bear's belly, ready to fall asleep. Just before sleeping, Jige suddenly said, "Don't forget, no matter who finds the devil fruit, don't hesitate. Eat it right away, even if it's just a small bite, remember?" Bear and the others nodded seriously, saying, "Got it, Brother Jige. Let's sleep. Make sure to rest well. We have to keep escaping tomorrow. Just as the four entered Dreamland, several giant ships were approaching the Valley of the Gods like dark clouds in the nearby sea. Each ship was flying a flag with a black background and a skull pattern, clearly indicating that this was a large pirate crew that in the current pirate world. The name of this pirate crew was well known. It was the Rocks Pirates. On the largest pirate ship, all the core members of the Rocks Pirates were gathered in the cabin. Excluding figures like Shiki the Golden Lion, there were 3 future Yonko here: Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido of the Beasts. At this point, Kaido's status was still below that of Whitebeard and the others, but his talent was indeed outstanding, and due to a somewhat unknown relationship with Big Mom, stood here as well. Each of these individuals could dominate a territory on their own in the outside world, but in this cabin, they were not the main characters. The true main character was the middle-aged man sitting on the throne at the front. The man had a rugged face, wild black long hair cascading loosely, a sturdy build, and wore a black cloak. Just sitting there, he exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression that made one tremble, perfectly embodying the essence of hockey. He was the captain of Whitebeard and the others, Rox. At this moment, Rox was drinking from a barrel of alcohol with one hand, finishing it in one go. He slammed the empty barrel down and shouted angrily, "Damn world government. This time I'll settle both old and new scores." Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely domineering aura erupted from Rox, and in the cabin, purple-black lightning raged uncontrollably. Not long ago, an undercover agent planted by the world government and his pirate crew had actually stolen the treasure he kept at his lair on Hive Island while most of his crew was away, and had taken it as a prize for some ridiculous competition. Learning of this news made him truly furious. Chapter 4. Town. After his anger, Rox fell into regret again. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. If I had known, I would have just eaten it back then." Hearing this, Charlotte Lingling shrugged and said, "Captain, you should calm down a bit. If this continues, our people will be stunned by you. We have a tough battle tomorrow." The others nodded in agreement. Just now, Rox had unleashed a wave of terrifying conqueror's hockey in his fury, and the intensity of his hockey was needless to say. Even though the Rox pirates were not weaklings, some lower-ranked crew members couldn't handle it and fainted. Rox disdainfully shook his head and said, "TCH, those who faint at this level are just useless trash. Not worth caring about." Lingling did not refute him and casually replied, "Well, that's true." Shiki and the others also remained noncommittal. They believed in the principle that the strong are respected and did not care about the lives of the weak. Newgate frowned. For someone who valued companions, the behavior of these people made him very uncomfortable, and he increasingly wanted to distance himself from the Rox pirates. Among this group, Newgate was the most stable. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Although I don't know who spread the news recently, it's certain that the world government has also learned of the leak and should have begun to take precautions. This time, our enemies will not only be the Knights of God on the island, but also the Navy." Even though Rox knew that Newgate had long intended to leave, he still valued Newgate greatly. After all, who wouldn't he want a powerhouse like him? Rox calmed down as well. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, and after a while, he slowly raised his head with a wicked smile, saying, "Just right, we should have a thorough showdown with the world government. After this battle, I will be the undisputed king of the world." At God Valley, a magnificent palace stood in the center, originally the king's palace, but now forcibly occupied by the celestial dragons. As for the king, he had long since died under the sword of the leader of the Knights of God, Figureland Galin. At this moment, Galin was cleaning the sword in his hand, which had been stained with quite a bit of dirty blood today, and he needed to clean it properly. His brows furrowed slightly, as if he had something on his mind, and his sword-cleaning movements seemed a bit distracted. As one of the celestial dragons, it was hard for anything in this world to trouble him. However, tonight, he used his privileges to do something against the rules of the game. He stared blankly at the sword in his hand and muttered to himself, "In the end, I still cheated. But I need a reason to accept you. The rest will be left to fate." The next morning, Jige was the first to open his eyes. He suddenly got up from the ground and woke up the still sleeping Ivan and the others, saying, "We need to go. Those guys are about to start hunting, and we must hurry to find the devil fruit." After speaking, Jige led the way deeper into the forest, with Bear and the others closely following. They chose not to act in the night because the island was already filled with image-transmitting slugs monitoring the slaves, and many people were unaware of the devil fruits and would choose to rest at night. If Jige and the others acted at night, it would seem too deliberate. After all, having fled for a day, what were they doing sneaking around at night? If they were spotted by the Watchers, they would be done for. Not long after the four left, gunshots rang out one after another, and some unlucky slaves who overslept due to exhaustion fell into eternal sleep. Jige paid no attention to the sounds behind him, focusing entirely on finding the devil fruit. He remembered that in the manga, the devil fruit was located in a place surrounded by buildings. Since God Valley originally had a country, that scene should be in a town, so his goal was to find this town first. After running for an unknown amount of time, Jige and the others were greeted by a blinding sunlight, signaling that they had reached the edge of the forest. As they passed through the forest, a town appeared in their sight, and Jige was overjoyed. This was simply the final circle in a battle royale game. He quickly called Bear and the others to rush toward the town. They were not the only ones who had arrived. Many slaves followed them. many of whom were inspired by Ivan's speech earlier and had been closely following Jige and the others. With more people, the target became larger. Jige understood this principle, but he did not choose to shake off the group. In fact, the closer they got to the city gate, the slower his pace became. They gradually fell behind the other slaves who were running ahead. Ivan noticed this and asked in confusion, "Jige, why did you stop? Are you feeling unwell again?" Jige nodded and said softly, "Yeah, I didn't expect it to flare up at such a critical time. I'm sorry for dragging you down." Upon hearing this, Ivan immediately said, "What are you talking about? We are friends. There's no dragging down or not." "Baron," Ginny echoed, "Jige, yesterday you didn't leave me behind, right? I know you were waiting for me then. Let me carry you now. I'm strong, and carrying you won't affect anything." "Yeah, Jige, take it slow, it's fine. We will die together if we have to." Jige waved his hand and smiled, saying, "What are you guys talking about? We will definitely survive. Besides," before he could finish, dense gunfire and the sounds of swords cutting through flesh suddenly erupted from within the town, followed by screams. Ivan's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "Not good. There's an ambush in the town." Jige appeared much calmer. A barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips as he thought, as I expected. No matter how foolish the celestial dragons were, they should know to set up defenses in a place like this. After all, who knows which lucky guy might accidentally find the devil fruit and eat it. The current situation confirmed that there must be a devil fruit stored in town. His slowing down was naturally to let the other slaves enter first to scout the way. After all, the first bird gets shot. With the situation clear, all he needed to do now was to rely on his smaller stature to blend in with the crowd and rush into the town. Although he knew there was an ambush inside, many people were already too afraid to charge into the town. However, the celestial dragons behind them were gradually closing in, and in front of them, they had no other choice but to grit their teeth and charge inside. Jige shouted to Bear, who was still in a daze, "Bear, keep your head down later. You're too big a target." According to the original plot, Bear should successfully survive and eat chicken in the end. But as always, to avoid any potential butterfly effect, Jige couldn't help but remind him. Bear nodded vigorously, hunched over, and mixed in with Jige and the others as they surged into the town together. Chapter 5. The Arrival of Rocks. Amidst the hail of bullets, the Jige quartet successfully stormed into the city. During this process, Xiong sustained some injuries due to his large size, but it didn't significantly impact his movements. Once inside the city, the four didn't dare to waste a moment and began searching everywhere for the devil fruits. Just as Xiong was about to enter a magnificent building, a man dressed in a black suit and sunglasses suddenly appeared in front of him and kicked him in the stomach. Xiong, who looked much more robust than the slender man in the suit, flew back like a large rubber ball, crashing through the wall behind him. Hearing the commotion, Jige and the others quickly rushed over and saw Xiong trembling on the ground among the rubble. Ginny immediately burst into tears, repeatedly calling out for Xiong, while Ivan anxiously shouted his name as well. Jige had already rushed to Xiong's side, and fortunately, Xiong had not lost consciousness. Seeing Jige, he coughed violently a few times and struggled to sit up. The suit man's attack was clearly not easy to bear. Xiong gritted through the intense pain in his abdomen and weakly said, "This guy is strong. Brother Jige, you quickly take Ginny and the others and escape. I will hold him off." Jige's expression turned serious, realizing the trouble they were in. The suit man was taken aback that Xiong could still get up and talk. He raised an eyebrow and said, "You're that little brat from the Bacchania tribe, huh? Your physical condition isn't too bad." As he spoke, he casually walked towards Jige and the others, hand in his pockets, adding, "What are you four little brats doing sneaking around since you entered the city? That's quite suspicious." "You know," Ivan rushed in front of Jige and Xiong, arms spread wide, shouting, "You won't lay a hand on them." The suit man didn't take Ivan seriously at all. He slowly raised a hand, and Ivan instinctively closed his eyes. Just then, Jige suddenly spoke up, "You don't have the right to attack us, do you? The only ones who can kill us now are those celestial dragons. Are you trying to break the rules of the game?" The suit man's hand hovered in the air. Though he was displeased at being yelled at by a slave, Jige's words struck a chord. Indeed, he had no right to attack Jige and the others. They were valuable points for his masters. However, the four little brats were quite suspicious just now. They almost let that Bacchania brat enter the building behind him, and that place was not to be entered. If something went missing inside, his life would be at stake. After pondering for a moment, he spat on the ground in annoyance and said, "Forget it, just 4 little brats. You won't live long anyway. Get out of here and stop loitering." Upon hearing this, Jige didn't hesitate for a second. Together with Ivan and Ginny, they helped Xiong and left without looking back. Along the way, Ivan lowered his head and quietly said to Jige, "That building." Jige understood Ivan's implication and said firmly, "There must be a devil fruit in that building." As he said this, Jige struggled to suppress his inner excitement, fearing he might suddenly lose control. The suitman's reaction clearly indicated something was amiss. Even a fool could tell that something important was inside that building. And what could it be other than a devil fruit? However, Ginny didn't show much excitement upon hearing this. She frowned and said, "But with that guy there, how are we supposed to get in? And Xiong is hurt so badly." Xiong wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he couldn't stop coughing. Supporting Xiong, Ivan's expression was grim as he said, "That bastard. He actually beat Xiong up like this." Hearing Xiong's cough, Jige felt uneasy as well. He clenched his fists and said coldly, "That guy will definitely pay for this, I promise." Boom, boom, boom. Just as he finished speaking, a series of explosions sounded, and thick smoke began to fill the sky above the town. Following that, a loud roar echoed across the heavens. "Celestial dragon bastards, are you ready to face my wrath?" Jige was not surprised, but rather pleased. There was only one person who dared to insult the celestial dragons like this, and that was Rox. In the palace at the center of the town, Saint Saturn of the 5 Elders changed his expression. The next second, he disappeared in a flash, appearing outside the palace. Feeling several terrifying auras approaching, Saint Saturn took out a din mushy and said in a deep voice, "Saint Galin, immediately lead the Knights of God back to defend the royal city. The Rox pirates have arrived." The response from the din mushy came quickly. "Understood. Leave it to us." Not long after the Rox pirates arrived at God's Valley, several Navy warships followed closely behind. Fleet Admiral Kong was the first to jump off the warship, rushing towards the Rox pirates along with Carp and other Navy soldiers. However, the Navy was still a step too late. The Rox pirates had already appeared in the town where Jige was. Rox and his crew landed on a street, and Rox looked up at the royal city in the center, while Saturn also looked in that direction. Their eyes met, and without any small talk, Rox threw a punch at the royal city. A red-black energy wave mixed with arcs of electricity burst forth from his fist, obliterating everything in its path, whether it was people or objects. Saint Saturn's face turned pale. His strength was not weak, but it still fell far short compared to Rox. Faced with Rox's ferocious punch, he wanted to dodge, but there were still many weak celestial dragons in the palace. If he dodged, it would mean death for them all. Suddenly, the lower half of Saint Saturn's clothing was torn apart, and 8 black spider legs sprouted out, along with a pair of black horns growing from his head, causing him to swell significantly. He raised his staff and braced himself to meet Rox's attack. The moment they collided, the ground beneath him collapsed, and he began to retreat. Just when he was about to be unable to withstand it, the leader of the Knights of God, Saint Galin, finally arrived and used a sword to help Saint Saturn shatter the attack. Seeing the attack blocked, Rox merely smiled disdainfully. Today, he had all the time in the world to deal with these celestial dragons. Not far behind him, in a small alley, Jige and the others witnessed everything that had just happened. The power of a top-tier boss was indeed terrifying. Xiong and Ginny were so shocked by Rox's strength that they couldn't speak, while Ivan's voice trembled. Is that the legendary Captain Rox? Just one punch can cause such massive destruction. He's simply a monster. This was also Jige's first real experience of a top powerhouse in the pirate world, and this shock was far beyond what reading a manga could provide. Yet, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, the blood in his veins began to boil uncontrollably, and this abnormal reaction left him quite confused. He had been deliberately controlling his emotions. But why did it seem like he was about to lose control again? Chapter 6. The Battle Begins. The perception of Rox and his crew was incredibly sharp. Even the slightest unusual movement immediately caught their attention. The 4 kids peeking out from the alley were quickly spotted by them. Upon realizing they were just a few children, the members of the Rox pirates lost interest. Ling Ling chuckled lightly. Well, It turns out to be a few little brats. Are they really being captured as prey? However, Rox stroked his chin, looking at Jige with a curious gaze. That little brat seemed interesting. Was that fighting spirit I sensed earlier? Does he want to fight me after witnessing my strength? At that moment, Jige could no longer pay attention to Rox and the others. He was clutching his heart tightly, cursing under his breath. Damn it, what's going on? Slow down already. Ivan and the others were alarmed by Jige's condition, thinking he was having a medical episode. However, Jige felt no weakness. Instead, he was filled with intense excitement. In short, he wanted to rush at Rox with everything he had. In fact, his strength was surprisingly immense. With one hand on his chest and the other gripping the wall edge, he had actually crushed that part of the wall with sheer force. This unusual situation had never occurred before, and Jige even thought, could this be a moment of clarity before death? Meanwhile, Rox had already shifted his gaze away. Jige had only sparked a slight interest in him. Ahead, the God Knights led by Saint Galin and Saint Satan were watching them closely. Rox shook his neck a bit and casually said, "Newgate, why not use your powers to give those celestial dragons a welcome gift?" With his golden hair flowing, Newgate stepped forward, clenched his right fist, and a ring of semi-transparent white light appeared around him before he slammed down with force. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed as cracks spread from Newgate's fist, and in an instant, the entire God Valley shook, buildings collapsing. This was the power of the paramecia-type Tremor Fruit, and in Newgate S Prime, its strength was exemplified to the fullest. Behind them, Kuma had already shielded Jige and the others with his body, protecting them from the collapsing debris. However, the ensuing earthquake began to change the terrain, and Kuma was rolled away with Jige and the others, eventually buried under a pile of stones. Over at the palace, Saint Galin had ordered several members of the God Knights to rescue the celestial dragons. Newgate's attack was actually less forceful than Rox's initial punch, but the trouble it caused was far greater. It was impossible to know how many weak celestial dragons had been killed by that blow. Saint Satan could no longer hold back. He had been stalling for time, knowing that the God Knights alone would struggle against the Rox pirates, especially while trying to rescue the celestial dragons. He needed to wait for the Navy to arrive. Finally, just as he was getting anxious, the Navy led by Admiral Akiji finally arrived, and Garp shouted, "Where's that guy Roger?" He had been enjoying his vacation, and wouldn't he have bothered coming if Sengoku hadn't told him that Roger would also be appearing. Now, still holding onto his position as a Marine Admiral, Sengoku grabbed him, saying in a serious tone, "Forget about Roger for now. Look, the Rox pirates are all here. Today's situation is likely to be more troublesome than we expected." Admiral Zifa looked around, seeing the ruins everywhere, and frowned, saying, "That was Newgate's ability, wasn't it? The destructive power is truly terrifying." Rox wasn't surprised by the Navy's arrival. He looked at them with a mocking expression and said, "Oh, as expected of the celestial dragon's dogs. You all came to protect your master, huh?" The Navy side was immediately ignited with anger by these words, yet no one spoke up to refute, as Rox was indeed right. The hot-tempered Garp exploded, his fists enveloped in dark hockey. Garp vanished from his spot, reappearing above Rox and the others in the next second. He dove down like a comet, his metallic glinting iron fist, imbued with terrifying might, aimed directly at Rox below. Fist of the falling star. Rox crossed his arms, not even lifting his head, while Newgate leaped into the air, colliding his fist wrapped in shockwaves with Garp's in midair. Boom! The thunderous sound mixed with the sound of shattering echoed through the sky. The aftermath of their collision instantly dispersed the clouds above God Valley, and the blinding sunlight shone down on the ground. Rox grinned widely, revealing a brilliant smile. After the collision, Newgate and Garp both separated in midair, landing back in their respective teams. A pile of stones trembled, and Kuma's head emerged from within, revealing Jige and the others he had protected. Seeing those familiar faces, Jige's pupils constricted. The situation on the battlefield was that the Rox pirates were caught between the Navy in front and the God Knights behind, yet Rox remained incredibly confident. Jige did not feel that Rox was arrogant at all. Although the manga had not portrayed Rox's strength, he had just witnessed it. A simple punch had forced Saint Satan to unleash his full power. although this was partly due to Satan wanting to protect the celestial dragons behind him. It was enough to demonstrate his terrifying strength. However, the most absurd part was his crew, the young Newgate, Lingling, Kaido, and the infamous Captain Shiki, who didn't he have a ship's helm on his head. What a dream team! Whoosh! More figures descended. It was Saint Satan and the God Knights joining forces with the Navy. As soon as Saint Satan arrived, the hidden watchers in the town gathered as well, all dressed in black suits, standing neatly behind Satan. Rox completely disregarded these people, dropping his arms and glaring at Saint Satan, saying, "You world government has some nerve to dare steal my treasure today. I not only want to take back what belongs to me, but also to let everyone know who the true masters of this world are." Saint Satan had regained his composure, wearing an expression of calm indifference. He replied softly, "The celestial dragons are the true masters of the world. Everything, whether people or objects, should belong to the celestial dragons. You are merely a lowly pirate." These words not only made the Rox pirates uncomfortable, but even the Navy members behind Satan showed expressions of disgust, while the members of the God Knights looked on with an air of entitlement. Rox was genuinely disgusted. He waved his hand and shouted, "Charge! Today, I will wipe out you celestial dragons." As soon as he finished speaking, before the battle had even begun, Jige had already called Ivan and the others, sprinting away into the distance. They certainly did not have the qualifications to be mere spectators now. Chapter 7. The Dark Fruit. Jige and the others hadn't run far when the clash of top-tier hockey and the powers of the devil fruits erupted behind them with a deafening roar. The Valley of Gods had completely turned into a battlefield for the gods. Ivan couldn't help but look back, seeing countless giant stones floating into the air and then crashing down like a torrential rain. Jige noticed this scene too. He tugged at the dazed Ivan and said, "That's the power of the float fruit. Run. It would be troublesome if we get caught in it." Ivan snapped back to reality, swallowed hard, and exclaimed, "The power of the devil fruit is so terrifying. If we ate one, could we reach this level too?" Jige squinted his eyes and said firmly yes. At least those few devil fruits that the celestial dragons have as prizes can't be worse than that float fruit. After saying that, he continued to lead the way toward the luxurious house where the suited man had been. Now, the celestial dragon subordinates in the town had all been summoned by Satan to fight, and no one was paying attention to them. This opportunity must be seized. Returning to the previous location, the house had already turned into a pile of rubble. Jige showed no hesitation as he rushed to the ruins, using his bare hands to clear the debris. Ivan and the others followed his example. No one would slack off at this moment, because even a wave of residual force from those monsters could take their lives at any time. Boom! The battle between Rox and the others stirred up a gust of wind, causing Jige's robe to flap wildly as his small body swayed precariously in the violent wind. Gritting his teeth, Jige continued to dig, muttering, "Devil fruit, if you really choose a master, please choose me. Let's reach the peak of this world together." His nails were nearly worn down to nothing, and fresh blood seeped from his fingertips, dripping onto the rubble below and forming a bright red line that slowly flowed into a crack. Jige raised his arm to rub his blurry eyes, instinctively digging in the direction where the blood flowed. After a day of fleeing, Jige's body was already overwhelmed. He exerted great effort to move a stone and nearly stumbled. Just then, a faint golden light flickered from beneath the stone. Jige quickly focused and found a wooden box, revealing only a corner with golden plates. Jige felt a surge of blood rush through him. He forced himself to stay calm and tremblingly dug out the box. Fortunately, it wasn't locked, probably intended to allow some weak celestial dragon to open it easily. Even a weakened Jige could open it effortlessly. At that moment, this box was like Pandora's box in Jige's heart. He held his breath, flung the lid open, and a strange fruit, entirely purple and resembling a pineapple, lay quietly inside the box. Upon seeing the fruit, Jige's eyes widened, and a thunderbolt struck through his mind. This is the dark fruit? The appearance of the dark fruit had appeared in the manga, and as the fruit that Blackbeard had waited over 20 years for, Jige had a deep impression of it. The emergence of this fruit was far beyond Jige's expectations, a huge surprise, because the dark fruit was undoubtedly a top-tier devil fruit. Although it couldn't elementalize like other Logia types, its elementalization effect was practically zero in the later stages, being of little use except to bully weaklings. Some Logia types, which originally had strong attack attributes, had become discarded in the version, completely becoming a joke. But the dark fruit was different. Without mentioning its bug that could nullify the abilities of others, what Jige valued most was the natural disaster it represented, the black hole that annihilates everything. Confirming that he held the dark fruit in his hand, less than 3 seconds passed before Jige bit into it. The light purple fruit flesh mixed with juice filled his mouth, and an indescribable taste spread throughout, turning his face a deep purple. Before he could swallow, his stomach was already churning violently. Fortunately, the devil fruit only required a single bite to gain its power. Otherwise, with Jige's small mouth, he didn't know how much suffering he would have endured. Tossing aside the fruit that had now turned back into an ordinary fruit, Jige stood still for a moment, feeling a strange sensation wash over him, as if he had gained a new sense, like an additional limb for free movement. Jige extended his right hand before his eyes, trying to activate his power, and his right hand instantly transformed into pitch black, wisps of black smoke rising. He stared blankly at his right hand, and from that moment on, he became the master of the dark fruit, the controller of darkness. Jige! Ivan's shout interrupted Jige's thoughts. He turned to see Ivan excitedly holding up a paw-shaped devil fruit, shouting, "Look what I found! A devil fruit!" Jige's pupils constricted. The fruit in Ivan's hand was undoubtedly the Meatball Fruit, judging by its appearance. Finding the Meatball Fruit was certainly a joyous occasion, but Ivan's exuberant behavior was too ostentatious given his personality. In truth, Ivan had good intentions. He didn't know that Jige had already eaten the dark fruit, and Jige had previously shown a strong desire for devil fruits. So upon finding one, Ivan's first thought was to give it to Jige. Ivan had a loud voice, and the words devil fruit were very sensitive. Whether it was Rock's side or the world government side, who didn't have hearing that surpassed ordinary people. The moment Ivan shouted devil fruit, both fighting sides stopped simultaneously, and multiple dangerous gazes locked onto the fruit Ivan was holding, freezing him in place. Actually, Ivan's performance was already quite good. Among these people were many hockey users, and the fact that he didn't faint from the stare showed that his potential was above most ordinary people. Satan Saint immediately recognized the Meatball Fruit and called for Galin Saint to seize it. However, Galin Saint showed no reaction, his attention entirely on Jige not far from Ivan. With a subtle expression, the Navy side was more surprised that a few kids had appeared here. Karp scoffed, thinking it was definitely another mess created by the celestial dragons. Rock's side, however, didn't care about that. Before Rox could say anything, Lingling charged straight forward, aiming directly at the frozen Ivan. "You little brat, hand over that devil fruit to me." Chapter 8, Galin Strikes. Ignoring the unpleasant expression on Rock's face, Lingling chose to leave the battlefield as soon as she saw the pawpaw fruit. Her speed was astonishing, and she was about to rush in front of Ivan when, in a split second, Jige lifted his pitch-black right hand towards Ivan, and a black vortex appeared in his palm. Universal Pull. Buzz. A powerful gravitational force was released through the dark vortex, pulling Ivan and the pawpaw fruit in his hand rapidly towards Jige, causing Lingling to miss her target and reveal a bewildered expression on her face. The prominent figures in the distance had various reactions. Rox stared at Jige in disbelief, his gaze focused on the dark vortex in his hand. Is it the little brat from earlier? That ability. Could it be? Saint Satan showed a rare expression of shock, not because of the ability of the dark fruit, but because of Jige's face. That kid. Who is he? He suddenly looked at the silent Saint Galin beside him. Saint Galin had a complex expression at that moment, murmuring he was clearly dead, just happens to look like. Everyone had their own thoughts, while Lingling, after a brief moment of confusion, turned to Jige with a playful expression and said in a teasing tone, "I didn't expect you, little brat, to be an ability user too. It seems like a pretty good ability. You're quite handsome as well, but you stole my prey. Be a good boy and hand that fruit over to me. How about following me from now on?" At that moment, Lingling's body had not yet become plump. She was a stunningly beautiful woman with a hot figure, and her voice carried a hint of allure. Even so, Jige couldn't help but shiver at the image of that drooling, bulky, crazy woman from behind. Lingling thought Jige was frightened by her, and she chuckled, casually walking towards the terrified Jige. Just as Lingling thought the pawpaw fruit was about to become hers, Jige tightly gripped Ivan's hand, causing Ivan to cry out in pain. Taking this opportunity, Jige attempted to shove the pawpaw fruit into Ivan's mouth, but he underestimated Lingling's speed. In just a breath, Lingling was already in front of Jige, and the unfortunate Ivan was kicked away like a soccer ball. She crouched down and pinched Jige's arm, which she perceived as extremely slender, and spoke in a menacing tone. "Little brat, you're not being very honest, huh?" Suddenly, Lingling's expression changed, and she swiftly raised an arm covered in hockey. In that instant, a shadow wielding a sword appeared, slashing at Lingling's arm. Clang! The newcomer was none other than Saint Galin, who, after delivering the blow, quickly retreated, landing a short distance away, his eyes coldly fixed on Lingling. Lingling retracted her arm, the hockey fading away, revealing a noticeable red mark on her fair skin. Even with her terrifying defense, she felt a dull pain in her arm. Frowning tightly, she hadn't expected the leader of the Knights of God to abandon the main battlefield to deal with her, and she felt quite troubled, thinking, "It seems the celestial dragons value this pawpaw fruit a lot, so I must get it now along with that azure dragon fruit." The message conveyed by Ginny clearly mentioned both the pawpaw and azure dragon fruits. Lingling had already looked through the devil fruit encyclopedia before coming, and her main goal in coming to the Valley of the Gods was to obtain the azure dragon fruit. Having the soul fruit, she naturally wasn't planning to take it for herself. She intended to use it to entice Kaido, who had been reluctant to submit. Lingling wasn't truly loyal to Rocks. She had long wanted to leave the Rocks pirates to operate independently, and Kaido was the person she had her eyes on. She planned to use the azure dragon fruit to tie Kaido to her, making him work for her in the future. Initially, she only wanted to use the pawpaw fruit as a substitute, but St. Galen's attack made her pay more attention to it. However, she was thinking in the wrong direction. St. Galin was not interested in the so-called pawpaw fruit at all. He turned his head to look at Jige, who had been ignored by Lingling, his gaze lingering on Jige's exposed chest for a moment. Upon seeing the intersecting scars, his eyes flickered, and he asked, "Hey, what's your name?" Jige was taken aback. He naturally knew who St. Galin was, the leader of the Knights of God, an absolute elite among the celestial dragons, with terrifying strength. How could someone like him pay attention to a little kid like him? Was it because of the dark fruit ability he had just displayed? Nonetheless, both Lingling and St. Galin were not opponents Jige could resist, especially since St. Galin seemed to harbor no ill intentions. "My name is Jige." Upon hearing Jige's name, St. Galen's body trembled slightly, and he urgently asked, "Your full name?" Jige was momentarily stunned. It seemed St. Galin knew him, or more accurately, he knew his former self. However, he had no memories of his former self, so he could only honestly say, "I can't remember anything from before. I only know that my current name is Jige, and Jige is my full name." Jige's words were as sincere as gold, emphasizing his honesty. St. Galin nodded thoughtfully, murmuring amnesia, able to remember the name, but forget the surname. Seeing this, Jige tentatively asked, "Do you know me? Can you tell me what my full name is?" The two exchanged words, while Lingling became a mere background character. Veins bulged on her forehead as she angrily shouted, "Enough! What names and surnames? What do you think I am?" She roughly snatched the pawpaw fruit and lifted her foot to leave. Just when Jige thought the pawpaw fruit was about to be taken away, St. Galin moved again. He simply raised his sword and swung it, unleashing a sword energy radiating red-black lightning that shot straight at Lingling. Lingling didn't dare to underestimate it, and could only cross her arms in front of her chest to take the hit. But the pawpaw fruit fell from her hands and rolled to Jige's feet. Ivan had already been kicked away by Lingling several meters, and Jige immediately kicked the pawpaw fruit towards Bear, shouting, "Bear, quickly eat the pawpaw fruit." Bear and Ginny were still in a state of shock, but Jige's shout awakened them. Bear, not caring about anything else, opened his mouth and lunged at the flying pawpaw fruit. His mouth was much larger than Jige's, and the pawpaw fruit was swallowed whole. Soon, a pair of seemingly adorable paw pads appeared in Bear's palms. Chapter 9. You are Fei Geolandu. Watching as the bear gulped down the meatball fruit in one bite, Lingling was furious to the point of almost exploding. her eyes directed at Jige, as if she wanted to eat him alive. However, she was currently powerless, as Galin was firmly suppressing her, not giving her any time to free her hands. Taking this opportunity, Jige raised his hand and pulled Ivan in front of him, shouting at the bear, "Quickly use your ability to take us away. Just control the strength. A slap will do." Jige had previously explained to the bear and the others how to utilize the Meatball Fruit's ability for quick movement. And since the bear was indeed highly compatible with the fruit, upon hearing Jige's words, he simply slapped himself and almost instantly appeared in front of Jige. Jige then spread his hands, with dark whirlpools appearing in each of his open palms, the powerful gravitational force pulling Ginny and the kicked Ivan towards him. Throughout this process, Jige kept an eye on Satan, who was entangled in battle with the Rocks Pirates, because according to the original storyline, this guy would come to interfere with the bear. However, Satan showed no intention of coming over at all, and Jige speculated that it might be due to Galin leaving the battlefield. After all, before the Roger Pirates arrived, it was still somewhat difficult for the current Navy, plus a Satan, to face the Rocks Pirates, especially with the numerous actors in the Rocks crew. The bear raised his hand again, preparing to use his ability to take himself and Jige away from God's Valley. Galin had been watching Jige closely, and he had witnessed the bear's ability, guessing that Jige was planning to escape. Just as the bear's hand was about to touch Jige, Galin suddenly shouted at Jige, "Kid, remember, your surname is Fay Gialandu." Pop! The ability of the Meatball Fruit activated, and Jige's figure disappeared from the spot. The bear wanted to rescue some more slaves. But Rocks suddenly went crazy, releasing his Conqueror's Haki, causing the entire God's Valley to be filled with thunder and lightning, like the apocalypse. His blood-red eyes fixed on the spot where Jige had disappeared, his roar reverberating through the sky. "Bastard, where did you send that kid?" "That was my fruit." Sengoku and Carp exchanged glances, wondering what had gotten into Rocks. "What fruit? The Meatball Fruit?" Although the bear had excellent potential, he was still young, and under Rocks' Conqueror's Haki, he was momentarily stunned. Once he regained his senses, he dared not hesitate and immediately used his ability to send himself out. Satan shouted to Galin, "Galin, come back quickly." Galin stood still for a moment in silence, then shook off Lingling and charged towards his battlefield, while Lingling showed no intention of returning. Without Galin's interference, she began to focus on searching for the Qinglong fruit. In the distance, Satan, seeing Galin return, let out a sigh of relief and quietly said, "That fruit originally belonged to you." Galin shook his head and replied indifferently, "I have little interest in devil fruits. I came here just to enjoy the thrill of the hunt. Moreover, he is still alive, which means Vegapunk's experiment was a success. There is nothing more suitable for him than that fruit." Satan opened his mouth as if wanting to say something more, but Rocks didn't give him a chance to speak. He charged in like a bolt of black lightning, his fists filled with rage heavily smashing down on Satan. Carp and Sengoku, who were originally standing in front of Satan, seemed to have unintentionally dodged a position, while Galin, preoccupied with his thoughts, did not step forward to intervene. The surrounding celestial dragon guards were quite loyal, rushing up recklessly, but in Rock's eyes, they were no different from ants. Some of them were directly blasted into a mist of blood. Satan's staff spun and flew out, taking a heavy punch to the face, performing a dramatic backflip. Sengoku looked like he wanted to laugh, but dared not, while Carp directly burst out laughing. And Crane beside him pinched his waist hard, causing the armored Carp to break his defense, his expression more miserable than crying. The members of the Rocks Pirates had no psychological burden, laughing loudly, practically rubbing Satan's old face in the ground. After taking a heavy hit, Satan quickly stood up. As he was a Zoan-type mythical beast user, his recovery ability was inherently abnormal. However, seeing him trembling slightly, it was clear that Rock's furious punch was not easy to bear. Rising, Satan first scanned the Navy with a cold gaze, deliberately looking at Carp a few more times, while Carp was picking his nose, appearing indifferent. Carp was currently an important fighting force, and even though Satan was furious, he could not vent on the spot. He could only suppress his anger and give the order to Marine Admiral Akainu. "Eliminate the Rocks Pirates, leave none." Rocks snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, "Just you guys? After today, I will be the new king of the world. Men, charge." The two sides collided again, and facing the combination of the God's Knight Corps and Navy, the Rock's pirates showed no signs of decline, but rather began to show signs of suppression. Rox was getting more and more excited as he fought. According to his plan, it was best for him to consume the dark fruit. With the support of the dark fruit, his chances of winning would definitely increase significantly. However, the performance of the Navy and the world government made him feel that they were not so impressive, especially with some members of the pirate crew slacking off. Among Rock's subordinates, the most hardworking was undoubtedly Kaido. Now he was like a reckless youth, swinging his kanabo with such speed that it left after images, smashing whoever he saw. In stark contrast to the performance of those division commanders, Rox watched this and began to calculate how to promote Kaido after they won. However, this kind of premature celebration was a big taboo, just as Rox was about to break the neck of a Navy officer by grabbing his collar. A black-red sword beam swept across the sky, got a void. Rox's pupils contracted, and he quickly threw the Navy officer away and retreated rapidly. The sword beam struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of smoke, and when the smoke cleared, a bottomless ravine appeared before everyone. Whoosh! A figure cloaked in a red cape descended from the sky. Wearing a confident smile, the previously listless Carp suddenly shouted, as if he had been injected with adrenaline, "Roger, you bastard finally showed up." Roger turned his head and smiled at Carp, then pointed his sword at the grim-faced Rox, solemnly saying, "Rox, you are too dangerous. You cannot be allowed to continue." Chapter 10. The curtain falls. The death of Rox. Roger's remarks truly left Rox at a loss. He now understood one thing, that Roger, as a pirate, actually chose to stand with the world government against him. Whitebeard used his tremor fruit to push back Galin, who had been entangled with him for a long time. It was evident that his exposed chest bore several intersecting knife wounds, with blood occasionally oozing out. Galin's golden armor, unique to the Knights of God, had also been shattered in several places, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The battle between the two had been intense. Had Roger not shown up suddenly, one of them would likely have fallen today. Whitebeard shot a sidelong glance at Roger, his eyes flickering as he pondered something. Roger definitely hadn't come alone. Soon after, the first mate, Silver's Rayleigh, and other crew members arrived, standing behind Roger and confronting the Rox pirates. At this moment, the arrival of the Roger pirates completely reversed the situation. Rox's expression turned extremely grim, and he wished he could swallow Roger alive. The members of the Rox pirates displayed various expressions. Aside from Lin, who had disappeared somewhere, most of them were scanning the surroundings, clearly contemplating escape. Rox naturally noticed this, and there was no time for him to think further. He let out a furious roar, elevating his aura to the utmost, casting a shadow over the entire sky. Clenching his fists, Black Conqueror's haki crackled, and Rox moved like lightning, his terrifying presence locking onto Roger. He had made up his mind that even if he were to fail today, he would take down that pirate scum, Roger, facing the fully powered attack from Rox. Roger's expression grew serious. He wrapped his Conqueror's haki around Ace, one of the 12 Supreme Blades, and charged at Rox. However, as soon as they collided, Roger felt his sword arm nearly go numb. The terror of Rox's strength exceeded his expectations. Seeing Roger in a precarious situation, Rayleigh immediately wanted to draw his sword to help. However, the Marine's Carp was quicker. A dark iron fist descended from above. Rox, focused solely on killing Roger before him, was caught off guard and was sent flying back by Carp's punch. Looking at Roger and Carp standing shoulder to shoulder, Rox's expression twisted in rage, and he managed to choke out 4 words, disgusting to the extreme. He had originally wanted to take the initiative to stabilize the demoralized troops, but instead, he found himself in a worse situation. Just then, Lin, who had been nowhere to be found, suddenly returned, holding a blue devil fruit aloft. Taking advantage of the fighting, she used the power of the soul fruit to imbue a piece of land with a soul and ultimately acquired the Azure Dragon fruit. Upon seeing Lin reappear, Rox felt a bit relieved, thinking that this woman still had some conscience. However, before he could feel happy for too long, Lin's words nearly petrified him on the spot. "Kaido, you foolish boy, why are you fighting so hard? Look what I found. Come with me." As soon as Kaido saw the Azure Dragon fruit, he was overjoyed and truly charged towards Lin. After they joined forces, they turned and left. disappearing from everyone's sight in a matter of breaths. After a brief silence, Whitebeard suddenly sighed lightly. He had reached the ultimate point of disappointment with the Rocks pirates. With the cloud-cutting blade resting on his shoulder, he turned and walked away without a word. His pace was not fast, but the world government made no effort to stop him, allowing Whitebeard to leave with swagger. Jige, puffing on a cigar, was the calmest on the battlefield. As a float fruit user, no one could keep him here if he wanted to leave. Since Lin and Kaido disappeared, Rocks had been standing quietly in place, not saying another word even as Whitebeard left. But Roger and Carp, standing opposite him, suddenly felt a suffocating, terrifying aura. Rocks, having entered a desperate state, was ready to fight to the death. The old face of Saturn revealed a confident expression, yet his body remained tense. He knew that Rocks was now in the most dangerous state. Rocks slowly raised his head, a cold voice escaping his lips. Roger, celestial dragons, marines, you all shall die. Boom! With a loud crash, the ground instantly caved in. Rocks charged into the enemy ranks with his few loyal subordinates. And in an instant, countless severed limbs flew through the air, the entire battlefield shrouded in blood mist. The world government, the Marines, and the Roger pirates no longer held back, and all their top-tier fighters surged forward to besiege the now frenzied Rocks. Rocks showed no fear on his face as he flung off his blood-soaked cloak, laughing maniacally. Come at me. I am Rocks. After an indeterminate amount of time, the thunderous sounds echoing throughout God's Valley gradually subsided. At the edge of God's Valley, Whitebeard pushed a small wooden boat into the sea and then leaped into it. The Rocks pirate ship had long been destroyed by the pursuing marine warships, so he had to make this relatively sturdy little boat himself. Looking back at the direction of God's Valley, Whitebeard shook his head and softly said, "Goodbye, Captain Rocks." After speaking, he fished out a sky-blue devil fruit from his pocket. Thinking to himself, I actually found a devil fruit on the way here. It must have been prepared by those celestial dragons. What a windfall for me. On the marine warship, Sengoku was sitting on a bench, wiping the blood off his body. There were too many injured marines from this battle, and the medics were overwhelmed. Relying on his strong physique, he chose not to have the medics treat him, allocating the limited resources to other marines. Just as he was about to apply cotton to his wound with tweezers, there was a loud bang, and Carp barged in. Hey, Sengoku, are you all right? Puffed. Looking at the tweezers stuck in his wound, Sengoku's mouth twitched as he turned to yell in anger. Carp suddenly threw a wooden box, casually saying, "Look what I found." The box was adorned with several pieces of gold foil, clearly indicating that what was inside was valuable. Sengoku raised an eyebrow and slowly opened the box, revealing a golden devil fruit lying quietly inside. Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked up at Carp. Carp chuckled and said, "This must be one of those celestial dragon's fruits. I found one. You know, I'm not really fond of those people, so this fruit won't be submitted. But I don't want to end up a sitting duck, so if you're interested, I'll give it to you." Meanwhile, on the Roger pirate's ship, Roger and the others stood around a wooden box, staring in confusion at the red-haired baby inside. The baby waved its little hands, not crying but rather giggling. Chapter 11. Memory Recovery. Changes in the body in the Salber Kingdom, in the lawless land, in front of a somewhat dilapidated church pop. The four of them, including Jige, were teleported one after another. Ivan shook his dizzy head and mumbled, "What happened? My head hurts. Where's this?" Xiong looked up at the church in front of him, a look of sadness appearing on his face as he slowly spoke. "This is my birthplace, the Salber Kingdom." Ginny curiously looked around and asked, "So we escaped? There's even church here." "Yes, this church belongs to my father. He is a priest." Ivan and Ginny fell silent, knowing from Xiong as previous mentions about his experiences that he was recalling painful memories. The previously silent Jige suddenly emitted a painful sound. The three of them quickly turned to look at Jige, who was holding his forehead with one hand. His brows tightly furrowed, and fine beads of sweat were breaking out on his forehead, indicating that he was not in a good condition. Jige's earlier performance in the Valley of the Gods had completely earned him the recognition of the other three as their big brother. Even Ivan, the oldest, shouted, "Big brother Jige, what's wrong?" The three rushed to Jige's side. Ivan squatted down, letting Jige's arm rest on his shoulder. Ginny gently stroked Jige's chest. while Xiong extended his paw towards Jige. Jige understood Xiong's intention. He wanted to use the power of the pawpaw fruit to help him dispel his pain. It must be said that Xiong and the pawpaw fruit seemed like a match made in heaven. Their compatibility was very high. Additionally, since Jige had previously explained the abilities of the pawpaw fruit to them, Xiong had already explored some practical uses of the fruit. However, Jige raised his hand to stop Xiong's actions. In response to Xiong's puzzled gaze, Jige let out a weak sigh and said, "You are still not very familiar with the abilities of the pawpaw fruit, so don't use it carelessly. Besides, even if you do use it, there is no one else around now, and the pain will ultimately return to me." "No, I can." Xiong patted his chest, clearly indicating that he wanted to help Jige bear the physical pain. However, Jige still refused. He stopped Xiong's words because he did not want Xiong to do this. And at that moment, his mind was a complete mess, not really pain. In his mind, chaotic fragments of memories kept surfacing, like a revolving lantern. He wanted to stop and watch carefully, but couldn't. It all started after Galin mentioned the name Fagalando before he left. Jige saw his body placed on a cold examination table, and a man dressed like a celestial dragon was greedily staring at him. In an instant, anger, fear, confusion, and various negative emotions surged upon him, and Jige felt his head splitting with pain. Crack! Silver arcs of electricity erupted from Jige's body, shocking Ivan, who was left crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Xiong was startled by Jige and hurriedly pulled the frozen Ginny away, also lifting the shocked Ivan and using the power of the pawpaw fruit to retreat quickly. At that moment, Jige suddenly raised his head. His originally dark pupils transformed into blood red, and a tide of darkness spread out from beneath his feet. His gaze was hollow, and his voice was cold, as if it came from hell. "I must kill him. Revenge!" The darkness spread to Xiong's feet, forming a giant black mouth that seemed ready to devour Xiong. Just then, Jige's body went limp, collapsing to the ground. The dark giant mouth suddenly froze and fled back into the darkness, returning to Jige's body. Xiong swallowed hard and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Just now, he wanted to use his fruit ability to avoid it, but for some reason, when the darkness approached him, he felt that his connection to his ability became extremely sluggish and difficult to mobilize. If Jige hadn't suddenly fainted, along with Ivan and Ginny, would have likely been completely swallowed by the darkness. After putting Ginny and Ivan down, Xiong slowly approached the collapsed Jige, finding that Jige had completely fainted. He picked Jige up, and Ginny dragged the unconscious Ivan as they headed towards the church. That night, in a haze, Jige struggled to open his eyes, realizing he was lying on a soft, big bed. He slowly sat up. Another wave of dizziness hit him, and a voice filled with hatred echoed in his mind. "You are me. I am you. Avenge me." Jige did not feel anything strange. His expression remained calm as he murmured to himself, "I understand. We are one. I will definitely take revenge." After saying this, Jige suddenly felt a lightness in his body, as if something had completely dissipated from his mind. He felt an unprecedented clarity, his perception becoming extremely sharp, and the entire layout of the church clearly presented itself in his mind, including the presence of Xiong and Ginny, as well as the mummy next to him. Looking at the large-headed mummy wrapped like a rice dumpling beside him, a look of surprise appeared on Jige's face. The mummy shook its head a couple of times and made a muffled sound. "It's me, Jige. I'm Ivan, the one you almost electrocuted. He. Ah, this." Jige then remembered that he had shocked Ivan earlier. He slapped his forehead, turned around, and helped Ivan up, apologizing. "Sorry, Ivan. My brain was a mess back then. I didn't know what I was doing." "No, it's fine. We escaped from a place like the Valley of the Gods. This little injury is nothing. Hee hee ha ha." It was clear that Ivan was in a good mood and didn't hold the shocking incident against Jige. However, Jige still felt a bit guilty. He jumped off the bed and gently lifted Ivan onto his back. Ivan's eyes widened in shock. He knew Jige's physical condition. Although he wasn't weak, he wasn't much stronger than Ginny, who was a girl. But now, Jige was effortlessly lifting Ivan, who weighed more than him, and carried him as if it were nothing. Ivan felt like he was seeing a ghost. Jige also noticed this, but he didn't say much and carried Ivan like a gust of wind to the living room. Xiong, wearing an apron, was coming out of the kitchen with a bowl of steaming fish soup. while Ginny sat at the dining table holding a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, deep in thought. Upon seeing Jige carrying Ivan, Ginny was instantly dumbfounded, and Xiong's hands trembled, almost dropping the fish soup to the ground. Buzz! A gravitational force appeared, and the bowl was controlled by Jige, who chuckled. Xiong, your cooking skills are pretty good. This fish soup smells delicious. Chapter 12. Jige past Xiong came to his senses and hurriedly stepped forward to lift Ivan off Jige, then found a chair for Ivan to sit down. The four of them sat around a dining table, tasting the fish that Xiong had cooked. This fish was the only dish they had for dinner, but fortunately, it was quite large. Jige ate with great enthusiasm. This was the first time he had hot food since he crossed over. In the Valley of the Gods, they didn't have the energy to catch fish, let alone start a fire to cook, so they could only gather some wild fruits to serve as food. However, Xiong and the others were slow to pick up their chopsticks, just watching Jige savor the fish meat. After drinking a large bowl of thick fish soup, Jige smacked his lips and looked up at the three of them, exclaiming, "Why aren't you eating? It really tastes great." Xiong tentatively asked Brother Jige, "Do you remember what happened during the day? There was an electric current around you. Was that your devil fruit ability?" Ginny nodded vigorously, gesturing with her hands. Yes, yes. Even your eyes turned red. It was so scary." Ivan remained silent, staring with his big, round eyes filled with curiosity, clearly wanting to know what exactly had happened to Jige. Jige didn't plan to hide anything from the three of them and said softly, "That's because I remembered some things. You must have also heard what that person said to me just before we were about to leave." The only ones who were most clear-minded at the time were Jige and Xiong. Xiong spoke up, "I remember. That person said your surname is Fagalanduo. Does that surname have any significance?" "Of course, it's this surname that reminded me of many things." Jige suddenly paused, looking directly into Xiong's eyes, and slowly said, "Xiong, if I were a celestial dragon, would you hate me, Nanny?" X2 as soon as he said this. Ginny and Ivan jumped up from their chairs, looking at Jige with disbelief. Compared to their reactions, Xiong was much calmer. He lowered his head and said nothing, and no one knew what he was thinking. Jige also remained silent, just quietly watching Xiong. The hall of the church was terrifyingly quiet. Ginny finally couldn't hold back, forcing a smile and laughing. "You're joking, right, Brother Jige? How could you be a celestial dragon? We just escaped from the Valley of the Gods together." Ginny was unwilling to accept this reality, but seeing Jige's serious expression, she knew that this was likely true. Jige looked at Ginny and said softly, "How could I joke about something like this? I truly am a celestial dragon. Otherwise, why would the esteemed leader of the Knights of God, Galin, rescue a slave from Charlotte Lingling? This Galin is my uncle." Tears welled up in Ginny's eyes as she rushed to Jige, tightly grasping his hands as if afraid of losing him. She murmured to herself, "No way. That's just a coincidence." Yes, if that were the case. How could they allow you to end up in the Valley of the Gods? Jige gently stroked a pink tuft of hair on Ginny's head and calmly recounted his past experiences. He had now integrated with the remnants of the original soul, including the original memories, and he had essentially relived those painful moments. He was born in the holy land of Mary Geos, his father being the eldest son of the Fagalanduo family, Fagalanduo Gwalando. Gwalando's brother was Galin, who had already become the leader of the Knights of God. The Knights of God, as the elite force guarding the celestial dragons, had their leadership passed down through the Fagalanduo family in every generation. Of course, such an important position would not be designated to just one family. The reason it was always held by the Fagalanduo family members was that they were not only among the few enlightened ones, but also had exceptional talents. Their talents were not compared to the useless celestial dragons, but rather to the top powerhouses outside. This could be seen from Galin, whose performance in the Valley of the Gods was absolutely outstanding, as he fought against Charlotte Lingling, Whitebeard, and finally Rox, showing no signs of decline. In this generation, the Fagalanduo family had given birth to two brothers, Galin and Gwalando. As the elder brother, Gwalando also had good talent, but compared to his brother Galin, he was somewhat weaker, losing to Galin in every competition, ultimately missing out on the position of leader of the Knights of God. This became a permanent thorn in Gwalando's heart. However, his talent seemed to be more focused on intellect. In terms of scientific research, he was far ahead of Galin. There are too many gifted races in this world, and Guolando set his sights on this, ultimately choosing the Fur tribe and the Lunaria tribe. He wanted to experiment with infusing these two genes into himself to become stronger. However, he was also somewhat afraid of death, and having already reached adulthood, his body had mostly developed. Even if he used genetic modification, the effects would be limited. Just when he was feeling somewhat despondent, his child, that is Jige, was born. The Galin family places great importance on the physical qualifications of their descendants, with specialized instruments for assessment, and Jige's data in all aspects was incredibly strong, even surpassing the original Galin. This delighted Guolando, and this cold-blooded man actually set his sights on his own son. Jige's body was simply too perfect for Guolando, especially since it was his own bloodline. In this world, there are indeed ways to achieve bodily exchange, such as the surgery fruit, and, as a celestial dragon, Guolando certainly knew this. Greedily, he was not satisfied. He wanted to apply his previous ideas and genetic modification experiments to Jige, seeking to obtain a body comparable to that of a deity. Thus, Guolando collaborated with Vegapunk to conduct inhumane genetic experiments on young Jige. However, even if Jige's body had exceptional talent, he was still just a child, and the prolonged experiments directly led to his body collapsing, resulting in the failure of the experiments. Seeing Jige, who had already died on the experiment table, Guolando felt not a shred of sadness. Instead, he was consumed by madness and brutality. Useless. Useless. The already psychologically twisted Guolando even began to hate Jige, blaming him for shattering his dreams. Therefore, he ordered his lackeys to throw Jige's corpse onto a slave ship, which was then transported to the Valley of the Gods. Chapter 13. 4 people as they recounted this experience. Jige's expression showed no signs of fluctuation. Ginny and the others were in a state of shock. They could hardly imagine that such a father existed in this world, and calling him a beast would be considered a compliment. Jige lowered his eyelids, with a hint of dark smoke emanating from the corners of his eyes, clearly indicating that his mood was not as calm as it appeared. I will definitely return to marry Geos and kill him myself. Ginny's heart tightened, and she instinctively gripped Jige's hand tighter. Looking at him with urgency, "Brother Jige, are you going to leave us?" Ivan blinked wildly, expressing his inner anxiety in this way, while Bear also raised his head, looking at Jige with tension. Jige was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and chuckled. "How could that be? Right now, I'm pitifully weak. It's not the time to return to marry Geos." Upon hearing this, Ginny and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. As companions who had experienced the escape from the Valley of the Gods together, their bond was incredibly deep. Moreover, Jige's series of performances in the Valley of the Gods had already made him the backbone among the four, especially for Ginny, the only girl in the group, where this feeling was even stronger. Therefore, after confirming that Jige had no intention of returning to marry Geos for the time being, Ginny was undoubtedly the happiest one. She couldn't help but hug Jige, rubbing her face against his and shouting, "That's great, Brother Jige. We will always be together, never apart." Ivan clenched his bandaged hand with difficulty, and just as he was about to speak, Bear already took the lead, saying, "Brother Jige, you gave me this power. I will definitely train hard and will not hold everyone back." A brilliant smile spread across Jige's face, but against the backdrop of the darkness surrounding his eyes. His smile carried a hint of charm. "Bear, do you not mind that I am a celestial dragon?" Bear shook his head and softly replied, "No. Jige is still Jige. You are my eternal brother." Ginny turned her head, looking puzzled as she asked, "Bear, why were you looking down just now? It made me worried." Yes, I'm sorry. Actually, I knew about that family when Galin mentioned Fegaland. I heard about it when I was a slave, but I didn't want to ruin our relationship because of this, thinking that as long as I pretended not to know, we could continue living together. I didn't expect Brother Jige to bring it up himself. As he spoke, Bear scratched his head, and his somewhat clumsy gesture seemed so pure and sincere in Jige's eyes. Gently pushing Ginny away, Jige looked around at the three of them, a swirl of darkness flickering behind him. "Don't just talk about me. You have all been persecuted by the celestial dragons as well. I will help you take revenge for your grievances." After all, Ginny was a girl. For her, just being able to live well together was already great. So upon hearing Jige's words, she couldn't help but feel a bit anxious, But Brother Jige, is it really possible for us to resist the celestial dragons? Jige smiled slightly, raising his pitch-black right hand and whispering, of course, otherwise wouldn't I be wasting this dark fruit? As soon as he finished speaking, endless darkness surged from Jige, enveloping the entire church like a black curtain, leaving no trace of light. Ginny was frightened by this scene, gripping Jige's clothing tightly. Fortunately, the darkness did not last long. Soon, it faded, revealing a clean and tidy hall in front of Ginny and the others. What is this? Looking at this spotless environment around her, Ginny covered her small mouth in surprise, her face filled with wonder. Bear, also a power user, appeared even more astonished. He was amazed that Jige had already managed to control the devil fruit's power so well. He had witnessed the terrifying power of the dark fruit, as that horrific dark maw had almost swallowed the three of them whole. And even now, thinking back on it made him break into a cold sweat. He could feel the ultimate destructive power contained in that darkness, a force capable of turning everything into dust. Yet Jige had just released such a scale of dark power. But he could avoid the hall's furnishings and the three of them, merely absorbing the dust and garbage. This meticulous control made Bear feel a bit ashamed. If it were him, he might have created a huge meatball to cover the church and then do the cleaning. But not to mention that with his current abilities, just creating a meatball large enough to cover the church would be incredibly difficult, let alone controlling it to shoot out the trash inside the church. If he actually used it, he would probably blow the whole church away, which made Bear respect Jige even more. The reason why Jige's manipulation of the dark fruit had improved so greatly was that he had now completely fused with his original self, with a soul strength far beyond that of ordinary people. It was precisely because of this that he, already highly gifted, naturally awakened observation hockey. Ginny was not thinking as much as Bear. This magical scene made her little face flush with excitement as she clapped her hands vigorously. Gulp. Ivan swallowed hard, his eyes filled with envy. Among the two half-boys present, only he, as a half-boy, had not obtained a devil fruit, so after witnessing Jige and Bear's abilities, he also hoped to obtain a devil fruit of his own. However, he felt no jealousy. In his eyes, Jige and Bear were clearly more suited for those two devil fruits than he was. Jige noticed Ivan's reaction and, being perceptive, easily picked up on Ivan's current thoughts. He immediately smiled and said, Ivan, don't rush. The devil fruit suited for you hasn't appeared yet. Trust me, that devil fruit is destined to be yours. Ivan was instantly excited, dancing with joy. He believed in Jige's words and immediately asked, What is the name of that fruit? Jige wiggled his finger, wearing a mysterious expression, and said, I won't tell you just yet. You just need to know that it will perfectly satisfy your little quirks. This made Ivan even more eager, pestering Jige with questions, but no matter how much he begged, Jige remained silent, driving him to frustration. Finally, Jige could no longer stand being tormented by Ivan. A wisp of black smoke emerged from his finger, gently sweeping across Ivan's mouth. A veil of darkness covered Ivan's mouth, the perfect suction forcing him to pout. I haven't eaten yet. Chapter 14. Priest Jige, 6 years later, in the Church of the Salb Kingdom. A bear towering over 5 meters tall sat in the center of the church like a small mountain, facing a line of elderly men and women waiting for healing. Thanks to the abilities of the Meatball Fruit, the bear had become a well-known priest in the Salbek Kingdom, beloved by these elderly people who couldn't afford medical treatment. On the church bench sat a young couple, the man with his head down, seriously flipping through a black-covered Bible, while the woman rested her chin on one hand, gazing at the man intently. The two were Jige and Ginny, 6 years later. Ginny had blossomed into a beautiful young woman, sporting short pink hair, wearing a white tank top and dark denim shorts. The simple outfit looked youthful and vibrant on her. At that moment, she fluttered her light purple eyes and pouted, saying, Jige, are you really so fascinated by this book that you can't even glance at me? Is it because I'm not pretty? Jige looked up, gently ruffled Ginny's hair, and said, When did our beautiful Ginny become so insecure? The love letters sent to the church have piled up higher than the bear. Oof, who cares about those people? They're just like a swarm of flies, so annoying. As they spoke, the bear finished his work for the day, stood up, and escorted the elderly people out of the church, leaving behind a massive red, transparent meatball. Seeing this, Jige closed the book in his hands and slowly rose from the chair. Ginny stood up as well, looking at the tall figure of Jige beside her, a glimmer of admiration flashing in her eyes. Jige had just turned 15 this year, but he had already reached a height of 9 meters taller than Ginny, who was a few years older. He wore a long white coat with a high collar, adorned with a black cross on the chest, the color contrasting sharply with the bare attire from the Seven Warlords era. His messy black hair framed a fair face with sharp features, and his eyes were as dark as the night, deep like black holes. Looking at the transparent meatball formed from pain and exhaustion, Jige said softly, "It's time for me, the priest, to get to work." He lightly tapped the Bible, and the black cover seemed to come alive, writhing and forming a small black tornado that surged forth and landed in front of the meatball. When the darkness dissipated, an ugly middle-aged man wearing a crown appeared, his once magnificent clothes now tattered and looking quite miserable. Seeing the man slumped on the ground, Ginny exclaimed, "King Beckley!" The bear, hearing the commotion, ran back, and when he saw Beckley, he looked equally bewildered, because the pain and exhaustion produced by the bear's ability could not naturally dissipate. Jige had spent the past years capturing some scoundrels and bringing them back to endure this suffering. Jige preferred to go out at night, and with his shadow fruit ability, the villains called him the Dark Priest. The bear and Ginny had grown accustomed to this. After so many years with Jige, they were no longer the kind-hearted people who showed compassion to everyone. However, they never expected that this time Jige would bring back the king of the country. Jige walked over to Beckley, stood beside him, leaned down, placed a hand on Beckley's back, and whispered in his ear, "All right, now reach into this meatball. Do you want me to help you?" To Beckley's ears, Jige's voice sounded like a demon's whisper. His body trembled like a sieve, and feeling warmth in his lower body, he lost control and urinated. A strong, foul smell spread, and Jige frowned, his expression displeased. "As a king, you're truly embarrassing." Beckley suppressed his fear and said with a trembling voice, "You can't do this to me. I'm the king of a world government member state. Do you want to attract the Navy?" Jige merely smiled and replied, "Yes, I want the Navy to come. Speaking of which, they'll have to salute me when they see me." "Nanny, what nonsense are you talking about? Stop shouting. I specifically chose Monday. There are quite a few people here today, and this meatball is much larger than usual, just enough for you to enjoy." Without waiting for Beckley to respond, Jige applied a slight force and pushed him into the floating meatball. A scream like that of a slaughtered pig echoed through the church hall, lasting for a long time before gradually fading away. Thud! Beckley, now rolling his eyes, collapsed to the ground, ultimately falling into a pool of blood mixed with his urine. "TSK, can't even handle it after such a short time? You've had it easy being king for a few years." Jige shook his head, waved his hand, and a wave of darkness surged forth, engulfing the blood and Beckley before dissipating into the air. Ginny approached Jige, waving away the lingering odor in the air, and asked, "Jige, how did you capture this guy?" Jige smiled slightly and said, "Didn't I just say I wanted the Navy to come?" "Huh. But wouldn't the Navy stand on his side?" "Hee hee. Did you forget my surname? Do you think the Navy dares to act against me?" "So, Jige, what you mean is, of course, I want the Navy to hold a grand, welcoming ceremony for me." Jige narrowed his eyes, and wisps of black smoke rose from his dark hands. He intended to join the Navy. After 6 years, he felt that his strength had reached a bottleneck, and to continue improving, he needed to engage in battles and hone his hockey. The Sol Kingdom was simply too weak to satisfy his combat intensity. Now, the seas were turbulent, with forces like the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates rising one after another, providing him with the perfect opportunity to train. As for his identity issue, Jige had already considered this. He was not afraid that his overly flamboyant actions would prevent him from joining the Navy or attract the attention of Garando. He took out an envelope from his pocket, which had a line of embossed golden letters, Fegalandu, Galin, Saint. Chapter 15. Choices. Galin placed great importance on his nephew Jige, as an elite among the celestial dragons. He had the means to find Jige's location quickly. Over the past 6 years, the two had maintained contact. When Jige was preparing to eliminate the king, Galin wrote a single sentence in the letter he sent, Choose your own path, and remember, the Figolando family stands behind you. Galin's status within the family was unquestionable. Even his eldest son, Galando, could not sway his will. He had previously voiced his objections to Galando's methods, but he never expected Galando's experiments to be so dangerous that they directly led to Jige's death. By the time he learned of this news, it was already too late. Now that he had a chance to remedy the situation, he naturally would not let it slip by. Initially, Galin intended for Jige to return to the family, but Jige refused. The Figolando family valued strength above all. Jige needed to become stronger. He aimed to suppress the entire family with absolute power and then personally kill that beast of a father. In the evening, Ivan returned to the church after a wild day outside. Upon entering, he saw Jige and the others sitting on the sofa. Sensing something was off in the atmosphere, Ivan shrank his head and weakly asked, "Are you all waiting for me? What happened?" Ginny jumped off the sofa, hands on her hips, pointing at Ivan, and said angrily, "Ivan, where have you been? You're back so late." Ivan widened his eyes, gesturing as he spoke. "Don't you know? It's chaos outside. The king is gone." However, even with such explosive news, Jige and the others showed no reaction. Ginny even sighed, looking at him with an expression of helplessness. Jige shook the Bible in his hand and smiled, saying, "I've already sent him back to the embrace of God." What? Since Jige had never hidden his abilities from them, Ivan immediately understood what had happened. He swallowed hard and made a throat-cutting gesture, so the king was, "Yes." After a brief silence, Ivan suddenly raised both hands and started spinning around. "I've never liked that bastard king. You're the best, Jige-chan." "Huh." He spun around until he faced Jige, leaning back and throwing a flirtatious look at him. Ginny's head had a large hash mark appear on it as she kicked Ivan's backside, sending him spinning out of the room. Jige maintained a polite smile on his face, but a bead of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Habitually, he flipped through a couple of pages of the Bible in his hands. By the way, over the years, aside from training, Jige had spent his free time reading the books stored in the church to refine his temperament. 6 years ago, he awakened the power of the fur tribe within him, but it also led to his emotional instability, almost causing harm to Bear and the others. In fact, it wasn't just the fur tribe gene that caused this. It was mainly because there were other powerful genetic traits within Jige. Once these strong genetic traits were activated, it could easily throw him into a berserk state, making him unable to distinguish between friend and foe. Therefore, he chose to read books to keep his emotions in a peaceful state, allowing him to better control his power. With a clap, Jige closed the Bible, his expression turning serious as he said, "The news of the king's disappearance has spread, and the world government will soon take action. It won't be long before they send the Navy to investigate." Bear rubbed the pads of his hands together and said, "Big brother, are we going to war with the Navy, right?" Ginny pulled out a gold-plated handgun from her impressive cleavage, a birthday gift Jige had snuck into the palace to get for her. She treasured this golden gun and carried it with her almost all the time, except when bathing. Moreover, Ginny didn't just treat this gun as a decoration. Due to her looks and figure, some nobles had tried to take advantage of her and even resorted to violence. These people clearly saw Ginny as a mere decoration, but they were mistaken. While other girls her age were still being coddled by their parents, Ginny had already traversed the treacherous paths of the Valley of Gods. She had witnessed the dark side of the world early on, and having spent a long time with Jige, she understood the importance of strength. Thus, she had never slackened in her training over the years. And now she was a bona fide sharpshooter. Ivan was no different. His cross-dressing martial arts were beginning to take shape. Looking at the eager trio, Jige couldn't help but chuckle. "No need to be so tense. I'm not asking you to fight the Navy. I just want to know if you want to join the Navy with me." Upon hearing this, the three were momentarily stunned. After a while, Ginny, with a worried look, said, "I don't mind. Wherever you go, Jige, I'll follow. It's just, we were all slaves once, if they find out." Jige reached out and tapped Ginny's forehead, saying, "How do you always forget that I'm also a celestial dragon? With me around, no one dares to do anything to you." Ginny nodded obediently, taking Jige's hand with a serious expression. "Jige, I'm with you. I said it 6 years ago. We should never be apart." Bear also raised his hand, indicating he wanted to follow Jige, but only Ivan remained silent, looking down without expressing his thoughts. Jige didn't rush him, simply watching quietly. Ginny couldn't hold back any longer. She tugged at Ivan's ear and asked loudly, "Ivan, what are you thinking? Don't you want to come with me?" Ivan was silent for a moment before slowly raising his head, his face showing a rare, serious expression. "I'm sorry, but I really don't think I'm suited to be in the Navy. I love freedom. I love the sea." Ginny's expression changed, and she wanted to say more. But Jige raised his hand to interrupt. Jige had no negative feelings about Ivan's choice. Everyone had their own aspirations, and he wouldn't force it. Moreover, he had already anticipated this result. Although he felt a tinge of regret, he respected Ivan's choice. He wouldn't let this create a rift between them. He always remembered the days they fled together in the Valley of Gods and all the moments they shared over the past 6 years. Looking at Ivan, who wore a guilty expression, Jige smiled sincerely, patting Ivan's shoulder softly. "It's okay. We will always be friends. One day, we will meet again on the sea." Chapter 16 Spandane in the following days. Unlike the chaotic Salt Kingdom outside, the church where Jige was located continued its previous routine, as if nothing had happened. The only difference was that Ivan, who used to go out every day, had settled down. He stayed in the church, occasionally helping the bear attend to elderly patients. No one mentioned the events of that night, and the interactions among the few remained unchanged. Until one day, a naval warship arrived at the port. A large number of naval soldiers and a rear admiral stepped down quickly from the ship. The nobles and ministers of Salt Kingdom had been waiting here for a long time, and upon seeing the rear admiral, they immediately surrounded him. One minister eagerly approached the rear admiral and said, "You must be Rear Admiral Babuz from headquarters. We've finally been waiting for you." The rear admiral, named Babuz, nodded, saluted, but then did not look at the minister again. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the warship. Following Babuz's gaze, a man with a slick-back hairstyle and wearing a black and gray striped coat was seen walking down the ship with a swagger, flanked by 2 suited men. The naval soldiers on both sides revealed awkward expressions, lowering their heads, clearly not wanting to see this guy. A look of disgust crossed Rear Admiral Babuz's face, but he quickly concealed it. He slightly leaned forward and respectfully said, "Mr. Spandane, we have arrived in the Salt Kingdom." Spandane ignored Babuz, casting a sideways glance at the suited man beside him. The suited man immediately understood, skillfully took out a cigar and offered it to Spandane's mouth, then produced a lighter to ignite it. Taking a deep puff of the cigar, Spandane disdainfully surveyed the gathered ministers and then glanced at the nearby town, exhaling a large cloud of smoke. "Is this the Salt Kingdom? TCH, this can be called a country? No wonder the annual gold in the sky is so little pfft." A thick phlegm landed on the collar of a nobleman, but this nobleman, who was used to showing off, didn't dare to make sound. These ministers and nobles were not fools. From Spandane's arrogant behavior and words, they vaguely understood his identity. He was a person from the world government. The minister who had just been fawning over Rear Admiral Babuz immediately shifted his target, bowing like a shrimp and approaching Spandane, asking in a flattering tone, "Forgive my ignorance. May I ask who you are, sir?" Spandane maintained his haughty demeanor, and the suited man stepped in front of Spandane, reprimanding. "What do you want to get so close for? You aren't worthy to know the identity of the sir. Go stand aside." The minister was startled and hurriedly stepped back, nervously saying, "I am truly sorry for offending you. Please do not be angry, sir." Spandane waved his hand impatiently and said, "Enough, enough. I heard your king is dead. It's a trivial matter. Let Babuz handle it. I am here on an important mission." The minister bowed several times, and seeing him pitiful, Babuz spoke up. "Let's discuss the current situation. Do you have any leads on King Beckley?" Although he was a high-ranking minister, both Rear Admiral Babuz and Spandane from the world government were people he could not afford to offend, so he immediately replied, "That day, His Majesty the King was fine during the day, but he suddenly disappeared overnight. We suspect this matter is most likely related to that gig. He is young but possesses a strange ability, and most importantly, he is lawless and an extremely dangerous individual." Upon hearing the minister's description, Babuz slightly nodded, thinking, strange ability? Could he be a devil fruit user? No wonder. Devil fruits are rare commodities, especially in such remote, small countries. Even a slightly stronger user is not someone an ordinary person can deal with. Babuz wanted to ask more about Jige, but Spandane's expression suddenly changed drastically, and the cigar fell from his mouth. He abruptly pushed past the two suited men, grabbing the minister by the collar and shouting with spittle flying. "Who did you just say? Say it again." The minister, splattered with saliva, obediently replied, "Jige. Gig, King Beckley should have been captured by him." Slap. A loud slap echoed, and in front of everyone's eyes, Spandane slapped the minister hard, knocking him to the ground. If it weren't for Babooz's leg blocking him, who knows how far he would have rolled. Realizing what had happened, Babooz frowned and said displeasedly, "Mr. Spandane, although you are an official of the world government, isn't this behavior a bit excessive? After all, the Salb Kingdom is also a member state. You can't treat a minister like this without reason." Spandane gasped for air. He had no combat power and was exhausted from the slap. Once he caught his breath, he pointed at the trembling minister at Babooz's feet and cursed, "Damn it, don't you see what kind of person you are? How can you call that person's name so casually? I'll—" As he spoke, Spandane pulled out a handgun, aiming it at the minister, but one of the suited men hurriedly stopped him. "Mr. Spandane, don't kill him yet. We still need to find out where that person is." This had an effect. The furious Spandane lowered his gun and instructed the two suited men to drag the minister over like a dead dog. Babooz did not step in to speak for the minister this time. He fell silent, realizing that this matter was not as simple as he had thought. Not long ago, he received a mission from Admiral Sengoku to investigate the king's disappearance, but just as he was about to depart, Spandane suddenly arrived and insisted on accompanying him to the Salb Kingdom. Babooz initially wanted to report to Sengoku first, but Spandane produced a document signed by the world government, completely denying him the opportunity to report. With this document in hand, even if Babooz was unhappy, he had no choice but to let Spandane swagger onto the ship. Spandane had not disclosed his purpose to him, and he was too lazy to ask, thinking that once they arrived in the Salb Kingdom, everyone would go about their business. But now it seemed that their missions were intertwined. The key point was the young man mentioned by the minister, Jige. Chapter 17. I am your dog. Inside the church, Jige felt something and closed the Bible in his hands. Turning his face, he smiled at Ginny beside him and said, "Get ready, our ride is here." Ginny, who was staring blankly at Jige, blushed and nervously tugged at her white vest. Sitting up straight, she asked, "What's wrong, Jige? What guest?" As soon as she finished speaking, a sound of footsteps came from the entrance of the church. Spandane suddenly stopped in front of the church door, raising his hand to stop Babooz and the others behind him, whispering, "All right, you guys don't need to go in. Don't disturb that esteemed person." Babooz, increasingly curious, couldn't he help but ask, "Mr. Spandane, are you sure this Jige is the person you're looking for? I mean, no offense, but this person is likely a devil fruit user, and the disappearance of King Beckley is also related to him. I'm worried that you—" Spandane shot him a glare and continued in a hushed voice, "I've already told you not to call this esteemed person by name. Let me tell you, if we provoke him with just one word from him, not only you, but even I will disappear from this world." Spandane had always given Babooz the impression of being reckless and superior, but now just the name had him so frightened. Babooz found it hard to imagine what kind of background this person named Jige had and how he ended up in the small country of Sorb. He stopped questioning and directly ordered the Navy behind him to wait in place. Spandane spat a bit of saliva on his hand, rubbed his hair, and then straightened his clothes, putting on a flattering expression as he walked into the church alone. Inside the church hall, Jige and Ginny were sitting on a bench. When Spandane entered, he saw their backs. He didn't dare to make a sound and quietly walked to the side of the bench, smiling broadly as he asked, "Hello, is Lord Jige here?" Jige stood up. His height of nearly 2 meters gave Spandane a sense of oppression, and that calm expression made him suspect that the person in front of him was indeed the one he was looking for. "I am Jige. You must be sent by Uncle Galin, right? Is it Spandane?" Hearing the title of Uncle Galin, Spandane shivered and immediately bent lower, almost bowing down on the spot. Yes, I am Spandane. Lord Jige, please forgive my earlier rudeness. It is truly a great honor to meet you." Spandane had climbed to his current position relying on this attitude. He understood perfectly who the true masters of this world were. Not long ago, he received a message from Mary Geos, and he would never forget the commanding voice that came from the snail phone, the voice of Saint Figurland Galin. That was the Figurland family, the noblest of the celestial dragons, and Saint Galin had already become the head of the family. Just hearing that name made him feel breathless. When Galin entrusted him with the task of bringing Jige, he was so excited he nearly went mad. For him, this was an opportunity that was hard to come by. As long as he could establish even a slight connection with the Figureland family, his status could reach a new height. Moreover, the person he was sent to meet was the nephew of Saint Galin. Although he had never met Jige before, Jige's status in his heart was now even more important than that of his own father. Hearing the commotion, Xiong and Ivan both walked out of the room. Seeing Spandane, they guessed what was happening. The world government people had arrived. Ivan's face darkened. He knew this meant the moment for him and Jige to part ways had come. Spandane kept his head down, not daring to meet Jige's gaze. His extremely humble posture made Ginny click her tongue in amazement. This was also the first time Ginny intuitively felt Jige's noble identity. A high-ranking official from the world government actually behaved so pathetically in front of Jige. Jige looked towards the door and said, "There are still quite a few people outside. Why didn't they come in?" "Lord Jige, Saint Galin instructed that you do not want too many people to know your identity. So I didn't let them in." Jige nodded and praised, "You did very well." Receiving Jige's praise, Spandane felt a wave of comfort wash over him and immediately patted his chest, saying, "Lord Jige, rest assured. Saint Galin instructed that if you have any inconvenient matters in the future, you can hand them over to me. I will definitely handle them properly. You are my master. I'm your dog." Such words were not something just anyone could say. Even Ginny was left dumbfounded. Even Jige couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He lightly coughed twice and said, "All right, let the people outside in." "Yes, Lord Jige. Wait, don't add Saint after my name in front of outsiders, especially the Navy." "I understand." Now, Spandane was, as he said, completely transformed into a loyal dog, scampering outside to call people in. After he left, Ginny couldn't help but exclaim, "He really is a weirdo." Jige smiled and said, "You'll see more people like him in the future, so get used to it." Before long, Spandane returned with Baboos and a group of Navy and nobles. The glances they cast at Jige were filled with a hint of awe. Clearly, Spandane had briefed them outside. Baboos examined Jige, who stood in the center of the church, feeling surprised. He was surprised that Jige was even younger than he had imagined and sensed a hint of danger from him. This indicated that the strength of the person before him was not below his own, and perhaps even stronger. Jige also noticed the military rank on Baboos' shoulder and walked towards him. Watching Jige approach step by step, Baboos felt a tightness in his chest, his body instinctively tensing up. However, when Jige stood before him and spoke, it left him utterly bewildered. "Hello, Jige. My friends, and I want to join the Navy." Seeing Baboos remain silent, Spandane stamped his foot in frustration, cursing him for being an idiot. He shoved Baboos hard, but he was so weak that it almost made him stumble, further fueling Spandane's anger as he said, "Major Baboos, Mr. Jige is talking to you. Can you be a bit more polite?" Chapter 18. Jige's arrangement under Spandane's urging. Baboos had no choice but to speak. "I'm sorry, I can't make that decision. If you want to enter the headquarters, you need to report to the recruitment office first. Now that Zephyr has transitioned to a training instructor, he is responsible for recruiting and training new recruits." Hearing Zephyr's name, even the arrogant Spandane felt a bit deflated. He knew Zephyr, in his own words. He was quite blunt and not someone who understood compromise. However, Zephyr's strength was indeed formidable, having once served as an admiral. Spandane was self-aware enough to know that he could flaunt the world government's authority in front of Baboos, a rear admiral, but that would not be the case with Zephyr. He secretly glanced at Jige and found no signs of dissatisfaction on his face. In fact, he even wore a smile. To Spandane, this could only mean two things. One was that Jige had excellent self-control, able to perfectly manage his emotions even after hitting a wall with Baboos. The other was that Jige simply did not care about Baboos at all, fully confident in his family's power. Although Jige felt quite different from other celestial dragons, Spandane leaned toward the second possibility. After all, members of the Figureland family could do whatever they wanted. Thinking of the Figureland family, Spandane's apprehension towards Zephyr instantly dissipated. Yes, Zephyr was just an admiral, after all, in front of the Figureland family. Not to mention an admiral, even the current fleet Admiral Sengoku would be inconsequential. Just by looking at Garling Saint's attitude towards Jige, Spandane knew that this was someone who could walk sideways in Mariehua. The more Spandane thought, the straighter his back became. He raised his eyebrows and pointed at Babuz, saying, Mr. Jige wants to join the Navy. It is your Navy's honor. Don't push your luck. You just mentioned Zephyr, right? Come on, give me the din mushy. I'll personally talk to him. I want to see if he will give face to the world government or not. Babuz did not expect Spandane to be so bold after hearing Zephyr's name. But since the words were out, he steeled himself and reached into his pocket for the din mushy. However, Jige suddenly reached out and pressed down on his arm, saying, There is no need for that. We still need to follow the necessary procedures. You just need to take me and my friends to the headquarters. As he spoke, he nodded toward Spandane, which made the somewhat anxious Spandane feel deeply moved, almost to the point of tears. This was a way to give Babuz a way out. And he wasn't such an ungrateful person. He immediately agreed, stating that he would ensure Jige and the others were safely taken to the Navy headquarters. Xiong turned to glance at the cross hanging on the wall in the center of the church, his eyes filled with concern. Jige saw through his thoughts and called Spandane over, whispering something to him, to which Spandane nodded vigorously. After finishing, Jige patted Ivan's shoulder firmly, then called Xiong and Jinny to follow Babuz as they left the church where they had lived for 6 years. Ivan stood in silence for a moment, then suddenly bolted out of the church. He shouted at the receding backs of Jige and the others, Jige, thank you. And Big Bear and Jinny-chan, you all must take care. Hearing Ivan shout from behind, Jige did not turn around, but simply smiled slightly. He comforted Jinny, who was already in tears beside him, and turned to Xiong, saying, Xiong, are you worried about those old folks? Xiong was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself that Jige was indeed perceptive, always able to see through his thoughts. Yes, they were all old, unable to do strenuous work anymore. If they had any health issues, they wouldn't even have the money to see a doctor. Jige stood still, staring into Xiong's eyes, and said earnestly, Xiong, there are many people in this world like those old folks. You can't take care of them all. Their suffering is not your fault. You don't need to feel guilty about it. Xiong silently nodded. He understood Jige's reasoning. However, he had spent a long time with those old folks, and it was hard for him to just leave them behind without feeling a sense of reluctance. Jige put away his serious expression and smiled, saying, Don't worry, Xiong. I have arrangements for those old folks. Look, ISNT Spandane coming along. At that moment, inside the church, the ministers and nobles of the Soul Kingdom were hanging their heads, standing in front of Spandane like a group of elementary school students. Spandane was like a different person compared to how he had been in front of Jige, strutting around like a peacock, with a cigar in his mouth. He paced back and forth in front of the ministers, scolding them. You guys are really useless. You can't even manage such a small country properly. So many old folks, and they don't even have money to see a doctor. The two suited men behind him exchanged glances, based on their understanding of Spandane. He was just a scumbag with his mind filled with thoughts of promotion and wealth. When did he ever care about people's livelihoods? One minister weakly said, Lord Spandane, we don't want to be this way either. This is all the doing of the former King Bekle. He kept raising taxes too. Enough. I don't want to hear your nonsense anymore. Since that Bekle is incompetent, then let's replace him with another king. Okay. Under the incredulous gazes of the ministers, Spandane puffed out another cloud of smoke and casually said, This matter is settled. I heard the former king was named Bulldog. He seems pretty good. Let him take office again. But changing the king of a member country needs to be reported to Mary Ahua, right? I don't know if Lord Spandane... Do I need you to tell me this? Am I the kind of person who doesn't know the rules? Although only Spandane himself believed his words, everyone present thought otherwise, but no one dared to make a sound. Spandane knew that what he said was not particularly convincing. In fact, he didn't have that authority. However, since he dared to make such a decision, he naturally had his confidence, which came from Jige. Remembering Jige, a fervent look appeared on Spandane's face. He tossed aside his cigar and wiped his ash-covered fingers on a minister's clothing. Let me tell you, all of this is the intention of Lord Jige. He is the heaven. His words are the imperial edict. You all just need to obediently follow my orders, and you don't need to worry about the rest. After saying this, Spandane waved his hand and left with the escort of the two suited men. Chapter 19. Joining the Navy Naval Headquarters, Marineford Joey Kimmy, hailing from the South Sea, 19 years old, skilled in marksmanship. Bartholomew Bear, from the South Sea, 16 years old. A Paramecia-type user of the pawpaw fruit. Dark-side Jige, from the South Sea, 15 years old. A Logia-type user of the dark fruit. At the Navy recruitment office. The interviewers stared dumbfounded at Jige and the other two, then looked down at the 3 resumes laid out on the table. His gaze finally stopping at the small print on Gige's resume. Logia-type dark fruit. Major Babuz stood beside him, equally shocked. He had long suspected that Jige was a devil fruit user, but he never expected that Gige's devil fruit would be a Logia-type. He was well aware of the power of Logia-type devil fruits, especially since there were already 2 Logia-type monsters among this batch of newcomers under Instructor Zephyr. The magma fruit and the glint fruit. Babuz had witnessed these 2 users in action and could summarize it in one sentence. Their attacks were like natural disasters. Fortunately, the current instructor was the former Admiral Zephyr. If it were an ordinary officer, they might struggle to control these 2 Logia-type users. The officers at headquarters basically all mastered hockey to deal with the elementalization of Logia types, but the destructive power of magma and light was truly terrifying. To this day, Babuz still remembered seeing a Navy Rear Admiral of similar strength being toyed with by that glint fruit user. Even with observation hockey, he could hardly touch the hem of that user's clothing. As for the magma fruit user, there was no need to elaborate. It's not that the Rear Admiral couldn't touch him. He simply dared not. Just a touch from that boiling magma would be enough to send that Rear Admiral into a panic. Their proud iron blocks were nothing but a joke in front of magma. From that moment on, Babuz knew that devil fruits definitely had different grades. At least from his current perspective, Logia-type devil fruits were noble. Moreover, Gige's Logia-type devil fruit was the dark element, opposing light. Just thinking about it made it clear that this dark fruit was definitely a top-tier Logia-type, not weaker than those 2 fruits. Babuz's body trembled with excitement. He had brought back such a monster for the Navy. No, a genius. The interviewer swallowed hard, unsure if he was shocked, silly, or what, and inadvertently blurted out to Jige, 15 years old? You're a bit young. That doesn't meet our recruitment requirements. As he spoke, he looked doubtfully at Jige, who was nearly 2 meters tall, thinking to himself, is he really 15? Jige was also taken aback, about to explain when Babuz suddenly erupted, directly pressing the interviewer's head onto the table. Babuz, what are you doing? The interviewer struggled hard, while Babuz wore a constipation-like smile on his face, grinning at Jige and the others, saying, very good. I think the 3 of you are destined to join the Navy, under the astonished gaze of Jige and the others. Babuz's hands moved like shadows, grabbing the stamp on the table and stamping 3 times with a loud ka-ka-ka. Those who didn't know might think Jige and the others were signing a contract for servitude. When the interviewer lifted his head, Babuz had already grabbed the 3 resumes and instructed, you have all passed. I will report to Admiral Sengoku shortly. Then the headquarters will arrange accommodation for you. You can rest for a few days, and then take these 3 resumes to the Naval Academy to enroll. Jige glanced at the bright red stamp on the resume and said, shall we go out for a stroll and come back here to wait for you? Of course, but don't go too far. After all, you haven't officially joined the Navy yet. Okay. After Jige and the others left, Babuz took another careful look at the 3 resumes in his hands, giving Gige's resume a fervent kiss, making the nearby interviewer shiver in disgust. He rubbed his reddened forehead and said with dissatisfaction, hey Babuz, this is too much. Even ignoring Gige's age, have you investigated the backgrounds of the 3? You only know they come from the South Sea? Babuz glanced at him sideways and muttered, don't worry about that for now. This is a Logia type. Do you understand the value of a Logia type? TSK. And is also a Paramecia type user. Although Paramecia fruits are varied, this could also be a pleasant surprise. TCH. Look at you. That girl named Kimmy is pretty good too. She has a certain air about her. I see very few of the girls who came for interviews before had this vibe. Then that's it. Our Navy should welcome such talents. I'm not wrong in this. Seeing Babuz in a frenzy, the interviewer helplessly nodded, saying weakly, fine. Aren't you going to report to Admiral Sengoku? You might as well show him these 3 resumes as well. Sigh. We haven't even investigated their backgrounds properly. This is too hasty. Yes, I'll report to Admiral Sengoku about this matter truthfully. I believe he will support my decision. Babuz carefully tucked Gige's resume into his clothes and strode away. On the way, Babuz's excited heart gradually calmed down as he began to seriously consider this trip to Solb. Background investigation is indeed quite important, especially for Gige. Under Spandam's shadow, Gige's background appeared even more mysterious. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't possibly guess that Gige was a celestial dragon. At most, he would speculate that Gige was the illegitimate son of a high-ranking official within the world government, arranged to grow up in such a remote country like Solb for some shameful reason. When the time was right, they would arrange for their child to have a pathway laid out. He had heard of such operations before. Curling his lips, Babuz felt that compared to the Logia-type dark fruit, this little matter was nothing. Thinking this, Babuz quickened his pace and soon arrived at Admiral Sengoku's office. Gently knocking on the door, "Admiral Sengoku, it's Babuz." Kulmin. Inside the office, Sengoku was holding a document just received from the world government, mumbling to himself, "Strange, why did Solb suddenly change kings?" And no mention of the missing king, Beckley. Upon seeing Babuz walk in, Sengoku waved his hand and asked Babuz, "Just in time, tell me what happened in Solb? Have they found King Beckley?" Chapter 20 Shock. Sengoku Babuz recounted his trip to the kingdom of Sorb in detail to Sengoku. After listening, Sengoku pondered for a moment while stroking his chin and said, "A small kingdom like Sorb has attracted such great attention? I've heard of Spandam. He has a significant position in the world government, but he's not very likable." Babuz nodded in agreement, recalling how many times he wanted to kick Spandam into the sea on the way to Sorb. Sengoku picked up the documents on the table for a final glance before tossing them to a nearby white sheep, which eagerly munched on them, resembling a living shredder. When the sheep finally swallowed the paper with a gulp, Sengoku patted its head and said, "Forget it. Since the world government has already made a decision, the rest is no longer under our Navy's jurisdiction." "Babuz, do you have anything else?" Babuz quickly nodded, excitedly pulling out 3 resumes from his arms and neatly placing them on Sengoku's desk. Sengoku leaned back in his chair, glanced at the resumes, and asked in confusion, "Resumes? Isn't recruitment Zifa's responsibility? Why are you showing them to me?" "Admiral Sengoku, there are 2 devil fruit users among them, one of which is a Logia type, the dark fruit." Babuz exclaimed, "Nanny, a Logia type?" Sengoku sat up straight, leaning forward to stare at the 3 resumes on the table, finally fixing his gaze on Gige's. He murmured, "The dark fruit? Is it the dark element that counters Borisolino's light fruit?" "Babuz, you've really brought me a surprise." It's worth mentioning that the earlier information spread by Ginny in God Valley only clearly stated the Meatball Fruit and the Azure Dragon Fruit, with no mention of the others. The world government hadn't intended for the Navy to be involved in God Valley, and news about the devil fruits had been kept under wraps. So, aside from the Buddha fruit he received from Carp and the publicly known Azure Dragon and Meatball fruits, Sengoku had no idea what the remaining fruits were, especially the dark fruit. This was a treasure stolen from Rock's lair, the most valuable and powerful among the devil fruits they had prepared, and its confidentiality measures were the strongest. Moreover, Gige hadn't showcased the abilities of the dark fruit much in God Valley, so Sengoku hadn't thought much of it. What he was thinking now was, the Navy is really going to prosper this time. With Gige, the Navy has actually acquired 3 Logia-type devil fruits all at once. Light, dark, and magma. Anyone with a bit of common sense knows that these 3 elements cannot be weak. Once these 3 grow up, how powerful will the Navy become? Before he became Fleet Admiral, Sengoku was quite passionate. He didn't have to devote too much energy to dealing with the world government. That was the current Fleet Admiral Steel Bone Kong's concern. His main focus was on how to strengthen the Navy and eliminate pirates. Looking at Gige's photo on the resume, Sengoku's gaze grew even more fervent. Babuz had been observing Sengoku's expression and couldn't help but feel proud when he saw the usually composed Sengoku show such an uncharacteristic demeanor. However, he pretended to be troubled and said, "Admiral Sengoku, normally I wouldn't need to report this recruitment of new talent to you, but Gige is only 15 years old, which doesn't meet the recruitment regulations. I'm afraid Admiral Zifa would be unhappy when he sees this." "Regulations? What regulations? Didn't you see that Gige is already 1.90 meters tall? At that height, who cares about age? Besides, this is the dark fruit. Zifa isn't that rigid. He understands what this fruit means to the Navy. With Admiral Sengoku's words, I feel reassured, but there is one more thing. Gige's background is quite extraordinary. You didn't see how humble that arrogant Spandam was in front of him. That's not a big deal, since Jige has the awareness to join the Navy. It shows he is a passionate youth who yearns for justice. Besides, how deep can his background be? Could he be a celestial dragon? At this point, Sengoku couldn't help but chuckle. A celestial dragon joining the Navy? That would be absurd. Shaking his head slightly to dispel that ridiculous thought, Sengoku glanced at Kuma's resume again. A paramecia-type meatball fruit? Sengoku paused for a moment, finally recalling the incident in God Valley. He remembered that Charlotte Linlin was blocked by St. Garling, and the fruit was ultimately consumed by a tall child, who then disappeared with 3 other children. Sengoku furrowed his brow, beginning to calculate in his mind. Could this Kuma be that child from back then? Given his height, it was quite possible. Was he once a slave of the celestial dragons? This could be troublesome. He didn't suspect Jige would be one of them. In his eyes, Jige was a person with a world government background. How could he possibly be thrown into God Valley as prey? Sengoku pointed at Kuma's photo and asked, what is the relationship between this Kuma and Jige? They are friends. From my observations, their relationship is very good. Kuma and Ginny refer to Jige as Big Brother. Sengoku couldn't help but think of Crane, Carp, and himself from back in the day, a nostalgic expression appearing on his face. He nodded and said, I see. It's fine. You take them to the accommodation area to find a place to stay. And in a couple of days, take them to report to Zifa. Yes. Oh, and by the way, you worked hard this time, bringing back such a talent. I'll report your accomplishments to Fleet Admiral Kong. Thank you, Admiral Sengoku. Babuz excitedly saluted, picked up Jige's resumes, and happily left. After he left, Sengoku stood up from his chair and paced back and forth in his office with his hands behind his back. Once the celestial dragons were involved, things could become very troublesome. If it weren't for Jige, after learning about Kuma's identity, Sengoku wouldn't have sent Kuma to marry Gios. But he also wouldn't have agreed to let Kuma join the Navy. There was no helping it. The temptation of the dark fruit was too great for the Navy. This was not an exaggeration at all. In the terms of Blue Star, a powerful Logia-type devil fruit is akin to a nuclear weapon. Sengoku didn't want Jige, this future human nuclear weapon, to harbor any resentment towards the Navy because of this matter. He comforted himself in his heart. After all, there are already enough slaves of the celestial dragons, and so many years have passed. As long as I pay a little attention to concealment, they shouldn't notice. Chapter 21. Kizuru and Akainu in Marineford, the leisure area. Future Marine Admirals Kizuru and Akainu were aimlessly wandering down a street. Both were dressed casually. Kizuru wore a yellow shirt, a white hooded hat, and a pair of brown sunglasses. Akainu was in a red shirt, his muscular chest exposed, adorned with a tattoo of rose petals on his left pectoral. He wore a white naval cap with the brim pulled down, his expression stern, giving off a vibe of a mob boss. Compared to Akainu, Kizuru looked like a street punk. Kizuru was peeling a banana in his hand and glanced at the gloomy Akainu beside him. Sakazuki, today is a rare day off. Can't you be a little happier? Akainu adjusted the brim of his hat that was nearly covering his eyes, replying in a low voice, I still have a few sets of training left to do today. I need to eat quickly and continue training when I get back. Kizuru shrugged, finished the banana in 3 bites, and casually tossed the peel on the ground. Akainu frowned slightly, bent down to pick up the banana peel, and held it in his palm. Immediately, his hand turned bright red, and a thick smoke rose up as the banana peel turned to ashes under the intense heat, dispersing into the air. Polyasolino, you should pay attention to your image. Some people are calling you the yellow monkey behind your back. Kizuru laughed it off, seemingly unconcerned, but a shining golden light flickered across his brown lenses. That's really rude, but it doesn't matter. We've always been seen as monsters, so we're used to it. Saying this, Kizuru placed his hands behind his head and quickened his pace ahead. At that moment, Akainu suddenly said, I've already taught them a lesson. Kizuru paused, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting as he exaggeratedly said, Hey, Sakazuki, you're a bit too impulsive. Did you use your powers? No, it wasn't necessary to use my devil fruit powers on those people. True. If you didn't use your powers, I couldn't beat you anyway. Even if you did, I still couldn't. The usually carefree Kizuru was momentarily stumped, and he ignored Akainu, putting his hands in his pockets and whistling. The two walked in silence for a while before finally stopping in front of a barbecue restaurant. Gulugulu. Kizaru suddenly turned his head to stare at Akainu, asking curiously, Sakazuki, did you hear that strange sound? Akainu's face turned a shade of dark red. The sound clearly came from his stomach, and Kizaru was obviously teasing him. There was nothing he could do, although the food at the Naval Academy was decent. It couldn't withstand daily consumption. Akainu glanced at the tempting advertisement posted at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, gritted his teeth, and turned to leave without saying a word. Hey, don't go. I really want to eat barbecue today. Come eat with me, I'll treat. Akainu stopped, turned back, and shot Kizaru a glare. Just then, a waft of barbecue aroma drifted from the restaurant. He twitched his nose and said in a deep voice, fine, but don't eat too much. Teacher Zephyr said that too much oil would affect training. Kizaru sighed lightly, helplessly waved his hand, and said, all right, let's indulge this once. Let us go. Inside the barbecue restaurant, in a corner, Jige and his two companions were gathered around a grill. Ginny rested her chin on her hands, her big eyes staring unblinkingly at the sizzling pork belly, pouting. Jige, how much longer until it's done? I'm so hungry. Jige smiled and playfully flicked Ginny's smooth forehead with his finger, teasing, I think you're just craving it. Just wait a little longer. Can't you learn some patience from Bear? Upon hearing Jige's praise, Bear scratched his head a bit shyly and said weakly, Jige, I'm a little hungry too. All right, I'll add some more charcoal. Don't blame me if it gets burnt. Ginny rubbed her face against Jige's arm and sweetly said, I won't blame you. Jige, even if the meat is burnt, I can eat it all. Jige chuckled lightly and was about to speak when a rhythmic voice rang out from the entrance. Boss, is there still space? I want a big portion of beef with a mix of fat and lean. A dull voice followed, and 2 bowls of white rice. Sakazuki, you really have a fondness for rice. Hearing Akainu's name, Jige paused his action of adding charcoal and looked up towards the door. The restaurant server had already warmly welcomed them. Under the server's guidance, Kizaru and Akainu finally sat down next to Jige and his companions. Kizaru plopped down in a chair, stretched lazily, turned to Jige with a smile, and asked, Hey there, it seems like you've been staring at me. Do we know each other? Jige didn't hide it, smiling back, sorry, I was rude. I just felt you have a unique aura, so I couldn't help but look a few more times. Cough, cough. Akainu suddenly coughed twice, silently glancing at Kizaru. Kizaru seemed very interested in Jige, automatically ignoring the aura question, and asked, You look a bit unfamiliar. Did you just arrive here? Yes, we came to enlist. Upon hearing that Jige and his companions were there to enlist, Kizaru immediately pulled a chair beside Jige and, after sitting down, began chatting casually. What a coincidence. Maybe we'll be classmates. Let me introduce myself. I'm Polisolino, and that over there is Sakazuki. Jige glanced at Akainu, who nodded slightly, a somewhat stiff smile on his face. After briefly introducing themselves, Jige smiled and said, It seems you two will be our seniors in the future. Nice to meet you. Kizaru waved his hand and said, What seniors or whatever? We're a bit out of place at school. Once you get in, you might want to stay far away from us. Oh, why is that? I feel quite comfortable being around you two. Hey, we're called monsters at school. Who will want to hang out with monsters? We just have to stick together for warmth. Is that so? Jige flipped the meat on the grill with his chopsticks and softly said, Perhaps we're the same kind of people. Chapter 22, a meal. The expression on Kizaru's face remained unchanged, and with the sunglasses obscuring his eyes. No one could tell where he was looking at that moment. Is it a certain type of person? Hee, is this what Jige is talking about? As he spoke, he extended a finger, and a cross-shaped golden light flickered at his fingertip. Some diners who heard the noise and looked over were directly dazzled by the light and closed their eyes. Akainu crossed his arms and said in a deep voice, Borsalino, put away your powers. The light at Kizaru's fingertip instantly extinguished. He stood up, clasped his hands together, and bowed to the surrounding diners, saying, Oh dear. I'm really sorry, everyone, I got a bit too excited. After that, Kizaru selectively filtered out certain unpleasant sounds and sat down. And when he looked at Jige again, he was instantly stunned. Jige's pair of pupils seemed to swirl like 2 whirlpools, faintly emitting a pulling force. As he watched, Kizaru instinctively felt uncomfortable and withdrew his gaze. not wanting to look at Jige's eyes any longer. Akainu also noticed the anomaly around Jige, but he didn't feel any discomfort. Jige's eyes returned to normal, and he smiled, praising, "That was Borsalino-senpai's ability, right? What a magnificent power." Kizuru did not respond to this, and casually said, "Jige, you're also an ability user, right? What a terrifying ability. Can you tell me what your ability is?" "That's a secret for now. We'll meet again soon anyway. How about I keep some mystery?" "Haha, of course." Kizuru didn't mind. Unless the ability user was very famous, it's better that fewer people know about the fruit abilities. Moreover, in Kizuru's view, he had only slightly showcased his ability and hadn't revealed what kind of ability user he was. Anyway, he hadn't suffered any loss. However, he would never have thought that Jige was actually a time traveler who already knew a lot about him and Akainu. After that, the few of them no longer discussed this topic and began to chat casually. Under Jige's intentional guidance, the atmosphere became harmonious, and even Akainu, who usually disliked talking, said a few words. Once the dishes at Kizuru's table were served, the two tables even shared dishes that the other didn't have. Akainu, despite his reluctance, shared a bowl of white rice he ordered with Bear. There was also a small episode. Jinny's big eater attribute made Akainu, a man with a strong sense of masculinity, feel competitive. Although Jinny didn't pay any attention to Akainu, in his mind, how could a big man eat less than a weak girl who weighed less than half of him? He completely forgot about what he initially said about not eating too much and started showing off with the grilled meat on his plate. After finishing the last plate of grilled meat, Akainu looked satisfied at the stack of plates in front of him and, from the corner of his eye, glanced at Jinny. This glance left him dumbfounded. Jinny's plate was piled high enough to be described as a mountain. But her mouth was still busy as she picked up a large piece of grilled meat and sent it to her mouth. Jige and Bear were already accustomed to this situation. Bear had started flipping through the Bible, while Jige continued to help Jinny grill meat. Akainu touched his swollen belly and silently lowered his head, tacitly admitting his defeat. Watching Jinny enjoy her grilled meat, Akainu couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself that he had really lost his mind, competing with a girl over this. He felt no sense of loss in his heart. Instead, he felt particularly relaxed. For Akainu, who had been cooped up in Navy school with Kizuru, this experience was indeed quite novel. After finishing who knows how many plates of grilled meat, Jinny happily took a tissue to wipe her mouth. When she looked up, she found Jige and the others smiling at her. A rosy blush appeared on her fair cheeks, and she leaned close to Jige, whispering, "Why is everyone looking at me like that? Is the food here really that much better than in Sword Country? I just couldn't help but eat a bit more." Jige gently pinched Jinny's little nose and smiled. "All right, if you like to eat, then eat more. There will be plenty of opportunities like this in the future." Kizuru raised his hand and said mischievously, "Let me interject. Instructor Zifa is very strict, you know. Sakazuki and I haven't been out for 2 months, so you'd better be mentally prepared." "Huh? Why is he like that?" Jinny pouted, feeling that the future was bleak. Just as Jige was about to comfort her, she suddenly seemed to think of something and exclaimed joyfully, "It's okay. We have Bear here. When the time comes, we can just slip away." Bear cooperatively raised the meat pad in his palm, indicating that he was at their service at any time. Kizuru and Akainu also noticed Bear's paw, exchanged glances, and Kizuru whispered, "Another ability user? The newcomers are so terrifying." When it was time to settle the bill, Jige waved his hand and placed a large amount of cash on the counter, generously telling the staff, "I'll cover the expenses for both tables. The extra is just a tip." Over the years, Galin had sent Jige quite a bit of pocket money, and the amount was already astronomical. Take Kizuru, for instance. Based on his future salary as an admiral, he would have to work diligently for 100 or 80 years to earn just a fraction of Jige's pocket money. Moreover, Kizuru, who was still a student at that time, was calculating in his mind how many bananas Jige's bill could buy. Suddenly, Sakazuki spoke seriously. "Jige, we don't need to pay for our table." Borsalino said, "He-s treating this time." "Sakazuki, you're talking a bit too much today. I preferred the old." "Quiet you." God knows how much Kizuru wanted to shoot Sakazuki a look right now. He forced a smile at the staff, pretending to take out his wallet. Jige pressed his hand down and said solemnly, "I've already paid. I'm very happy to meet both of you seniors, so let me show my appreciation." Kizuru's hand slipped, and just as he was about to pull out his wallet, it fell back into his pocket. He exclaimed, "Jige, you don't have to be so polite. What seniors? Just call us by our names in school from now on. Right, Sakazuki?" Akainu watched Kizuru's actions the whole time, rolled his eyes, and turned away, indicating he didn't know this embarrassing guy. After bidding farewell to Jige and the others, Kizuru and Akainu returned to their dormitory in the school. Just as they sat down, someone knocked on the door. "Borsellino, Instructor Zifa wants you to go to his office." Chapter 23 Enrollment. Hearing Zephyr calling him, Kizuru immediately felt a headache and muttered, "What does the old man want now? Can't I have a peaceful day off?" Akainu had already taken off his shirt and was doing one-handed push-ups on the ground. Kizaru rubbed his hands and asked, "Sakazuki, why don't you come with me?" "No, Teacher Zephyr only called you." "How heartless. I just treated you to barbecue. It was Jige's treat." "Hey, close enough." Seeing that Sakazuki had no intention of going, Kizuru had no choice but to give up, dragging his head toward the door. Kizuru and Zephyr had a mutual dislike for each other. In Kizuru's view, Zephyr suddenly looking for him could only mean trouble. And indeed, it was just as he thought. As soon as he entered the office, Zephyr immediately scolded him. "Borsellino, I remember telling you not to use your powers recklessly outside the school, right? I received complaints about you." Kizuru rolled his eyes and muttered, "Who is so nosy? I just flashed a bit." Zephyr slammed the table and shouted, "What did you say? Stand at attention. You're a Navy officer. Act like one." Kizaru pouted, awkwardly straightened his body, and shouted, "Yes. Teacher Zephyr, you're absolutely right. Cut that out. If you're so right, why Haven T? I seen you pay attention to it. What is Sakazuki doing?" "Reporting to Teacher Zephyr. He has training." "Humph, and you still have a nerve to speak?" "Sakazuki has always been focused on physical training as a power user. And what about you?" "Reporting to Teacher Zephyr. I want to train too, but since you called me, I think what you need is the most important." Looking at Kizuru, who seemed like a dead pig, not afraid of boiling water, Zephyr rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, "Forget it. Saying more is useless. You'll understand once you suffer a loss in this." Reporting to Teacher Zephyr. "Can I leave now?" Zephyr waved his hand impatiently, as if swatting a fly, and said, "Go, go, go. Training resumes tomorrow, and you'd better not be late." "Yes." Kizuru gave a very standard military salute, turned around, and marched out, stomping on the floor with a loud bang. Zephyr crossed his arms and watched Kizaru leave the office. He sighed, took out a file from the drawer, looked at Jige's photo on it, and muttered to himself, "Another nature user. I hope you want to give me a headache like Borsellino." Sengoku had already given Zephyr the information about Jige and the other two, emphasizing Jige's potential, naturally wanting Zephyr to pay special attention to this promising candidate. In fact, Zephyr didn't need Sengoku to tell him. He already understood the significance of a powerful nature user to the Navy. As for Jige's age, he didn't even think about it. Since Zephyr resigned as Admiral and became an instructor, his mindset had changed a lot. Now, he dedicated all his energy to training his students, especially promising ones like Kizuru and Akainu, to whom he invested even more effort. Even though Kizaru often went against him, he would only scold him a bit, which was also due to Kizuru's strong talent. Despite Kizuru's laid-back attitude, Zephyr was well aware that even if Kizuru wasn't a light fruit user, with his current martial arts and swordsmanship, there was basically no one in the school who could match him except Akainu. Zephyr often thought about how great it would be if Kizuru could put in half the effort Akainu did in training. The reason he was so strict with Kizuru was not that he disliked him. It was purely a frustration of seeing potential go to waste. On the day of reporting, Rear Admiral Babesu arrived early at the residence of Jige and the other two, leading them to the Navy school. When he brought them to the entrance of a Navy school, Babesu stopped and smiled, saying, "I can only take you this far. Once you go in, walk straight to the office building. The top floor is Instructor Zephyr's office." Jige shook hands with Babesu and said, "Rear Admiral Babesu, thank you for your help during this time. That is what I should do. You three are rare talents, and your future achievements will definitely surpass mine. By then, I'll have to call you all Admiral." After that, the four of them exchanged smiles, and Babesu waved his hand and turned to leave. As Jige and the others entered the school, Jige noticed that many trainees were already doing physical training on the training field. Among them a familiar face, Akainu, who had just eaten barbecue with him not long ago. Akainu stood alone in a corner of the training field, surrounded by various training equipment, lifting a barbell that was clearly custom-made and not something an average person could lift. However, to Akainu, it seemed like a toy, and he showed no signs of strain at all. Other trainees passing by were already used to it. At most, they would glance over and continue with their own routines. It seemed that Akainu noticed someone was watching him, as he looked up and immediately spotted Jige and the others standing outside the field. Ginny waved her hand, and Jige gave Akainu a thumbs up. Akainu casually tossed the barbell aside, making a dull thud as it hit the ground. People around turned to look, and then they froze, because the usually poker-faced Sakazuki was smiling and waving at someone. Although the smile looked a bit stiff, it was clear that Akainu was trying his best to smile. They followed Akainu's gaze to Jige and immediately began to discuss. A new face. Who is that? I don't know. Probably a new recruit. Are there still new recruits joining at this time? They must have decent qualifications. The admission standards this year are not low. Looks like he knows Sakazuki. Usually, apart from Borsellino, he doesn't even bother with others. I guess they're from the same hometown. TSK. Could he be another monster? Shoo, don't say that. Do you remember what happened last time? Those guys who spoke ill of Borsellino were caught by Sakazuki and ended up in the hospital for half a month. As soon as this was said, the discussions abruptly stopped. They remembered that those guys had been clever enough to provoke Sakazuki, claiming he relied solely on his powers and challenged him to fight without using them. Those guys were relatively strong among the trainees and thought they had a good chance if Akainu didn't use his powers. However, the reality was brutal. Akainu indeed didn't use his powers, but he knocked those who had been bad-mouthing him out cold with just his fists. This made everyone realize that the gap between them and Akainu was not just due to a devil fruit. Outside the field, after Jige greeted Akainu, he was about to continue walking forward when suddenly he stopped, raised his hand, and grabbed. Zephyr, who had appeared behind Jige without him noticing, looked at his arm in surprise and praised, "Good reflexes, you must be Jige." Chapter 24, come on. Show it Zifa arrived early today and witnessed the scene of Akainu greeting Jige. He was both surprised and pleased by this. Akainu and Kizuru, both top students, had some issues with their personalities to varying degrees. Kizuru was relatively manageable, at most giving Zifa a headache, while Akainu was different. Zifa had always been very worried about him. Akainu was somewhat too sullen, had very extreme views on certain issues, and was generally not talkative, lacking in social interactions. As an older generation of the Navy, Zifa always believed that the Navy was a collective, and he wanted Akainu to break out of his closed-off heart and actively integrate into the Navy family. Therefore, he was very happy to see the slight change in Akainu's behavior today. When he noticed that the other person was Jige, who had come to report, Zifa hurried over. He initially intended to pat Jige on the back, but unexpectedly, Jige's perception was so sharp that he noticed Zifa's movement immediately. Jige released his hand, slightly bowing to Zifa, and said, "Teacher Zifa, I am Jige, reporting for duty today." Zifa smiled and nodded, very satisfied with Jige's performance. At least compared to the problematic Kizuru and Akainu, Jige looked quite normal. Ginny and Xiong also greeted Zifa. Just as Zifa was about to speak, a melodic voice came from behind. "Ah, it's Jige. I see you right away. It looks like today will be a pleasant day." Everyone turned to look, and they saw Kizuru walking over leisurely, one hand in his pocket and the other adjusting his sunglasses. Upon seeing Kizuru, Zifa, who was in a good mood, instantly felt like he had swallowed a fly, and his expression darkened. He glared and shouted, "Borsellino, what time is it? Look at what the other students are doing." Kizuru had just adjusted his sunglasses, and upon seeing Zifa standing next to Jige, his expression changed slightly, muttering, "Well, today is not going to be pleasant." He adjusted his posture and said, "Good morning. Teacher Zifa, the students are really diligent. They've already started training before the time." He deliberately emphasized the phrase "before the time," making Zifa's forehead vein bulge. Considering that there were new students present, Zifa suppressed the urge to give Kizuru a slap and sternly said, "Enough. The training time is here. Assemble in the training area immediately." After saying this, Zifa directly moved into the training ground. Kizuru shrugged and said to Jige and the others, "The old man has this temper. Just get used to it. Then he put his hand over his eyes as if looking out and said with a smirk, Sakazuki really is something. Getting up so early for what? Provoking the old man into another episode. Jige casually replied, maybe this is what they call a hard worker. Hard worker? That sounds impressive. What does it mean? Well, it describes someone who is very diligent. Oh, I see. Hey, why be so diligent? The time is clearly stated, and there is nothing wrong with training on time. Right, Jige? After hearing this, Jige couldn't help but laugh, thinking that Kizaru might indeed be serious about clocking in after becoming an admiral. Patting Kizaru on the shoulder, Jige said earnestly, you're right. Kizaru's eyes lit up, and he naturally draped his arm over Jige's shoulder, exclaiming, I knew we would get along. Let us go, or the old man will get angry again. Jenny watched the two backs and pouted. I hope Jige won't lead him astray. Her mind automatically conjured up the image of Jige wearing sunglasses and smirking, making her shiver involuntarily. Xiong shook his head and whispered, no way. Big brother Jige is much more mature than us. He won't be easily influenced by others. Besides, this Borsellino Sr. isn't a bad person. Just has a special aura. Oh, Xiong, you're so serious. Am I not more familiar with Big Brother Jige than you? Well, I know Sister Ginny cares a lot about Big Brother Jige, so sometimes she thinks too much. Ginny's face instantly turned red, and she began to stomp her feet on the ground. Xiong, what are you talking about? I care about you and Big Brother Ivan too. Xiong continued shaking his head, muttering, it's different, it's different. Ginny covered her ears and dashed off, leaving behind a remark, Xiong, Big Brother Jige is right. You're just a big straight man. You're going to be single forever. Xiong watched Ginny catch up with Jige, a smile appearing on his face. At that moment, a bright bell rang, and the surrounding students began to gather towards the center of the training area. Zifa stood there with his hands behind his back, and when he saw Kizaru and Jige walking shoulder to shoulder, his eyelids twitched again. Fortunately, Kizaru didn't pull any tricks this time. He stood with Jige and Xiong at the back of the line, alongside Akainu. Ginny went to the female students group by herself. Once the line was formed, Zifa cleared his throat and spoke loudly. Today we have 3 new students joining us before the training begins. Let them come up and introduce themselves. Applause erupted as the students turned to look at Jige and Xiong, with Kizaru clapping the loudest. Xiong was the first to step up to introduce himself. His mountain-like physique made the other students gasp, and when he mentioned being a devil fruit user, there was another round of astonished exclamations. Zifa's expression remained unchanged. He had already learned about Xiong from Sengoku. After all, he had also experienced the battle at God Valley. Hearing about the pawpaw fruit, he understood what was going on. He didn't say much. After all, he was no longer an admiral. As long as they were sent here, they were all his students, and he didn't care about the celestial dragon's issues. Moreover, since Xiong was a student and a user of a devil fruit, he needed to understand Xiong's abilities to conduct targeted training, so Zifa asked Xiong to demonstrate his powers. Xiong nodded, bringing his hands together in front of his chest, then slowly pulling them apart, revealing a very cute, transparent paw ball floating between his palms. Some female students couldn't help but exclaim, this ability is so cute. Xiong's face turned slightly red as he shyly lowered his head. Some male students rolled their eyes, thinking that paramecia abilities were always so flashy. Probably another ability that looked good, but was useless. Zifa's expression, however, became serious. He could sense the power contained within that transparent paw ball. He waved to the students below. Everyone spread out. Let Xiong properly demonstrate his abilities. Chapter 25, the finale. After Zifa finished speaking, everyone gathered behind Kuma. Kuma pushed with both hands, and the transparent meatball in his palms slowly flew out, floating above an empty space. Kuma glanced back at Jige, who smiled and nodded at him. While everyone's attention was captivated by the floating transparent meatball, Kuma quietly said, Bear paw shockwave. Boom! The transparent meatball suddenly exploded, releasing a blinding white light, followed by a terrifying shockwave that spread out, covering most of the training ground. When everything settled, the previously ravaged area showed no trace of grass, with nothing but bare ground in sight. The crowd behind Kuma was stunned by the scene before them, and Zifa crossed his arms, a look of shock on his face as well. The paramecia-type devil fruits had always been of mixed quality, But the meatball fruit had been chosen by the celestial dragons, so Zifa had high expectations for its abilities. However, he did not expect the performance of the meatball fruit to be this impressive. In terms of destructive power alone, it was already enough to classify the meatball fruit as a top-tier paramecia-type devil fruit. Zifa's gaze flickered as he looked at Kuma's sturdy figure, thinking to himself that they had struck gold again. Among the crowd, Kizura had his mouth agape in shock, exclaiming, "How terrifying! Is there really such an exaggerated paramecia?" Akainu's face became serious, and he couldn't help but glance at the calm Jige beside him. He clearly remembered Kuma calling Jige Big Brother, and now that Kuma exhibited such powerful abilities, one could only wonder what kind of abilities this Big Brother possessed. On the side of the female trainees, those who previously thought Kuma's abilities were cute were still in a daze, while only Ginny was excitedly clapping her hands and shouting, "Kuma is amazing!" Zifa also regained his composure, patted Kuma on the waist, and praised, "Very good. The development of your abilities has reached this level. With some more training, I have high hopes for your future." Kuma shyly scratched his head, first bowing slightly to Zifa, then retreating back into the ranks under everyone's awed gazes. After he stepped back, Ginny volunteered to step forward, her graceful figure and beautiful face instantly capturing the attention of many male trainees. Looking at the lively and attractive Ginny, a smile appeared on Zifa's serious face as he took out a military flintlock pistol and handed it to her, saying, "Ginny, I've looked at your profile, and it says you are skilled in marksmanship. Why don't you show us?" Ginny did not take the pistol Zifa offered. Instead, in Zifa's astonished expression, she quickly turned around and pulled out a golden pistol from the navy vest on her chest, then spun back around, smiling brightly. "Sorry, Zifa-sensei, but I prefer the gun that Jige and I gave me." Looking at the golden pistol that gleamed in the sunlight, and then at the shabby one in his hand, Zifa awkwardly cleared his throat, but seriously pointed out, "That gun is a bit too conspicuous. It could expose your position on the battlefield." Ginny glanced at Jige and waved her hand, saying, "Zifa-sensei is right, but I believe Jige and I will protect me." As soon as she said that, the crowd erupted into cheers, along with the sound of some male trainees' hearts breaking. Jige helplessly shrugged, looking as if he was being modest in front of everyone. Zifa, seeing the situation, said nothing and indicated that Ginny could begin. Ginny's little face looked flushed, and her heart was racing. She didn't know what had come over her. She had just blurted out that line, practically confessing in public. However, Ginny was not a timid girl. Now that she had said it, there was no point in regretting it. She took a deep breath, quickly adjusted her state, and raised her hand to shoot several rounds at the targets set up in the distance. Zifa had excellent eyesight, even from afar. He could clearly see that all the targets had been hit in the center of the red bull's eye. Every shot was a perfect 10. When Ginny's results were announced, applause broke out once again, and Zifa also expressed his approval. Holding the pistol, Ginny turned to Jige with an expectant look, and upon seeing him applaud, she proudly puffed out her chest and returned to the ranks. Ginny's choice to pursue marksmanship was Jige's suggestion. Although guns were not as prominent as swords in the pirate world, there were still a few representative powerful figures to reference, such as Beckman and Jesus Burgess. In the pirate world, except for monsters like Big Mom, most women were indeed physically weaker than men, making it difficult for them to reach the pinnacle in swordsmanship and martial arts. If women wanted to increase their strength, aside from devil fruits, marksmanship was definitely a good choice. Jige felt very pleased with Ginny's performance today. He was already thinking about finding a suitable devil fruit for her in the future, one that would perfectly complement her marksmanship. While he was contemplating which fruit would suit Ginny, Kizura nudged him with his shoulder and quietly said, "It's your turn, Jige. I suppose it's time for me to see your abilities." Jige was taken aback for a moment and looked up to find everyone staring at him. He nodded lightly and stepped out of the ranks, moving closer to Zifa. At Zifa's cue, Jige smiled slightly and said, "Hello everyone, I am Darkside Jige, 15 years old, and I am a natural type user of the dark fruit." Before Jige could demonstrate his abilities, everyone fell silent upon hearing the words natural type, dark fruit, and the surroundings instantly became eerily quiet. The reason for this reaction was understandable. Kizuru and Akainu had left such a deep impression on them. Even though Jige maintained a harmless smile, They couldn't help but categorize him as a monster in their minds. Kizaru stared at Jige, standing in front, muttering to himself. No wonder I felt a bit awkward when I first saw him. The darkness opposing the light? Seeing that the crowd remained unresponsive for a long time, Jige turned to Zifa and asked, Zifa-sensei, do I still need to demonstrate my abilities? Zifa did not immediately agree. He suddenly glanced at Kizaru at the back of the ranks, causing Kizaru to shiver, hurriedly bowing his head and muttering, Oh no, what does the old man want with me? It can't be anything good. As if his thoughts had manifested, Zifa's voice came from the front, Borsellino. You are light, and Jige is darkness, so you should come up and cooperate with Jige to demonstrate the power of the dark fruit. Chapter 26. Divine Might. Kizaru had reluctance written all over his face. He raised his hand and said, Teacher Zephyr, Jige is still a newcomer, and he is a Logia user. If he loses control later. Zephyr interrupted him irritably. You don't need to worry about that. Now get up here. Sighing heavily, Kizaru hung his head and walked over to face Jige. Zephyr added from the side, Pay attention later. If I find out you're just going through the motions, I'll cancel your extra allowance for this month. What? Teacher Zephyr, you can't joke about that. I'm not joking. You haven't fought seriously in a long time, have you? I need to see what progress you've made recently. What about Sakazuki? I don't need to worry about Sakazuki in this regard. As for you, Zephyr crossed his arms and shot a sidelong glance at Kizaru, his meaning clear. Kizaru wanted to struggle a bit more, but Zephyr directly kicked him in the rear, angrily saying, Stop talking nonsense. Start now. After that, Zephyr commanded the other trainees to retreat to the edge of the training ground, leaving the entire field to Jige and Kizaru, giving both of them enough face as Logia users. Kizaru patted the black shoe print on his backside, muttering something under his breath, then looked up at Jige and asked, Jige, shall we start? Jige smiled back. Please take care of me, Borsellino. As soon as he finished speaking, Kizaru raised his hand and shot a laser, which pierced through Jige's body and exploded in the back, instantly creating a charred pit in the ground. Kizaru had anticipated this situation. He thought since Jige was a Logia user, he would definitely be able to elementalize, and such an energy attack would surely be ineffective. This move was purely to annoy Zephyr, since Zephyr had just said he would handle the fighting and not worry about anything else. Kizaru thought it would be fun to let Zephyr deal with the mess of repairing the training ground. After all, just seeing Zephyr's dark face would be secretly satisfying. However, Zephyr knew Kizaru too well. He sternly called out, Borsellino, didn't I tell you how to deal with Logia users? Kizaru pouted, realizing he couldn't keep up the act. He lifted his leg, and a layer of black hockey slowly covered his calf, causing the other trainees to gasp in surprise. Is that hockey? Borsellino has actually mastered it. This guy is hiding quite deep. I've never seen him use it. Is it possible that he doesn't need to use hockey against us? That's true. But do you think Sakazuki can do it too? That's a matter between monsters. Let us not pry too much. Knowing too much will only make us anxious. Jige was in trouble. Without hockey, he posed no threat to Kizaru. Zephyr nodded lightly, observing Kizaru's performance. He had mastered hockey quite well. He had other intentions in having Kizaru use hockey. He wanted Jige, as a Logia user, to feel what it was like to be hit. After decades in the Navy, Zephyr had seen some Logia users, and they all had a common flaw, an over-reliance on elementalization. He wanted Jige to realize this early on, so he wouldn't become overly confident just because he was a Logia user, and instead focus more on physical training. Kizaru kindly reminded Jige, be careful later. You might get hurt. Jige appeared to be unaware of the power of hockey, still looking calm, implying that Kizaru could come at him freely. Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses, his body emitting a golden glow, and he transformed into a streak of light, appearing in front of Jige, executing a horizontal kick aimed at Jige's waist. His speed was incredibly fast. By the time the people on the field reacted, Kizaru's right leg had already kicked Jige. However, the scene of Jige being kicked away did not occur. Kizaru's right leg, covered in hockey, actually passed right through Jige's body. Kizaru was completely taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Due to inertia, he ended up spinning 360 degrees in front of Jige and nearly fell over. Once he steadied himself, he glanced at the hockey on his right leg that had yet to dissipate and looked up at Jige with an incredulous expression. Not only was he shocked, but even Zephyr on the sidelines was stunned. With his rich combat experience, he quickly realized that Jige had predicted Kizaru's attack and had shifted his elementalized body in advance. Upon realizing this, Zephyr was even more shocked because it indicated that Jige had awakened observation haki, and his strength was not low. Given that Kizaru's ability provided a terrifying boost to speed, normal observation haki would struggle to keep up with Kizaru's speed. Zephyr couldn't help but recall the moment earlier when Jige had grabbed his arm at the training ground entrance, and he became even more convinced. Considering Jige's age, Zephyr was at a loss for words. Even without the dark fruit, Jige was a true genius. What he didn't know was that Jige's situation was completely different from what he thought. After becoming a user of the dark fruit, Jige discovered that it could also elementalize. However, due to the nature of darkness, any attacks received would be automatically absorbed, ultimately causing double the pain to be reflected back onto the body. To avoid this flaw, Jige developed another form of elementalization, which involved hiding his elementalized body in a dark space to evade attacks. The advantage of this method was that it could evade almost all attacks, even haki. Of course, the downside was that once Jige entered this state, he could not attack others. Furthermore, even though Jige himself was darkness, staying in the dark space for too long would make it easy to get lost in the endless darkness. He could not stay in this state for more than 10 minutes each time. However, as Jige developed his fruit powers, the duration would gradually increase. This method was inspired by Obito's Kamui from Naruto, so Jige named this special elementalization Divine Might. Kizaru, not willing to give up, tried to test Jige again. But Jige did not give him that opportunity. A black vortex appeared in the palm of Jige's hand, and Kizaru instinctively felt a sense of crisis. Instantly photonizing and scattering backward, Jige slowly raised his right hand and softly said, "Universal pull." The countless light particles that Kizaru had transformed into suddenly halted. Then all flew back toward their original direction, ultimately coalescing into Kizaru's form. His shoulder was firmly held by Jige, and a rare look of panic appeared on his face, because he realized that he was unable to activate his ability. Chapter 27. A lesson for Kizaru. Looking at the flustered Kizaru in front of him, Jige slowly spoke. "This is the power of the dark fruit. It devours everything in darkness, including devil fruits. As long as I catch the user, they will lose their abilities." What? As soon as these words were spoken, not only Kizaru but everyone else gasped in shock. They could not imagine that such a devil fruit could exist in the world. Even Zephyr was encountering this situation for the first time. He had wanted Kizaru to teach Jige a lesson, but the tables had turned. Just a few days ago, he had mentioned that Kizaru would suffer a setback in terms of abilities, but he never expected it to happen so quickly. After all, the glint fruit was incredibly versatile, with not only amazing destructive power but also high mobility. Even if faced with an unbeatable enemy, one could still escape. He initially thought that darkness and light were opposites, but what was happening now completely overturned his understanding. The speed of light seemed so powerless in the face of the gravity of darkness, and with the dark fruit's ability to suppress devil fruit powers, it was simply a natural counter to the glint fruit. Kizaru quickly realized this and calmed down. He immediately coated his arm with haki, preparing to compete with Jige in physical combat. His thoughts were clear. While he had indeed suffered a huge setback in terms of devil fruit abilities, he didn't think he would lose to Jige in physical combat. Did he really think he was slacking off every day at the Navy Academy? With one shoulder being held by Jige, he concentrated all his strength into his other arm and threw a punch at Jige's abdomen. In this position, Jige could not dodge. Using the K-Ken would mean losing control over Kizaru, so it seemed he had no choice but to take Kizaru's punch head-on. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the hand Jige had on Kizaru's shoulder suddenly emitted a burst of blue electricity, and just as Kizaru's fist was halfway out, his entire body convulsed from the shock. Thud! Kizaru fell to his knees, staring up at the sky, a wisp of white smoke escaping from his mouth. This time, not only was Kizaru stunned, but Zephyr and the other students were also shocked, as if they had been electrocuted themselves. Kizaru only experienced a brief daze, but quickly regained consciousness. Jige reached out and pulled him up, brushing off the dust on him, and asked with concern, Borsellino, are you feeling all right? Kizaru tilted his head weakly and after a moment managed to say, Jige, does the dark fruit have an electric ability? Jige casually explained, of course not. The ability to generate electricity comes from the mink tribe. It's a racial trait. Kizaru realized, I see. So you're from the mink tribe. He then looked at Jige with a puzzled expression and asked, but your skin looks pretty smooth. Where did all the fur go? Could it be? Kizaru's expression suddenly became lewd as he glanced at Jige's pants. Jige's face darkened, and he said irritably, What are you looking at? Both my parents are human. Huh? Then how could you? Jige fell silent, tugging at his clothing to reveal the crisscrossing scars on his chest. Kizaru's expression froze, and he became serious. He did not continue to ask, but silently patted Jige on the shoulder. Jige acted as if nothing had happened. He waved to Kuma, who immediately used his ability to appear beside Jige, which amazed everyone again. The synergy between Kuma and Jige needed no explanation. Jige just shot a glance at Kizaru, and Kuma immediately understood Jige's intention. Under Kizaru's puzzled gaze, Kuma raised his hand and pressed it against Kizaru's chest. Then, a red, translucent meatball emerged from Kizaru's back. Once again, something jaw-dropping happened. The previously lethargic Kizaru instantly became energetic, looking as if he hadn't just been electrocuted. Kizaru felt entirely refreshed. He did a few stretching exercises on the spot and exclaimed in surprise, What a relaxing feeling. What's going on? Kuma patiently explained his ability, and after hearing it, Kizaru's eyes lit up with two cross-shaped golden lights, and his gaze towards Kuma changed. The ability to dispel pain and fatigue is something any knowledgeable person would recognize as extraordinarily valuable. It could be said that once Kuma showcased this ability of the Meatball Fruit, he became an undisputed treasure in the Navy. Zephyr clenched his fists tightly, and God knows how excited he was. He even wanted to hug Sengoku and give him a big kiss. If previously Kuma had been considered a gift to Jige, now that his ability was revealed, his value had become entirely independent. Kuma was an existence that not only had overwhelming output, but could also fully heal. Zephyr no longer considered Kuma's past as a slave, believing Sengoku would not dwell on it either after knowing. Such talent deserved to belong to the Navy. The celestial dragons could go to hell. So far, the performances of Jige and the others had completely exceeded his expectations, especially the two biggest surprises, Jige and Kuma. He couldn't wait to tell Sengoku about today's events. Back at Jige's side, Kizaru was twisting his waist, performing some stretching movements. But the red meatball behind him suddenly shook and slowly moved closer to Kizaru. Kizaru immediately sensed something was off and instantly transformed into light to dodge to the side. But the meatball continued to float towards him at a leisurely pace, its speed gradually increasing. Jige shouted to Kizaru, who had already moved to the edge of the arena. Borsellino, if no one takes this from Kuma, it will eventually return to you. Kizaru shouted back while dodging. Then what should I do now? Am I supposed to keep dodging like this? Jige extended his hand, and several streams of flowing darkness gathered in his hand, finally transforming into a black Bible. A gentle breeze blew by, and the Bible flipped open, releasing a constantly expanding dark tornado, from which a seemingly half-dead man was flung out. He was a hapless pirate Jige had captured back in the Sorbet Kingdom. This man was the last one trapped in Jige's Bible, being a pirate. He had a decent physique, while the other unfortunate souls had long since starved to death and been disintegrated by the darkness. Items kept near a Logia user can be transformed by the elements. This can be referred to later with the rose worn on Akainu's chest. Jige's Bible had already been successfully transformed into a storage space. Since it was a fixed dark space, it could better control the violent dark powers, allowing people or objects stored inside to be kept for a long time. Chapter 28. The first day, Xiong bent down, reaching out to grab the unfortunate pirate on the ground, as if catching a chicken, lifting him up and throwing him into the meatball that had popped out from Kizaru's body. The pirate was already on his last breath. Upon contact with the meatball, he couldn't even let out a scream before he completely passed away, his body being devoured by the darkness released by Jige. The whole operation was smooth and fluid, leaving the onlookers stunned. After seeing the meatball disappear, Kizaru swiftly returned to Jige's side and praised, "This method is fantastic. I must catch more pirates to hand over to you in the future. Jige put away the Bible and smiled. Catching pirates is hard work. Aren't you tired? Kizaru replied. You understand me, but with Xiong's abilities, having more pirates is never a bad thing. The two exchanged smiles. Although Kizaru seemed a bit offbeat, he wasn't a petty person. Losing was losing. He wouldn't let this create a rift with Jige. On the contrary, their relationship had actually improved. Moreover, after this battle, Jige's performance had conquered everyone, earning the recognition of both Kizaru and Akainu. Now they truly acknowledged Jige. Despite appearing isolated in naval school, they had also isolated others in a way. If the gap between people is too large, it's hard to play together. Once Jige and the others regrouped, Akainu shot a fiery gaze at Jige, excitedly saying, Jige, what you just did was amazing. That's how to deal with pirates. I'm definitely keeping you as a friend. Jige was momentarily stunned. He thought Akainu was fired up for battle, but it turned out to be about this. However, considering Akainu's character in the manga, this was indeed very much like him. Seizing such an opportunity to enhance their bond, Jige immediately extended his hand towards Akainu, smiling. What are you talking about? Aren't we already friends? Akainu nodded vigorously, not hesitating to shake Jige's hand, his tone extremely serious. You're right. We are friends. Suddenly, Kizaru raised his hand and exclaimed, Hey, what about me? Sakazuki, have you forgotten about me? We've known each other for so long. Why haven't you said this to me? Where are we exactly? This statement sounded somewhat ambiguous, causing a drop of cold sweat to run down Jige's forehead. Looking at Akainu, Jige noticed that his face gradually turned red, with steam rising from it. Jige immediately wanted to retract his hand, feeling that it was somewhat hot. Some perceptive individuals around had already stepped back, creating space for Jige. Akainu and Kizaru. Just as Jige was about to use his divine power, Akainu finally returned to normal, releasing his hand, adjusting his navy cap, and forcing out a line. Borsellino, you're also my friend. That's more like it. Kizaru smirked, satisfied, resting his arms behind his head. The performance of the three was observed by Zifa, who revealed a gratified smile. Jige and the others were sure to become top combat forces in the Navy in the future. If they could stick together, he truly couldn't imagine what force at sea could rival the Navy at that time. Thus, he made a decision, saying, the performance of the three newcomers has been excellent. Jige, I'll assign you and Xiong to a dormitory. You two can share a dorm with Sakazuki. There are just 2 spots available there. Akainu had no objections to Zifa's arrangement, and even Kizaru, who often liked to oppose Zifa, nodded in agreement. The 2 beds in their dormitory had been empty for a long time. After all, no one wanted to live with these 2 monsters. Janie was a girl, so she was naturally assigned to the girls' dormitory. With her cheerful and lively personality, she was quite popular, especially with her relationship with Jige and Xiong. No one would be foolish enough to cause her trouble. Once everything was arranged, Zifa noticed it was getting late and thought it might be best to conclude for today and start formal training tomorrow. He was indeed in a good mood today, planning to go to the tavern with Sengoku and Garp for a drink that night. With that thought, he waved his hand and announced the dismissal, prompting a burst of cheers from the students. However, after a while, not a single person left the training ground. Most of the students gathered around Jige, hoping to get to know him better. After all, compared to Kizaru and Akainu, Jige seemed much easier to get along with. There were plenty of smart people present. Considering Jige's performance today, his future achievements would undoubtedly reach a level that commands admiration. Even though everyone was currently a student, this was the Navy. Once they graduated, for someone like Jige, Kizaru, and Akainu, achieving military merit would be quite easy, and their ranks would soar like a rocket. Previously, because Kizaru and Akainu had somewhat odd personalities, they were hard to approach. But after Jige arrived, those 2 seemed much more normal, with Jige as a link. At least they could exchange a few words. So it wasn't just lively around Jige. Some others also tried to strike up conversations with Kizaru and Akainu. If one could latch onto these 3 big names now and become a follower of any of them, life in the Navy would be much easier in the future. Moreover, the Navy is not a comfortable job. The mortality rate is high. One never knows when they might encounter a powerful pirate crew and meet their end. Building good relationships with Jige and the others could potentially save one's life in critical moments, which is undoubtedly a beneficial endeavor. Kizaru had one hand in his pocket, still looking nonchalant, casually chatting with anyone who approached him. Akainu, on the other hand, crossed his arms, appearing unapproachable. Yet, there were indeed some bold individuals who approached him, including two that Jige recognized: future Navy Rear Admirals Doberman and Gecko Moria. In fact, Xiong's performance was also quite impressive, but he gave off a somewhat dull vibe. Despite his large size, he had a weak presence, and the number of people approaching him was the least. Everyone could see that Xiong was completely centered around Jige. It was better to find Jige directly than to seek out Xiong. As the youngest and most attractive among them, Jige naturally had the highest popularity, surrounded by the most female students. Even with such a throng of admirers, Jige felt a bit overwhelmed, trying to maintain an awkward yet polite smile. Among the male students seeking Jige were Weasel and Fire Mountain. He specifically chatted a bit more with these two, and they felt a bit euphoric from Jige's special attention. Just when Jige and the others were surrounded and unable to move, Janie finally squeezed through the crowd, unabashedly throwing herself into Jige's arms, and said sweetly, "Jige, I'm hungry. Let's go eat." Chapter 29 Transformation. The next day, Zephyr, who had a great time drinking with Sengoku and the others last night, got up early as usual and went to inspect the training ground. The Navy School's training area was very large, and he habitually looked towards the area where most people usually gathered, but he only saw a few scattered students, all of whom were female. Zephyr's expression darkened. He thought to himself that it must have been because the training ended too early yesterday, which allowed those kids to seize the opportunity to go out and have fun, and now they were probably still sleeping soundly in the dormitory. It seemed he could no longer set such a precedent. They were still young. How could they be lax at this time? How could they sleep? Just as Zephyr was thinking about waiting for everyone to gather before starting a devilish training session, a loud cheer came from a distance. 99, 100. Sakazuki is amazing. Jige's speed is getting faster. Go, Jige. Borsellino, what are you doing? What the heck? Is he asleep? Zephyr was taken aback and turned to the direction of the voice. He saw that the corner that was originally reserved for Sakazuki was now filled with people. He counted, and combined with the few girls in the center of the field, the students had actually gathered. There were so many people that Zephyr could only tell from the students' cheers that Jige and the others were also in there, and even that guy Borsellino, who always liked to show up at the last minute. Curious, he held his breath and quietly approached the back of the dormouse. The dormouse had no idea that Zephyr was behind him. He was stretching his neck, blushing, cheering for Jige in front. In the center of the crowd, Jige, Borsellino, and Akainu were lying on the ground with their shirts off, each lifting a large barbell in a press motion. Ginny was timing with a stopwatch, but her gaze was always on Jige, so it was hard to tell if she could accurately press the stopwatch later. Seeing the scene, Zephyr, who was initially a bit angry, suddenly felt all his frustration dissipate, and he was even quite happy, although he didn't know what had happened. The sight of the students coming together was pleasing to the eye. However, when he turned his gaze to Borsellino, he immediately scolded him as a habit. "Borsellino, are you slacking off again? Did you put glue on that barbell? Is it stuck to your stomach?" Borsellino, who had been daydreaming on the ground for a long time, shivered when he heard Zephyr's voice. He instinctively pushed the barbell a couple of times, but quickly wilted again. Zephyr's shout also drew the attention of the others, who turned to look at him. Ahem. Zephyr coughed a couple of times, thinking, it's all that scoundrel Borsellino's fault. I wanted to observe for a while longer. Now that I've been exposed, his next action surprised all the students. He put away his serious expression and smiled, saying, "You all continue. It's still early. Haven't they decided the winner yet?" After saying that, he took the lead in shouting, "Put in more effort. Whoever wins this month, I will give them double subsidies." This reward had little temptation for Jige and Sakazuki. After all, one had plenty of money, and the other was focused on the competition. Only Borsellino, upon hearing this, immediately lit up with excitement and began to push the barbell vigorously. However, he had been slacking off for too long, and before he could push a few times, Ginny had already pressed the stopwatch with a click, cheering, "The competition is over. Jige, you're amazing. You tied for first place with Sakazuki." Borsellino, who ended up in second place, which meant last, lay on the ground like a wilted eggplant, lamenting, "Teacher Zephyr, why didn't you say it earlier? What a waste of effort." Zephyr rolled his eyes at him. I gave you the chance, if you didn't seize it. Whose fault is that? The three on the ground got up one after another, and Ginny immediately draped a coat over Jige, attracting envious glances from the other male students. Akainu picked up a coat from the ground and put on, covering his muscular upper body. In fact, many female students liked Akainu's strong and fierce look. But he looked too intimidating, and no female students dared to approach him. Of course, Akainu didn't care about such things. As he was buttoning up, he said, Jige, your body is very strong, much stronger than that guy Borsellino. Jige shivered, thinking that Akainu always spoke in such a blunt manner. However, Jige still admired Akainu. After all, his physical talent was among the very best, being from the Figureland family, and his body had undergone special modifications. Although Akainu's talent was also not low, it still fell short compared to Jige. Their tied competition results were entirely due to Akainu's usual hard work. Borsellino sat cross-legged on the ground, sighing repeatedly, still regretting the loss of the double subsidy. Akainu understood Borsellino well and comforted him kindly. Borsellino, even if you had given your all from the start, it would still be hard to beat me and Jige in this. Borsellino looked at Akainu with a speechless expression and retorted, I said, Sakazuki, are you comforting me or hitting me? Of course, I'm comforting you. Hearing their conversation, Ginny couldn't help but burst out laughing, grabbing Jige's hand and saying, Jige, those two are really interesting. Not only Ginny, but even the onlooking students were also amused by the banter between Akainu and Borsellino. They suddenly realized that these two, whom they once viewed as monsters, actually had such a cute side. After the disbandment yesterday, the generous Jige treated all the students to a big meal. They were all young people, and after sitting together for a few drinks, they quickly relaxed. Those few students who had been beaten by Akainu even apologized to him and Borsellino in person while under the influence of alcohol. The most explosive moment was with Ginny. Despite her incredible appetite, her alcohol tolerance was completely the opposite. She got drunk after just a few drinks and, at that moment, wrapped around Jige like a little snake, saying things that made her want to find a crack in the ground to hide in when she thought back on it. On the way back, she even told Bear that if she got drunk again in the future, he should use his ability to expel the alcohol from her body, or else she would be too embarrassed to face anyone. Today, when she met Jige at the training ground, her face was still rosy. Fortunately, Jige didn't have the chance to bring up last night's topic, as he was directly pulled by Akainu to compete. However, this made Ginny feel a bit disappointed, as if she had said something in vain. Girls' thoughts are always so complicated. Ginny looked up at Jige's profile, her gaze gradually becoming dreamy. It wasn't until Zephyr called for assembly that she came back to her senses. Reluctantly letting go of Jige, she ran off to join a few girls she had just met. Chapter 30. The 6 Styles of Instant Learning as usual before the daily training began. Zephyr would outline the training goals for the day. Today, he talked about the training of the 6 styles. Before Jige and the others arrived, Zephyr had already informed the other trainees about the training methods of the 6 styles. However, the 6 styles are not so easily mastered, let alone the 6 styles. It is rare for any trainee to proficiently master even one of them. The seasoned vice admirals like Mongoose and Phantom Spider have only learned 2 or 3 styles at most, and even the formidable Akainu and Kizuru have not mastered them all. With new trainees joining, Zephyr decided to teach the 6 styles again. Of course, it is not necessary to learn all of them. It depends on individual circumstances. For someone like Kizuru, learning the moonwalk is completely unnecessary, as his light fruit already grants him superior aerial mobility. Among the 6 styles, Kizuru is best at the finger pistol, as it greatly enhances the power of the lasers he fires from his fingers. Jige carefully watched as Zephyr demonstrated and explained the 6 styles in succession, mentally dismissing both iron body and paper drawing. Paper drawing was the most redundant skill for him, as with his observation hockey intensity, he had no need for that skill. As for iron body, ISNT that just an illusion? Excluding those 2, the remaining 4 styles would greatly benefit Jige. Finger pistol and gale foot would compensate for Jige's current lack of single-target attack capabilities, while shave and moonwalk would significantly enhance his mobility. After finishing his explanation, Zephyr dismissed the group so that the trainees could consolidate what they had learned. He then approached Jige and the others, preparing to personally instruct them. After all, Jige and his companions were latecomers, so it was understandable for Zephyr to give them a little extra attention. He looked at Jige and the others and asked, "Did you understand what I just explained? Do you need me to demonstrate again?" Ginny and Bear nodded, but Jige remained silent. Zephyr thought Jige was processing what he had just learned, so he did not disturb him and began guiding Ginny and Bear instead. He started with shave, but halfway through his explanation, Jige suddenly moved. His feet tapped the ground at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, and then his figure instantly shifted several meters away. Seeing this, Zephyr's movements halted, and some of the other trainees stood frozen in shock. Akainu grabbed Kizaru's fist and said sideways, "Is that shave? Has Jige already learned it?" However, he wasn't too surprised. The use of the 6 styles depends on one's physical condition. The stronger the physical condition, the faster one learns, especially for a simple move like shave. Jige himself felt nothing unusual. He tried a few more times, getting faster each time, until he even created afterimages in the process. This display left some trainees who had yet to master shave feeling hopeless, exclaiming that it was unfair. Ginny tilted her head and said to Zephyr, "Teacher Zephyr, why don't we go learn from Jige now? You can move on to the next style." Okay. Actually, shave is a very basic move. Once you master shave, it means your leg strength is up to standard, and you can then proceed to moonwalk and gale foot. Whoosh! A blue slash cut through half the training ground and hit the wall at the edge, leaving a deep crack. Watching Jige stepping in midair, Zephyr was at a loss for words. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, most trainees hadn't even finished their warm-up, and Jige had already learned 3 of the 6 styles. This kind of talent was absolutely unheard of. It was already in the realm of the monstrous. Some trainees in the training ground had already knelt down, pondering the meaning of their existence. In midair, Jige frowned and muttered to himself, "The power is a bit lacking. Let's try this." Crack! Jige forcefully stomped in the air, shooting straight up, and during this process, his left foot erupted with a violent burst of electric light, which he then kicked downwards, gale foot, thunder slash. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped slash entwined with electric arcs came crashing down, hitting the ground and causing a violent explosion, with rampant electric light bursting forth, illuminating the dazed faces in the training area. Landing steadily, Jige looked at the charred pit on the ground and finally revealed a satisfied smile. This was the effect he was aiming for. Zephyr was already numb. He weakly waved his hand and said, "You two go find Jige. These 3 styles should be enough for you to practice for a while." Ginny cheered and happily pulled Bear towards Jige. In no time, a crowd had gathered around Jige. Mongoose looked at the pit created by Jige's kick and muttered to himself. This move wasn't taught by Teacher Zephyr. The more composed Fire Mountain patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Stop looking. The more you look, the more frustrated you'll be. Just focus on practicing your own skills. Don't compete with Jige. He is not in the same league as us." Ginny didn't care about any of that. She stood next to Jige and sweetly said, "Brother Jige, Teacher Zephyr asked us to come find you. We'll trouble you today." Seeing this, Bear immediately said, "Brother Jige, why don't you teach Ginny first? I'll just practice by myself." Jige nodded and found a corner with Ginny to start one-on-one instruction. Ginny was learning earnestly, her pair of long, fair legs swinging back and forth in front of Jige, making his blood rush. He shook his head, focusing on explaining some key steps to Ginny, but it seemed her mind was not entirely on learning. Rather, it felt like she was deliberately showing off. Just as Jige was trying to correct her posture closely, Ginny lightly bit her lip and suddenly lifted her leg high. This caused her body to lose balance, her calf directly resting on Jige's shoulder while her upper body leaned to one side. Jige instinctively reached out to hold her waist, stabilizing her body. The two stood in a very awkward position, with Ginny's face pressed tightly against Jige's chest. The strong heartbeat made her feel flushed all over, and her breathing became heavy. Jige himself was also feeling it. Ginny's figure was simply too good, and if he didn't react to such close contact, he would have to follow Ivan from now on. Taking a deep breath, Jige cautiously moved his shoulders, wanting Ginny to lower her leg. However, Ginny showed no signs of cooperation. A mischievous glint passed through her eyes, and taking advantage of Jige's moment of relaxation, she exerted force again. And the two of them fell backward. Chapter 31. Ginny's troubles. The two of them fell back to the ground, gazing into each other's eyes. Ginny's face grew even redder until Jige tapped her waist, prompting her to slowly sit up. With a soft pop, their lips parted, but Ginny still didn't get off Jige. Her long legs positioned in a V shape on top of him, making the posture look even more ambiguous. She lowered her head, staring intently at Jige below, and asked shyly, "Jige, did you feel anything just now?" "Not bad. It was soft," Jige replied. "Oh my," Ginny exclaimed, bouncing up from Jige's lap and covering her face as she ran away, leaving no trace behind. Jige smacked his lips, standing up and looking at the already distant Ginny with a gentle smile. Having lived 2 lives, he could easily understand Ginny's feelings. He just thought it wasn't the right time yet. At least he should wait until he graduated from the Naval Academy, by which time he would just have turned 18. In the following days, Ginny's attitude towards Jige remained the same as before, but she often unintentionally made some physical contact with him. Jige always responded calmly. After all, this tender girl was no match for him, an experienced man. Each time, she would blush furiously and ultimately flee in embarrassment. Of course, their relationship wasn't just about playful teasing. Most of the time, they focused on training. Although Ginny's talent couldn't compare to a monster like Jige, one must not forget her big appetite. Despite eating so much, she had never gained weight. People in the world of One Piece with this trait usually weren't weak. The large intake of food allowed Ginny's physical strength to grow rapidly. And coupled with the systematic training and professional guidance of the Naval Academy, she had become the strongest among the female cadets in just a few months. With her outgoing and generous personality, she often helped her female peers deal with some flirtatious male cadets, subtly trending towards becoming a big sister figure. However, when facing Jige, she still appeared like a soft, neighborly little sister, often being teased by him. One day, Ginny ran a few laps around the training ground and then sat down on the ground, drawing circles with her finger. A few female cadets who were closer to Ginny gathered around her. One of them, a young cadet with short golden hair and a spirited look, patted Ginny's shoulder and asked with concern, "Ginny, why have you been so down these days? This isn't like you." Ginny blew a puff of air at her pink bangs and pouted, "I'm fine, Jessica. When do you think Jige and the others will be back?" Jessica sighed helplessly and placed her hands on her hips, saying, "I knew it. You're always thinking about your Jige. He has only been gone for a few days. And you're like this? Can't you be a bit more independent, my big sister Ginny?" The other girls chimed in teasingly, "Yeah, Ginny, Jige is with Zephyr. He won't run into any danger. You're overreacting. Speaking of which, Jige really is impressive. He has only been here a short time and has already been taken out on a mission by Zephyr. Who says he has not? If it weren't for our Ginny here, half of the girls would be trying to get close to him, even me." One girl trailed off as Ginny pinched her face, glaring and asking, "What do you want to do?" "Nothing. I'm a loyal Ginny fan." Jessica tugged at Ginny's ear from behind, saying with a hint of annoyance, "All right, we're not trying to steal your Jige. Don't be like a mother hen protecting her chicks." Ginny suddenly turned around and hugged Jessica, tears welling up in her eyes as she said, "Jessica, I haven't been apart from Jige since I met him. I miss him so much." She rubbed her face against Jessica's stomach, making Jessica feel a pleasant tingle in her body. She hugged Ginny's pink little head and gently comforted her like a big sister. On the male cadet side, Squirrel and the others were practicing while chatting. "I wonder how Sakazuki and the others are doing. I really want to go out to sea with them." "Yeah, who would want to? The sea isn't very safe these days. Without their strength, it's easy to lose your life even with Zephyr protecting us. Right? Let us keep training hard." While everyone was chatting, a tall, beautiful figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the training ground. She had a high black ponytail, wore light makeup, and had a beauty mark near her mouth, making her face look exquisite. She wore a peach-color short-sleeve shirt on top and dark shorts on the bottom, with a noticeable spider tattoo on her smooth, fair thighs and a beautifully crafted dagger at her waist. As soon as this beauty appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of many male cadets. The female cadets were also sizing her up, and when they saw her ample bosom, several of them gasped in awe and lowered their heads in embarrassment. Jessica tugged at Ginny's collar, pointing at the girl standing at the entrance, and said, "Ginny, look, that girl is really pretty. Is she new?" Ginny merely glanced at her before looking away, her mind filled with thoughts of wishing Jige would return, showing no interest in anything else. The girl's gaze swept around the training ground before she gracefully walked in. She approached Squirrel and the other male cadets, first smiling sweetly, captivating them instantly, and then spoke in a gentle tone, "Hello, is there a cadet named Jige here?" Hearing that she was looking for Jige, disappointment washed over the faces of the crowd. Fire Mountain stepped forward to ask, "Jige and Sakazuki are out on a mission with Zephyr. May I ask who you are?" The girl looked a bit surprised to hear that Jige was not present. She covered her enticing red lips with her hand and said, "I'm Galin. Did you just say Jige went out on a mission? ISNT, he's still a cadet?" "Yes, he is very strong. Zephyr believes he has the capability to go out on missions." "I see. No wonder Sister Crane has been mentioning him in front of me." Galin was deep in thought, her chin resting on her hand when a soft, fair hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. Turning her head, she was met with a beautiful face that was quite different from her own style, yet equally stunning. Ginny looked at Galin with suspicion and asked, "Hello, I'm Ginny. I just heard you're looking for Jige. What do you need him for?" Chapter 32. Shizuyuan tilted her head and said, "Of course. I have my own matters to discuss with Jige. Since he is not here, I will take my leave." With that, she swept past Ginny, not looking back as she prepared to leave. Ginny frowned slightly and quickly stepped in front of Shizuyuan, saying, "I have known Jige since we were little. If you have something to say, you can tell me first, and I will pass it on when Jige returns." Shizuyuan was taken aback by the speed Ginny displayed, and upon hearing about her relationship with Jige, she immediately stopped and asked with great interest, "Oh, so you two are childhood friends? I was wondering why you looked so nervous. Are you Jige's girlfriend?" What are you talking about? I am not in that kind of relationship with Jige." Ginny's small face turned red as she stood there, nervously tugging at the hem of her clothes. Jessica, who had come over, couldn't help but facepalmed upon seeing Ginny's reaction, thinking to herself that it was hopeless. Shizuyuan smiled slightly and pointed her finger at Ginny's chest, enjoying the elastic sensation, and teased, "So I was mistaken. You were just infatuated with him, right?" Upon hearing this, Ginny immediately flared up like an angry little kitten, shouting in frustration, "You're the one who is infatuated. Jige definitely also what?" Ginny struggled to find the words and shook her head vigorously, angrily saying, "It's none of your business. Just tell me what you want with Jige." Shizuyuan shrugged, lightly rubbing the hilt of the sword at her waist with her left hand, and said, "Of course, I want to see the strength of the so-called strongest student of this session." Sister Crane has been praising him nonstop. Before Ginny could respond, the fiery mountain stepped forward again and said, "Then Miss Shizuyuan, why not spar with me first? I assume you also use a sword, right?" The other members of the group rolled their eyes, thinking that the fiery mountain was just trying to show off in front of the beautiful woman now that Jige and the others were absent. Indeed, the fiery mountain was quite the reserved man. He usually looked amiable and honest, but got overly excited when he saw a beautiful woman. In the comics, he even had the embarrassing record of being petrified by the Empress, which was quite shameful compared to Squirrel, who had faced the Empress before. Shizuyuan glanced at the fiery mountain, nodded slightly, and said, "All right, it's indeed a bit improper to challenge the strongest right away." As she spoke, she slowly drew her sword from her waist and performed a swordsman's bow towards the fiery mountain, her expression incredibly serious. The fiery mountain hurriedly returned the gesture and also drew his katana. Suddenly, Squirrel spoke up, "Miss Shizuyuan, if I'm not mistaken, that sword in your hand should be the famed sword Kenpyra, right?" As a pure swordsman, Squirrel was well acquainted with most of the existing famous swords and remembered their appearances clearly, often falling asleep while looking at the catalogs of famous swords at night. Shizuyuan looked at him with newfound respect and said softly, "That's right. This Kenpyra was a birthday gift from Sister Crane, and I like it very much." "Sister Crane. I've been wanting to ask, is the Sister Crane you mentioned referring to Vice Admiral Crane?" "Yes." "Hiss." Upon receiving Shizuyuan's confirmation, everyone gasped in disbelief. Vice Admiral Crane's prestige in the headquarters was at its peak, on par with the likes of General Sengoku and others. This background was indeed a true naval aristocracy for the still students like Squirrel and the others. Jessica leaned over to Ginny and whispered, "She is actually Vice Admiral Crane's sister. Jige is in a bit of trouble being entangled with someone like her." Ginny had remained calm throughout, only nodding in acknowledgement, seemingly unfazed by Shizuyuan's background. To her, what did it matter how great the background was? Could surpass her Jige? The fiery mountain wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a bit regretful. This was Vice Admiral Crane's sister. If he were to go too hard and injure her, although Vice Admiral Crane wouldn't care about such matters, there might be others who would seek revenge on her behalf. Shizuyuan seemed to predict everyone's thoughts and chuckled lightly. "Don't worry. We are having a fair match, and won't involve any messy matters." Moreover, a sharp cold light flashed along the blade of Kinpyra, and Shizuyuan's entire demeanor changed, no longer exhibiting any of the gentleness of a woman. Her voice turned cold. "I don't think I am weaker than men." Swish! Shizuyuan's figure vanished from her spot, and the next second, she appeared behind the fiery mountain, thrusting Kinpyra towards his lower back. Reacting instinctively, the fiery mountain unleashed an incredible burst of speed, spinning around and raising his sword to block Shizuyuan's attack. The tremor from the sword made him completely set aside any chaotic thoughts. He let out a loud roar, using sheer strength to push Shizuyuan away, then rapidly vibrated his long knife. As soon as Shizuyuan landed, she saw flames erupting from the sword of the fiery mountain. She narrowed her eyes and murmured, "Is that flame generated by high-speed friction with the air? Quite a unique move." The fiery mountain gripped the sword hilt with both hands and leaped towards Shizuyuan, swinging down heavily. Facing this powerful strike, Shizuyuan chose not to block directly, but instead used her agile footwork to easily evade, creating distance between her and the fiery mountain. As the fiery mountain prepared to strike again, Shizuyuan suddenly sheathed Kinpyra, slightly leaning her body and taking on a drawing stance. Compared to the fiery mountain's large and bold movements, Shizuyuan appeared almost still. As the distance between her and the fiery mountain closed, she finally made her move. Kinpyra was drawn once more, tracing a beautiful arc through the air, and a pink sword aura burst forth, precisely striking the fiery mountain's katana. After completing this action, Shizuyuan twirled her sword and turned to walk towards Squirrel and the others watching from the side, seemingly declaring her victory. The fiery mountain gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the sword aura Shizuyuan unleashed. However, he ultimately couldn't hold on for more than a few seconds, and was sent flying along with his sword, landing in a very awkward manner. Squirrel looked towards the approaching Shizuyuan with a grave expression, muttering, "She actually unleashed a sword aura. Should I say she is truly Vice Admiral Crane's sister?" Facing the amazed gazes of everyone, Shizuyuan placed one hand on her waist and once again wore a bright smile, proclaiming loudly, "If the level of the Navy Academy is like this, then perhaps I won't have to wait for Jige to return." Chapter 33. Ginny versus Galin. Galin's words sounded particularly harsh to everyone present. The weasel instantly drew his katana, ready to fight, but Ginny had already stepped in front of Galin before him. She stared directly into Galin's eyes and said, "Word by word, you're getting a bit carried away. Jige's strength is not something you can question." Galin chuckled, her tone dripping with disdain as she said, "Say whatever you want. After all, you're just a little girl blinded by emotions. Wake up, little sister. Your Jige might not be as great as you think." Jessica, standing nearby, showed anger on her face. Being straightforward, she didn't care about background or status and rushed forward to confront Galin. Ginny grabbed Jessica, her strength overwhelming. Jessica was pulled back without any resistance. Taking out the golden pistol that Jige had given her, Ginny coldly said, "Aren't you here to challenge me? I'll gladly fight you." "You?" Galin crossed her arms, her gaze sweeping over Ginny's slender figure. "Are you stronger than that person from earlier? You'll find out once we start." Thinking back to the speed Ginny had unintentionally shown earlier, Galin nodded. She pointed her katana, Kinpyra, at Ginny and said, "Make your move. Let me see your strength." Ginny no longer spoke, raising her leg to execute a sweeping kick. Galin sidestepped, glancing at the crack left on the ground. She nodded slightly, thinking, not bad in power, but the speed is still lacking. However, when she turned to look at Ginny again, she found that Ginny's figure had vanished from her sight. Yet, Galin did not panic at all. She had already awakened her observation haki. Under the perception of her haki, she quickly sensed Ginny's position. 2 gunshots rang out. 2 bullets shot toward Galin from behind. Without even looking, she swung her sword behind her with one hand, slicing the incoming bullets in half. She elegantly turned around and said to Ginny, who was not far behind, "Little sister, your Soru is quite skilled. I'll admit you're much better than that person from earlier." Among the spectators, the weasel was blushing, feeling embarrassed. Ginny, however, didn't take this comment to heart. With Jige as her target, she wouldn't be pleased by such cheap flattery. Biting her lip, she knelt on one leg, her gun still smoking. She thought to herself that this woman was much stronger than she had imagined. Her sweeping kick was not very practiced, and Galin clearly excelled in speed, so it was expected that it would be dodged. Therefore, her sweeping kick was merely a feint. Her true skill lay in marksmanship, as bullets were much faster than her kick. Just moments ago, she had used Soru to find the best shooting position, but it was easily seen through by Galin, resulting in a loss of 2 bullets. She knew her ammunition was limited. Once it ran out, she would have to resort to physical combat against Galin's Kinbaira, which would clearly be very disadvantageous for her. Galin raised her chin, a charming smile forming at the corner of her mouth as she said, "This open space isn't fair for a gun user like you. I want to give you another chance like before. You might as well admit defeat. It wouldn't be pretty if you get hurt later." Ginny snorted coldly, slowly standing up and replied, "You don't need to worry about that. Who wins and who loses is still up in the air." Galin stretched lazily, slightly showcasing her alluring curves, and said in a lazy tone, "All right then, let us continue." As soon as her words fell, Ginny used Soru again, closing the distance and appearing right in front of Galin. Galin didn't expect that a gun user like Ginny wouldn't try to create distance, but instead engage her, a sword woman, in close combat. She laughed. "What? You seem a bit too anxious. Playing close combat with me isn't a wise choice." Saying this, she flipped her Kinbaira and swung the back of the blade fiercely toward Ginny's abdomen. This strike was powerful. If it connected, Ginny would likely lose her ability to fight. However, Ginny made a jaw-dropping move in front of everyone. She reached out with one hand to meet the incoming Kinbaira and gripped the blade tightly. The result was that the sharp edge cut through her delicate fingers, blood dripping down the blade onto the ground. Galin's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of becoming disabled?" If Ginny hadn't controlled her strength just now, given the sharpness of Kinbaira, it would have been easy to lose a few fingers. Galin was drenched in cold sweat, surprised that this seemingly delicate girl would be so ruthless. Even with her hand now bloodied, Ginny didn't flinch. A smile appeared on her face as she softly said, "This little injury is nothing compared to the pain I've experienced before." In Galin's widened pupils, Ginny threw a punch to Galin's stomach, the powerful force sending her flying back to crash heavily onto the ground. Ginny shook the blood off her hand and muttered to herself, "For saying my Jige, you must pay the price." Galin, holding her stomach with one hand and propping herself up with Kinbaira with the other, coughed violently a few times before quickly regaining her composure. A dark stain slowly faded from her abdomen, and the spectators, including Weasel, noticed this and their expressions darkened. Fire Mountain's face turned grim as he said, "Oh no, she has awakened armament haki." Ginny's previous attack was negated. Fire Mountain's feelings became even more complicated, as this meant that just now he, a big man, hadn't even forced out Galin's armament haki, which was a heavy blow to his pride. Galin didn't even glance at him. She brushed off the dust on her clothes, her expression growing colder. She had indeed awakened armament haki, but its strength was average. Ginny's earlier punch hadn't been negated as Fire Mountain claimed. She could still feel the intense pain in her abdomen. The punch had ignited Galin's anger, and she once again took a stance to draw her sword, clearly wanting to end this contest. Ginny, having witnessed Galin's sword energy, knew she couldn't dodge it, but she still bravely raised her pistol, aiming it at Galin. Chapter 34. Jige returns Buzz. In a fit of anger, Shigeyama unleashed a powerful pink sword aura that far surpassed his previous attacks. Almost simultaneously, Jinny pulled the trigger, and a pitch-black bullet erupted from the gun's muzzle. After firing the bullet, Jinny suddenly seemed to lose all her strength, her body going limp and collapsing to the ground. However, the bullet that had been easily cut by Kenpyro before was now in a stalemate with the sword aura unleashed by Shigeyama. Shigeyama stared at the bullet spinning in the air and said in a deep voice, "Is that a bullet wrapped in hockey? I didn't expect you to awaken your armament hockey as well." He glanced at Jinny, who was slumped on the ground, shook his head, and continued. "It seems you just awakened it not long ago. To use it at a time like this is quite commendable, but with this level of hockey, you won't be able to block my attack." As soon as he finished speaking, Jinny's bullet finally reached its limit and exploded into fragments after a violent tremor. Without the bullet's obstruction, the sword aura whistled toward Jinny once more. The weasel and the others could no longer hold back and wanted to rush in to help. If that sword aura hit Jinny, she would definitely be gravely injured, and they would have no face to confront Jige. However, with their speed, it would be difficult to catch up. Jinny tremblingly raised her pistol. Even if she could only fire a regular bullet, she would never give up. But it was all too late. Before she could pull the trigger, Shigeyama's sword aura was already in front of her, and the blinding sword light made her instinctively close her eyes. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. "I lost after all. How embarrassing. I've been working hard to train. Jige often praises me. If I had a little more time, I definitely wouldn't lose to this woman. If I get hit, it should hurt a lot, right? Boo-hoo. I'm actually really afraid of pain. Why can't I feel anything yet? I want to be dead, right? Then I can't see Jige anymore. No." Jinny suddenly opened her eyes, and a tall figure appeared in her line of sight. The sunlight was blocked, leaving Jinny in darkness, but she felt very warm because her Jige was the embodiment of darkness. The person who had just returned was indeed Jige. A bright and charming smile blossomed on Jinny's slightly pale face as she softly called out, "Jige." Jige maintained a posture with one hand outstretched, his dark hand shimmering with a metallic glow. Hearing Jinny's call, he turned his head, wearing that familiar smile for Jinny. However, when he saw Jinny's bloodied hands and pale complexion, a thick black aura emanated from the corners of his eyes. Upon seeing Jige, Jinny felt all her weakness disappear. She jumped up and hugged Jige's waist from behind, exclaiming, "Jige, you're finally back. I miss you so much." Jige gently stroked her pink hair and said softly, "I've only been gone for less than a month. Why are you so anxious? Didn't we talk on the phone? The phone bug is too ugly. I prefer to see Jige in person. All right, calm down first. Tell me what happened with that woman over there." Jinny obediently nodded and briefly explained the situation to Jige, not speaking ill of Shigeyama despite her defeat, only mentioning that she had come to challenge. Jige listened quietly, and when Jinny finished, he softly said, "I understand." Suddenly, he leaned down and kissed Jinny on the smooth forehead, causing her to freeze in place like a statue. Jige smiled and pinched Jinny's soft cheek, and when he turned to face Shigeyama, there was no longer a trace of smile on his face, only an intense darkness in his eyes. Shigeyama was still in the motion of swinging her sword, with a dazed expression on her face. Her mind was still lingering on the scene from just now. Just as her sword aura was about to hit Jinny, Jige's figure had appeared like a ghost and crushed that sword aura. When she met Jige's eyes, Shigeyama instantly felt a chill spread throughout her body. She instinctively gripped her sword with both hands and said with a serious expression, "You must be Jige, right? Sister Crane was right. You are indeed very strong." Jige did not respond. He placed his hands in his pockets and slowly walked towards Shigeyama, step by step. The keen-minded weasel thought to himself that it was not good. Jige's emotions seemed off, and that woman named Shigeyama was in danger. The weasel wasn't swayed by Shigeyama's beauty. He was worried about Jige. Shigeyama had said she was Sister Crane's sister. Although it was unclear if they were biological siblings, their relationship was definitely very close. He had unconditionally trusted Jige's strength, which was why he feared that Jige might accidentally. If that kind of thing happened, even if Sister Crane was magnanimous, she might not let it slide. If Sister Crane got angry, even Teacher Zephyr would have a hard time protecting Jige. Speaking of why only Jige returned, where did Teacher Zephyr go? Doesn't he know that this is going to cause a huge mess? Watching Jige getting closer to Shigeyama, The weasel was desperate and glanced at the stunned Xiao Shan and others beside him, cursing them as useless teammates. He then turned and ran toward the office building. He needed to make a phone call. At that moment, no one on the scene noticed the weasel's sudden departure. Shigeyama looked at Jige approaching her and tentatively swung her sword aura again. Jige casually waved his hand, scattering the sword aura in the air like swatting a fly. His speed unaffected at all. Though his speed was not fast, it put immense psychological pressure on Shigeyama. She exerted force with her feet and rapidly retreated. It wasn't until she had backed away over 100 meters that she finally stopped, before she could catch her breath and calm her emotions. She looked up and found Jige already standing in front of her. Jige bent slightly, quietly looking at Shigeyama, their faces very close, even feeling each other's breath. Shigeyama wanted to continue retreating, but to her horror, she found herself completely unable to move. Jige's body seemed like a magnet, emitting a powerful pulling force that firmly held her in place. Jige's expression was calm, and in a low voice, he said, "You seem very confident in your strength. You want to challenge me, don't you? Come on, I'm standing right here. You can make your move now." Shigeyama couldn't take it anymore. She gritted her teeth and swung her sword fiercely. Kinpyra passed through Jige's body, cutting through the air. Chapter 35. Vice Admiral craned the attack from Galin missed, and Cheyenne was taken aback, suddenly remembering that Galin was a nature type, and that physical attacks without haki would not harm him at all. So, she wrapped her sword with armament haki and thrust it towards Galin's waist, not knowing if she had some obsession with that spot, always aiming for it. Thus, she made the same mistake as Yellow Ape before, confusing Galin's divine might with ordinary elementalization. The haki-wrapped Kinpyra pierced through Galin's body without any obstruction, and Cheyenne's mouth fell open as she exclaimed, "How is this possible? I clearly used armament haki." Galin remained silent, grabbing Cheyenne's shoulder with one hand and delivering a knee strike directly to her abdomen. She immediately used armament haki for defense. But her layer of haki was as fragile as paper in front of Galin's attack, and it was shattered in an instant. With her abdomen severely injured, Cheyenne spat out a mouthful of blood, her body trembling as she staggered back a few steps, ultimately kneeling on one leg before Galin. Seeing the scene, the onlookers in the crowd had their mouths twitching, thinking that Galin showed no mercy, and when he made a move, he was truly ruthless. Galin looked down at Cheyenne and said, "What is wrong with you? Do you want to admit defeat?" Cheyenne's face showed an embarrassed expression. Just moments ago, she had faced Ginny with the same high and mighty posture, brimming with absolute confidence in her abilities. Now, the roles had reversed, and her so-called confidence had been completely torn to shreds by Galin. Her proud swordsmanship couldn't even touch the hem of Galin's clothes. Cheyenne finally understood why Crane praised Galin so highly. Given Galin's displayed strength, Crane might have been too conservative. She let out a bitter laugh, thinking back to how she had previously gloated over defeating 2 students, now realizing how ridiculous her performance was. The gap was simply too obvious. No matter how unwilling Cheyenne was in her heart, she had to admit that she had lost completely and utterly. She steadied herself with both hands on her sword and stood up, her peach-colored pupils reflecting Galin's stern face. Cheyenne examined Galin's face seriously, as if she wanted to imprint it in her memory, until Galin showed an impatient look, prompting her to softly say, "I lost." Galin raised an eyebrow, not expecting Cheyenne to admit defeat so easily, feeling as if he had hit cotton. With his current anger, if Cheyenne had said one more stubborn word, his next strike would have made her lose consciousness on the spot, and she wouldn't be able to leave the hospital for at least 10 days or 2 weeks. To avoid falling into that violent state again, Galin had been cultivating himself in Salb for 6 years, and his temperament had been honed to be very resilient. It was hard for anything to break through his defenses. But when he saw the injured Ginny, he nearly lost control of himself, almost letting his emotions spiral out of control. It was then that he truly realized how much Ginny meant to him. Unknowingly, the girl who had been by his side every day had become an inseparable part of his life, and he wouldn't allow anyone to harm Ginny. Thinking of this, a dense black mist once again emerged from Galin's hands, and Cheyenne's ponytail fell loose, drifting towards Galin. Her black high heels sank deep into the ground, and after stabilizing her stance, she murmured, "You still don't want to stop, do you? It seems that girl isn't just one-sidedly infatuated. Suddenly, I feel a bit envious of her." Galin expressionlessly raised his pitch-black right hand toward Cheyenne, about to exert force, when a figure cloaked in a navy coat flashed by, intercepting Galin's hand. "Calm down, Galin." The newcomer was tall, with deep blue hair tied in a ponytail like Cheyenne's, exuding a very capable aura. Though her face appeared slightly aged, she was Vice Admiral Crane, and thanks to the Weasel's report, she was able to arrive just in time. Of course, the Weasel, being just a student, didn't have the ability to directly call Crane. He first contacted Zephyr. To the Weasel's surprise, Zephyr was still on the battleship returning to the headquarters. However, he didn't have time to ask about it and directly explained Cheyenne's situation. "Zephyr, please come back quickly. No one here can stop Galin." After hearing this, Zephyr immediately notified Crane at headquarters without hesitation. Crane was startled and promptly put down her work, heading straight to the Navy school. Upon arriving, she saw Galin reaching for Cheyenne and already using his powers. Crane had long heard about the power of the dark fruit. According to the news Zephyr had sent back, the pirates who died at Galin's hands during this voyage had left no corpses behind, cleaner than Akainu's methods. Although she knew Galin probably wouldn't kill anyone, she didn't dare to gamble. This was not just a simple palm strike. It contained the power of the wash fruit, and she intended to wash away Galin's anger. But Crane was clearly too anxious. She forgot that this kind of close-range devil fruit ability wouldn't have any effect on Galin, who was a dark fruit user. By the time Crane realized this, it was too late. The black mist in Galin's hands not only did not dissipate, but became even more violent. At such a close distance, her hand was firmly stuck to Galin's, making it difficult to withdraw. "Vice Admiral Crane, this Miss Cheyenne wanted to see my strength. You don't need to get involved," Galin said. "Cheyenne has already admitted defeat, and I will give you an explanation once I clarify things." Hearing Crane's words, the students in the arena were immediately taken aback. Goodness, that's Vice Admiral Crane. Did she really say she would give Galin an explanation for a student? Is there something wrong with my ears? Crane's gaze flickered. An armament hockey instantly covered her entire arm, releasing a powerful thrust that pushed Galin back. After all, she was an old-generation Navy officer. Even without her devil fruit ability, just this display of armament hockey was not something an ordinary Navy Vice Admiral could match. After breaking free from Galin's grasp, Crane quickly pulled Cheyenne behind her, carefully checking her injuries, confirming that Cheyenne was not in serious trouble. She let out a slight sigh of relief and couldn't help but scold, "Cheyenne, you really are something, causing such a big mess as soon as you arrive. Didn't you always say you didn't like staying at headquarters?" In front of Crane, Cheyenne looked like a little girl who had done something wrong. She lowered her head and mumbled, "I just kept hearing you, Sister Crane, talk about how amazing this batch of students is, and their S8 genius named Galin. I couldn't help but be curious and thought I'd come to see for myself." Chapter 36. Ginny is too beautiful. Tsurugi was taken aback for a moment after hearing this, and then he sighed helplessly, realizing that this was somehow her fault. But thinking about it, it made sense. This younger sister he recognized was indeed talented. Among her peers, not to mention the girls, even the boys had few who could defeat her, except for that Jige, who could be her opponent. However, Jige was simply not on the same level as Cheyenne in combat. Given his obsession with her, he would probably give in before they even started. It's no wonder Cheyenne had always looked down on him. His countless failed confessions were not just due to his looks. Cheyenne, who had a naturally strong character, inevitably found it boring to stay too long in her comfort zone. So when she heard that a group of students with strength not weaker than hers appeared in the headquarters, she couldn't help but come over. Then she ran into Jige, who had just returned from a mission, the strongest of this generation, which shattered Cheyenne's pride into pieces. Thinking of this, Tsurugi rubbed his throbbing forehead and softened his tone. "So what's going on between you and Ginny? It was just a match. How did it get to this level?" It should be that what I said before stimulated her. She has a fiery temperament and actually grabbed my sword with her hand. Cheyenne paused slightly and then continued, "I was careless and got hit by her, so I struck back a bit harder. Thankfully, Jige arrived in time, or else or else it would have been a big deal. Tsurugi pinched Cheyenne's small mouth, feeling relieved while also thinking that if it were him who got seriously injured, then Carp and Sengoku would probably lose their minds just like Jige. After being pushed back by Tsurugi's haki, Jige retreated back to Jinny's side, his figure swaying slightly. Seeing this, Jinny hurriedly supported Jige from behind and anxiously asked, "Jige, are you okay?" "I'm fine, I just got a little hurt on my hand." "It's nothing." Jige patted Jinny's icy little hand and said softly, "I'm okay. You don't need to worry." After saying this, he looked up at Tsurugi in the distance and said in a deep voice, "I underestimated Tsurugi. To have cultivated haki to this extent, she truly deserves to be in the same generation as Sengoku and the others." After a few months of training in this actual combat at sea, Jige was quite skilled in using haki, and his strength was not low, but he still couldn't reach the level of externalizing it like Tsurugi just did. This was also his first time personally experiencing the intensity of externalized haki. Its power was indeed extraordinary, and it was clear that Tsurugi hadn't even used her full strength. Tsurugi had fought alongside top Navy forces like Carp and Sengoku against the Rocks Pirates, and among female Navy officers, she was undoubtedly the strongest without dispute. Moreover, Tsurugi was not in the frail state depicted in the anime. She was in her prime. Jige speculated that her strength was definitely approaching that of an admiral. Suffering a loss at Tsurugi's hands was completely acceptable for Jige. He still had a long way to go to reach top combat strength, especially since he had just turned 16. While Jige was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a warm breath on his hand. He looked down to find Jinny cradling the hand he had just clashed with Tsurugi, puffing air onto it with her lips pursed. Jige asked in confusion, "Jinny, what are you doing?" Jinny replied while blowing, "Jige, your hand is a bit red. It must have been shaken by Major Tsurugi. I'm blowing on it to help it relax." "Idiot, I'm not that fragile. Your hand is much redder than mine." Jinny chuckled and proudly raised her injured hand. Her physique was good, and the wound had already begun to scab over in no time. Looking at Jinny's beaming smile, Jige's irritation dissipated significantly. He pinched her bouncy little face and earnestly warned, "Don't push yourself when I'm not around. We'll talk about everything when I come back, got it?" "Huh? Then Jige, why don't you just stay by my side all the time?" Jige facepalmed, about to lecture the stubborn Jinny. But when he saw her big, watery eyes, the words he wanted to say suddenly caught in his throat. In terms of Blue Star's terminology, Jinny was a hopeless romantic, and Jige had once mocked such girls, thinking they couldn't possibly exist. But when he actually encountered one, and the romantic target was himself, he realized how terrifying a girl like that could be. At least he couldn't resist it. Gently stroking Jinny's soft pink short hair, Jige found himself at a loss for words, simply saying good. Jinny hugged Jige's waist tightly, her face blossoming with a bright and radiant smile. Tsurugi walked over with Cheyenne like a parent, quietly observing Jige and Jinny for a while. If it weren't for Cheyenne constantly urging her by scratching her palm, Tsurugi might have waited until the two finished their conversation. Glancing back at the mischievous Cheyenne, Tsurugi turned to Jige and said, "Jige, I understand what happened. It was indeed Cheyenne who provoked first and didn't hold back. I apologize to you and Jinny on her behalf." After saying this, Tsurugi actually lowered her head to Jige. Given her identity and status, this was indeed a rare act. Tsurugi was such a gentle and understanding person. Otherwise, Carp and Sengoku wouldn't care so much about her. Seeing Tsurugi's gesture, Cheyenne felt guilty and also bowed her head to apologize. Jinny was immediately taken aback and promptly performed a 90-degree bow, repeatedly saying, it's okay. I was also at fault. I took it too seriously." Seeing the three of them, Jige didn't have much to say. However, he still ignored Cheyenne and said to Tsurugi, "Major Tsurugi, I was rude earlier. You don't need to apologize. This has nothing to do with you." Tsurugi waved her hand, about to speak, when suddenly a series of puff, puff, puff sounds came from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw Zephyr rapidly approaching with moon steps, with a shining light trailing behind him. Zephyr shouted while stepping, "Jige, you brat, stop right now. If I had known, I wouldn't have let you come back early." "Borisolino, what are you dawdling at the back?" Hearing this, everyone looked at Jige, and Jinny couldn't help but ask, "By the way, Jige, How did you come back? Jige pointed at Zephyr in the sky and casually said, just like teacher Zephyr. The speed of the warship was too slow, so I ran back early using moon steps. Chapter 37. The depressed Akainu. Everyone was taken aback by the news. Crane furrowed her brow and asked, You ran back using moonwalk? How long did it take you? About a day, I guess. I could have had Kuma send me back directly, but I thought I'd take this opportunity to train a bit, Jige replied. Crane crossed her arms and glanced at Zephyr, who was preparing to land above them, and said solemnly, This is ridiculous. Allowing a Devil Fruit user to be away from the warship for such a long time at sea. What if they run out of stamina or encounter a storm? At the same time, she was once again shocked by Jige's physical abilities. Moonwalk wasn't just running. It consumed a lot of stamina, and using it for such a long journey was simply extravagant. The fact that Jige had used Moonwalk to travel for a whole day and could easily handle Jiuan upon his return was simply absurd. The students present, however, felt much calmer than Crane. Having spent day and night with Jige at the Navy school, they were somewhat numb to his extraordinary performances. Don't ask. Yes, just not one of us. As Zephyr landed smoothly and saw Crane's calm expression, he felt a bit relieved, thinking to himself that it was a good thing that the weasel had reported back. It seemed the situation was under control. Swish! A little yellow figure landed behind Zephyr, gradually taking the shape of Kizaru. He stretched his neck and looked around, mumbling, Isn't Vice Admiral Crane already here? The old man just loves to worry for no reason. At that moment, the weasel, who had run off to make a phone call, returned and was stunned to see that Zephyr and Kizaru had already come back before him. Seeing the weasel, Zephyr publicly praised him. Weasel, you did well this time. You thought things through very carefully. But, Teacher Zephyr, I just finished my call. How'd you guys get back so quickly? Oh, Kumi used his powers to send me and Polysolino back, but the location was slightly off. I see. At that moment, on Zephyr's warship, Akainu was sitting cross-legged on the deck next to Kuma. The surrounding Navy soldiers occasionally stole glances at the two and whispered, Hey, earlier, Instructor Zephyr and that Polysolino suddenly disappeared. What amazing ability. Where do you think they went? Maybe they went back to headquarters early? After all, the mission is complete, and it's so close to headquarters. Which pirate crew would dare to cause trouble here? This mission was really easy. We hardly put in any effort. Hey, have you seen who Instructor Zephyr brought this time? Those 4 students are all monsters. Is it true that the new recruits are this strong now? Absolutely. Their Devil Fruit abilities are terrifying. Any pirate crew that runs into them is really unlucky, especially that Jige and Sakazuki, when it comes to taking down pirates. Even Instructor Zephyr can't hold them back. In the past, when Instructor Zephyr led the team, we would try to capture pirates alive, and later we had to escort those scumbag. Now it's much simpler. Don't say that. Just thinking about it makes me shiver. If every Devil Fruit user were like them, what are we supposed to do when we encounter them? What's there to be afraid of? We have people like that in the Navy. Don't you feel safe? That's true. Hey, look, that Sakazuki is getting up. I thought he was asleep. Next to Kuma, Akainu appeared a bit small, though he was already 2 meters tall. Unfortunately, Kuma's size was just too massive, being a bearman. Akainu slightly adjusted his Navy cap and slowly drew a katana from behind him. The blade was only half intact, with the break clearly melted by high temperatures. Akainu rubbed the remaining half of the blade, looking somewhat depressed, and muttered, My Devil Fruit ability really isn't suited for wielding a sword. How many have I gone through now? Akainu suddenly felt a bit envious of Kizaru's ability to create a lightsaber with his hands, which had considerable power. Slicing through pirates like cutting tofu. Just watching it made Akainu feel thrilled. He could do it too, but honestly, using magma to create a sword was less direct than just launching a few magma punches. While practicing swordsmanship with Kizaru at school, he hadn't thought much of it. But after experiencing actual combat at sea, he realized that swordsmanship was indeed somewhat impractical for him. However, letting go of it was difficult for him, as he had genuinely put in effort to train. Kuma silently glanced at him and said, Brother Jige is right. You really aren't suited for using a sword. Akainu was taken aback. He valued Jige's words and quickly asked, Did Jige say that too? What exactly did he say? Kuma hesitated for a moment before slowly replying. He said, You're just pulling down your pants to fart. Huh? What does that mean? Unnecessary action. The classic saying from the blue planet left Akainu speechless, but he wasn't too angry. The words were quite to the point, though they sounded a bit harsh. Looking at the broken sword in his hand, Akainu found it increasingly bothersome and casually tossed it behind him, watching it fall off the deck and into the sea. You know, after throwing away the sword, Akainu suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if he had shed some burden. A hint of a relaxed smile appeared on his otherwise serious face. Kuma nodded in agreement and unexpectedly remarked, "Well, you finally put your pants back on." Without Jige around, Kuma displayed his hidden sharp tongue, though he didn't mean it maliciously. Akainu stiffened for a moment, but he knew Kuma was a straightforward person with no ill intentions. The comment had helped him resolve a mental block, so he didn't take it to heart. If it had been Kizaru, that mischievous fellow would definitely have made him understand why a monkey's butt is so red. He adjusted his hat again and asked Kuma, "Teacher Zephyr left in such a hurry without explaining what happened. Shouldn't we head back to headquarters early to check it out? Let us not. If we leave too, who will guard here?" "That's true." Akainu agreed wholeheartedly with Kuma's statement. A qualified Navy officer shouldn't leave their post without permission. Well, Jige doesn't count. He filed a report. Thinking of this, Akainu gave Kuma an approving look and then sat back down beside him. The two fell silent, resembling two statues standing on the deck, providing a strong sense of security to those around them. Chapter 38. Galin enrolls in the Naval Academy. Hawk finally took Galin away, and as they reached the doorway, Galin suddenly turned back to glance at Jige. She didn't know what he said to Ginny, but made her giggle. On the way back, Hawk noticed Galin, who had her head down and was silent, and asked, "Galin, are you still thinking about the battle just now? Don't take it too seriously. Just focus on your training when we get back. You'll definitely be able to." As she said this, Hawk suddenly paused. What she wanted to say was that Galin could defeat Jige, but after witnessing Jiger's performance earlier, even she felt that this seemed like an impossible task. She had to admit, Jige was truly extraordinary. At the age of Jige, did Sengoku and Carp possess such strength? If they had faced Jige back then, the outcome would probably not have been much better than Galin's. Now, with her words hanging halfway, Hawk felt a bit awkward, unsure of how to continue. Galin wasn't foolish. She had already caught on to Hawk's meaning. However, instead of getting angry, she chuckled and said, "Sister Hawk, why don't you continue? You don't even believe what you're about to say, do you?" Having her thoughts exposed, Hawk, facing her extremely close sister, simply said, "Well, Jiger's talent is indeed astonishing. To be honest, for him, becoming an admiral is just a matter of time." Galin gently shook her head and thoughtfully replied, "An admiral in the future? Is it your evaluation of him, Sister Hawk? I think you're being a bit conservative." Hawk looked at Galin in surprise and continued, "Are you saying he could become a fleet admiral? Becoming a fleet admiral isn't just about strength. Given Jiger's temperament, I don't think he is suitable for that position. Currently, the Pigeon faction is the most powerful force in the Navy, and Hawk is one of its representative figures. She had heard from Zephyr about Jiger's ruthlessness toward enemies during missions, and with her conservative sense of justice, she didn't consider him a suitable candidate for a fleet admiral. Thinking of this, Hawk also chuckled, realizing that this was getting too far-fetched. No matter how strong Jige was, he was still just a student. Strictly speaking, he didn't even have an official military rank yet. Galin didn't continue discussing this topic. She stopped in her tracks and, under Hawk's puzzled gaze, said seriously, "Sister Hawk, is the Naval Academy still accepting students? I want to enroll." They are accepting, but the first academic year is almost over. If you want to join, you'll have to be counted as part of the second batch." After hearing this, Galin pouted and then hugged Hawk's arm, acting cute, "Sister Hawk. With your relationship with Instructor Zephyr, arranging for me to be a transfer student shouldn't be too difficult, right? Just help your sister with this favor." Hawk found it hard to resist Galin's charm and helplessly said, "But weren't you saying before that the headquarters was too boring, and that my teaching isn't as good as Zephyr's? Why do you suddenly want to join the Naval Academy?" "Oh, I just want to get closer to Jige. Having such a genius around will definitely help me improve quickly." Hawk looked at Galin with suspicion and asked, "Because of Jige? Are you sure you don't have any other thoughts about him?" "Don't forget about that, Ginny. Let me tell you, if that's really the case, I absolutely won't agree to your request. You might as well consider Kaki. He may not be as good looking, but he's excellent in other aspects." "Sister Hawk, What are you talking about? I just got beaten up by Jigger. How could I have any other thoughts about him? I really just want to improve. And can you stop mentioning Kaki? He's always around me. It's so annoying. Hawk stared at Galin for a while. Galin met her gaze quite openly. In the end, Hawk compromised and waved her hand, saying, "All right, I'll talk to Zephyr about it, but you have to promise me not to cause any trouble once you enter the school." As soon as Hawk relented, Galin cheered, hugging Hawk tightly and giving her a hard kiss on the cheek, leaving a bright red lip print. "Sister Hawk, you're the best. Don't worry, I'll definitely train hard at school and won't embarrass you." Hawk wiped the lipstick off her face and rolled her eyes at Galin, saying, Can't you be a little more reserved? That Ginny looks to be about your age and is so cute. And you? Please, that's just a little girl act. Men prefer more mature women. Just you? A mature woman? Are you trying to make me laugh?" Hawk stopped responding to her increasingly eccentric sister and left on her own. Galin watched Hawk's back, her beautiful eyes squinting, resembling a cunning little fox. She took out a pink hair tie from her pocket and tied her loose hair into a ponytail, murmuring to herself, "Sister Hawk, just wait and see. Women can defeat men without relying solely on strength." A few days later, Jigger woke up a bit later than usual and left the dormitory with the punctual Kizaru. By the time they arrived at the training ground, it was already time for assembly. He walked to his position and stood ready, waiting for Zephyr's arrival. Kizaru tilted his head and said, "Jigger, it's already this late, and the old man hasn't shown up yet. Do you think he's starting to sleep in due to his age?" Jigger shook his head and whispered, "No. The older you get, the less sleep you need. I think Instructor Zephyr must have been delayed by something. Please, what could he possibly be busy with? If you ask me, he should retire soon. I've heard that the retirement benefits for admirals are quite generous. So you haven't thought about trying to become an admiral?" "Of course I have. As a navy with a sense of justice. My dream has always been to become an admiral." With his standard military posture, Akinu shot him a sidelong glance, and the disdainful expression on his face spoke volumes. When the bell rang, Zephyr finally appeared. When everyone saw him, they were momentarily stunned because a slender beauty was following him. This beauty was none other than Galin, who had almost challenged the Naval Academy not long ago. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Zephyr stepped forward with Galin, cleared his throat a few times, and said, "Students, today we welcome a new member among us, and you should be familiar with her. Now, let her introduce herself." Chapter 39, The War Among Women. Ji Yuan walked out from behind Zephyr with a cheerful smile, raising her hands in greeting. "Hello, everyone. My name is Ji Yuan. A few days ago, I had a little disagreement with some of my classmates here. I hope you all won't take it to heart, and I look forward to your support in the future." The crowd below exchanged glances, and the female students remained silent. Jessica looked at Ji Yuan with a hint of hostility in her eyes. The male students also did not react, with Wushu and others instinctively glancing at Jige, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Zephyr couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. To be honest, if it weren't for Crane personally approaching him, he wouldn't have wanted Ji Yuan to enter the Navy School. He was well aware of the dynamics of this year as students. Jean and I was like the beloved pet among the female students, and as for the male students, they were all firmly behind Jige. Although Jige was the youngest among them, apart from Akainu and Kizaru, his strength was already far ahead of the others. With such strength and an unexpected calmness for his age, the male students had no reason to challenge him. Ji Yuan just happened to offend both of them, and frankly, Zephyr had no idea how Ji Yuan would manage to fit in at school from now on. Looking at Ji Yuan, she seemed completely unaware of the awkward atmosphere. Or perhaps she had noticed the subtle resistance from everyone but didn't care at all. From beginning to end, her gaze was fixed on Jige, her large peach-colored eyes sparkling with charm. Jessica nudged Jean and I with her elbow and whispered, "Jean and I, Ji Yuan keeps looking at Jige. I feel like her motives for coming to school aren't pure." Jean and I frowned slightly. She had noticed this too, but Ji Yuan had already apologized that day, and the matter was in the past. She wasn't a petty person and didn't want to isolate Ji Yuan because of that fight. She looked down on such behavior. So even though she felt somewhat uncomfortable with Ji Yuan's actions, she still said, "All right, after all, she will be our classmate in the future. If we don't show any acknowledgement, it will seem quite rude." After saying that, Jean and I took the lead in clapping, and as she did, the other girls followed suit. Jige watched Jean and I clapping enthusiastically and couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle a few times. Also clapping symbolically. His influence was far stronger than Jean's, and the initially scattered applause quickly became dense, with Hua, Xiao Shan clapping the hardest. Ji Yuan tilted her head, her smile growing even brighter. Zhe Fa sighed in relief, gave Ji Yuan a few instructions, and then announced the start of the formal training. Everyone dispersed, while Jige and Akainu stayed behind to share their training insights from this time. Ji Yuan stood alone, with no one coming to find her. She felt nothing like the center of attention she had been at the branch, nor did she have the persistent affection of the loyal admirer, Jige. However, she didn't feel any disappointment. She lightly kicked a stone by her foot and walked gracefully toward Jige. But after just a few steps, Jean and I suddenly appeared in front of her, wearing a friendly smile. Ji Yuan, where are you going? The girls are over there. Since you just arrived, let me take you to meet them. Without waiting for a response, she grabbed Ji Yuan's hand, and Ji Yuan didn't resist, allowing Jean and I to lead her away in the opposite direction from Jige. Seeing Jean and I's somewhat eager demeanor, a playful expression appeared on Ji Yuan's face as she lightly laughed. Jean and I, could you slow down a bit? I'm wearing high heels, and it's not very convenient. Oh, I'm so sorry, but I saw you fighting in high heels too. Wouldn't that be even more inconvenient for you? Jean and I replied, you're quite tall, so I think you shouldn't wear such shoes in the future. They're too impractical. Hee. I think girls should wear high heels. It makes them look more feminine. Let me tell you, they are very appealing to men. Huh, really? Jean's ears perked up, and she stopped, glancing down at Ji Yuan's black high heels. The shoes accentuated Ji Yuan's delicate and flawless ankles, comparing with her own plain, white training shoes. Jean and I couldn't help but ask, what do you mean by appealing? Ji Yuan smiled slightly. Jean's understanding was still far from hers. She leaned closer to Jean's ear, her red lips parting. Of course, it hurts more when you kick someone. Where else would you think it goes, Jean and I? Jean's face suddenly flushed bright red, unsure if it was from embarrassment or excitement. Realizing her loss of composure, she buried her head in her hands, feeling like an ostrich, not saying a word for a long time. From above, Ji Yuan looked down at Jean's pink little head, a victorious smile appearing on her face. Not far away, Jessica saw Jean's reaction and thought Ji Yuan was bullying her. Angrily, she rushed over, blocking Jean and I behind her, and glared at Ji Yuan. Hey, what did you just do to Jean and I? Let me remind you, Jige is right there. He can't stand it when Jean and I is bullied. Ji Yuan couldn't help but glance at Jige, who was passionately battling with Kizuru using a long sword. He and noticed what was happening over here. After admiring Jige's combat for a moment, Ji Yuan slowly turned back, resting her hand on her waist, and smiled. It seems like you've misunderstood something. I was just having a great chat with Jean and I. You can ask her if you don't believe me. It better be that way. If you dare to bully Jean and I, even if she doesn't say anything, I will tell Jige to deal with you. Oh, so what is your relationship with Jige? Are you childhood friends too? I don't have any special relationship with Jige. We're just ordinary classmates. Is that so? But I hear you mention Jige so often that I thought you were quite close. Jessica's expression stiffened, and she hurriedly glanced back at Jean and I. When she saw that Jean and I had no reaction, she let out a sigh of relief. Then, a surge of inexplicable anger rose in her heart. She grabbed Ji Yuan by the collar, revealing a large area of her fair skin. Fortunately, there were no male students around. Otherwise, it might have led to a scene of nosebleeds. Jessica stared directly into Ji Yuan's eyes, her voice cold as she said, "Stop talking nonsense here. No matter what, I am much closer to Jige than you, and I'm only worried about Jean and I. That's all." Chapter 40 Meeting Spandane. Again, Ji Yuan frowned and was about to swat away Jessica's hand that was tugging at her collar when Gig's voice suddenly rang out from behind her. "What are you guys doing?" Noticing Gig behind her, Ji Yuan's hand, which was about to rise, froze in place, and she turned around, causing the opening of her collar to widen and reveal a hint of pink lingerie. However, Gig completely ignored the tantalizing scene before him. He brushed past Ji Yuan to stand in front of Ginny, patting a tuft of her pink hair and asking, "Hey, silly girl, what's going on?" Ginny jolted in surprise and quickly turned her head away, mumbling, "In nothing." "Then why are you looking down? Did you finish today's training? Learn to slack off?" "I didn't slack off. I'm going to train right now." Ginny jumped a couple of times in frustration, but suddenly quieted down, tentatively asking, "Gig, do you like high heels?" "High heels? Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" "Ah, just tell me if you like them or not." "Well, they're okay." "Do you want to wear high heels? I can get you a pair, but I think you might be more suited for boots." "Does Gig like me in boots?" "Okay, I got it." Gig crossed his arms and continued. "Actually, both types of shoes can be quite limiting for movement. I wouldn't." However, Ginny didn't hear the rest of Gig's words. She made a face at Yuan behind Gig, then turned and pulled Jessica away, running off as if to escape, leaving Gig feeling somewhat bewildered. Yuan wanted to say a few more words to Gig, but he didn't even think to look back and vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Yuan was once again left alone. She adjusted her messy collar and looked at the deep crevice, muttering, "What an impolite man. I don't believe you can keep ignoring me." She watched Ginny, who had already started training in the distance, her eyes gradually narrowing. As long as I get along well with Ginny. In the evening, after Gig finished washing up and returned to the dormitory, Akainu and Kuma had gone to take a shower, leaving only Kizaru, who had already burrowed into his blanket. He lay with one hand behind his head and the other holding a banana, savoring it as if it were some delicacy. The banana was something he had brought back from the cafeteria after dinner, specifically for a late-night treat. Seeing Gig return, he dug another banana out from under his pillow and generously tossed it to Gig, saying, "Gig, have a banana. I brought back plenty from the cafeteria." Gig caught it and placed the banana beside his pillow, smiling, "No thanks, I just brushed my teeth. I'll save it for breakfast." Kizaru nodded. He wasn't as particular as Gig and didn't brush his teeth at night. In the pirate world, there weren't any mobile phones or anything, so after tidying up his bed a bit, Gig was ready to go to sleep. But before he could lie down, the phone bug on the table suddenly rang. This phone bug had only been set up a few days ago and was exclusive to their dormitory, since all four of them had reached the rank of officer. Zephyr no longer regarded them as ordinary trainees. If there were any temporary tasks, Zephyr would contact them through this phone bug and summon a few of them to go out to sea with him. If Akainu had been there, his personality would have made him the first to answer, but he just happened to be absent. Gig glanced at Kizaru, who was lying on the top bunk, completely unmoving and muttering to the ceiling. "What's the old man calling about at this hour?" "Gig, go answer it. That banana I just ate is making my stomach feel a bit bloated." With a helpless shrug, Gig walked over to the table and pressed the answer button on the phone bug shell. A purple-haired phone bug began to mimic Zephyr's voice perfectly. "Is this Gig? There are people from the world government looking for you at the door. You should go meet them." Upon hearing this, Kizaru sat up abruptly, perked up his ears to listen. Zephyr continued, "You don't need to be nervous. The person's name is Spandane. I heard from Baboos that you two have met before in Sorbet Kingdom, so I won't ask too much about your private matters. Just go meet him." Gig nodded and said, "Okay, I'm on my way." After hanging up, Gig threw on a coat and prepared to head out when Kizaru suddenly called out to him, "Gig, if you're not coming back tonight, let us know. If anything comes up, just say so." Gig was slightly taken aback. When he turned around, he saw Kizaru's concerned gaze. Feeling warmth in his heart, Gig softly replied, "It's nothing. Didn't you hear what Teacher Zephyr said? I know that person. They might just be delivering a message from my family." With that, Gig had revealed that his family had connections to the world government. Kizaru stopped asking further questions, nodded, and slowly lay back down. At the entrance of the Naval Academy, the guard opened the gate immediately upon seeing Gig, letting him pass through. As soon as Gig stepped outside, Spandane emerged from the shadows like a thief, bending slightly as he approached Gig, his face wearing the usual ingratiating smile. "Lord Gig, I'm really sorry to trouble you to come out personally. I was afraid that if I went in, I might accidentally spill the beans in front of outsiders and expose your esteemed identity." Gig waved his hand, saying, "All right, you've done well. Now, what do you want from me?" "Well, Lord Galin called me today and asked me to bring you to Mariewa." "Uncle Galin is looking for me? Did he say what it was about?" "No, Lord Galin just said he wanted to see you." Spandane rubbed his hands together, looking at Gig with a flattering expression, and continued, "Rest assured, Lord Gig, I've told others that the world government is very interested in you and wants to assess you. After all, your outstanding performance here is already well known. At this point, Spandane looked at Jige with awe in his eyes, thinking to himself, as expected of the Figureland family. This batch of trainees is personally guided by former Admiral Zephyr, and the quality of the recruits is absolutely top-notch. For Jige to stand out among them shows how strong his talent is. Spandane had interacted with quite a few celestial dragons, and to be honest, those people were not as strong as he was. He had never encountered a celestial dragon like Jige before. He increasingly felt that Jige was a promising potential stock and became more devoted to him. In fact, he even developed a dream to become Jige's #1 lackey. Chapter 41, departing from Mary Geos. Jige lowered his head in thought, contemplating whether it would be too risky to go to Mary Geos now. As a direct descendant of the Figureland family and the legitimate eldest son, Mary Geos should theoretically be a place he could visit whenever he wanted. But who could blame him for having a beast of a father like Galin? Over the years, Galin must have known about his son's existence. Yet he remained silent within the family, which Jige suspected was due to Garin's interference. After all, the current head of the family was Galin, making it difficult for Galin to extend his influence to Mary Geos. However, if Jige were in Mary Geos, the level of danger would increase exponentially. Setting aside Galin's power within the Figureland family, Jige's own strength was not something he could contend with at this time. If it weren't for Galin, Jige would not have ended up training with the Navy. The resources of the Figureland family far surpassed those of the Navy. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Jige felt a surge of turmoil, and a tide of darkness began to envelop him. Spandane, standing before him, suddenly felt the ground tighten beneath his feet, and his body began to sink slowly into the darkness. The pull of the darkness made it impossible for Spandane to even lift his legs, filling him with terror, but he dared not raise his voice. Trembling, he said, "Please spare me, Lord Jige." Spandane's voice, filled with fear, pulled Jige back from his thoughts. At this moment, the darkness was almost up to Spandane's waist. With a thought, the darkness rushed back into Jige's body, and Spandane fell to his knees, gasping for breath. Remembering the scene from moments earlier, Spandane was horrified. Is this Lord Jige's ability? It's terrifying. Even as Jige reached out to pull the frightened and limp Spandane back up, Spandane's face still bore an expression of lingering fear. He steadied himself and asked Lord Jige regarding the matter of going to Mary Geos. "Since Uncle Galin wants to see me, I shall return for a visit. You may leave now. Wait for me at the port tomorrow morning." "Yes." Spandane respectfully bowed at a 90-degree angle, slowly retreating until he disappeared into the shadows. After he left, Jige stood in silence for a moment, slowly raising his right hand, which was swirling with dark energy, and said solemnly, "What is meant to come will come eventually. I am no longer someone he can easily manipulate." After speaking, a whirlpool of darkness appeared behind Jige, and his body gradually twisted before vanishing completely with the dark vortex. In a dim corner in front of the dormitory building, the dark vortex reappeared, bringing Jige back. He first glanced around to confirm that he was near the dormitory before nodding gently and saying, "The location for short-distance teleportation is relatively accurate. I hope long-distance teleportation can be just as stable." The next morning, Jige briefly informed those close to him that he had matters to attend to and would be leaving for a while, without revealing specifics, only assuring them that he would return soon. Ginny followed Jige to the gate of the Navy school, where the soldiers on guard allowed only Jige to leave. He smiled and promised Ginny, "I'll be gone for no more than a week. You don't need to worry. I'll bring you a gift when I come back." Ginny nodded obediently and softly said, "Jige, I'll wait for you to return." Jige patted her head through the iron bars, then leaped into the air, heading toward the port. Ginny watched from below as Jige's figure disappeared from sight, a trace of worry crossing her face. When Jige mentioned he was going out that morning, she noticed Kazara's expression was a bit strange. Seizing the opportunity while Jige was away, she pulled Kazaru aside, and, after persistent questioning, he finally confessed. "I'm not sure of the details, but I know Jige has been summoned by the world government." Upon hearing this, Ginny was stunned. She had some understanding of Jige's background, so she was acutely aware of the dangers involved in his trip. However, knowing the risks brought her a deep sense of helplessness in the face of such a colossal entity as the world government. Ginny longed to follow Jige, but she knew she was still too weak, Any unforeseen incident would only drag him down. The only thing she could do now was to pretend she knew nothing, at least to avoid adding to Jige's worries. As she gazed absent-mindedly at the sky, a deep voice broke the silence. "Ginny, you don't have to worry. If there is still no news from Jige, I will go directly to Mary Gios." Startled, Ginny turned to see Kuma standing not far away, silently watching her. "Kuma, you. I also heard what Borsalino said." Kuma raised his hand, looking at the meatball in his palm, and said softly, "This power was bestowed upon me by Brother Jige. Now is the time for it to be put to use." After meeting Spandane at the port, Jige boarded the ship prepared by the world government, sailing towards Mary Gios. The distance between Mariewa and Mary Gios was short. Within a morning, Jige, standing on the deck, could already see the red line. At the very peak of the red line was his destination, Mary Gios. After a while, Spandane bent over and approached Jige, respectfully saying, "Lord Jige, we have arrived at the red line. Please follow me off the ship." Jige nodded, and Spandane immediately called over a group of suited men, escorting Jige off the ship to an elevator at the base of the red line. The elevator took Jige and the others through the clouds, stopping at the highest point. A team of guards in golden armor had been waiting there for some time. When the elevator doors opened and they saw Jige at the center of the group, they immediately knelt on one knee and shouted, "Welcome, Lord Jige." This scene stunned Spandane. He had been to Mary Gios more than once, but he had never witnessed such a grand reception, especially the golden-armored guards before him. Just by looking at them, he knew they were on a completely different level compared to the suited men he had brought. He had no doubt that any one of those guards could easily eliminate the men he had brought with him. Swallowing hard, Spandane felt that he was witnessing something extraordinary today. If it weren't for Jige, he would probably never have the chance to see these golden guards in his lifetime. Chapter 42, Lucia. Jige's expression remained unchanged. Given his status, this was only to be expected. The golden guard kneeling at the front slowly stood up. Judging from the armor, she was a woman and the only female among all the guards. She walked slowly to Jige's side, raised her hand, and removed the heavy golden helmet from her head, her long black hair cascading down like a waterfall. Looking at Jige, she softly said, "Lord Jige, I am Lucia, the captain of the 3rd Squad of the Fegalandu Family Guard. I wonder if you still remember me?" Jige was taken aback for a moment, beginning to search his memories of the past while examining the woman before him named Lucia. She appeared to be quite young, and the heavy armor could not conceal her delicate curves. The skin exposed above her neck was as smooth as white jade, and her exquisite face was adorned with a pair of large amber eyes. However, upon closer inspection, there was a small scar beneath her left eye, and it was this scar that triggered Jige's memories of her. That was before Jige was taken by Glander for experiments. Before the age of 6, he lived a pampered life in the palace like other celestial dragons, while Lucia was a slave purchased by Galin at an auction during a trip to the Shambodi archipelago. Galin did not have any particular preferences. He chose Lucia because the host introduced her as a princess. Lucia's original country was a non-allied nation, and due to its weakness, it was destroyed by a band of pirates. Except for Lucia, the royal family was basically wiped out, and when she was found hiding under a bed by the pirates, she was sold along with some treasures to the auction house. Being of royal descent, she stood out among the other slave children at the time, and Galin immediately noticed her, purchasing her as a gift for Jige's 4th birthday. The family values of the Fegalanda family were much better than those of other celestial dragons, and Jige was only 4 years old at that time. What ill intentions could a 4-year-old child have? At first, Lucia was very frightened of this boy who was 3 years younger than her, as she had heard from her parents about the brutality of celestial dragons. Even the so-called kings were seen as ants that could be crushed at will. However, Jige did not regard her as a slave at all. Having been confined deep within the clan's territory since birth by Glander, he cherished the opportunity to meet a child of similar age. He would let Lucia sit beside him during meals and often call out for her to play silly games he had heard from the nanny. Jige remembered that they even played house together. Since there were only the two of them, they simply acted as a couple. At first, Jige often called Lucia sister, but Lucia, being somewhat more mature than Jige, knew she could not allow him to call her that. If word got out, no matter how good their relationship was, Someone would make sure that this lowly slave would disappear forever from Jige's side. The two spent 2 years together in peaceful times. Not only did Lucia not suffer the inhumane torment she had imagined, but under Jige's influence, she gradually opened her closed heart. She even thought that staying by Jige's side as a slave for her whole life would be fine. But things could not go as she wished. One day in Jige's 6th year, Galin suddenly brought a strange-looking man with a huge head before Jige. Jige was listening to Lucia read to him when he saw Galin. Before he could call out father, Galin grabbed him by the waist and took him away in a daze. For a long time after that, Lucia did not see Jige. Without him, she was suddenly enveloped in a sense of fear. She realized that the vast Fegalanda family was a prison for her, and she had become that little girl who had lost her country and family. Jige had always been the light illuminating her, but now that light had vanished. Confused, her only hope each day was to suddenly see Jige return, to tightly embrace him and pour out her fears and longings. But she waited day after day, and Jige never came back. Even news of Jige seemed to become a taboo within the Fegalanda family. However, she did not give up. One day, two unfamiliar men in white coats passed by her while she was cleaning the courtyard. Their attire was similar to that of the strange man standing beside Galin, and Lucia discreetly approached them, faintly hearing their conversation. Sigh, just after injecting a gene, and look what happened. I really don't know how long that child can hold on. This is already a miracle, right? That child is a celestial dragon after all. It's really unclear what is going on. Stop talking. This isn't our concern. We're just two assistants. We just need to follow what Dr. Begapunk says. Bang! The broom in Lucia's hand fell to the ground as she ran up to them with all her strength, blocking their path and tremblingly asking, "Are you talking about Lord Jige?" Both men changed their expressions. One of them glared fiercely at Lucia, then dragged the other away quickly. Lucia stood there in a daze until the head maid rushed over to urge her, snapping her back to reality. She suppressed her fear and continued working under the maid's scolding. When it was time to finish work in the evening, she did not return to the quarters with the other servants. Instead, she found an excuse to slip away. Usually, her activity area was only the place where Jige used to live. She followed the direction the two men had come from during the day until a pure white building appeared in her sight. She hid behind a flower bed, afraid to move forward because there stood two guards in golden armor. But just as she turned to leave, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly came from the white building. "Let me out! Father! Why are you doing this to me?" The voice was already hoarse, but Lucia recognized it as Jige's immediately. The two guards at the door had grown accustomed to it. One chuckled and casually said, "Our Lord Jige is at it again." From the sound of it, it seems the dosage of the agent injected today was a bit high. Hey, we won't be hearing it for long. A little child can hold on in that kind of experiment until now. Should we say it's to be expected from the bloodline of the Fegalanda family? Wait, did something just run past over there? By the time the two guards reached the flower bed where Lucia had been hiding, it was already empty, with only a few drops of water on the ground that were nearly dried up. Chapter 43 Past Events 1. Lucia ran back to her residence in tears, covering herself with a blanket, using all her strength to keep from crying out loud. She didn't know Gige's circumstances. She only knew that Jige was currently suffering immensely, possibly losing his life at any moment. Reflecting on the moments she shared with Jige, her heart grew heavier with sadness. After a sleepless night, the next day, Lucia went out to work with swollen red eyes, her gaze vacant as she cleaned the courtyard. Gige's painful cries seemed to echo in her ears. Since Jige was taken away, few people had come to this courtyard, but today, shortly after Lucia arrived, a heavy sound of footsteps approached from afar. Two people in white and a golden-armored guard from yesterday. They stopped in front of Lucia, and the golden-armored guard pointed at Lucia, who barely reached his knee, and coldly said, "Is this the one you were talking about?" The two in white nodded repeatedly. After returning yesterday, they grew increasingly fearful, worried that Lucia might reveal the content of their conversation, which could implicate them. So, they found a golden-armored guard responsible for overseeing the laboratory and claimed that a slave had overheard confidential information. Upon hearing that the subject was just a lowly slave, the golden-armored guard didn't take it seriously and directly accompanied the two in white to this place. The golden-armored guard's gaze was calm as he first asked, "Little ghost, who is your master?" Lucia was initially a bit scared, but upon hearing this, she raised her head and firmly replied, "My master is Saint Jige." The golden-armored guard nodded slightly, calculating in his heart, "Saint Jige's slave? That means she's a masterless slave, which makes it much easier to deal with." He roughly grabbed Lucia by the back of her clothing and coldly said, "Oh, that's good. You overheard something bad yesterday, and now I have to make sure you can never speak again." After saying that, he ignored the two in white and dragged Lucia outside. The Galin family had a rule that if a slave was to be executed, it had to be done outside, so that the lowly blood wouldn't taint the noble grounds of the Galin family. Alone and unaccompanied, her only concern was Jige. The Galin family's grounds were vast, and the golden armor guard swaggered through several courtyards while dragging Lucia. As they passed a palace, a dignified voice called out to him, "Hisai, where are you going?" The golden armored guard named Hisai stiffened at the call, slowly turning his head to see Galin sitting on a chair inlaid with various jewels, arms crossed, gazing at him with indifference. Upon seeing Galin, Hisai immediately knelt on one knee, lowering his head and saying, "Saint Galin, this slave has committed a capital crime, and I'm taking her out to deal with her." Galin glanced at Lucia, who was being held by Hisai, raised an eyebrow, feeling she looked somewhat familiar. He got up from his chair and slowly walked in front of the kneeling Hisai, looking down at Lucia and asking, "What is your name?" Lucia lowered her eyelids and mechanically replied, "Lucia." This indifferent attitude was absolutely disrespectful for a slave, and Hisai furrowed his brow, throwing Lucia to the ground and scolding, "You little brat, how dare you speak to Saint Galin like that?" Hisai's throw was forceful, and Lucia felt as if her body had fallen apart. But she struggled to get up from the ground, defiantly meeting Hisai's gaze. Lucia's defiance ignited Hisai's anger. If Galin weren't nearby, he would have immediately killed this disrespectful slave. However, Galin remembered Lucia's origins. Wasn't she the birthday gift he had bought for Jige years ago? He asked, "I remember you were Jige's slave. What crime did you commit?" Mentioning Jige, the suppressed anger within Lucia erupted instantly, and she shouted at Galin, "What does it matter to you what crime I committed? If you want to kill me, then go ahead. Even Saint Jige has been tortured and locked up by you. What am I, a mere slave?" What did you say?" Galin frowned, and Hisai, sensing something was wrong, disregarded any rules and turned his palm into a knife, striking fiercely at Lucia's neck. Bang! With a muffled sound, Hisai was kicked away by Galin, his body sliding along the ground. Clutching his dented armor, he struggled to get up, and as soon as he raised his head, he saw Galin's icy face, exuding an overpowering aura that caused the ground beneath Hisai to crack. "Did I give you permission to move?" Galin made no move, yet Hisai felt as if he had been struck hard. With a thud, he fell to his knees, panic-stricken, shouting, "It's my fault. Please spare me, Saint Galin." Galin ignored him and turned to Lucia, speaking in an undeniable tone, "Tell me what happened." The moment Hisai attacked until he was knocked down was merely an instant. Lucia was still in shock, standing there dazed. Galin was growing impatient, and his aura surged, directly pressing Hisai down to the ground, eliciting a scream. Lucia finally came to her senses. Seeing Hisai's miserable state, she vaguely felt that a turning point had emerged. So she decided to take a chance and recounted everything she had seen and heard the day before. Galin listened quietly, his expression growing darker. After Lucia finished speaking, he walked up to her without saying a word and coldly stated, "You should still remember the location of that place. Take me there." Lucia nodded vigorously and hurried ahead to lead Galin, who didn't even glance at Hisai on the ground as he stepped over him. Arriving at the white building where Jige was imprisoned, the remaining golden armor guard at the entrance quickly knelt and saluted upon seeing Galin's grim expression. Galin only looked at the large door in front of him. With his keen hearing, he had already heard the moans coming from inside. It was his nephew Jige. Without waiting for the guard to open the door, he punched it, and the heavy iron door shattered like a fragile mirror, revealing the scene inside. On a snow-white large bed lay Jige, his body filled with needles, surrounded by a group of stunned white-clad people, including someone resembling Galin, but with a conical hairstyle, Galando. Hearing the commotion, Jige struggled to raise his head, looking at Galin Lucia at the door, and painfully uttered a whisper, "Uncle Galin Lucia, save me." Chapter 44, Past Events, Part 2. Looking at Jige lying on the bed, barely breathing, Lucia's tears streamed down her face. She shouted, "Lord Jige," and was about to rush over, but Galin pulled her back. He glared at Glander and coldly asked, "Glander, what the hell are you doing? Didn't you say you were treating Jige? What kind of illness takes this long to heal? Look at what you've done to him." Glander calmly placed a tube of green serum on Jige's bed and replied, "What are you doing here instead of focusing on your training? Jige is very ill, and it's not easy to heal him. It pains me to see him like this every day. He is my own son." Glander emphasized the last few words, making it clear that he wanted Galin to mind his own business. Jige on the bed struggled to speak, but Glander pressed his mouth shut and gently said, "Poor child. You should stop talking and just rest." Galin's gaze flickered. He didn't know whether to believe Glander or not, so he remained silent. Seeing Galin quiet down, Glander's lips curled into a subtle smile, and just as he was about to tell Galin to leave, Lucia, still held back by Galin, suddenly shouted, "He's lying. I heard it yesterday. These people are doing experiments on Jige." Glander frowned, clutching the crescent-shaped pendant on his chest, and pulled out a mini-knife. He sliced through the air, sending a wave of sword energy shooting toward Lucia. "You're asking for death." Swish! At this critical moment, Galin also drew his sword and blocked the incoming energy. However, since he acted in haste, the residual force still affected Lucia, leaving a thin line of blood under her left eye. The bright red blood flowed from the wound, but Lucia was completely oblivious. She tightly grasped the hem of Galin's clothes and pleaded, "Please take Lord Jige away. If this continues, he will die." Galin was flustered by Lucia's cries and pushed her away. Before he could speak, Jige suddenly opened his eyes wide at the sight of Lucia's injury and erupted with a violent surge of electricity, shouting, "Lucia!" Glander quickly withdrew his hand, staring blankly at his palm, which was slightly charred, and suddenly fell into a frenzy. "Ha ha, I did it! I succeeded!" Galin was stunned by the scene before him. He stared at Glander and questioned, "What the hell is going on? Did you really conduct some kind of experiment on Jige? You better explain yourself." Glander stopped laughing, tilted his head to look at Galin, and said, "Galin, are you ordering me, your elder brother? You haven't even become the head of the family yet." Galin pointed his sword at Glander, responding stiffly, "So what? Have you forgotten that as the leader of the Divine Knights, I have the authority to judge the celestial dragons? Now, tell me everything you've done." Glander was taken aback for a moment, then covered his face and laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Yes, the leader of the Divine Knights. What a grand title!" As he laughed, Glander's expression grew increasingly sinister. He suddenly locked eyes with Galin and said through gritted teeth, "That position should have been mine. Stop flaunting it in front of me. You want to know what I've done? Fine, I'll tell you." He lowered his head to look at the dazed Jige and said in a soft voice, "I admit that no matter how much I train, I find it hard to surpass you in strength, but I have a good son. His talent is even stronger than yours. Tell me, how can I waste such a body?" As he spoke, Glander gently stroked Jige's forehead. His hand was not cold, but Jige shivered. Jige's body is like a raw gem that needs meticulous development. I have put in a lot of effort into this. He walked over to a table, grabbed a report, and threw it at Galin, saying, "Take a look at this genius design." Galin took the report, and after reading just 2 pages, a chill rose from his heart. He slammed the report to the ground, glaring at Glander and shouted, "You are insane. Jige is just a child. How could he withstand such experiments?" Glander snorted coldly and said, "My child is not something you should concern yourself with. If there's nothing else, don't interrupt my research." Galin showed no intention of leaving. He approached Glander with his sword drawn, speaking each word clearly. "Hand Jige over to me. You are not worthy of being a father." In the face of Galin's anger, Glander appeared unusually calm. He raised his arm, speaking lightly. "Oh, I almost forgot. You will soon become a father too, right?" Crack! The floor cracked under Galin's feet as he suddenly stopped, looking at Glander in disbelief, and asked, "How do you know?" "How do I know? Ha ha! My dear brother, you spend all your time training. How many family matters do you know about? What wind or grass can escape my eyes?" Galin's expression darkened as he stood there holding his sword. Galander sneered a few times and continued, I advise you not to meddle too much. Otherwise, if that matter gets out, you might not be able to become a father after all. You. Galen's lips trembled in anger. At that moment, he really wanted to strike Galander down, but Galander's words had indeed struck a nerve. Galander slowly walked up to Galin, patted his shoulder, and softly said, Don't be so tense. We can completely avoid interfering with each other. Besides, my experiments will bring great benefits to Jige. Why would I joke with my own son's life? Galin tightened his grip on the sword hilt, gritting his teeth as he said, How long will this damned experiment take? Soon. Didn't you see the electricity Jige unleashed just now? That proves my research direction is correct. Just give me some time, and I can create the most perfect body in the world for him. As he said this, Galander silently added to himself, Also for myself. Galin closed his eyes, slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, then turned around and pulled Lucia away, swiftly leaving the place. Once outside the laboratory, Lucia was still crying for Galin to save Jige. Galin turned his head away and coldly said, Stop crying. Your loyalty to your master is commendable. I will arrange for you to join the guard team. Work hard on your training, and when Jige returns, you can become his personal bodyguard. Chapter 45. Return Lucia accepted Galen's arrangement and joined the Fegalanda family's guard, training hard every day. Her thoughts were simple. If Jige couldn't come out in time, at least she could do something with her own strength. However, Jige ultimately couldn't hold on and died in the laboratory at the age of 8. Naturally, this would not be widely publicized. Only a few within the Fegalanda family and several prominent figures among the celestial dragons knew about it. Lucia was unaware of Jige's death, but this was a good thing for her. Jige was her motivation for relentless training. Had she known, she might not have survived until now. Over the years, the happiest day for her was when Galin returned from the Valley of the Gods and specifically told her that Jige had come out, but due to some special reasons, he couldn't return to Mariewa yet. Although it was somewhat regrettable, hearing this news finally eased a huge stone in Lucia's heart, and she became more motivated to train, looking forward to the day she would meet Jige again. Until 6 years later, on this day, Galin found her again and told her that Jige was coming back. As the newly appointed captain, she was ecstatic and arrived early with her subordinates to wait for Jige. When the elevator doors opened, she immediately saw Jige standing in the center. The little boy who once called her sister Lucia had now grown into a tall and handsome young man. Perhaps due to the long passage of time, Jige didn't seem to recognize her when she removed her helmet. However, it didn't matter. Lucia felt that her years of waiting were worth it, and her Jige was once again standing before her. As memories of Lucia gradually became clearer in his mind, Jige looked at Lucia with increasing tenderness, recalling the girl who had followed Galin into the laboratory years ago. He raised his hand and gently touched the scar below Lucia's left eye. Lucia trembled slightly, staring blankly at Jige. Lucia, I'm back. Jige's voice was soft but struck deep into Lucia's heart like a heavy hammer, and tears filled her amber eyes. Because they were in the strictly hierarchical Mariewa, she suppressed her impulse to hug Jige and smiled, saying, Young master, welcome home. Jige nodded gently, and the two gazed at each other for a long time. The golden-armored guards Lucia brought stood still, not a single one raising their heads. Spandane behind them didn't even dare to breathe, and the other suited men were even more cautious. Those who understood knew that bowing their heads and counting ants was the wisest choice at this moment. Reaching out to wipe away the tears at the corner of Lucia's eyes, Jige softly said, Take me to see Uncle Galin. Lucia responded with a soft and as she turned around, her expression instantly became cold. She commanded the kneeling guards, Form up, escort the young master home. As soon as she finished speaking, the guards stood up and lined up behind Jige in 2 orderly rows. Spandane swallowed hard and shouted while jumping behind the guards, Lord Jige, I'll wait for you on the ship. At this point, no one responded to him, and Jige's group had already marched away. Along the way, several celestial dragons riding their slaves passed by and began to gossip upon seeing this spectacle. Hey, isn't that the exclusive guard of the Fegalanda family? Who's the one leading them? Who knows? Isn't that Lucia? She's getting more and more beautiful. It would be great to have her by my side. Just think about it. Lord Galin has publicly stated that woman is meant for his nephew, Lord Jige. Lord Jige? I almost forgot about him. They say he is a direct descendant of the Galin family, but we haven't seen him show up yet. We still don't know if he really exists. That's true. My father told me that the current generation of the Galin family hasn't produced any offspring yet. It seems both Lord Galin and Lord Galando aren't very interested in women. If this continues, the Galin family might disappear. Good riddance. When that happens, won't all their resources get distributed to us? A few celestial dragons spoke recklessly, while Jige remained expressionless. Logia scoffed disdainfully, thinking that even if the Galin family fell into decline, it wasn't something these idle fools could covet. Having spent so many years in the Galin family, she still felt that what she had seen was merely the tip of the iceberg of this family. Moreover, with Lord Jige back, as long as he was around, the Galin family would continue to thrive. Unfortunately, she couldn't help with this matter. Thinking about her status as a slave, a look of melancholy appeared on Lucia's face. Lucia, you don't look so good. What are you thinking about? Lucia looked up at Jige, who wore a concerned expression, and quickly shook her head, saying, "It's nothing, young master. I'm just a bit sad for you after hearing those people's words." Sad for me? Yes, young master. You are clearly the only heir of the Galin family. With such a noble status, yet you encounter such things. The glory that should belong to you hasn't truly been realized until now. Although what Lucia said wasn't what she had just been thinking, it was her heartfelt truth. Jige sighed lightly after hearing this, looking ahead and saying, "Aren't you the same? I remember Uncle Galin told me that you were once a princess of a country. If that country hadn't perished, you'd probably be much happier now than staying in this so-called Holy Land." Lucia didn't expect Jige to think of her, and a complex emotion brewed in her heart. She trembled as she whispered, "Young master." Jige didn't look at her and continued, "Lucia, I heard you became a captain now. You're really outstanding. But I want to say, you must have suffered a lot over the years." Unable to control the intense emotions in her heart any longer, Lucia finally threw herself into Jige's arms, crying out, "Lord Jige, I really missed you so much. Where have you been all these years?" Jige gently stroked Lucia in his embrace, saying, "I was in a country called Salb for 6 years, and now I've joined the Navy." "The Navy? Young master, why would someone of your status join the Navy?" Jige gazed at the gradually clearer Galin family residence ahead and said lightly, "Of course, it's to gain strength. Otherwise, wouldn't that be wasting his expectations of me?" Chapter 46 Awakening. Conqueror's Hockey. Lucia was slightly taken aback, but she quickly realized who Jige was referring to. She tightly grasped Jige's hand and said firmly, "Young master, you shouldn't act against him. When the time comes, I will kill him for you." Jige shook his head, a dark aura gradually rising around him. "Since the day he conducted experiments on me, he has no longer been my father. His life must be taken by me personally." Lucia fell silent upon hearing this, and Jige said no more until they reached the residence of the Galin family. Although it was called a family residence, it was much larger than the palaces where kings resided. Under Lucia's guidance, Jige walked for quite a while before arriving deep within the residence, where the master of the Galin family had his quarters. A middle-aged man with hair and a beard that formed a crescent shape stood at the entrance of the quarters, exuding an imposing aura without showing any anger. Aside from his peculiar hairstyle, his facial features and contours resembled Jige, looking somewhat like a middle-aged version of him. He was the natural king, the current head of the Galin family, Galin Saint. The moment Jige stepped into this territory, Galin's gaze sharpened, and a palpable pressure erupted from him, causing the golden-armored guards behind Jige to kneel instantly. The stronger Lucia also showed signs of pain, but Jige's expression remained relatively calm, though the beads of sweat forming on his forehead indicated that he was not feeling well either. Watching Jige, who was being suppressed by the overwhelming pressure, Galin stepped down the stairs one step at a time and said in a deep voice, "Jige, is this all you can do? Is this the result of your training at the Navy headquarters? Didn't you just say you would take revenge personally?" Jige was taken aback. He hadn't even reached the entrance of the residence when he said that, yet Galin, deep within the residence, could still hear him. If it weren't for his memories for Blue Star, Jige would have suspected that Galin had eaten the thunder fruit and developed a sound-based ability. However, the effectiveness of observation hockey varies from person to person, and abilities like predicting the future or listening to all things, along with his super hearing effect, were within the realm of understanding. It could only be said that Galin's strength was truly unfathomable. Not only was his conqueror's haki formidable, but even his observation haki had reached a terrifying level. As Galin approached, the pressure Jige felt grew even larger, and Lucia beside him gritted her teeth, struggling to hold on. Lord Jige. Lucia finally couldn't hold on any longer, a trickle of red blood escaping from her mouth. Upon seeing this, Jige's gaze sharpened, and he pulled Lucia into his arms, dark tendrils emerging from behind him, all surging toward Galin. Galin completely halted his advance and coldly snorted, his aura rising again and directly scattering the dark tendrils. His terrifying pressure struck Jige like a heavy blow, bending his body while still holding Lucia, almost causing him to kneel. Galin approached him, looking down from above, and said, "Is this where it ends?" At this moment, Jige's eyes had turned completely black. He could easily use divine might to avoid this conqueror's haki impact. But if he chose to evade like this, his so-called revenge would truly become a complete joke. Seeing Jige struggling to remain standing, Galin's eyes flickered with a hint of approval. He hadn't seen Jige since the Valley of the Gods and wanted to test him, though he seemed disappointed in Jige's performance. In reality, Galin was quite satisfied. The conqueror's haki Galin unleashed was not merely a mental intimidation. It could cause substantial damage. After all, he was one of the top combat powers in the pirate world, and even Shanks might not surpass him in mastery of conqueror's haki. The fact that Jige could withstand his conqueror's haki at the age of 16 indicated that he definitely possessed the qualities of a king. Just as Jige was about to collapse, Galin was about to withdraw his conqueror's haki, when suddenly, Jige, who had been keeping his head down, murmured, "How could it end like this?" After Jige shouted this, it felt as if something shattered deep within his soul, followed by a surge of dark energy, laced with lightning erupting from him. Buzz. Lucia, in Jige's arms, felt her body lighten, and her somewhat fuzzy consciousness gradually returned. She looked around and saw a black semicircular shield enveloping her and Jige. Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Jige and exclaimed, "Young master, you awakened conqueror's haki?" Jige smiled and nodded, straightening his posture to meet Galin's astonished gaze. "Uncle Galin, is this your welcome gift for your nephew?" Galin was also taken aback by Jige's sudden awakening. After regaining his composure and retracting his conqueror's haki, he said, "Indeed, this is the quality that the Fegalandu family should possess. Welcome home, Fegalandu Jige Saint." Jige was about to respond when Lucia, held in his arms, suddenly groaned softly. Startled by her sound, Jige quickly looked down and asked, "What's wrong, Lucia? Are you hurt?" Lucia, her face flushed, looked up at Jige and whispered, "I'm fine. Just that young master's strength is a bit too much. I'm having trouble breathing." Jige paused for a moment, then realized that his arm was tightly wrapped around Lucia's ample chest, nearly squishing it flat. Feeling the soft sensation from his arm, Jige coughed twice, trying to release Lucia. Noticing Jige's movement, Lucia pressed down on his arm and lowered her head, murmuring, "Young master, please wait a moment. My body feels a bit weak. Could you support me a little longer?" Since Lucia had said that, Jige couldn't refuse. He simply moved his hand to her waist, allowing her to lean against him, and said, "Then you can come in with me like this." No. Actually, I can hold on a bit longer. All right. You are mine, and you cannot refuse." This statement hit Lucia like conqueror's haki, and she truly melted into Jige's embrace. Galin silently observed the entire scene, and only when Lucia was comfortably leaning on Jige's shoulder did he speak. "Let's go. I have something to give you. Consider it a homecoming gift from your uncle to his nephew." Chapter 47. Uncle and nephew Galin only brought Jige into his chamber. After they left, the golden armor guards who had been lying on the ground for a long time finally got to catch their breath and rose from the floor, looking up at Galin and Jige with awe. People are truly different. Some are born to be kings. Upon entering the chamber, Jige surveyed the surroundings. Aside from some decorations, both the furniture and walls were a pristine white, far from the grandeur he had imagined. As the residence of the head of the Fegalandu family, it seemed a bit too simplistic. Galin silently led the way. His chamber was large, even featuring a staircase leading underground. When they reached the underground, a black door appeared before Jige. For some reason, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness. The closer he got to the door, the stronger this feeling became. He was barely able to stand as he approached it. Galin, however, showed no signs of discomfort. He turned to Jige and said, "Do you feel a sense of complete weakness?" Jige pressed his hand against the wall to steady himself and nodded slightly, asking, "This door is made of sea prison stone, right?" "Exactly. Its purity is very high, and it has a strong restraining effect on ability users. It can even render them powerless without direct contact. Additionally, it is one of the hardest materials in the world," Galin explained. Jige attempted to activate his abilities and found that, just as Galin had said, he couldn't produce even a hint of black mist. He was completely unable to use the power of the dark fruit. Not only could he not use his abilities, but the weakness also intensified, and he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Galin had anticipated this situation. He stepped forward to support Jige. Jige's breathing was somewhat rapid as he said, "I'm sorry, Uncle Galin. I really can't muster any strength." Galin chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "No need to apologize. Your performance has been quite good. Glander was even worse than you when he first came here." "Was he an ability user?" Jige asked. "He wasn't before coming here. That devil fruit, the blood fruit, was taken from inside." Jige narrowed his eyes. This was an unfamiliar fruit to him. But one thing he knew for sure was that since this fruit was taken from the Figolando family's secret chamber, its powers would not be inferior to those of the fruits from God Valley back in the day. Galin's next words confirmed this. The previous head of the family, your grandfather, was the user of the blood fruit. After he died, the family went to great lengths to recover this fruit. Glander had his eyes on it, so I gave it to him. Jige realized he had no impression of his grandfather because no one in the family had mentioned him since he could remember. He couldn't help but ask, "The power of this fruit must be quite strong, right? Why didn't you consider eating it yourself, Uncle Galin?" Galin shook his head. "I'm not interested in devil fruits, and the power of this fruit is too evil. It erodes the user's mind. My father went completely mad just a few years after becoming an ability user. If he hadn't regained some consciousness at the last moment, I would have had no chance." Galin paused, a look of pain crossing his face. Although he did not continue, Jige guessed the gist of it. Galin most likely had to kill his own father. Thinking of this, Jige's expression became somewhat strange, as he too would one day have to turn against his father. However, in the matter of patricide, Galin was forced, while he would be acting of his own volition. At this moment, both Galin and Jige found themselves in a state of silence. After a while, Jige took the initiative to speak. "Since this fruit is so dangerous, why did you give it to him?" Galin sighed. "Glander has always been resentful about my taking over as the leader of the Knights of God. After I became the head of the family and had the power to control this secret chamber, he expressed his desire to obtain this fruit. Initially, I disagreed." Jige curled his lips, thinking to himself that Galin still ended up giving the fruit to him. The thought of Glander gaining more power made Jige feel somewhat displeased, and he casually asked, "What? Did he kneel before you?" Galin was momentarily taken aback by this remark and shot Jige an annoyed glare. With his personality, how could he possibly kneel before me? He promised that if I gave him this fruit, he wouldn't interfere with you anymore. Besides, I wanted to ease my relationship with him, so I eventually agreed. Galin's voice sounded calm, but Jige's body trembled slightly. He finally understood why Glander had never made a move against him all these years. Galin's words had a profound impact on Jige. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he truly felt the existence of familial affection. Remembering Galin's silent attention and help over the years, Jige looked at Galin and softly said, "Thank you, Uncle Galin." Galin was taken aback. Although this wasn't the first time Jige had called him uncle, he could clearly feel that the emotion behind it was entirely different. Due to his childhood experiences, Jige had not only hated Glander, but also developed hostility towards the entire Figolando family. So even though Galin had always helped him, there remained a barrier in his heart. Now, knowing what Galin had done for him, that barrier completely disappeared. Galin felt quite happy, but he had always been a bit stiff and rarely showed genuine emotion. In simple terms, he was not good at expressing himself. He awkwardly turned his face away and ended up saying just 3 words, "Don't mention it," without waiting for Jige's response. He directly helped him to the door and took out a golden key from his pocket, inserting it into a hidden slot on the door. Galin turned the key, and the door emitted a dull sound. He then pressed his hand against the door and pushed it slightly, causing the heavy double doors to slowly open. From the sound alone, it was clear that the door was not light. Jige couldn't help but think that even with the key, he probably wouldn't have the strength to push it open. What would he do when he became the head of the family? Would he have to bring Logia with him every time? A conflicted expression appeared on Jige's face. Bringing Logia along was not a problem. She was family. But he was troubled by the thought of relying on a young girl to open the door for him. This was quite embarrassing. Chapter 48. The demon blade Muramesa. After the door opened, Galin continued to support Jige through it. Suddenly, Jige asked Uncle Galin, "Has Grandpa never come here since he became an ability user? Or does he always need you to open the door for him?" Galin was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted. The usually serious Galin couldn't help but smile and said, "Are you already imagining the day you'll become the head of the family? You're thinking quite far ahead. I'm still alive." That's not what I meant. Besides, I don't have to wait for you to be gone to take over. Maybe you'll just retire early because you're tired of it? Do you think the head of the family position is like those roles in the Navy? Retirement? Have you ever heard of a retired head of the family? That's true. It's probably best I don't aim for that position. I certainly don't want Uncle Galin to die. This last statement was genuinely from Jige's heart. After a few playful exchanges, Galin gradually relaxed and started speaking more. "At least you still have a bit of conscience. Don't worry, the position of head of the family will eventually be yours. As for the question you just mentioned, it can be resolved. It just depends on whether you have the qualifications to accept this gift from me." Without Galin saying anything, Jige almost forgot about the gift because as they moved away from the sea stone gate, he gradually regained some mobility. He broke free from Galin's support, moved around a bit, and began to examine the secret chamber. As a prestigious family among the celestial dragons, the treasures in the secret chamber were naturally countless. Gold and jewelry were as common here as cabbages, and using mountains of gold to describe it would be an understatement. The way these items were displayed indicated that the Galin family didn't take them seriously. The truly precious items were the famous swords hanging on the walls. But not all swords were qualified to be displayed. Jige noticed that some were carelessly placed in a corner with a sign next to them that read "Good Blade." 50 craftsmanship. The handles had labels, presumably indicating the names of the swords. The swords that qualified to hang on the wall were the Great Good Blade, 21 craftsmanship, and Jige counted a total of 5. This number was already astonishing, considering there were only 21 such blades in the world, and the Galin family possessed nearly a quarter of them. This foundation was truly terrifying. Ironically, Jige, the heir of his family, was seeing the strength of his family for the first time. Galin turned back and saw Jige's gaze lingering on the famous swords. A playful smile crept onto his lips as he asked, "It seems you are quite interested in swords." Jige withdrew his gaze and honestly replied, "Those swords are indeed tempting, but my swordsmanship is quite average. It would be a waste to give me a good sword." "How can you say that? Do you know that our family excels in swordsmanship? It's the foundation of our family's standing." Jige shook his head helplessly and said, "There's no way around it. There are some who can use sword in the Navy, but none are truly skilled. I've only learned a bit of the basics." Galin nodded dismissively and said, "You're right. Those so-called swordsmen in the Navy are just amateurs, not worth mentioning." "So, Uncle Galin, are you bringing this up because the gift you mentioned is a sword?" "Exactly. As a member of the Galin family, how could you not have your own sword? What about the swords on the wall?" Galin looked at Jige with a sense of disappointment and scolded, "Is this all you aspire to? The 21 craftsmanship is good, but as the heir of the family, using that kind of sword is simply embarrassing for the family." Jige fell silent. He glanced at the sword Galin wore at his waist. According to Galin, that sword must be one of the legendary supreme Great Good Blades. There were only 12 of these exquisite swords globally, and Jige certainly didn't think Galin was about to give away his own sword. That would be absurd. Since he said that, it indicated that the Galin family must have more than one supreme Great Good Blade. Such a foundation made Jige internally exclaim in awe, and he grew more eager. Galin didn't keep Jige waiting long. He led him to the end of the secret chamber, where several luxurious coffins were displayed. The largest coffin in the center was the most ornately decorated. Above all the coffins were corresponding photographs, and from the various peculiar hairstyles. It was clear that those lying in the coffins were the previous heads of the Galin family. Upon arriving here, Galin first bowed to the coffins, and Jige followed suit. Then, Galin approached the largest coffin and slowly opened the lid. Jige stood beside Galin and looked inside, where a skeleton dressed in golden armor lay. To his surprise, the skeleton even had hair that maintained the hairstyle from the photograph, and the hair's preservation was astonishing. However, Jige's attention was soon drawn to the sword cradled in the skeleton's arms. The sword had a jet-black blade with purple vein-like patterns across the edge, and the base of the handle was inlaid with an extremely vibrant ruby. As he stared, Jige's gaze grew increasingly vacant, as if he had lost his soul. Galin was also staring at the sword in the coffin. He appeared normal and even reached out to touch the blade, saying, "This is the first head of the Galin family, Caecilius Saint, and this sword belongs to him. Speaking of which, you and he. Jige, what's wrong with you?" Galin finally noticed something unusual about Jige, and just then, an unexpected event occurred. The sword he touched suddenly ignited with black flames, and then the entire sword transformed into a streak of black light, rushing past Galin and into Jige's right hand. The black light gradually condensed into the form of the sword, and Jige finally regained his senses, raising his right hand that held the sword in confusion, murmuring, "What has happened? What's going on with this sword?" Galin was also stunned by the scene that had just unfolded. He steadied himself, took a deep look at Jige, and said, "The sword in your hand is one of the 12 craftsmanship swords, named the Demon Blade Muramesa." As the name Demon Blade Muramesa was spoken, the sword in Jige's hand began to emit wisps of black mist. A look of shock crossed Jige's eyes, for this black mist was all too familiar to him. It was the power of darkness. Chapter 49. The secret of the celestial dragon. Jige's current feeling is just like when he obtained the dark fruit in the Valley of the Gods back in the day. The cursed sword Muramesa seems to be a part of his body. With a thought, Muramesa instantly transforms into a stream of black mist, merging with Jige's right hand, ultimately forming a black knife-shaped mark on the back of his hand. Galin witnessed the entire process, and his expression transformed from initial shock to calmness. Looking at the mark on Jige's hand, he slowly said, "Indeed, you, with the power of the dark fruit, are the most compatible master from Muramesa." Galin's words sounded a bit mysterious, and Jige asked, "Uncle Galin, are you saying that anyone who is a user of the dark fruit can become the master of Muramesa?" "Of course not. To become a master of the cursed sword Muramesa, one must first be of the Galin family's bloodline. Otherwise, one would be devoured by Muramesa." "Devoured?" "That's right. 800 years ago, the holy ancestor Caecilius was also a user of the dark fruit, and his level of development of the fruit was nearly beyond limits. He could even actively separate the demonic power within him." When Jige first heard Galin mention beyond limits, he thought it referred to the awakening of the fruit. He even believed that the ancestor's level of development was somewhat lacking. Being close to surpassing limits implied that he hadn't even achieved fruit awakening, right? Until the last sentence, Jige directly denied this notion because the idea of actively separating demonic power sounded utterly absurd. Even with his memories for Blue Star, he had never heard of such a thing. This indicated that the user had touched upon the most primal power of the devil fruit, further suggesting that fruit awakening was not the limit of the devil fruit's power. There was a higher realm above that. The information he received from Galin today completely overturned Jige's understanding of the pirate world and made him, who had the memories of Blue Star, put away his sense of superiority. After all, the manga hadn't been completed, and no one could guarantee that this timeline would be exactly the same as in the manga. There were too many unknown factors. Jige considered that, based on his memories for Blue Star, he had developed the dark fruit quite well. But awakening was still a long way off, let alone reaching that realm of surpassing limits. At this moment, his thirst for knowledge was very strong. For Jige, the heir of the family, Galin was also unreserved and continued to talk about that ancestor. 800 years ago, the ancestor used this cursed sword Muramesa to deliver a critical blow to Joy Boy. But he was also severely injured and passed away shortly after the world government was established due to his injuries, although he had already learned about Joy Boy's existence. Jige still pretended to be curious and asked Uncle Galin, "Who exactly is this Joy Boy? Is he very strong?" Even the ancestor was not his opponent. Joy Boy is our common enemy among all celestial dragons, and he is the only one who has trained the power of the devil fruit to surpass limits. He possesses a terrifying power of rules, and because he completely fused his own power with that of the devil fruit, he gave birth to a devil fruit that simultaneously has characteristics of both the paramecia and zoan types, named the Nika fruit. As soon as the name Nika fruit was mentioned, the mark on Jige's right hand suddenly flashed with a black light, and the cursed sword Muramesa was conveying an emotion called unwillingness to him. He suppressed the restless Muramesa and asked in a deep voice, "So this Joy Boy is already dead, right?" This time, Galin did not respond immediately. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, according to worldly terms, "He must be dead, having perished at the hands of the 20 kings back then. But everyone knows that a devil fruit will be reborn after its user dies. As long as that devil fruit containing his will still exists, he has not truly died." After speaking, Galin looked deeply at Jige and said, "Naturally, we will not let this fruit fall into the world. We have been searching for it for the past 800 years, but this fruit, like your dark fruit, seems to have its own will. Whenever we are about to find it, it has either already been eaten or some unexpected incident suddenly causes it to disappear again. Fortunately, during all this time, those who were lucky enough to obtain the Nika fruit have not been able to exert its power, and there hasn't been a single user who could achieve fruit awakening, so the world only knows about the rubber fruit we fabricated to conceal it, unaware of the Nika fruit." After saying all this in one breath, Galin suddenly reached out and placed his hand on Jige's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "But we still cannot let our guard down. This world belongs to us, celestial dragons. Once someone thoroughly activates the power of the Nika fruit, it will become our greatest threat. You should have heard a lot about the celestial dragons while being outside these years, right? Yes, the descriptions of us celestial dragons by the world are not very good. The words of ants are not worth heeding. However, most of the current celestial dragons indeed only know how to indulge in pleasure. A long life of luxury has eroded their minds. Of the kings from back then, only one remains. Once the power of the Nika fruit revives, I can hardly imagine how we would resist with our current state." Jige nodded in agreement, thinking that if it weren't for Galin and the few enlightened celestial dragons, they probably wouldn't even have to wait for the awakening of the Nika fruit. Just the rocks pirates alone might have wiped out the celestial dragons. Galin sighed and said, "Actually, besides the Nika fruit, the dark fruit is also a key target for our search. In the battle 800 years ago, its power played a crucial role. But the ancestor had not truly reached the level of Joy Boy. Therefore, to prevent the dark fruit from becoming difficult to deal with in the hands of others, he separated a portion of its demonic power before his death and infused it into the cursed sword Muramesa. This cursed sword had accompanied the ancestor in battles for many years, and the ancestor often nourished it with his own blood. So while the dark fruit may leave the Fegalando family, it will never abandon us. It will always belong to our clan. As a user of the dark fruit, with its help, things like fruit awakening will become much easier for you. I'm not very clear on the specifics. You'll need to experience it yourself. It has been proven how far-sighted the ancestors' thoughts were back then. A powerful devil fruit like the dark fruit is indeed hard to come by. If it weren't for that fool rocks, we wouldn't know how long it would take to see it again. Now that it has finally returned to our Fegalando family, I believe this is destiny." Chapter 50 Gift Garen's words made Jige feel like a chosen one, but he wondered if his luck could surpass that of the future Luffy. He had even considered taking action against Luffy in advance, but since Luffy wasn't born yet, he would have to find Luffy's father, Dragon, if he wanted to make a move. According to the original timeline, Dragon would definitely be brought into the Navy by Garp, and at that time, he could look for opportunities. Jige knew he couldn't just attack Dragon upon seeing him. After all, Garp was still in the Navy, and he needed a reason that left everyone speechless. Of course, finding a reason was easy. Dragon was a traitor and would eventually defect from the Navy. So wouldn't it be reasonable for him to accidentally kill a Navy traitor at that point? Jige silently calculated in his heart, while Garen thought he was worried about the future and said, "Jige, the probability of a Nika fruit awakening is still very low, so you don't need to worry too much. What you need to do now is to enhance your strength and elevate the status of the Figolando family in Mariejois. Jige was startled. The implication of this statement sounded a bit off, so he couldn't help but ask, elevate the status? Isn't the Figolando family already prominent enough? Of course, we're prominent, but not enough. Back then, when the 20 kings attacked Joy Boy, our ancestor contributed the most. If he hadn't passed away too early, how could the ruling position of Mariejois have gone to the Nerona family? It should have been our Figolando family sitting on the throne of heaven. After hearing this, Jige couldn't help but think what a character his uncle was, wanting to usurp the position. After Galin finished speaking, he felt a bit regretful. He glanced around and lowered his voice. Just remember what I said. Don't mention it after you go out. Him's abilities are unpredictable. You can't guarantee he won't hear. Jige nodded. Right now, he couldn't even deal with Glander, let alone that ultimate boss. Galin patted Jige's shoulder and said, all right, take anything you like from the secret chamber. After going out, I want to see how strong you are. The black Bible materialized from Jige's hands, and he honestly asked, Uncle Galin, can I take them all? If Jige weren't his own nephew, Galin would have probably drawn his sword. He took a deep breath and glared at Jige. You're not even the head of the family yet. You want to take them all? Do you have the ability to keep this foundation? I'm just saying, you're being a bit stingy, Uncle Galin. Galin snorted coldly. Everything here will eventually belong to you. Think bigger. All right, Jige reluctantly replied, then thought for a moment and asked, has Logia eaten a devil fruit? You want to ask for a devil fruit for her, right? You don't need to worry about it. I've already given her a good fruit. Otherwise, do you think a mere slave could have risen to the position of captain of the guard so quickly? Really? Then thank you, Uncle Galin. No need. She's indeed loyal to you. So giving her fruit isn't a big deal. Besides, if she dies in the guard, you would probably go crazy when you come back, right? Then I need to give her something else. I see she's a swordswoman, and there are 4 famous swords hanging outside. I'll pick one and give it to her. Do as you see fit. Jige wasn't only thinking about Logia. He hadn't forgotten about Ginny either. However, he wasn't planning to give Ginny a devil fruit from here, because he had already thought of a fruit that suited her best. He wanted to give Ginny something else. Like a gun. Uncle Galin, does the family have a good gun? A gun? What do you want that for? Our family uses swords. We don't need it. I'm planning to give it to someone. I have a friend who uses guns, and a good gun would significantly enhance her abilities. Is your friend one of those 3 from God Valley back then? Yeah, the girl with pink hair, named Ginny. Haha, I see. In that case, I'll instruct the science team to create a suitable gun. I don't think you plan to stay in the family now, do you? I'll send it directly to the Navy later. Jige nodded. With Glander around, he definitely wouldn't stay. Only when he became strong enough would he truly return to the family, kill Glander, and reclaim everything that belonged to him. But the development of the gun would take some time, and Jige didn't want to go back empty-handed, especially since he had promised Ginny to bring her a gift. He remembered he had mentioned giving Ginny a pair of boots, so he reached out to Galin again and said, Uncle Galin, the family must have boots, right? I want the kind for girls, the most expensive and beautiful ones. Of course, we have those, but you're getting them for Ginny, right? Just looking good ISNT enough. Recently, the science team developed a few combat boots, and they have a women's version. You can take one later. That's great. Thank you so much, Uncle Galin. 2 girls show up in a short time. You better not waste all your energy on them. Or I'll personally help you get rid of those distractions. I won't. I know what I should focus on. You can rest assured, Uncle Galin. It's best to be like that. After speaking, Galin and Jige bowed to the coffins in the chamber, then walked outside together. When they reached the sea stone gate, Jige instinctively slowed his pace. The feeling of weakness was just too uncomfortable. Galin glanced at him and said nonchalantly, What are you dawdling for? Do you need me to support you? Jige had no intention of putting on a brave front and nodded candidly. But Galin suddenly laughed and said, Well, you thought wrong. I won't support you anymore. You don't need it. Huh? Uncle Galin, you. Before Jige could finish his sentence, Galin suddenly pressed down on Jige's back. And before he could react, he was pushed out with great force. Galin controlled his strength very skillfully. Although Jige was suddenly pushed out, his body quickly regained balance, and he stood firmly in front of the sea stone gate. Jige's hands were still pressed against the door, and he rolled his eyes, already prepared to face that damn feeling of weakness. However, After a long while, Jige was surprised to find that he didn't feel anything special. He even tried to activate his ability. His hand pressed against the door, immediately turned dark, and the ability was activated smoothly. Galin stood not far away, arms crossed. "And Tease, how is it? Do you still need me to support you?" Chapter 51 Battle with Logia. Jige stood still for a moment, hesitantly raising his hands and clenching his fists tightly. Instead of feeling any sense of weakness, he felt that the dark power within him was much stronger than before. Watching Jige stand there in a daze, Galin shook his head with a chuckle and stepped forward to ask, "How do you feel? Are you satisfied with your current state?" Jige nodded, and then with a flick of his right hand, the knife-shaped mark on the back of his hand began to squirm, releasing several streams of black energy that gathered in his palm, gradually forming the shape of a knife. With a tremor in his arm, the originally liquid-like darkness suddenly solidified, and the flickering black blade of the demon sword Muramasa appeared in Jige's hand. Holding Muramasa, Jige felt the dark power within him surge forth continuously. If it weren't for the treasures in the secret room, he would have really wanted to unleash it completely. Jige also guessed why he was unaffected by sea prism stone. Looking at the demon sword Muramasa in his hand, he asked, "Uncle Galin, it's because of this sword, right?" "That's right. The demon sword Muramasa not only enhances the power of the dark fruit, but can also conceal the aura of your devil fruit. You no longer have to worry about the sea or sea prism stone," Galin replied. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Jige's face. After he and Galin walked out of the door, he turned and released a gravitational pull towards the door. Under the force of the gravity, the two sea prism stone doors quickly closed together with a loud bang. Galin took out a key and locked the door, and then the two left the place. Outside the sleeping chamber, Logia had already dismissed all the golden armored guards and was waiting there alone. When Jige and Galin appeared at the entrance of the sleeping chamber, Logia's fiery gaze immediately locked onto Jige. Jige waved at Logia, and she instantly flashed to his side, gently calling out, "Young master." Logia's voice was as enchanting as her person. Jige gently held her hand, and she fluttered her amber-colored eyes, her gaze sparkling as she said, "Young master, I am just your slave. This feels too intimate." Though she said this, Logia showed no sign of resistance and leaned a bit closer to Jige. "Don't keep calling yourself a slave. You know I've never regarded you as one," Jige said, summoning the Dark Bible and taking out a long knife. Logia curiously examined the knife in Jige's hand, which was housed in a beautifully designed sheath. The hilt was shaped like golden petals, and the bright red handle was wrapped with dark golden patterns. Even though it was still in its sheath, the faint sharpness emanating from it indicated that this knife was extraordinary. Logia asked, "Young master, is this the gift that Lord Galin sent you?" Jige shook his head and said, "No, this is a gift I picked out for you. Its name is Falling Light. This is for me," Logia exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. After coming to her senses, she quickly waved her hands and said, "Young master, this is too precious. I really don't deserve it." Seeing that Logia was unwilling to accept it, Jige's expression turned serious, and he said sternly, "What do you mean don't deserve it? If you don't take it, don't follow me anymore." Upon hearing this, Logia lost her temper. She knew Jige was likely pretending, but she didn't want to gamble on that. Obediently taking Falling Light from Jige, she softly said, "Thank you, young master. That's more like it. It's just 21 craftsmanship. You can rest assured and accept it." Jige performed a dramatic face-changing act, trying to imitate Galin, and Logia's eyes squinted into crescent moons, feeling sweet inside. Galin, who was watching from the side, rolled his eyes discreetly, thinking, "You brat, giving away my gift and pretending. This is intolerable." Seeing Jige still chatting with Logia, Galin shot Jige a sidelong glance and said blandly, "Jige, have you forgotten what I just told you inside?" Jige didn't turn around and casually asked, "Which sentence is Uncle Galin referring to?" "You brat, I said I wanted to see your strength after coming out. Now, you and Logia are coming with me to the training room," Galin commanded in an unrefusable tone, and then turned to leave. Jige sighed helplessly and pulled Logia to catch up. Though it was called a training room, when Jige arrived, he realized that this so-called training room was even larger than the Navy Academy's training ground, with walls and floors covered in countless sword marks. Once inside, Galin directly said, "All right, You and Lucia go have a match. Let me see the results of your training in the Navy. If I'm not satisfied, you'll stay here until I am. By the way, you're not allowed to use your devil fruit abilities." Before Jige could respond, Lucia showed a troubled expression and said, "But I don't want to fight the young master." Lucia's words were quite disrespectful, causing a hint of displeasure to appear on Garin's face as he said coldly, "You have quite a lot of nerve to defy me. Are you afraid of hurting Jige?" "No, the young master is definitely stronger than me. All right, Lucia, let's just have a match." "Don't worry, I'm stronger than you think," Jige interrupted Lucia, having noticed Galin was starting to lose patience. He had no doubt that if he weren't there, Galin would have directly attacked and killed Lucia. On ordinary days, Galin was not as he was with Jige. After all, he was a celestial dragon who viewed others as mere ants. Only when dealing with his own kin, especially his nephew Jige, did Galin show a more amiable side. To others, he remained the aloof and indifferent head of the Figurando family. Thus, Jige effectively saved Lucia's life. The two walked to the center of the training room, and Lucia drew the falling light that Jige had just given her, a sharp cold light glinting across the black blade. Jige summoned the demon Sword Mira Mesa, looking at Lucia across from him with a slight smile, and said, "Lucia, I heard Uncle Galin say you're also a devil fruit user. Let me see your abilities." Lucia naturally obeyed Jige, nodding immediately. Then she closed her eyes, and to Jige's astonished gaze, deep violet flames suddenly ignited around her. Following that, a pair of jet-black wings unfurled from Lucia's back, and the golden armor she wore gradually transformed into a color similar to the flames under the purple fire's forging, revealing circles of black patterns. Chapter 52. Fallen Angel. Seeing Lucia's transformation, Jige couldn't help but glance at Galin and exclaimed, "A Zoan-type devil fruit? It looks like a mythical Zoan-type. Uncle Galin, you really are generous. Thank you." Galin crossed his arms and remained silent, but a barely noticeable smile crept onto his lips, indicating that he was quite pleased with Jige's praise. If Jige knew what Galin was thinking, he might suspect that Galin was intentionally trying to show off in front of his nephew. At this moment, Lucia had fully unleashed her fruit abilities. She opened her eyes. Her amber pupils transformed into a deep purple, shimmering with an alluring glow. Under the influence of her fruit abilities, her appearance became extraordinarily mature and beautiful, and her figure more voluptuous. When she looked at Jige, he suddenly felt a surge of restlessness in his body, accompanied by a burning sensation. Jige definitely wasn't having any inappropriate thoughts. This strange feeling was most likely related to Lucia's fruit ability. Facing Jige, Lucia showed no signs of defense. She slightly parted her red lips, her voice enchanting. "Young master, my fruit is a Zoan-type mythical beast in fallen angel form, and its ability is—" "No need to say more. I can guess a bit. Let's begin. Let me feel it." "As you wish, young master." As soon as she finished speaking, the black wings behind Lucia trembled, and she transformed into a black streak of light rushing towards Jige, scattering black feathers along the way. Clang! The sound of the clash between Zhao Ming and Muramesa echoed like the ringing of metal. In her fallen angel form, Lucia's speed and strength received a significant boost, and Jige could tell from this strike that Lucia's strength was definitely much greater than that of the top female cadet in the Navy, Shirguan. However, at this moment, Lucia was even more surprised because Jige's strength truly exceeded her expectations. Although she hadn't used all her power in this strike, she had activated her fruit ability. Yet Jige had effortlessly blocked it. She stared blankly at Jige's youthful face, and suddenly tears streamed down her beautiful eyes. Jige was taken aback. He thought to himself, "I haven't even fought back yet. Why is Lucia crying?" He momentarily forgot about the battle, gently pushed Zhao aside, and wrapped his arms around Lucia's waist, pulling her into his embrace, softly asking, "What's wrong, Lucia?" Lucia sniffled. "Young master, you must have suffered a lot out there over the years. How could you possibly have such strength just by training at the Navy school?" Jige tried to recall his experiences over the years. Aside from those few days in the Valley of Gods, he hadn't really suffered much at all. So he awkwardly replied, "You're overthinking it, Lucia. I haven't had it as bad as you think. In fact, I've been quite relaxed. As for strength, it must be because I, your young master, am exceptionally gifted, right?" Lucia wiped her tears and was about to speak when Galin, who had been watching, suddenly shouted, "What are you two doing? Jige, do you want me to personally test your strength?" Hearing this, Lucia jumped out of Jige's embrace in a panic, exclaiming, "Young master, we should quickly continue our previous battle." With Galin, who instantly unleashed Conqueror's haki on his nephew upon meeting, Lucia didn't think Galin would be gentle with Jige. If he injured her young master, it would feel worse than death to her. However, Jige appeared unconcerned, thinking that if worse came to worst, he could just keep using his divine might to let Galin attack him. It wasn't the first time they had met, and he didn't need to exert himself. In fact, he was quite curious to see Galen's helpless expression. But seeing Lucia so flustered, Jige discarded this mischievous thought and prepared to quickly end this reluctant battle. With that in mind, he raised his knee towards Lucia and then kicked out a wave of slashing lightning. Ranjetsu Rake. Lucia's gaze sharpened, and her armament haki instantly wrapped around Zhao Ming in her hands. She held the sword horizontally in front of her chest, and the slashing wave struck her blade but did not dissipate, the powerful force pushing her backward. A thin layer of cold sweat broke out on her forehead as she marveled at Jige's attack. If she hadn't entered her fallen angel form in advance, this strike would have been enough to determine the outcome of the battle. It could only be said that Jige still underestimated Lucia's strength. She smiled slightly, purple flames rising from her body. A flush appeared on Lucia's face, and her power surged again. With a swing of her sword, she directly dispersed the slashing wave. When she looked back at Jige, an exceptionally enchanting smile appeared on her face. "Young master, you are truly amazing. I like you the most." Jige was completely taken aback by Lucia's sudden confession, unable to help but ask, "Lucia, are you okay?" Lucia smiled playfully, a wisp of purple flame gently escaping her lips. "What'd be wrong, young master? I just used my fruit ability. This purple flame is called the Flame of Desire. It can turn others to ashes in the burning of their desires, but when used on myself, it amplifies my strongest desires, greatly enhancing my power. So your desire is?" "That's right. My desire is you, young master." At this moment, Lucia's voice was laced with an intoxicating allure, and Jige felt an even stronger restlessness within him, the burning sensation intensifying. He suppressed his inner turmoil and decided to stop holding back. It wasn't that he was afraid of losing control. He was more concerned about what Lucia might say next. As long as they were together, it was fine, but Galin was still standing there. In a flash, he appeared in front of Lucia, flipped Muramesa, and aimed it like a board at Lucia's abdomen. However, Lucia showed no intention of blocking. She simply opened her arms in a gesture of embrace towards Jige. "What's going on?" Jige hurriedly retracted his hand, but in his haste, he couldn't stop in time and dove straight into Lucia's wide embrace. Lucia smiled sweetly, lifting the somewhat bewildered Jige and lowering her head to kiss him. Her black wings slowly folded, enveloping both her and Jige. Watching this scene, Garen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He had intended to scold them, but in the end, he merely sighed. "I shouldn't have let these two fight." Chapter 53. Don Quixote on the way out of the training room. Galin walked ahead with a dark face, while Lucia blushed and followed closely beside Jige. Only Jige's expression remained relatively normal as he reminisced about the scene in the training room. Wrapped in countless soft black feathers, Lucia gave a passionate kiss, and he kept his eyes wide open the entire time until Lucia released her devil fruit ability. As the fire of desire burned out, Lucia slowly opened her eyes, only to see Jige staring at her with wide eyes, unblinking. Then Lucia fainted in Jige's arms, and it took him a considerable effort to wake her up. Galin had no intention of letting these two fight anymore. He realized that they would probably never come to blows. At this moment, he silently walked ahead, having been fed a mouthful of dog food. Jige glanced at Lucia, who was hanging her head, and teased, "Lucia, your devil fruit ability really surprised me." Young master, please don't tease me anymore." I. A wisp of steam rose from Lucia's head. Although she still wouldn't lift her head, Jige could see her ears had turned completely red. Jige wasn't he planning to let Lucia off the hook so easily and continued, "But I want to hear it again. Who did you say you liked the most?" Lucia had nearly buried her head in her chest. She mumbled a few sounds, and finally, under Jige's pressure, she let out a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "I like the young master the most." Upon hearing this, Jige felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him and nodded contentedly. "That's enough," Galin yelled, unable to bear it any longer. But Jige was not afraid of him at all, which startled Lucia, causing her to burrow back into Jige's embrace. Galin silently placed his hand on the hilt of his knife, contemplating executing family discipline. Jige, oblivious to the tension, tightened his hold on Lucia. Buru-buru. The sound of a telephone bug rang out. Galin frowned slightly and pulled out a telephone bug with a white mustache from his pocket. A scar ran across its left eye, and its expression was very serious. After connecting, the telephone bug spoke in an elderly voice. "Galin Saint, come to the council hall. There is a matter that requires your arbitration as the leader of the Knights of God." "What matter?" "Be clear. I'm with my nephew right now." The serious expression on the telephone bug's coffin-like face suddenly showed surprise. "Nephew? You mean Jige? You brought him back?" "Yes, he's back. Now tell me what the matter is." "All right. Do you remember that Hogimingsheng from the Don Quixote family?" "Oh, that complete fool. I remember he sent word not long ago that he wanted to return to marry Gios." "Yes, but he is already dead." "Dead?" A cold glint flashed in Garen's eyes as he flicked his thumb, drawing the blade at his waist. He coldly asked, "How'd he die? Who killed him?" "Oomph." Although he brought this upon himself, he still has the blood of the celestial dragons flowing in him. To kill him, one must first have my consent. There was silence on the other end of the telephone bug for a moment. Then it slowly said, "It was his own son, Don Quixote." Garen's expression froze, and he suddenly looked up at Jige before falling into silence. Jige shrugged, thinking to himself, "What are you looking at me for? I haven't made a move yet. Your achievements are already well documented." Seeing Galin remain silent, the telephone bug continued. "Don Quixote just returned with Hogimingsheng's head. He wants to express his stance and wishes to return to us, celestial dragons. This matter is a bit troublesome. I've already summoned others from the family, and we're just waiting for you to come and discuss it." "I understand." Galin hung up the telephone bug. Jige asked Uncle Galin, who just called. "Satan's Saint. You should have met him. He went to God's Valley back in the day as one of the elders, and he mainly oversees the scientific division now. He has a good relationship with our family. And you're going to see him now, right? Take me along. I'm quite interested in this Don Quixote. I see that his actions are quite to your taste." Jige smiled and said, "Is that a reason I can go?" "Yes. You have hardly shown your face in Mary Gios. This is a good opportunity for you to get familiar with the place. Go change your clothes first." "Change clothes?" Jige immediately thought of the kind of spacesuits that celestial dragons wear and instantly made a face of disdain, saying, "Never mind. Those clothes are baggy and ugly. I don't like them." Garen's expression darkened as he said, "What nonsense are you talking about? In this kind of occasion, you must wear our family's formal attire. It is a symbol of identity. It is Lucia's duty to assist you in changing, so let her take you." After saying that, Galin turned and left to change. Lucia gently said, "Young master, I think the family's formal attire is very nice. Come on, I'll take you to change." Jige sighed helplessly, waved his hand, and followed Lucia back to his original chamber. It had been nearly 7 years since Jige last left this place, but the furnishings in the chamber were still clean and tidy, especially his room, which could be described as spotless. Lucia opened the wardrobe by the bed, and inside hung black long coats of the same style from when he was young. She took out a few that roughly fit Jige's size and placed them on the bed, softly saying, "Every year when you weren't here, I would apply for a few new ones, afraid that one day you would come back and not find suitable formal attire." Jige stared at Lucia in a daze. She seemed to always inadvertently touch the softest part of his heart. Lucia gently approached and began to unbutton his outer garment, softly saying, "Do you remember how I used to change your clothes like this when you were little? I might be a bit rusty now, so I hope you won't blame me." "Lucia, have you been cleaning my chamber all these years?" "Yes, that is my duty, although there are plenty of places to stay. I thought you would still prefer to live here, right?" Lucia neatly folded the outer garment she had taken off and placed it on the bed. Then she picked up a black long coat and draped it over Jige, starting to fasten the buttons. Jige looked down at Lucia, who was concentrating seriously, and suddenly said, "Lucia, if I let you stay by my side forever, would you feel like you've lost your freedom?" Lucia was taken aback for a moment. She looked up into Jige's eyes, then slowly pressed her face against his chest, whispering, "How could I, young master? That has always been my wish." Chapter 54. Who is the protagonist? Logia fastened the last button on Jige's outfit, stepped back a few paces, and carefully examined him from top to bottom, exclaiming, "Young master, you look really good in this outfit." Jige put on a pair of black boots and walked to the full-length mirror. In the reflection, he was dressed in all black, his figure tall and slender. Logia walked behind Jige, wrapping her arms around his waist, and Jige naturally placed his hand over hers. After a moment of tenderness, they went out, as there were important matters to attend to. When they next saw Galin, he was also wearing a black outfit similar to Jige's, followed by a burly golden armored guard wearing a helmet. The golden armored guard bowed to Jige and respectfully said, "Lord Jige, I am Carlos, the captain of the first guard team. By the way, the Figolando family has a total of 5 guard teams, with the 1st, 3rd, and 5th teams under Galen's command, while the 2nd and 4th teams are assigned to Glander. The 3rd team has essentially been handed over to Jige by Galin, as the captain of the 3rd team is Logia, making Jige's takeover of the 3rd team a natural progression." Galin surveyed Jige in his new attire, a look of approval appearing in his eyes as he said, "Not bad. This is more like a member of our Figolando family." Jige, with one hand in his pocket, replied, "I thought it would be something like a white, chubby sack with a fish tank on the head." "Don't be ridiculous. There is no need to wear anything like that here, and I think that kind of outfit is okay." "Uncle Galin, you hesitated just now, right? By the way, I've never seen you wear that kind of outfit. Is it not fitting?" Galin glared at him and said, "You'd better be grateful you're my nephew. Not many dare to speak to me like this, even in Mariejois." Galin could no longer intimidate Jige. He chuckled and said, "But who told me I'm your nephew? Just bear with it, Uncle Galin." After saying this, Jige walked ahead on his own, and Logia hurriedly jogged to catch up. "Young master, do you know the way?" Watching Jige's back, Galen's previously tense expression gradually relaxed. He suddenly shook his head and chuckled softly. "This feeling is quite nice." Captain Carlos of the first guard team secretly glanced at Galin, greatly shocked. The usually stern and intimidating Galin actually had this side to him. Galin placed his hands behind his back, appearing slightly aged, though he was still in his prime. It seemed he suddenly remembered something, and as Jige's figure almost disappeared from his sight, he sighed softly and murmured, "It would be even better if that kid could be by my side." In the dragon hall, more than a dozen celestial dragons dressed in outfits resembling spacesuits were seated around a rectangular conference table, all eyes focused on the small boy standing at the end of the table. The boy had short yellow hair and was wearing egg-shaped sunglasses. He looked quite young and was barely taller than the table. He wore a faded shirt with some unremovable bloodstains. Standing there alone under the disdainful and mocking gazes of the celestial dragons, he held a bloody human head in his hand. Saint Satan had a blank expression, his hands crossed on the table, remaining silent. The boy's hand holding the head trembled slightly as he raised his head and hoarsely asked, "Are you going to let me back or not? Haven't I done enough?" No one paid attention to the boy. The celestial dragons had lost interest in him and were busy boasting about the slaves they had bought that day. Just as the boy was about to break down, Saint Satan slowly spoke, "Doflamingo, you'd better be patient. Your matter must wait until Saint Galin arrives to reach a conclusion." "Why?" "Because you killed a celestial dragon. If he finds you guilty, not only will you not return to Mariejois, but you will also be executed on the spot." At these words, a chill ran through Doflamingo. He began to regret returning here, as the feeling of having his fate dictated by others was truly unbearable. Every passing minute and second here tortured his heart immensely. Suddenly, a slow but steady sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the hall. The door was pushed open, revealing a burly man clad in golden armor. Doflamingo swallowed hard. He had often heard Saint Galen's name from the mouth of Saint Hoga while in the Holy Land, but had never seen Saint Galin in person. Initially, he thought the man entering was Saint Galin, but the burly man stood straight at the door, seemingly waiting for something. The previously noisy celestial dragons instantly fell silent, with a few female celestial dragons stretching their necks to look towards the door. Tulp, tulp. Under everyone's gaze, 2 tall figures stepped into the hall, Galin and Jige, the uncle and nephew. Carlos, who had just opened the door, stepped back after Galin and Jige entered, while Logia stayed outside waiting. The celestial dragons inside the hall were stunned when they saw Jige beside Galin, and they began to speculate about his identity. Galin remained silent, directly leading Jige to sit in the two empty seats to the left and below Saint Satan. Saint Satan's gaze lingered on Jige for a moment before he looked at Galin and said, "Saint Galin, you finally arrived. Do you need to introduce the one next to you?" Galin crossed his arms, glanced at Jige beside him, and said, "He is my nephew, Figolando Jige." Jige also crossed his arms and merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement after Garin's brief introduction. The casual demeanor of this uncle-nephew pair caused quite a stir below. After a brief moment of shock, the celestial dragons immediately began to whisper among themselves. "Saint Garin's nephew? Isn't he the only heir of the Figolando family? Oh my, I almost forgot he had a nephew. I didn't expect to see him today." Saint Jige is very young and looks a lot like Saint Galin, though his hairstyle is a bit too ordinary. I'll go introduce myself to him later. The position of the next leader will likely belong to him. A few celestial dragons had already moved their chairs closer to Jige, enthusiastically saying something to him. Doflamingo was completely left out, staring blankly at Jige, who was surrounded by the celestial dragons, a strong sense of jealousy surging in his heart. Chapter 55. Creating momentum. The celestial dragons, who had always looked down on others, showed a desire to please Jige in light of his status as the sole heir of the Figurland family. This identity was incredibly dazzling. For most people outside, all celestial dragons were the same, high and mighty, and unassailable. However, within Mariehua, the stronghold of the celestial dragons, the Figurland family was indeed a special existence. It was synonymous with power, and in the absence of him, the Figurland family served as the last line of defense for the honor of the celestial dragons. Jige was receiving the same treatment that Galin had once enjoyed, and he quietly observed from the side, until impatience appeared on Jige's face. He tapped the table with a finger and said in a deep voice, "Silence. It's time to talk about Don Quixote Doflamingo." A faint pressure of royalty emanated from Galin, causing all the celestial dragons, except Satan, to hold their breath. They awkwardly smiled and then silently returned to their seats. Satan remained silent throughout. In terms of status, he was neither higher nor lower than Galin, but today was Garin's first time publicly introducing Jige, so he tactfully lowered his presence. He had even tacitly accepted the nature of this meeting as Jige's public appearance, and he was very willing to give face to the Figurland family. As for Doflamingo, from a moment Galin publicly revealed Jige's identity, he completely faded into the background. How could the son of a traitor compare to Jige, the heir of the Figurland family? If Galin hadn't brought the topic back to Doflamingo, it's likely that no one would have glanced at him again until the meeting ended. Doflamingo felt the neglect from everyone, yet no matter how angry he was, he could only grit his teeth and wait for Garin's final judgment. His life or death might depend on Garin's casual words. Jealousy, fear, and unwillingness intertwined in Doflamingo's heart. He was beginning to want to leave, but that would mean completely giving up the only chance to regain his identity as a celestial dragon, which he couldn't bear. Garin's gaze was indifferent, and with his strong observation hockey, he could sense the negative emotions emanating from Doflamingo. He glanced at the head of homing, saying, "What does it feel like to kill your own father with your own hands?" Doflamingo's body jolted. Those words were like tearing open his old wounds. He tightly grasped Homing's hair and squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth. "It feels nothing. He deserved to die. Give me a reason why he deserved to die." Doflamingo finally couldn't hold back. After all, he was just a 10-year-old child. Under Garin's questioning, his emotions erupted. "I was too stupid. I caused my mother's death, and made my brother and I live such a life." Doflamingo recounted everything he had experienced after leaving the Holy Land, and in the end, he even threw Homing's head away like garbage. The head rolled on the ground until it hit the leg of the table and stopped. All the remaining paternal feelings in Doflamingo's heart transformed into hatred at that moment. He looked at the celestial dragons sitting in their chairs, watching him like a clown, and internally screamed, "I should have been one of them. My life is ruined." After listening, Galin only sneered, not even glancing at the head that had fallen to the ground, and casually said, "Indeed, one reaps what one sows." Such an end is only to be expected for him. Satan then said from the side, Galin, what do you think about Doflamingo's return to the Holy Land? Galin pondered for a moment, first glancing at a celestial dragon sitting diagonally across from him. This celestial dragon had green hair and an ugly face. Of course, among those present, besides Galin and Jige, hardly anyone was good-looking, so his appearance was not particularly striking. Muscarud, Doflamingo is from your Don Quixote family. Do you want him back? Upon hearing this name, Jige raised an eyebrow. He remembered this celestial dragon, the one who had beaten another celestial dragon to save Shirahoshi in Mariewa and was eventually executed by Galin. However, this guy hadn't been brainwashed by Etiette and was no different in character from the other celestial dragons. Muscarud looked disdainfully at Doflamingo and said, Homing is a sinner who has brought shame to the Don Quixote family. Our family has already disowned him. He and his family should never think of returning. Doflamingo was struck as if by lightning. He stared fiercely at Muscarud, his fists clenched tightly. However, Muscarud turned his head away, smiling at Galin and saying, of course, how to deal with him is ultimately up to you, Galin. If you want him back, then it's not all right, I understand. Galin waved his hand to interrupt. Under Doflamingo's anxious gaze, he suddenly turned to Jige and said, Jige, whether Doflamingo stays or goes, or if he dies, this matter is up to you to decide. At this statement, everyone was startled and focused their attention on Jige. Jige showed a look of surprise. He and T expected Galin to hand over the decision-making power to him. Satan, who had been silent, glanced at Galin and understood his intention. Galin was creating momentum for Jige, allowing the other celestial dragons to see his importance to Jige, thereby wanting to solidify Jige's status as the heir of the Figureland family and help him establish a firm foothold in Mariewa. When Satan turned his gaze to Jige, who was crossing his arms, his expression suddenly changed. He noticed the black blade-shaped mark on the back of Jige's hand. His eyes flickered in surprise. That was the demon blade Muramasa. Galin had actually given it to Jige. With this thought, Satan, who had initially wanted to express an opinion, completely fell silent. He had made up his mind that no matter what decision Jige made later, even if it was to let Doflamingo return, he would support it. Because the demon blade Muramasa was not merely a symbol of the Figureland family head. Its emergence held extremely significant meaning for the entire celestial dragon race. It was a blade that could slay gods, and of course, the gods referred not to those celestial dragons who call themselves gods, but to Nika, who would awaken again at an unknown time. Chapter 56. The Master of Illusions. Jige pondered for a moment, then raised his eyes to look at Doflamingo and said, To be honest, I admire you quite a bit, Doflamingo. Initially, when he heard that Galin was handing the decision-making power to Jige, Doflamingo thought he was completely out of luck. After all, Jige looked far too young. To Doflamingo, Galen's actions seemed like he was treating the matter carelessly, as if he were dealing with a piece of trash. He had no expectations that Jige would speak up for him. Not receiving the death penalty was already the best outcome he could hope for. But now, hearing Jige actually say he admired him reignited the spark of hope in Doflamingo's heart. He looked at Jige with a face full of expectation, knowing that his fate was now entirely in Jige's hands. However, Jige did not rush to make a final decision. He simply asked, You have a brother, right? Why didn't he come with you? Doflamingo was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, saying, Yes, his name is Rosinante. He was traumatized and ran off somewhere. Oh, so your family is left with just you now. If you were allowed to return, are you sure you could stay in the family? Doflamingo couldn't help but glance at Muscarud, who responded with nothing but a disdainful look. He fell silent. Muscarud's attitude represented the Don Quixote family's attitude towards him. Jige was right. Even if he were granted permission to return to the family, as the son of a trader, he would probably struggle to find a place to belong. Among everyone in the hall, the only one who showed any concern for him was Jige. Despite Doflamingo's later ruthlessness, he was still just a 10-year-old child now, and it was impressive that he hadn't collapsed under such pressure. This was likely the most vulnerable moment of his life. And even though Jige's question wasn't meant to show concern, it still brought a flicker of warmth to Doflamingo's cold heart. Furthermore, given Jige's status, this expression of concern was even more precious. Therefore, when he spoke again, the way he addressed Jige changed. Lord Jige, what do you think I should do? Jige smiled slightly and said, The Figolando family can accept you. Nanny? Doflamingo was still processing this when a wave of gasps erupted in the council chamber. Galin also looked at Jige in surprise, but didn't say much. Muskerud stared at Jige in disbelief and said, Lord Jige, are you joking? He's the son of a traitor. Jige frowned, a wisp of dark energy swirling at the corner of his eye, and coldly said, What? Are you questioning my decision? Buzz. The pitch-black conqueror's hockey emanated from Jige, and the light in the council chamber gradually dimmed. Of course, Jige had suppressed the intensity of his hockey to the limit. After all, these celestial dragons were truly weak. Yet, even so, under the influence of his hockey, many celestial dragons felt dizzy, especially Muskerud, who swayed before ultimately falling from his chair and landing on the ground. He had no idea what had just happened and looked at Jige with a face full of terror. The other celestial dragons were similarly frozen in fear, sitting silently in their chairs, not daring to move. Satan was not surprised by Jige's display of hockey. It would have been a huge surprise if the sole heir of the Figolando family lacked such potential. Doflamingo had previously awakened his hockey due to an accident, but he was too young to understand what it was, let alone control it. Unaffected, he could only see that after Jige spoke. The celestial dragons were so scared they didn't dare to make a sound. However, what shocked him the most was Jige's words. Even now, he was still doubting whether he had heard correctly. That was the Figolando family. Doflamingo recalled that when Hominguk decided to leave the family, he had expressed that his greatest concern was the Figolando family because its past heads had a privilege that terrified all celestial dragons. They could judge celestial dragons. Doflamingo could never have dreamed that one day he would have the opportunity to join this family. It was so surreal that he began to stutter. Lord Jige, are you serious? Jige's expression darkened. It was fine that Doflamingo was stuttering, but he happened to stutter on the first syllable of his name. Fortunately, no one here understood the meaning of Jige. He frowned and impatiently said, I don't have the time to joke with you. Doflamingo widened his eyes, took a deep breath for a while to straighten out his words, and shouted, If Lord Jige can let me join the Figolando family, I swear to serve you to the death. Well, then you can leave now. Huh? Doflamingo's mind was completely spinning. What did you can leave mean? Was Jige telling him to go somewhere? To report to the Figolando family? He tentatively asked, Does Lord Jige mean? It means you can leave Mariejuan now. Go out into the world and have some adventures. When you have enough strength, come back to find me. The Figolando family doesn't accept waste. I just gave you an opportunity. What? Don't you want this opportunity? Jige's words were akin to painting a pie in the sky, but the pie he painted was indeed very tempting. Doflamingo's expression froze. He wanted to say something more, but when he saw Jige's increasingly impatient face, he immediately responded, Yes. Thank you very much, Lord Jige, for giving me this opportunity. I will do my utmost and never let you down. After speaking, Doflamingo turned and strode toward the door. Jige called out to him, saying, You must have gone through a lot to get here. When you take the elevator down, you will see a ship. Go find someone named Spandane on the ship and tell him I sent you. He will take you to where you want to go. Doflamingo was immediately filled with gratitude and deeply bowed to Jige, maintaining his posture as he retreated step by step to the door, finally turning and leaving. After he left, Galin suddenly said, Jige, what are you really thinking? Don't tell me you're just toying with him. Jige smiled and said, Uncle Galin, this time your vision is not as good as mine. That guy has good potential. If he can be used by the family, he will definitely be a valuable tool. Chapter 57, Angry Galin. On the way back, Galin asked Jige, How long do you plan to stay in Mary Geo's this time? Jige thought for a moment and replied, If Uncle Galin doesn't have anything else to do, I might leave tomorrow. You brat, you think you could just take something and leave, huh? Uncle Galin, you wouldn't be reluctant to see me go, would you? Oomph. A glint of cold steel showed from the sword at Galin's waist. Jige wasn't afraid at all. He casually rested his hands behind his head and turned to Lucia, saying, Lucia, you should come with me when the time comes. Lucia's face lit up with surprise. She had been anxious ever since she heard Jige say he was leaving, but now she felt a huge sense of relief. She nodded vigorously and said, As long as the young master is willing, wherever you go, Lucia will go too. Jige smiled slightly, ignoring Galin's increasingly dark expression, and said, Uncle Galin, I also need to trouble you to help Lucia create a reasonable identity with the world government. I want her to enter the Navy school as well." Galin almost laughed out of anger, saying irritably, "Are you going to train in the Navy school, or just enjoy yourself? Do you want me to arrange for her to share a dorm room with you too? That's not necessary. It's not like I live in a single dorm. It wouldn't be convenient for Lucia to stay with me." A large hash mark appeared on Galin's forehead. He turned his head away and said flatly, "I won't take care of this. You figure out yourself." "Come on, Uncle Galin, not many people in the world government know me. My words aren't as effective as yours. Have you forgotten about that guy, Spandam? I promoted him to the commander of CP9. You can just give him orders directly for things like this in the future." "Huh, I see. It still has to be Uncle Galin. I find him very useful." Galin stopped and shot a sideways glance at Jige, saying, "Don't get too happy too soon. It's fine, I want to go back, but you have to train your swordsmanship well here first. At least learn how to look the part before you go out. Don't just swing your Muramesa around randomly." Jige had no objections to this. Regardless of the time, improving his strength was the most important thing. However, in Jige's view, the swordsmanship in One Piece was just ordinary slashing. It emphasized brute strength and speed. Returning home, the sky was already dark. Galin directly brought Jige to the dining room to have dinner together. In the center of the dining room was a huge rectangular dining table adorned with several golden candlesticks. Looking quite luxurious, Galin sat at the head of the table and picked up a newspaper prepared by a servant to read. Jige sat to his left, while Lucia went out to instruct the servants to prepare the meal. Looking at the empty dining room, Jige asked, "Uncle Galin, do you usually eat here alone?" Galin looked down at the newspaper and said, "Yeah, you don't have to worry. Ever since I became the leader of the Knights of God, Galin hasn't eaten with me anymore. He won't come. Where is he now? He must know I've returned. He spends all day in the science department. I don't know what he's researching." As he said this, Galin sighed and continued, "Those are ultimately crooked ways. I haven't seen him in the training room for years. Maybe he's secretly training behind your back, or he's focused on enhancing his fruit abilities." Mentioning Galin, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Galin closed the newspaper and looked at Jige seriously, saying, "Jige, do you really want to kill him? After all, he's your biological father." Jige's eyes turned pitch black. He stared directly into Galin's eyes and resolutely said, "I don't acknowledge him as my father. He has never regarded me as his son. To him, I'm just a tool for enhancing his power. In the end, only one of us can survive." Galin frowned and asked, "A tool for enhancing power? What do you mean by that?" "It seems you still don't know, Uncle Galin. He has gone to great lengths to experiment on me. What do you think he wants to do? Isn't it to make you strong enough to defeat me and reclaim the position of family head? Actually, he thinks too much. I was already planning to hand over the position to you. It can only be given to you." Whoa. A dark whirlwind erupted from behind Jige, and he said expressionlessly, "Uncle Galin, you're thinking too simply. He is just cultivating a perfect body for himself, and later he will use some special method to take over. He has never thought of relying on me as his son. In other words, from the very beginning, he has been thinking about taking my life." "What did you say?" Galin suddenly stood up, his eyes blazing with endless fury. He truly didn't know about this matter. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have hesitated to clean house despite Galin's threats. Jige's heart wasn't as calm as it appeared. He forcibly suppressed the emotions that were almost out of control, and the darkness behind him slowly receded back into his body as he continued, "If I'm not mistaken, Galin is currently researching methods of body exchange. After all, the surgery fruit hasn't been born yet, and he must be getting a bit impatient." After hearing Jige, Galin stood there in silence for a long time without moving. He didn't doubt the truth of what Jige said because Jige had no need to lie about such things. Galin had been forced to kill his own father back then, which left him with a huge psychological shadow. That's why he wanted to advise Jige to avoid following in his old footsteps and at least spare Galin's life. But now, he completely dismissed that idea because Galin's actions were, in his view, simply inhumane. He didn't deserve to be a father. At this moment, Galin was completely disappointed in Galin, and he even wanted to find Galin right away to give him a good beating. He didn't think about killing Galin because his thoughts had aligned with Jige's. That was, Galin's life must ultimately be taken by Jige himself. The uncle and nephew stood and sat, respectively, and the entire dining room fell into silence until Lucia's voice came from the doorway. "Young master, the meal is ready. Should I have them bring it up now?" Hearing Lucia's voice, Jige's heart finally calmed down. He took a deep breath, put on a relaxed expression, and called out to Lucia, "Lucia, let them serve the dishes. Thank you for your hard work." Lucia jogged over, glancing curiously at Galin, who stood there with a pale face, and then gently wrapped a clean white napkin around Jige, saying, "Young master, this is what I should do. Please allow me to serve you during the meal." Chapter 58. Good night. Young master Galin hid his hands tightly in his sleeves and suddenly looked at Jige with an apologetic expression, saying, "Jige, I'm sorry." Lucia widened her eyes in surprise. What did she just hear? The one referred to as the king, Galin, actually apologized? What exactly happened when she wasn't there? Jige trembled all over, and with a complicated emotion, he looked up at Galin and quietly said, "Uncle Galin, you don't need to apologize. It was Glander who concealed the truth. You were unaware at the time." Galin shook his head and said, "If I had been more resolute back then, you wouldn't have continued to suffer there, and you almost lost your life." All right, Uncle Galin, you really don't need to think so much. You're my only family. There's nothing to apologize for. Let's eat. Speaking of which, this is our first meal together." A smile appeared on Jige's face, which made Galin feel even worse. It was the second time in his life that he uttered the words, "I'm sorry." The first time was when he personally plunged a sword into his father's heart. At that moment, a look of relief appeared on his father's face, and he, who was not good at expressing himself, only managed to say, "I'm sorry." Galin silently sat back in his chair, murmuring, "Family." Jige turned to Lucia and exchanged a glance, and Lucia immediately understood. She snapped her fingers, and a group of servants carrying dishes rushed in from outside, while someone came out to drape a napkin around Galin. During the meal, Galin appeared very dejected, while Jige deliberately tried to cheer him up, hoping to make him feel a bit better. This scene left Lucia a bit confused, as it seemed the roles of the uncle and nephew had somehow reversed, with Galin looking like a wrong child. Dinner ended in this strange atmosphere, and after the meal, Galin, accompanied by several servants, headed to his chambers, leaving only Jige and Lucia in the dining room. Although Lucia was curious about Galin's strange behavior, she didn't ask. Having lived in the Figolando family for so many years, she knew when to hold her tongue. Jige rubbed his throbbing temples and stood up, saying, "Lucia, let's go rest as well." Lucia's face flushed, and she softly replied, then helped Jige remove the napkin and placed it on the table, following him to the bedroom. Once in the bedroom, Jige fell back onto the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. In reality, he hadn't been as relaxed in the dining room as he appeared. Everything he experienced in the laboratory during his childhood had long since become his inner demons. If it weren't for facing Galin, he would never bring it up again. Suddenly, Jige felt someone touching his feet. He propped himself up and saw Lucia taking off his shoes. He had been in a daze on the way and had completely overlooked Lucia, who had been following him. He hurriedly said, "It's fine, Lucia, you can go rest. I can take care of undressing myself." As he spoke, Jige tried to pull his feet away from Lucia's grasp, but she hugged them tightly. Lucia looked at Jige with a gentle smile and softly said, "Young master, serving you is my duty. You didn't say anything during the day." "That's because I only changed my outer coat. Taking off shoes is a bit dirty." "What are you talking about, young master? Just lie back, and let me handle the rest." Perhaps fearing that Jige would move around, Lucia quickened her movements. After removing Jige's shoes, she leaned closer and started to unbutton his shirt. Jige quickly grabbed her hand and said, "Wait a minute, Lucia. I'm going to sleep." Lucia slowly raised her head, and only then did Jige see the two flames of purple desire burning in her eyes. She had actually used her fruit ability. Jige was taken aback, thinking, "What's going on here?" Under the influence of the flames of desire, Lucia's face once again displayed the seductive expression from their earlier battle, and her actions became bolder. She pushed him down onto the bed and withdrew her hand from Jige's grip, drawing a circle on his chest with a finger, saying in an incredibly alluring voice, "Young master, you're right. It's time to sleep." With that, Lucia exploded with astonishing speed and in Jige's dazed gaze. She swiftly stripped him down to just his underwear. Just as Lucia reached for Jige's last line of defense, he could no longer hold back, quietly activating his fruit ability. His hand turned pitch black as he grabbed Lucia's shoulder and shouted, "Lucia, wake up!" Lucia froze, the flames of desire in her eyes extinguished in an instant. She stared blankly at Jige, her face turning visibly red, and murmured, "Young master, I." Before she could finish, her body went limp and fell onto Jige. Hiss! Jige was now bare-chested, and with Lucia pressing against him like this, he instantly felt a bit overwhelmed. He took a deep breath, gently stroking Lucia's back, and asked Lucia, "What was that about? How did you even use your fruit ability?" Lucia buried her face in Gige's chest and said in a muffled voice, "I'm really sorry, young master. I just wanted to muster some courage, so I used a bit of my fruit ability. I didn't expect the effect to be so strong." Hearing this explanation, Jige couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Muster courage? What do you need courage for? Do you think I would eat you or something?" "If the young master wanted, I could," Lucia replied. "Over the years, I learned a bit about this from some of the female officials responsible for training slaves." Jige helplessly glanced at Lucia's little head and said, "You, always overthinking things. We just reunited a day ago, and Uncle Galin just told me not to focus my thoughts on this. If he finds out tonight, he'll definitely make it difficult for me, and he might not let you come with me." At the last sentence, Lucia suddenly propped herself up from Jige, panic-stricken as she said, "No, I've finally waited for the young master to come back. I don't want to be separated from you again." With that, Lucia jumped off the bed, ran to the wardrobe, and miraculously pulled out a black silk nightgown from Jige's collection of black formal attire, changing right in front of him. Then she dove back into Jige's arms, closing her eyes tightly and saying, "Good night, young master." Chapter 59, The Sword of Kings. Lucia quickly fell asleep in Jige's arms, while Jige, for some reason, could not sleep at all. However, his body was beyond ordinary. Even after a sleepless night, he woke up the next morning full of energy, without a trace of fatigue. After getting dressed and having breakfast under Lucia's service, Jige noticed that Galin did not show up. He thought that the events of last night must have been quite a shock to Galin, and he might still be recovering from it. Just as Jige finished his breakfast and had not yet digested his food, Carlos rushed into the dining room with a message. "Lord Jige, the master wants you to go to the training room now." "Got it," Jige replied. He did not take Lucia with him and went alone to the training room from yesterday. Inside the training room, Galin was dressed in a black training outfit, holding a wooden sword with his back to the door. As soon as Jige stepped in, he felt a sharp sword aura rushing toward him. The demon sword Muramesa seemed to sense danger and instantly appeared in Jige's hand. Before he could greet Galin turned around and unleashed a sword aura. Jige's pupils contracted, and he instinctively raised his sword to block. Clang! Galin's sword aura did not even use the armed color, simply a regular slash. Yet it forced Jige to retreat several meters immediately. This was with the demon sword Muramesa absorbing most of the impact. Jige's right hand holding the sword trembled slightly, his expression serious. This was the first time he personally felt Galin's terrifying strength. The title of king was well-deserved. Compared to Galin's sword aura, the attacks from Jiyuan were hardly even a scratch. Galin's face was calm, just as it had been when he faced rocks in the Valley of Gods. Holding his sword as an absolute king, the wooden sword in his hand gradually became enveloped in a red mist. Jige furrowed his brow, thinking, could that be Conqueror's Haki? Uncle Galin is serious now? However, Galin did not give Jige time to think. His figure gradually became illusory and instantly appeared in front of Jige, raising the wooden sword to strike down at Jige's shoulder. At such a critical moment, Jige pushed his observation Haki to the limit, using his divine might to phasing out and evade Galin's attack just as the wooden sword was about to make contact. A hint of surprise appeared on Galin's face. Jige seized the opportunity, and armed color instantly enveloped the demon sword Muramesa. He gripped the sword with both hands and thrust upward. Unfortunately, Galin was not Kizaru. Even facing the unknown divine might, he was only momentarily distracted. With top-tier observation Haki backing him, Galin turned his wrist as Jige's body solidified, striking the wooden sword diagonally against Muramesa, deflecting the attack's trajectory. However, Jige's attack did not end there. He released his grip on the sword, and the demon sword Muramesa transformed into pure black, splitting into 7 black swords that hovered in the air, their tips pointing directly at Galin. This move was a sudden inspiration Jige had during battle, named Floating Life of 10,000 Blades, 7 Kill Sword. The 7 black swords formed a circle and charged toward Galin. Galin lightly tapped the ground with his toes and rapidly retreated, but the 7 black swords, like a relentless curse, pursued him no matter where he went. Seeing he couldn't shake them off, Galin simply stopped, casually swiping one of the swords away. But the struck sword quickly returned to the formation, the offensive momentum undiminished. Galin not only did not look displeased, but instead showed a hint of approval on his face. He finally spoke. So, it turns out you can give the intangible darkness a physical form through Muramesa? That's a good idea. But the attack power is still a bit lacking. As he finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from Galin. The red mist wrapping around the wooden sword extended along the blade to his body. He raised the wooden sword and thrust it forward, exclaiming, "Sword of Kings, Imperial Supremacy." Boom! A transparent wave of sword-shaped energy erupted from the tip of his sword, piercing through the 7 black swords that charged at him. The 7 black swords trembled momentarily in the air before falling to the ground, ultimately merging back together. The speed of the shockwave was incredibly fast. Jige barely had time to react before it penetrated his body. He felt a shock to his spirit, as if his entire being was scattered. His body weakened, and he knelt on one knee, while the demon's sword, Muramesa, flew back into his hand to help him support himself. Galin elegantly sheathed his sword and walked towards Jige, saying as he approached, "This is the swordsmanship of the Figolando family, called the Sword of Kings. What do you think of its power?" Jige took a deep breath and replied, "It's strong." "What exactly is this intangible sword aura?" Galin reached Jige and pulled him up with a hand, saying, "This is another application of Conqueror's Haki. The Sword of Kings is a swordsmanship that complements Conqueror's Haki. The Imperial Supremacy I just showed you is the first form, maximizing the psychological intimidation of Conqueror's Haki, concentrating it into the sword's explosion. Even natural elementalization cannot evade it. One must admit that this swordsmanship truly embodies the confidence of the Figolando family. Its foundation is actually Conqueror's Haki. Considering the thriving population of the Figolando family, the appearance of even one incompetent person poses a risk of this swordsmanship being lost. Jige nodded slightly, saying, "But my Conqueror's Haki has just awakened, at most. I can release it, but find it hard to control it like Uncle Galin. Mastering this swordsmanship seems quite difficult." Galin chuckled lightly, folding his arms and saying, "You seem a bit too eager for success, don't you? But it's okay. Practicing this swordsmanship will also enhance your Conqueror's Haki. As I said, the two complement each other." Hearing this, Jige finally felt relieved. He did not want to stay here too long, even with Galin by his side. The lurking presence of Gulong in the shadows still made him uneasy. He raised his head and asked, "Uncle Galin, you just mentioned that Imperial Supremacy is the first form of the Sword of Kings. What are the other forms?" "There are a total of 3 forms of the Sword of Kings. The other 2 are called National Stabilization and God-Slaying. Our ancestor used the last form, God-Slaying, to deal a fatal blow to Joy Boy back in the day. Then Uncle Galin must have mastered the last form, right? Well, I cannot unleash the true power of God-Slaying, because it requires the power of the dark fruit to complement it." At this point, Garen's expression looked somewhat regretful. He patted Jige's shoulder and said earnestly, "The dark fruit ultimately chose you. I hope that one day you can show your uncle the true power of this move. Whether our family can take a step further depends on you." "Yes, I won't disappoint you." "Ha, good. Next, I'll demonstrate the last 2 forms for you. And from then on, it will be up to you to comprehend them yourself." Chapter 60 Departure in the following month. Aside from returning to the dormitory at night to rest, Jige mostly spent his time in the training room with Galin. During this period, Jige had already informed Ginny at the Naval Academy that he would be staying in Mariewa for a few more days to put her mind at ease. What he didn't know was that on that day, Bear was already preparing to set off to find him. If Jige stayed there for just one more night, Bear would probably fly directly to Mariewa, and things would become a bit troublesome. A month later, Jige, whose hair had grown nearly to his shoulders, walked out of the training room. In just a short month, his temperament had undergone a tremendous change. A faint black aura surrounded him, giving off a mysterious and imposing feeling. Lucia, who had been waiting outside the training room for a day, immediately stepped forward to drape a black cloak over Jige and said softly, "You must be tired, young master. Let's hurry back and clean up." Jige smiled and was about to speak when Galin also walked out of the training room. He placed a hand on Jige's shoulder and said softly, "Jige, I'm very satisfied with your performance today. It seems you won't need my guidance anymore. You can return to the Navy." Jige was taken aback. During this time, he had been so focused on his training that he had almost forgotten he had been there for a month. Looking at Garin's slightly fatigued eyes, Jige felt deeply moved. Galin had devoted himself wholeheartedly to teaching him, even putting in more effort than Jige himself. Jige pressed Garin's hand on his shoulder and said, "Thank you, Uncle Galin." Galin smiled slightly and waved his hand, saying, "No need to say thank you between us. After all, you're my nephew." After saying that, he took out a newspaper from his pocket and unfolded it. Jige looked at it in confusion. Almost all the articles were about the Roger pirates. After Rock's death, Roger's influence at sea had grown even stronger, and naturally, the press would focus on his activities, such as which country he appeared in or which pirate crew he defeated. The newspaper reported on an incident where Roger caused a commotion in a country, with a photo of the Roger pirates at the top. In the photo, soldiers were seen rolling their eyes, and Roger stood on top of a bloodied officer, grinning widely, with a group of Roger pirates behind him. Lucia also saw the photo and displayed a strong look of disgust, hissing, "Damn pirates, they're nothing but scum." Jige calmed the agitated Lucia for a moment and then turned to the silent Galin, asking, "Uncle Galin, what does it mean for you to show me this? Should I be cautious of Roger?" Galin silently pointed to the edge of the photo where there was a child wearing a straw hat. Because of the small size of the image, Jige hadn't noticed him earlier, but upon closer inspection, he immediately recognized that the child with the straw hat was none other than Shanks, one of the future 4 emperors. At the same time, he recalled the speculation on Blue Star regarding Shanks' background. He could very well be Garin's son. Garin's next words further confirmed Jige's suspicion. "Since you become a Navy officer, you might encounter the Roger pirates one day. This pirate crew is indeed very strong, so you need to be careful." After advising Jige a few more times, Galin paused and then looked at the Shanks in the photo, saying also, "If you encounter this guy, spare his life." Jige didn't ask any questions and simply nodded firmly, saying, "I understand, Uncle Galin. Don't worry." Galin raised his head and looked deeply at Jige, slowly saying, "Don't you want to know who he is? I don't need to know that. I just know he must be someone very important to Uncle Galin. He, perhaps just like me." Galin was taken aback for a moment. Then he gently nodded and said, "Yes, both of you are equally important to me. I don't want you to become enemies. Should I find a chance to bring him back? No, I once told you to choose your own path, and that applies to him as well." At this point, Garin's upright posture suddenly slumped down. He sighed heavily, looking up at the gradually full moon in the sky, and said softly, "But his path has already diverged from yours and mine." After saying that, Galin left alone, leaving only a sentence behind. "Tomorrow I will arrange a ship to take you back in the name of the world government. Rest well tonight." Jige said nothing, just quietly watched Garin's figure gradually disappear into the night. The next day, Jige and Lucia boarded the ship arranged by Galin. Jige stood on the deck, looking up at the red line, feeling a sharp gaze watching him from the top. It wasn't until the red line completely disappeared from view that Jige turned back to the cabin and started chatting with Lucia about the Naval Academy, so she could learn about some situations in advance and adapt to life there more quickly. On the training ground of the Naval Academy, Akainu was engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat with Bear. The two were not using any devil fruit abilities, just exchanging blows with their hockey-covered fists. Akainu's physique seemed somewhat small in front of Bear, but from their confrontation, it was clear that Bear was being suppressed by Akainu, retreating step by step under Akainu's volcanic-like ferocity. Kizaru was eating a banana on the side, watching with great interest, while the tall Staliberry squatted beside him and said, "Borsellino, aren't you going to go up and spar with Sakazuki? I think Bear can't hold on much longer." Kizaru casually tossed the banana peel into the air and then fired a laser to turn it to ashes. He got up, stretched, and lazily said, "I'll pass. It's rare that the old man isn't around. It's better to relax. What's the point of fighting?" Staliberry was used to Kizaru's behavior. He shrugged and said, "Speaking of which, I wonder what happened to Teacher Zifa today. He still hasn't come over. Who knows? Go Bear. I have faith in you." At this moment, in Zifa's office, Zifa was seriously looking at a resume on his desk. The resume featured a stunningly beautiful young girl, though her expression seemed somewhat indifferent. He was not attracted by the photo, but rather by the information on the resume. Logia, Darksider, Zoan-type human fruit, mythical beast form, fallen angel. Chapter 61. Return to the Navy. Zifa couldn't help but think of what war country had mentioned to him about Jige having a background. At first, he hadn't taken it seriously, but now it was different. He couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. What a coincidence that his cousin is a nature-type devil fruit user, and now he has a cousin who is a mythical Zoan type. Is it just a coincidence that top-tier devil fruits seem to be drawn to the surname Darksider? It can be said that a low-probability event happening once is a coincidence. But if it happens twice in a row, it's not really normal. Zifa was almost certain that Jige and Lucia's devil fruits were granted by the powerful forces behind them. Thinking of this, Zifa was secretly alarmed, wondering what kind of force it could be that has such great influence. Just as Zifa was pondering, a sudden commotion outside the window interrupted his thoughts. This group of kids, just because I'm not around for a while, they've gone wild. It must be that Polysolino leading them. With a dark expression, Zifa approached the window and looked out at the training ground and instantly understood what was happening. It turned out that Jige had returned, accompanied by a tall, slender girl with black hair. Although she was a bit far away, Zifa knew that she must be Lucia, as stated in her resume. On the training ground, Ginny was practically hanging on Jige, her pretty face rubbing against him, which made Lucia frown slightly, but she didn't say anything. On the ship, Jige had already introduced some of his close acquaintances to her, with a particular emphasis on Ginny, so Lucia understood Ginny's importance to Jige. Among the crowd, Shizuka also wanted to approach Jige and say a few words, but she knew that given her relationship with Jige, doing so would only lead to awkwardness. She glanced at Lucia, who was quietly standing next to Jige, her eyes filled with interest. Earlier, Jige had introduced Lucia to everyone, saying she was his cousin. But the observant Shizuka could see through the subtlety. Just the way Lucia looked at Jige couldn't possibly be that of mere cousins. The affection in her gaze was almost overflowing. Noticing someone staring at her, Lucia frowned slightly and turned to meet Shizuka's gaze, her right hand slowly resting on the hilt of her knife. Shizuka's expression changed. She sensed an inexplicable sense of danger from Lucia, indicating that the other party's strength might be above her own. Fortunately, Jige noticed Lucia's unusual behavior and softly called her name, which made Lucia immediately calm down and stop looking at Shizuka. Akainu, after Ginny finished speaking with Jige, finally spoke up. "Jige, you've gotten stronger again." Jige smiled slightly and joked, "Sakaski, how did you figure that out? Is it my hair?" Akainu, however, responded seriously, "No, it's not about your hair. There is a certain aura about you that I can feel." Kizura nodded in agreement, having the same feeling. The others didn't have any particularly special reactions to them. With Jige's monstrous talent, his strength was almost increasing daily, especially after a month had passed. "What have you all been doing? Sneaking off to slack while I'm not around, right?" Zifa's voice rang out, startling everyone, and they immediately quieted down, making Jige think of the scene when his homeroom teacher suddenly appeared at the door during his time in Blue Star. The students began to line up, and by the time Zifa walked over, all the students had formed two neat blocks, except for Lucia, who stood out awkwardly among the male students. Zifa quickly noticed her and asked, "You must be Lucia, the one who just arrived. Come up and introduce yourself." Lucia seemed not to hear him, remaining motionless. Zifa frowned slightly and was about to speak when Jige interjected, "Teacher Zifa, my cousin hasn't been out much and is quite shy. So let us skip the introduction for now. I've already introduced her to everyone." Lucia apologized to Teacher Zifa. Lucia immediately nodded obediently and softly said to Zifa, "I'm sorry." Her tone was quite stiff, but Zifa didn't say anything more, just nodded, thinking to himself, "This Lucia has a rather reclusive personality. She wouldn't happen to be a female version of Sakaski, would she?" Sakaski suddenly felt a bit of an itch in his nose and rubbed it. Zifa continued to Lucia, Then you can go over to the female students. However, awkwardly, Logia remained unmoved until Jige spoke again, at which point she obediently left the male students and stood with the female students. Everyone watched this scene in astonishment, thinking to themselves that this cousin was too obedient to her older cousin. If it weren't for Jige being so young, some might even suspect that he was Lucia's father. In fact, Jige himself felt quite helpless. In a way, Lucia's dependence on him was even more severe than Ginny's, and he suddenly worried about what to do at night. He decided he must remind Logia later to not follow him back to the dormitory that night, or it would be troublesome. At the female student side, Jessica turned to glance at the indifferent Logia standing at the end of the line and poked Ginny with her elbow, whispering, "Ginny, is Logia really Jige's cousin? She doesn't seem like it to me." Ginny had already sensed something was off. Initially, she thought Logia was Jige's cousin he had met after returning to the family. But now it seemed things were not as she had thought. After all, Jige hadn't been with the family since he was 8. How could a cousin have such deep feelings for him? Her behavior was completely submissive, almost like Jige's wife. A thought suddenly popped into Ginny's head. Could Logia be Jige's fiancée? Once that thought emerged, it couldn't be shaken off. Ginny stood there, conflicted, feeling increasingly uncomfortable as she began to imagine a melodramatic scene where the family elders designated a fiancé for Jige upon his return to the family. "Ginny? Ginny, what are you thinking? Why aren't you speaking?" Jessica poked Ginny again, prompting Ginny to snap back to reality, suddenly shouting, "No, Jige, don't agree to it." This outburst immediately drew everyone's attention to Ginny, who stared wide-eyed, her face flushed. She didn't dare look at the confused Jige nearby and stammered, sorry, I just zoned out." Chapter 62. Incident. Ginny buried her head low, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. But Zephyr didn't say anything to her. He simply mentioned the training agenda for the day before announcing the dismissal. At that moment, a naval officer rushed in. It was Major General Baboos, who had previously brought Jige back to headquarters. He shouted as he ran, "Admiral Zephyr, Vice Admiral Garp has encountered the White-Beard pirates at sea, and a battle has already begun. Admiral Sengoku wants you to immediately go and support Vice Admiral Garp." "What?" Zephyr was startled and quickly stepped in front of Baboos, asking urgently, what was Garp doing out there? "Where's Sengoku?" Baboos didn't even take a breath before responding. Vice Admiral Garp went out to visit his family in the East Blue, and there weren't many people on the ship. "Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsaru have gone on a mission, and Admiral Kong couldn't reach you, so he sent me." Zephyr's expression grew increasingly grim. He understood the strength of the White-Beard pirates. Since the death of Rox, the White-Beard pirates had developed rapidly, with an increasing number of members, and they were subtly trending towards dominance. Especially their captain, Edward Newgate, a former member of the Rox pirates, whose strength was monstrous. He was one of the top combatants on Rox's ship. Garp was truly in big trouble this time. With no time to ponder further, Zephyr looked at Baboos and asked, "Have the warships assembled?" "Admiral Kong has already made arrangements. The assembled warships are waiting at the port," Baboos replied. Zephyr nodded, but he still felt some worry. The death of Rox hadn't deterred the pirates. Instead, it had emboldened them to form new pirate crews. The scattered, powerful pirate crews were even harder to deal with than when Rox was around. The Navy was seriously facing a shortage of manpower. It would be fortunate if Kong could gather a complete fleet for him. The available combat power on board was likely very limited. He could only ensure Garp's safe return this time, but the casualties would probably be severe. After all, the White-Beard pirates were not like the Roger pirates. Their numbers were considerable, making it difficult for Zephyr to look after the ordinary soldiers during the fight. The students behind him also felt anxious upon hearing the news. Some were fans of Garp, wishing they could join the fleet to support him, but they knew that with their strength, they would be little more than cannon fodder. Due to Tsuru's influence, Jige had a good relationship with Garp and was already thinking of proposing to go along, but someone was faster. "Teacher Zephyr, let me go with you." Zephyr turned around to see Jige, Akainu, and Kumis stepping out of the ranks. It was Jige who spoke. Kizaru had hesitated a bit in the ranks, but eventually followed suit, quietly trailing behind the three of them. Once Jige expressed his intentions, Logia, a new student, was quick to step out of the girls' group, even faster than Ginny and Jiyuan. These 7 represented the strongest force of this cohort. A smile of appreciation appeared on Zephyr's face, but he shook his head and said, "No, you are the future hope of the Navy. The opponent this time is not an ordinary pirate. I can't take you with me." Huh. Akainu's shoulders turned bright red, and smoke billowed from his body. He raised his fist and said resolutely, "Teacher Zephyr, I only know that I am a Navy officer. For the sake of justice, please let me go with you." Jige wasn't as agitated as Akainu. He wasn't particularly fond of Garp. He just wanted to test his training results through this top-level battle. After all, such opportunities were rare. And even if he was strong, he was still just a student. If he didn't go this time, he didn't know when the next chance would come. He spoke up. "Teacher Zephyr, large-scale battles are just right for us 3 Logia types. And with Kuma here, I think I don't need to elaborate on his abilities." Jige's words genuinely moved Zephyr. The devil fruit of the Logia type played a strategic role on the battlefield, which was why the Navy's high command placed such importance on Logia users. Jinny and Jiwen were also among the top students, having at least mastered armament hockey. Coupled with the mythical Zoan-type Lucia, the 3 of them were certainly a considerable force. Moreover, as Jige mentioned, there was also the safety net of Kuma's pawpaw fruit ability. The more Zephyr thought about it, the more feasible it seemed to bring Jige and the others along. Realizing this, Zephyr stopped hesitating, waved his hand, and said, "You 7, come with me to the port right now." Jige smiled and said, "Teacher Zephyr, you're too hasty. Have you forgotten about Kuma?" Zephyr paused for a moment, then quickly realized, "Right, Kuma, use your ability to send us to the port." Kuma didn't waste time and immediately activated his powers. With 6 popping sounds, Jige and the others vanished from their spot. After sending the 6 away, Kuma did the same for himself. Since Garp's location was unfamiliar to Kuma, he couldn't send Jige and the others directly. In the waters at the junction of the East Blue and the Calm Belt, the booming sounds were incessant. Several pirate ships were surrounding a Navy warship, and cannonballs rained down on it. The Navy officers on the warship were desperately defending against the incoming cannonballs to prevent the ship from sinking. Many pirates had already boarded the warship, engaging in fierce combat with the Navy. Meanwhile, Garp had charged alone onto the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick, which was clearly not a wise decision. Whitebeard looked at the aggressive Garp, grinning widely to reveal his big white teeth. "Gwaha, Garp, you're still as impulsive as ever. You actually dared to provoke my Whitebeard pirates. Do you think I'm Roger?" Garp's suit was already in tatters. He wiped his nose with his thumb and said nonchalantly, "What's the difference? Whitebeard, I'll capture you and throw you in prison before I get to Roger. You really can't see the situation, can you? You think you can catch me? Today, I'll show you the strength of my Whitebeard pirates." Beside Whitebeard stood a man dressed like a samurai, wielding 2 swords and shouting, "Yasui, stop wasting time with him. Let me deal with him." Whitebeard pulled him behind him and said calmly, "Forget it. Yassup, you're not his match yet." After saying that, he looked up at the moon gradually rising in the sky and laughed. "It's getting dark. Let's finish you off quickly. I still have to hold a banquet with my sons. Gwahaha." Chapter 63 Dark. Universal attraction, go have a banquet with your sons in prison. Carp's fists glinted with a metallic sheen as he shot towards Whitebeard like a cannonball. "Recklessness is your weakness, Carp." Whitebeard's gaze sharpened, muscles bulging in his arms as shockwaves rippled around his fists. Boom! The 2 exchanged punches from a distance, unleashing a terrifying shockwave at the center, washing over Odin, who had just been shouting about taking care of Carp, now looking constipated from the residual force. Don't be fooled by the fact that he could trade a few blows with Whitebeard. That was due to Whitebeard's character, not using his full strength at the start. If he had faced Roger from the beginning, he would have been taught a lesson in one move. Of course, while that lesson may be delayed, he would experience it in a few years. In any case, Odin's strength was at most at the initial level of a Vice Admiral, which was considerably weaker compared to Rayleigh of the same era. After all, Rayleigh was the real vice captain of the Roger Pirates. Whitebeard was still locked in a stalemate with Carp. Glancing sideways at Odin, he said in a deep voice, "Odin, go help Cat Viper and Dogstorm on the warship." After witnessing Carp's strength, Odin became obedient, immediately leaping towards the warship. Carp realized that trouble was coming. On his warship, there were only Bogart and a few Navy rear admirals who could fight. They were already struggling against a few of Whitebeard's crew members, and if Odin joined, it would likely lead to a complete rout. Karp wanted to retreat, but facing Whitebeard, he couldn't break free. At this moment, he genuinely felt some regret, and the force behind his punches weakened. The most taboo in a battle between strong opponents was this, with Whitebeard already slightly ahead. He unleashed a shockwave that nearly sent Karp flying into the sea. On the warship, with Odin's arrival, the situation quickly turned into a one-sided slaughter, resulting in heavy casualties for the Navy, including one rear admiral falling to Odin's blade. At this moment, Odin was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, rampaging through the Navy. Bogart, as Karp's lieutenant, was naturally strong, but still a step away from the vice admiral level. Just facing Cat Viper and Dogstorm was already taxing for him. He couldn't spare any effort to deal with Odin. As he watched the Navy fall one by one, the usually quiet Bogart let out a roar, forcing Cat Viper and Dogstorm back with a powerful strike before charging towards Odin. "Damn pirates! Stop right there!" Odin grinned, crossing his twin swords over his chest, armament hockey wrapping around the blades. Gun, imitation demon, swish. Odin moved like a specter, passing through Bogart's body and landing while maintaining his previous stance. Moments later, Bogart trembled, clutching his abdomen, collapsing to the ground. He was already severely exhausted, and forcing himself out of battle had brought him to his limits. Otherwise, even if he was weaker than Odin, he wouldn't have fallen so quickly. The Navy saw their strongest fighter go down and displayed despair in their eyes, but no one thought of surrendering. After all, that kid Kobe hadn't been born yet. These men were veterans who had fought alongside Karp for a long time, and they had at least some awareness. But this was a real battlefield, not some pretend game where no one died after hours of fighting. Bogart struggled to rise, wanting to fight again, but Odin had already lost interest. He slowly raised his blade, preparing to deliver the final blow to Bogart. Suddenly, a dark vortex appeared in front of Bogart, and amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, the darkness slowly solidified into a humanoid figure. It was Jige. Bogart looked at Jige's back and hesitantly asked, "Who are you?" Jige turned around and softly said, "Thank you for your hard work, Commander Bogart. Leave the rest to us." Upon seeing Jige's face, Bogart was momentarily stunned. Then a look of joy appeared on his face, exclaiming, "I remember now. You are Admiral Zephyr's student, Jige." Odin on the opposite side raised his chin, saying, "So reinforcements have arrived. Good, I was getting bored." Jige ignored Odin, glancing at the surrounding pirates still clamoring, then suddenly opened his arms, dark vortices appearing in both palms. Dark. Universal attraction. A powerful gravitational force emanated from Jige's palms, pulling many pirates towards him before they even realized what was happening. Just as they were about to reach Jige, darkness surged from the ground beneath him, erupting into countless blade-like spikes, impaling all the drawn pirates mercilessly. By the time Odin regained his senses, Jige was already surrounded by countless pirate corpses, blood spraying down and instantly staining the deck red. Jige raised an eyebrow, sensing life among the pile of corpses around him. He released the gravitational pull, and the bodies fell to the ground. A few youths of similar age to him quickly stood up. Among them, the two most striking figures were one with a pineapple hairstyle radiating blue flames, and the other a humanoid diamond, shimmering brightly. Jige immediately recognized them as the future commanders of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco and Jozu. Their fruit abilities were indeed very useful for survival. The remaining youths had only avoided fatal injuries, sustaining several puncture wounds. At this moment, they all glared at Jige with hostility, but Jige smiled and said, "Not bad. All of Whitebeard's good sons." Saying this, Jige lightly raised his right hand, and the surrounding blade-like spikes transformed into a fluid, all converging into his right hand, solidifying into the cursed blade, Muramasa. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from Muramasa, Marco and the others changed their expressions, instinctively wanting to distance themselves from Jige. At that moment, Odin, wielding twin swords, charged at him like a raging bull. "Bastard! Navy brat, what have you done?" Jige, who intended to first take out one or two of Whitebeard's sons, had to temporarily abandon that idea. Armament hockey instantly wrapped around Muramasa, and he slashed a pitch-black sword energy towards the charging Odin. As a member of the Figureland family, Jige was already a top-tier swordsman by talent. And with a month of special training from Garling, the sword energy he unleashed forced Odin to a halt. Odin blocked the sword energy with his blade, feeling horrified. To him, Jige seemed to be about the same age as Marco and the others. He had thought that their side had suffered loss due to Jige's strange fruit ability, but this sword energy completely awakened the furious Odin. Chapter 64. Black, Yellow. Red versus Yuta. Yuta finally faced his opponent, his expression serious as he asked, "Navy, what is your name?" Jige responded calmly, "Second-year student of the Naval Academy, Darkside Jige." Upon hearing this, the surrounding pirates were visibly shocked. Someone with such strength was just a student in the Navy. What a joke. If new recruits in the Navy were like him, how would they pirates survive at sea in the future? However, before they could recover from their astonishment, several warships appeared on the nearby sea, followed by a few transparent bear paws rushing towards them at an almost invisible speed. Instantly, 6 bear paw-shaped pits erupted on the deck behind Jige. The bears had arrived. As for Zephyr, he had already been sent to the Moby Dick. Akainu scanned the area, and when he saw the Navy soldiers lying on the ground, scorching magma erupted from his body, causing the temperature on the entire deck to rise sharply. Witnessing this scene, Yuta's pupils contracted, and he exclaimed, "Magma? Not good. He is a Logia user. Everyone disperse." However, it was too late. Akainu was ruthless and said little. His arms had already elementalized, and he directly attacked the surrounding pirates. In just one encounter, a large number of pirates were turned to ashes by the scorching magma, and many unfortunate ones were blasted off the warships by the magma's explosive force, falling into the sea like dumplings. Seeing this, the remaining Navy soldiers on the deck were instantly boosted in morale, shouting and charging towards the pirates opposite them. The white-beard pirates were not ordinary pirates either, quickly regaining their footing. Yuta was the first to charge forward, aiming straight for Jige and Akainu. Jige's expression remained calm, emanating an inexplicable pressure. He said in a deep voice, "This guy is tough to deal with. Borsellino, Sakazuki, you two come with me. Everyone else, spread out and deal with the remaining officers." The other 6 did not hesitate at all and began to act according to Jige's instructions. Lucia unfolded her black wings, transforming into a black streak of light, rushing towards the snake and dog, followed closely by Jiun. Jinny targeted a young pirate wearing a pink kimono who also wielded a spear. Kuma suddenly appeared, blocking the path of Marco and Jozu. Yuta had no time to consider anything else. He had already crossed his 2 swords in a cross shape and said in a deep voice, "2-sword style, T-Jin Tenken." This could be considered his ultimate move, showing how much he valued Jige and the others. The usually carefree Borsellino was now extremely serious. Seeing the fallen Navy soldiers around him, his heart was not as calm as it appeared. He used his ability to condense the Amitsukami sword and stood alongside Jige and Akainu. Seeing the light sword in Borsellino's hand, Yuta's mind sharpened as he recalled the scene when Jige used his ability earlier. 3 Logia users. Realizing this, Yuta gritted his teeth and desperately infused his swords with haki. He was not foolish if he allowed these 3 to grow. The Whitebeard pirates would truly have a hard time in the future. Thus, he was determined that he must eliminate these 3 Navy newcomers today. Buzz, a cross-shaped slash wave shot out, and Jige dashed forward, haki swirling around Muramasa, Sword of Kings. Oogie, Jige swung Muramasa down onto the slash wave. But this was indeed Yuta's full-powered strike. Oogie was not the same kind of haki as Kaido's. It would not be easy to withstand Yuta's full-force attack. Fortunately, he was not alone. A golden light flashed, and Borsellino appeared next to Jige. The 2 joined forces to disperse the sword wave. T-Jin Tenken was not just a simple sword energy attack. Following closely was Yuta, wielding his 2 swords. Akainu narrowed his eyes, transforming into a surge of boiling magma. As Yuta appeared above the magma, Akainu's figure suddenly surged out from within, his magma-formed left hand highly concentrated and burning with crimson flames. He punched towards Yuta's chest, roaring, "Hellhound!" Even Yuta did not dare to take Akainu's magma attack head-on with haki. He could only retract his offense and guard his chest with his 2 swords. However, the explosive force, like a volcanic eruption, still blasted him away. Jige seized the opportunity, his left hand darkening as he pressed it against the ground. As soon as Yuta landed, The ground beneath him suddenly turned pitch black. Jige's voice rang out, "Dark hole." As the words fell, the darkened ground erupted with a powerful suction force. Yuta struggled to resist, but his legs below the knee were drawn into the darkness. Soon, Yuta felt his limbs submerged in the darkness, being violently torn apart by a chaotic force. He hurriedly activated his haki, defending while trying to exert power to escape the darkness's grip. Jige certainly would not let this opportunity slip. His entire left arm had darkened, and the dark power became even more violent. Yuta felt as if his two shins were about to be ripped apart, unable to help but let out a painful grunt. At that moment, Jige shouted, "Dark Waterfall Burial." The dark power erupted completely, and Yuta's eyes widened in shock as he let out a painful roar towards the sky. Under the intense stimulus, he finally broke free from the darkness, heavily crashing onto a ground that the darkness had not affected. There was no choice. To deal with an enemy as powerful as Yuta, Jige could not let the dark power become too dispersed. Otherwise, with his ability, covering the entire deck in darkness would be easy. Meanwhile, the snake and dog, hearing Yuta's scream, turned pale. They could not care less about the attacking Logia and Jige. After enduring a wave of damage, they desperately rushed towards Yuta. When they saw him, their eyes turned bloodshot, and they shouted, "Lord Yuta!" Yuta's face was pale, propped up by his two swords. His right leg had vanished from the knee down, blood spraying from his pant leg onto the ground, looking utterly miserable. The snake and dog rushed to Yuta's side, each supporting him on either side. The hot-tempered snake roared, Who hurt Lord Yuta like this?" Yuta gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, weakly saying, "I was too impulsive. This element. Is it darkness?" He pushed away the snake and dog, standing on one leg, struggling to stabilize himself, and gritted his teeth. "We absolutely cannot let these three go. We must kill them," without needing him to say it. The extremely loyal snake and dog were already furious. The snake was about to strike, but the relatively calm dog suddenly held him back, saying, "Wait. Look at the sky." The snake was stunned, then looked up at the sky. When he saw the full moon, a look of ecstasy spread across his face. "Today is the night of the full moon. Ha ha ha. You are all doomed." Chapter 65, Transformation. Moon God Form. The cat viper and dog storm gazed at the full moon in the sky. Their bodies gradually began to swell, and their fur transformed into pure white. Most notably, the hair on their heads danced wildly like a lion's mane. This was a unique racial talent of the fur tribe, transformation under the moonlight into the moon lion form. After completing their transformation, the two appeared very excited, their blood-red eyes firmly locked onto the opposite Jige. Accompanied by a crackling sound of electricity, the two instantly vanished. Jige raised an eyebrow, sweeping his Muramesa behind him, colliding with the claws of the two, crackling with electricity. The cat viper and dog storm let out a long howl, then swung their sharp claws, the rampant electricity coursing through them. However, Jige ignored the electricity, facing the two in moon lion form. He showed no signs of being overwhelmed. Akainu and Kizaru were initially thinking of helping, but upon seeing this situation, they turned to attack the already injured Odin. Laser magma rained down, and Odin, having lost a leg, could only stand his ground and fight. However, he was ultimately a master of physical arts, and with Jige, the toughest opponent, out of the picture, he found it much easier to fight. Odin bounced around on one leg in an extremely awkward manner, and Akainu and Kizaru found it hard to deal with him, even having to be wary of his dual blades wrapped in haki. Looking over at Jige, the area around him had turned into darkness. While the cat viper and dog storm in moon lion form had high speed, they were severely restricted by the gravitational pull of the darkness, and one misstep could drag them into it. Yet, Jige was not satisfied with the current situation. Impatience was evident on his face. Since the full moon rose, his emotions had begun to feel off. The cat viper and dog storm were unaware that Jige's eyes were emitting a faint red glow. Their attacks grew increasingly frenzied, both letting out piercing roars before unleashing their ultimate moves. Cat's laugh clash, dog slash fury. Their blades and claws pierced through Jige's body, and under the immense inertia, the two nearly burst out of the warship. Once steady, the cat viper roared angrily, "Damn it, not again. We clearly use haki. Why can't we hit him?" Dogstorm snorted hot air from his nostrils, feeling extremely frustrated as well. He thought that transforming would help them take down the hardest of the three Logia users. But the result was far beyond his expectations. Jige's overpowering swordsmanship and hockey were already giving them a tough time, and with this strange elementization, if they continued like this, once their transformation time ended, they would find themselves in an extremely dangerous situation. But they had to push on, because if they let Jige escape, their Lord Odin might not make it off this warship. Another wave of dark sword energy struck, and the cat Viper quickly raised his claws to defend, while Dogstorm charged at Jige, swinging his sword. Clang! Dogstorm finally struck Jige's physical form, but there was no joy on his face. He looked at the sword blade gripped in Jige's hand, incredulously shouting, "How is this possible?" Jige lowered his head, exhaling a puff of white mist. In Dogstorm's shocked gaze, his nails turned completely black, resembling the claws of a beast. When Jige raised his head, Dogstorm saw a pair of blood-red eyes. Under the gaze of those eyes, Dogstorm suddenly felt his strength waning, even though there was still some time left before their transformation ended. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. What did you do?" Jige remained silent, slightly raising his head to look at the full moon in the sky. The red glow in his eyes intensified, and a violent current of electricity spread from his hand to Dogstorm, instantly singeing his fur black, causing him to kneel before Jige with a thud. The cat Viper was dumbfounded at this scene. Their fur tribe had a very high resistance to electricity, and he couldn't understand how Dogstorm could be so severely injured by it. Jige didn't even glance at the kneeling Dogstorm, bathed in moonlight. His black hair floated without wind, radiating dazzling electric light. The people on the deck couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Jige. Lucia cleaved through the blocking vista and stared at Jige in a daze, murmuring, "Young master." Crackle. The electricity surrounding Jige grew increasingly violent. In the eyes of everyone, his hair, now reaching his waist, transformed into a silver color akin to moonlight, his form towering even higher, his skin emanating a faint silver glow. A terrifying conqueror's hockey mixed with silver lightning erupted from Jige, sending the kneeling Dogstorm flying backward. The cat Viper hurriedly reached out to catch him, but stumbled as Dogstorm's body collided with him. He then realized that his transformation had somehow been undone, and the fur tribe would enter a weakened state after reverting. But he couldn't worry about that now. There was something even more shocking. Jige had transformed under the full moon like their fur tribe. That form was precisely their moonline form. The only difference was that Jige was surrounded by a silver ribbon of moonlight, similar to the flame clouds of awakened zoan fruits. The cat Viper's pupils constricted as he seemed to realize something, incredulously shouting, "That form is the moon god?" Hearing the cat Viper's voice, Dogstorm struggled to open his eyes. When he saw Jige in his transformed state, he froze, muttering, "That's the moon god form that only the royal family possesses in legends. How can this be? He is clearly a human." Jige slowly raised his lowered eyes, extending a finger that pointed at the cat Viper and Dogstorm. Being of the cat species, the cat Viper's danger sensing ability was much stronger than Dogstorm's. Seeing Jige's movement, his fur bristled as he hugged Dogstorm and turned to escape. However, at that moment, a silver streak shot from Jige's fingertip, piercing through the cat Viper's body from behind. A look of confusion appeared on the cat Viper's face as he looked down at the blackened hole in his chest. Then his eyes glazed over, collapsing to the ground with a thud. By the time Dogstorm came to his senses, he frantically pushed the cat Viper's body, calling out his name. But the cat Viper could no longer respond. His life had completely come to an end. Chapter 66, Are You Calling This a Student? Viper. The despairing cries of Inuzuka echoed across the deck of the warship, where the corpse of Viper lay before him. Seeing this, Marco hurriedly flew over, activating his blue flame and using Pineapple Rock in an attempt to heal Viper. But what he did was ultimately futile. Viper was dead beyond recovery. Anger appeared on Marco's face as he cursed. "Damn it! That guy named Jige, how dare he?" Before he could finish his sentence, a gentle breeze swept over his pineapple head, causing his body to stiffen as he slowly raised his head. He saw Jige looking down at him with eyes like rubies, as if he were gazing at an ant. Immediately, Jige's right hand turned pitch black and grabbed Marco's shoulder. With a crack, Marco fell to the ground, clutching his shoulder and letting out a pained scream. His scapula had been crushed by Jige, with dark mist rising from the wound. Marco wanted to activate the Phoenix's ability to heal his shoulder, but no matter how hard he tried, not a single flame emerged from his shoulder. However, his scream awakened the grief-stricken Inuzuka, who dragged his weak body to pick up a knife and stab it fiercely at Jige, shouting, "Bastard! I'll fight you!" Slap! Jige casually swatted away Inuzuka's knife, which spun through the air before embedding itself in the deck. At that moment, Inuzuka was completely in despair. Jige's finger was already pointed at his forehead, just like before. Stop! Two-sword style, samurai spirit. Odin finally arrived, and one could see that his clothes were in tatters, with clear burn marks on his exposed skin and 2 wounds on his abdomen flashing with golden light. Behind him, Kizuru supported Akainu, both gasping for breath. Odin's desperate fight had indeed given them quite a hard time, especially Akainu, who had been eager to pour magma down Odin's throat just moments ago. This was why Akainu looked even more exhausted than Kizuru. He had a horrific knife wound on his abdomen, and if Kizuru hadn't pulled him back, that blow would have nearly cost Akainu his life. Fortunately, Odin's main target was Jige. Otherwise, Akainu would have been in real danger today. Facing the frenzied Odin, Jige's expression remained calm, raising his cursed sword Muramasa slightly, accurately pointing it at the intersection of Odin's dual swords. The transformation had amplified Jige's power to an extremely terrifying level, while Odin was already battered and bruised. In this comparison, he was no longer Jige's opponent. Silver lightning surged from Jige's sword-wielding hand, enveloping Odin's entire body, and soon a foul smell of burning flesh began to waft from him. Odin gritted his teeth, using both swords to push Muramasa away. To Jige's surprise, he did not attack again, but instead directly bypassed Jige, scooping up Inuzuka and Marco between his arms and leaping towards the direction of the Moby Dick. He actually escaped. Jige frowned, and in a flash, he disappeared from his spot. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard swung his fists, striking the air on either side, and the sound of shattering glass echoed as Zifa and Garp, who had been attacking from both sides, were violently pushed back by the shockwave. Seeing the two being repelled, Whitebeard threw his head back and let out a hearty laugh. But before he could enjoy it, a voice from the sky abruptly halted his laughter. Odin! Whitebeard froze for a moment, and when he saw Odin's appearance in the sky, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, and he shouted angrily, "Odin, who did this to you?" Before Odin could respond, a crackling sound came from behind him. Jige had already chased up to his back, and with a sudden slash of the cursed sword Muramasa, which was infused with lightning and haki, he struck down. With Inuzuka and Marco still in his arms, Odin was unable to counterattack and could only desperately activate his haki for defense, but he was already at the end of his rope. Facing the transformed Jige, his haki felt as fragile as paper. Under the furious gaze of Whitebeard, Jige's blade sliced through Odin's left arm, taking Inuzuka with it, and they both fell onto the deck of the Moby Dick with a dull thud. Looking at Odin, who lay on the ground in a pitiful state, both Whitebeard and Garp fell into a strange silence. Garp walked over to Zifa's side, poking him with his arm and pointing at Jige, who had also fallen on the deck but had undergone a drastic transformation, asking Zifa, "Who is he? Is he one of your students?" Zifa shook his head and nodded, finally hesitatingly saying, "That seems to be Jige, my student." After a pause, he added, "The strongest one. Manny, he's still a student?" A student chasing after the 2nd Division captain of Whitebeard. Not only Garp, but even Zifa himself was a bit bewildered. To be honest, he was not entirely sure that was indeed Jige. He had heard of the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, although it was the 2nd Division. The situation in the Whitebeard Pirates was quite special. The captain was keen on collecting sons, so there was quite a significant gap between the captain and the crew in terms of both age and strength. In simple terms, the Whitebeard Pirates were still in a developmental stage, with only the Captain Whitebeard as the top powerhouse, and he was more than enough by himself. Among the rest, there were many potential trainee crew members, but the only one who could truly be called a powerhouse was Odin, who was like a brother to Whitebeard. However, Odin, Whitebeard's brother, was almost turned into a human stick by a Navy student tonight and was now lying there half dead, which sounded utterly ridiculous. Compared to Odin and the others, Marco was the least injured, and after a while, he gradually managed to use some of his fruit abilities. Although the healing was limited, he could at least move freely again. Marco glanced at Inuzuka, who had been cut in half not far away, tears filling his eyes. He dragged Odin to Whitebeard's side and choked out, "Dad, Viper has been killed, and he died at the hands of that navy." Whitebeard's face was shrouded in shadow, and judging by the bulging veins on his forehead, he was on the verge of a furious outburst, causing the Moby Dick to start trembling. Since his transformation, Jige's emotions had become unusually calm. He did not seem to go berserk like other furry tribes after transforming, which was why he did not step forward to finish Odin off upon seeing Whitebeard. He clearly understood that he was still not Whitebeard's opponent, especially not the enraged Whitebeard. Chapter 67. The strongest Jige lightly tapped the ground with his toes and instantly appeared beside Zephyr, where Carp immediately poked at Jige's skin, which was as clear as jade, and asked, "Are you really Jige?" Jige ignored him and turned to Zephyr, saying, "Teacher Zephyr, we've already controlled the situation on the battleship, so there's no need to worry." What could Zephyr say? He could only stiffly nod to show he understood, but he couldn't help but ask, "Jige, what's going on with your appearance?" Jige replied calmly, "It's the power of the fur tribe. I've been experimented on." Just as he was speaking, Whitebeard suddenly erupted, a ring of shockwaves appearing around the tip of his sword, and his massive body burst forth with astonishing speed, appearing in front of Jige in an instant. "You brat, I'll take your life." The sword had already cleaved through Jige's body from top to bottom, shockwaves spreading out, and the air around Jige was filled with dense blue cracks, causing the entire Moby Dick to tremble violently. However, Jige's form merely twisted like a projection for a moment before returning to normal, appearing as if nothing had happened. Whitebeard frowned, sensing that his strike had not hit anything at all. He thought, is it some kind of special devil fruit? At the moment he missed, Carp and Zephyr simultaneously struck, their two dark iron fists crashing into Whitebeard's waist. Whitebeard snorted coldly, and another ring of transparent shockwaves appeared in his hand as he prepared to counterattack. But suddenly he saw the shockwaves flickering and then disappearing entirely. He looked down sharply to find Jige pressing a darkened hand against his abdomen, and before he could comprehend the situation, Carp and Zephyr's attacks landed on him. Whitebeard was left with two fist-shaped imprints on either side of his waist. He roared in anger, unleashing his conqueror's haki. With his rich combat experience, he first shook off Jige, then grabbed Zephyr and Carp by their collars and smashed them together in the middle. The two middle-aged men found themselves in a rather humiliating position in front of Jige. Fortunately, Jige maintained a seemingly emotionless expression, as if he hadn't seen anything. Zephyr's strength was still slightly weaker than Carp's, and while he was still a bit dazed, Carp charged at Whitebeard again, engaging in close combat despite the shockwaves. Jige occasionally approached Whitebeard to touch him, preventing him from properly using the powers of the Tremor fruit. Gradually, Whitebeard figured out Jige's ability when Jige touched him. He had a physical form, making him vulnerable at that moment, at least from Whitebeard's perspective. Finally, he seized an opportunity and punched Jige. It's worth noting that Whitebeard was no ordinary Emperor-level powerhouse. In his prime, he was subtly touching the King-level tier, and his punch was not something to be taken lightly. Jige let out a muffled groan and immediately entered his divine state, retreating to the edge of the deck to recuperate, while Carp and Zephyr continued to engage in battle. A surge of electric light erupted from his abdomen, and under the influence of the electricity, the pain gradually subsided. A panicked voice came from the air. "Cousin!" Lucia descended from the sky, folded her wings behind her, and hurriedly rushed to Jige's side, asking urgently, "Cousin, are you hurt?" Jige shook his head and said softly, "I'm fine, Lucia. Let's go back first." Indeed, this level of battle is still a bit tough for me right now. Actually, if Jige wanted to fight, he could still do so. In his transformed state, he possessed genuine Vice Admiral level combat power, and with Zephyr and Carp, defeating Whitebeard wasn't impossible. It just would come at a significant cost, and he didn't need to risk his life. Lucia thought Jige was affected by Whitebeard's strength, and she held Jige's hand, softly saying, "No, cousin, you've done very well. You're still so young. Just give you a little more time, and I believe you can definitely surpass that Whitebeard." Jige smiled slightly, reaching out to gently stroke Lucia's pretty face, saying, "Of course, I'm your young master." Lucia nodded vigorously, her face breaking into a bright smile. The two stood up from the ground, glanced at the three battling Whitebeard, and then turned to leap into the sky, returning to their original battleship. Upon seeing Jige return, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were all taken aback. Jozu, distracted, was directly slapped to the ground by Kuma, rolling several times before coming to a stop. This created some distance between him and Kuma, and, after getting up, he decisively shouted, "Everyone retreat. Go support Dad." Though he said support, everyone knew Jozu was just looking for a nice way to say he was escaping. The other members also realized the situation was dire after Jozu shouted. They all abandoned their opponents, with those stronger in physical combat jumping away, while the weaker ones had no choice but to jump into the sea to swim. During this process, many pirates were killed by Jige and the others, showing no intention of capturing any alive. Once the pirates on the battleship were entirely cleared out, Akainu and the others gathered around Jige, their eyes reflecting a hint of respect. The standout performer in this battle was undoubtedly Jige. Without him, just dealing with Yutian would have been enough to give them a hard time, not to mention encountering the full moon transformed Cat Viper and Dogstorm, as well as those capable trainee crew members. Akainu was genuinely convinced by Jige this time, especially when he saw Jige chasing after Yutian towards Whitebeard as Moby Dick. He was filled with excitement and wished he could join in. Unfortunately, he had suffered a severe injury to his abdomen and was held back by Kizaru, so he had no choice but to stay on the battleship. Guillaume looked at Jige with a mixture of admiration. At that moment, Jige was still maintaining his transformed state, his mysterious and noble posture having a strong visual impact, and recalling Jige's performance in battle made her heart race even faster. Kuma brought a stunned pirate in front of Jige, pressing his hand against the pirate's abdomen. Then a red, transparent bear paw emerged from behind him. He casually tossed the pirate into the red bear paw, and with a piercing scream, Jige relaxed his body and smiled. "Thank you, Kuma." Kuma scratched his head and said, "Big brother, this is what I should do." Ginny was still gently rubbing Jige's stomach beside him, while Lucia was behind him, patting his back, giving him a truly royal treatment. Jige closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his long silver hair gradually retracted, the silver ribbons surrounding him also disappearing as he returned to his original form. Chapter 68. Whitebeard's counterattack after transforming back. Jige clenched his fist and realized that he didn't enter a weakened state like those from the fur tribe. He wondered if it had anything to do with the fatigue and pain that the bear had just expelled, but then thought it probably wasn't the case. Transformation should be a rapid consumption of physical strength, while the bear's meatball fruit can only eliminate negative states in the body. It can't replenish stamina. Jige couldn't help but think of the moon god form and the royal lineage that the Cat Viper and Dogstorm had mentioned earlier. Was it that the genes of the fur tribe used by Coronado were special, or had these genes mutated within me? Jige leaned more towards the first possibility, because Coronado's obsession with perfection had reached a pathological level, and given his status, acquiring some ancient fur tribe genes shouldn't be too difficult for him. While he was pondering, two figures swooped down from the sky and landed on the deck. It was Carp and Zephyr. Carp looked very displeased as he shouted at Zephyr, "Zephyr, why are you in such a hurry to return? This is a great opportunity. Can't you and I take down Whitebeard together?" Zephyr shook his head and said, "Don't you remember we're at sea? I know, but neither of us are Logia users. Even if the ship breaks, Whitebeard should be the one with a headache, right?" While that was true, have you not noticed? Whitebeard was clearly somewhat restrained during the fight just now. If we push him too hard and he releases the powers of the Tremor fruit recklessly, it could trigger a terrifying tsunami. Are you confident in capturing Whitebeard under such a natural disaster? And what about Jige and the others? What will the soldiers do? Zephyr became more agitated as he spoke, and by the end, he was shouting. Carp listened blankly until Zephyr finished, raised his hand to wipe the spit that had landed on his face, and said weakly, "You have a point. The power of the Tremor fruit at sea is indeed tricky." Zephyr snorted coldly and continued, "As long as you understand, dealing with a pirate like Whitebeard requires ample preparation. It's best to lure him to land. Given our current situation, forcing him to this point is already quite good. Of course, it's truly thanks to Jige and the others this time." At this point, Zephyr turned to look at Jige, his eyes filled with pride. Especially you, Jige. Being able to injure an important combatant of the Whitebeard pirates, Kazuki Odin, like that, you truly are the best student of this generation. Although Jige was already recognized as the strongest student by everyone, hearing it officially stated by Zephyr today validated that title. Akainu nodded in agreement, looking at Jige with fiery eyes, as he had already set Jige as his future target to chase. Kizaru then leaned closer to Jige, speaking in a somewhat lewd tone. Jige, don't forget me when you become the Admiral, okay? Just make sure the treatment is good. Jige looked at Kizaru, amused, and said, Borsellino, you really have confidence in me. Thinking about this already? Kizaru replied, hey, it's just a matter of time. Don't worry. I will definitely support you when the time comes. Anyone who dares to oppose, I'll break their legs. Kizaru mimed the action seriously, but Zephyr had already overheard him. With a dark expression, Zephyr walked over and kicked Kizaru in the butt, angrily saying, all you think about is this nonsense. Can you focus on your training instead? Kizaru rubbed his butt with an aggrieved face and obediently moved behind Akainu. Jige glanced towards the direction of the Whitebeard pirates and said, Teacher Zephyr, they have already started to retreat. Zephyr nodded. The losses on both sides in this battle had already been severe, with more than half of the casualties on the warship Carp brought. However, the losses on Whitebeard's side were even more serious. Besides the ordinary pirates, two key combatants, the Cat Viper and Dog Storm, had already died, and the main combatant, Odin, had been rendered disabled. Overall, the Navy had achieved a victory this time, albeit a tragic one. On the Moby Dick, Odin had already been carried into the treatment room. He had lost too much blood. If it weren't for his strong physique, he would have likely succumbed by now. The split corpse of the Dog Storm lay on the deck, looking particularly eye-catching. Others were also injured, their heads hanging low, with many members who were close to the Cat Viper and Dog Storm shedding tears. The atmosphere on the ship was heavy. Marco had one shoulder bandaged and used his other arm to wipe the tears from his face. He found someone to clean up the Dog Storm's corpse and piece it together, waiting to find a place to bury it when they reached land. Throughout the process, Whitebeard remained silent. It wasn't until the blood on the deck was completely cleaned that he slowly lifted his foot and walked towards the bow of the ship. The people on the ship suddenly felt an extremely terrifying aura. Marco stared blankly at Whitebeard's back and murmured, Dad. Whitebeard stood at the bow, his eyes flashing with the unique sheen of Conqueror's hockey. He narrowed his eyes and cast his gaze towards the several naval warships that were gradually pulling away. Navy, this matter is not over yet. Bending down, flexing his arms, and clenching his fists. When Whitebeard struck this pose, all of his sons instantly showed excited expressions. Dad! Crack! Whitebeard unleashed a powerful punch into the air before him, creating a fissure that instantly spread for 100 meters, causing monstrous waves to rise in the sea. Zephyr's expression changed, angrily cursing, he's gone mad. Doesn't he fear affecting his own side? As he said, waves also rose near Whitebeard's fleet, but they were directly dispersed by Whitebeard's ability, causing minimal impact. Zephyr was infuriated by this scene. Facing the incoming waves, his arms wrapped in dark hockey, he gritted his teeth and thought, fortunately, we have some distance. With this level of tsunami, Akainu and I should be able to. At this moment, all the warships were already beneath towering waves, shadows cast over everyone's faces. Zephyr and Carp exchanged glances, just about to leap into the air to use hockey to defend. However, a figure had already jumped into the air ahead of them. Zephyr was taken aback, and when he recognized the person in the sky, he exclaimed, Jige! Facing the monstrous waves crashing from all sides, under everyone's watchful eyes, Jige lowered his head, crossing his arms over his chest as an incredibly compressed, dark gravitational force began to gather around him. Chapter 69, White Hole Divine Punishment. Jige, floating in midair, had completely transformed into a humanoid black hole, sucking in the incoming seawater in a spiral motion into the darkness. As a significant amount of ocean poured in, Jige's body suddenly erupted with blinding white light, and a layer of white spherical barrier flickered around him. This phenomenon caused a stir among the Whitebeard pirates. He has absorbed all the seawater into his body. What does he want to do? Is he not afraid of the ocean as a devil fruit user? Damn it, it's that Navy again causing trouble. Standing at the bow, Whitebeard squinted his eyes, watching as the white light emanating from Jige grew ever stronger, like a dazzling white star hanging above the sea. Within the white light, the gravitational pull emanating from Jige had ceased as he slowly opened his eyes and whispered, "White hole divine punishment." Buzz. Centered on Jige, a repelling force that pushed everything away spread out, along with the massive amount of seawater he had just absorbed. The explosion happened so quickly that before Whitebeard's side could react, several ships were already destroyed by the surging waves. However, even more terrifying than the seawater was the invisible repelling force. Under the impact of this repelling force, apart from the most robust Moby Dick, the remaining ships that had managed to withstand the waves were directly reduced to fragments, and the pirates aboard were crushed internally by the repelling force, sinking into the sea along with their ships. Although Moby Dick endured the impact of the repelling force, the hull had already developed fine cracks in some areas, and the entire ship was pushed back several miles, completely losing sight of the Navy warships. Whitebeard extended an arm, standing like a statue at the bow. It was he who had used his hockey to withstand the majority of the impact from the divine punishment. Otherwise, both Moby Dick and the crew on board would be in danger. Slowly retracting his numb arm, Whitebeard furrowed his brow, his eyes fixed on the direction where the warships had been. Marco walked up beside Whitebeard, worry etched on his face, and asked, "Dad, are you all right?" The impact of the divine punishment had caused severe damage to Whitebeard's crew. Since the establishment of the Whitebeard pirates, they had never suffered such a significant loss, and Marco was very concerned about Whitebeard's current mental state. Whitebeard shook his head and quietly asked, "Marco, have we received any news from the other ships?" "No. In that situation, they might." Marco couldn't continue. He couldn't bring himself to say it. A look of sorrow appeared on Whitebeard's face. After lowering his head and remaining silent for a long while, he finally spoke. "That Navy brat, his name is Jige, right?" Mentioning Jige, Marco's eyes filled with rage, and he nodded vigorously, saying, "Yes, Dad. I heard on the warship that he claims to be a student from the Naval Academy. His devil fruit ability should be the dark fruit. Student. The Navy has indeed recruited a monster this time. The dark fruit." "Huh?" Marco wanted to say more, but suddenly a nurse rushed out from the cabin, shouting, "Not good. Captain Yutian has lost too much blood. The situation is critical. Marco, you need to come quickly. We need your abilities." Upon hearing this news, both Whitebeard and Marco's expressions changed. Marco, ignoring the injury on his shoulder, dashed into the cabin to save Yutian. On the warship, the white light in midair had dissipated, revealing Jige's figure inside. Jige looked somewhat pale, with beads of sweat covering his forehead, clearly indicating that the divine punishment had taken a significant toll on him. He had maintained his floating state through extreme gravity condensation of darkness, but after the power burst, he was now too weak to even maintain the moonwalk, rapidly falling down from the air. Lucia on the deck instantly unfurled her black wings, darting into the air and directly catching Jige in her arms. Looking at the weakened Jige, Lucia felt a pang of heartache. "Young master, you." Jige extended a finger to touch Lucia's red lips, forcing a smile as he said, "Did you forget to call me cousin outside?" "Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just that it's my first time using this technique, and I may have overdone it a bit." After taking a few deep breaths, Jige's complexion gradually improved. The white hole divine punishment was a move he had envisioned long ago. With the memories of Blue Star, he knew of the existence of this special, celestial body. And as a user of the dark fruit, he was certainly able to transform into a white hole. A white hole is the opposite of a black hole. While a black hole attracts everything, a white hole releases everything, or rather, repels everything. The principle is simple. When Jige transformed into a humanoid black hole, he condensed the darkness he could manipulate to an extreme, ultimately transforming into a repelling white hole. It was only natural that he named this attack after the Renegade's divine punishment for Naruto, although its essence remained that of a white hole disaster. As Lucia and Jige slowly descended onto the deck, Jige's recovery ability was remarkably abnormal. In just a short while, he had recovered from his weakened state, at least appearing as if nothing had happened. However, everyone on the ship was still in a daze, as the shock from the earlier divine punishment was simply too overwhelming. Akainu and Kizaru, both natural-type users, couldn't help but glance at each other, the thought that emerged in their mind surprisingly unanimous. Can I reach that level in the future? After a long while, Zephyr finally regained his composure and walked up to Jige, scrutinizing him from head to toe before asking, "Jige, how are you feeling now? It seemed like you were exhausted earlier." "Yeah, I didn't control the intensity well. If I had done it again, I might have just collapsed," Jige replied. "Nanny, you can do it again?" Jige raised an eyebrow, looking at Zephyr with suspicion, and asked, "What's wrong, Teacher Zephyr? You don't want me to go and hit Whitebeard again, do you?" That's not it. Just take a good rest for now. Your performance this time was quite outrageous. Honestly, I don't even know how to report this to Admiral Akainu." Upon hearing this, Jige waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "I just did what I was supposed to do." Akainu and the others performed well too. It wouldn't have been easy to take down Kazuki Oden just relying on me alone. What Jige said was sincere before he transformed. Kizaru and Akainu had provided excellent support, and with Kuma and others distracting the other fighting forces of the Whitebeard pirates, everyone played an indispensable role. Chapter 70, Navy Supernova. Carp walked over and patted Zephyr on the shoulder, saying, "Zephyr, your transformation into an instructor was truly the right choice. These trainees are all impressive." Zephyr nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 7 members of Jigger's team, saying, "They're the future of the Navy and the end of pirates." When the warship returned to Marineford, Zephyr personally ran to Admiral Kong's office. In Kong's bewildered expression, he detailed the mission report, emphasizing the contributions of Jigger and others. Zephyr praised all the trainees, but Jigger's performance was so outstanding that Kong's head was still buzzing after hearing it. After a moment, he asked, "Are you saying Jigger disabled Kazuki Oden and then chased him onto the Moby Dick?" "Yes. And then he destroyed the Whitebeard pirates fleet with one move?" "Not quite. The Moby Dick where Whitebeard still remains." Kong processed the explosive news he had just heard and finally said, "All right, I understand. This mission was executed beautifully. As for the trainees you mentioned, especially Jigger, I will reward them as they deserve, and I will report this matter to the world government. I believe they will promote it vigorously, which will greatly enhance our Navy's prestige." By the end, excitement appeared on Kong's face. Over the years, the pirate forces had become increasingly rampant, largely due to the influence of great pirates like Roger and Whitebeard. This time, Whitebeard had suffered a major setback, and if this matter was well publicized, it could serve as a significant deterrent. Moreover, the outstanding performances of Jigger and others were for Navy trainees. Although it was due to their extraordinary talents, it was also inseparable from the training provided by the Navy school, right? By then, many young people would surely be inspired to join the Navy, potentially uncovering more individuals with immense potential. Kong became more and more excited as he thought about it. After Zephyr left, he immediately began making arrangements. Soon, news of the Navy's battle with the Whitebeard pirates spread throughout the world, and the newspapers declared the outcome of the battle as a resounding victory for the Navy. Furthermore, the newspaper clearly highlighted Jigger and others, with the headline boldly stating Navy Supernova. A photo of Jigger leading the group was placed prominently at the top of the paper, including personal information and achievements from this battle. This approach was a clear attempt to create stars, and the effect was exactly as Kong had anticipated. The news quickly caused a sensation worldwide. The 7 trainees even had their own fans, with Jigger having the most. Not just because he was the most handsome among the male trainees, but mainly due to his dazzling achievements. With this record, Jigger was recognized as the top Navy supernova. With the emergence of star power, countless young people around the world wanted to apply to join the Navy, and the recruitment offices in various divisions were overwhelmed. Kong was very pleased with this situation and personally issued orders for each division to screen the newly recruited Navy personnel, allowing those with good talent to be sent directly to the headquarters to become the second batch of trainees personally taught by Zephyr. However, his excessive excitement led him to be unaware that a small incident occurred when he reported Jigger and others' matters to the world government. In the Holy Land, Mariehua, the 5 elders sat together in the council hall. The red-marked Watchley Saint pointed to several documents sent by Kong and said, "Isn't this Meatball Fruit user just the remnant of the Bacchania clan from back then? He actually joined the Navy?" The blonde-haired Saint Better said solemnly, "The Bacchania clan is a cursed race. I think we should send someone immediately to bring him back to Mariewa. He was originally a slave. The bald-headed Saint Nazishu, dressed in a white robe and holding a long knife, said, "I say, don't you want to talk about Jige's matter?" The bearded Saint Maz said, "His situation is a bit complex. After all, he is from the Figureland family. Whether to publish his story in the newspaper still needs to be discussed with Saint Galin." Watchily Saint snorted coldly and said, "Of course, he cannot appear in the newspaper. As a celestial dragon, to join the Navy is already a disgrace to his status. And mixing with Bacchania clan members is a huge scandal if it spreads." The other three did not immediately express their views, and only Satan Saint glanced at him. Just as he was about to say something, the door of the council hall suddenly opened, and Saint Galin, dressed in a black robe, walked in slowly. Watchily Saint frowned and said, "Saint Galin, what are you doing here?" Galin ignored him and sat at the end of the table, crossing his legs and facing the five elders. Watchily Saint's old face showed a hint of anger as he stared at Galin and said, "Saint Galin, shouldn't you discipline your nephew? Has he forgotten his identity?" Galin looked up at him and said flatly, "What problem does Jige's actions have? Is it that a qualified celestial dragon must waste his energy on feasting and enjoyment like some people? You." Watchily Saint was choked hard and stood up in anger, questioning, "Then what about him mixing with Bacchania clan members?" Saint Galin crossed his arms and said, "Mixing together? You are quite eager to label my nephew, aren't you? I tell you, this bear is Jige's slave. What is wrong with a Figureland family member keeping a slave by his side? Nanny, why didn't I know about this beforehand?" "You are." Buzz. A domineering aura erupted from Saint Galin, who stared directly into Watchily Saint's eyes, saying word by word, "When did the Figureland family become a point of contention for you?" Under Garin's terrifying pressure, Watchily Saint's expression changed drastically, and his instinct told him that if he said one more word, Galin would immediately draw his sword. As the law god, he had always been critical of Galin, who held special law enforcement powers, so he wanted to take this opportunity to annoy Galin. However, when it came to provoking Galin, he became a bit timid. Satan Saint looked around and said, "All right, I think Saint Galin has made himself very clear. Since this Bacchania clan member is Jige's slave, I think it's better to let it be." Chapter 71. Rear Admiral. The rewards for Jige and the others were quickly announced within headquarters, and when people saw the content of the rewards, they were left speechless. The three female trainees led by Logia were all awarded the rank of colonel, while the four male trainees led by Jige were given even more outrageous ranks, with the lowest being the rank of brigadier general for them. The remaining Jige, Akainu, and Kazuru were all awarded the rank of rear admiral, but Jige, as the primary contributor, had a special privilege, since they were still trainees. This rank was essentially a temporary position, and they could not have their own fleets or subordinates. However, Jige was different. The High Command of the Navy granted him a privilege, which was the authority to mobilize part of the military, allowing him to go to sea regularly and report back later. Thus, currently, Jige was the only one with a legitimate position as a rear admiral in the headquarters. Of course, even the temporary positions without real power, like Akainu and the others, were enough to make many sailors who had struggled for decades to reach the rank of captain extremely envious. Not to mention that Jige and his group started off as colonels, and they were from the headquarters. There's a saying on Blue Star that officials in the capital are 3 ranks higher, which also applies to the Navy. While the ranks of headquarters commanders may not be as exaggerated when placed in branches in terms of the same rank, those from the headquarters are superior in both strength and rank compared to those from the branches, except for the branches starting with G in the Grand Line. Don't be fooled by how inconspicuous rear admirals seem in anime. This position is one that many sailors spend their entire lives trying to attain but never achieve. On the wall of the dormitory of Jige and the others hung 4 navy coats, ranging from large to small, which had just been issued to the 4 of them, complete with uniform shoulder insignia for officer ranks. The colors were gray, black, red, and yellow, corresponding to their fruit abilities. By the way, naval officers at the captain level and above can have the logistics department design and make their uniforms according to their preferences, and at higher ranks, they can even choose to go shirtless, like the later Admiral Greenbull. However, the 4 of them only tried on the coats when they were issued and usually did not wear them, as wearing coats to training would seem a bit pretentious. But when Jige and the others appeared on the training ground again, the way the trainees looked at them had changed significantly. No matter how extraordinary their talents were before, as long as they were in school, everyone was just a trainee. Now, it was different. Jige and the others were officially ranked Navy officers, and they were all at the officer level, which made them seem like big shots in the eyes of all the trainees. Some had even started to refer to Jige and the others as officers. On the girls' side, Logia and her two companions received the same treatment as Jige and the others. Logia felt indifferent about it. After all, she was the third captain of the Figolando family, a position that was not inferior to that of a Navy colonel. Jige, due to her connection with Suru, also did not care much about these matters. Only Ginny seemed a bit at a loss, but fortunately, her best friend Jessica treated her the same as before, which relieved her anxiety. About half a year later, on this day, Jige was training in martial arts on the training ground as usual. Due to the significant difference in strength between the four of them and everyone else, and the fact that ordinary physical training could no longer satisfy them, they engaged in martial arts sparring to improve their abilities, aside from developing their powers. Akainu enjoyed sparring with Bear, possibly because both of their personalities were not very talkative, resulting in a fierce exchange of blows characterized by a brutal male-to-male combat style. As a result, Kizuru had a tough time, as his opponent was always the strongest, Jige, who liked to use the Amatsuket sword. Clang, clang, clang. The cursed sword Muramasa and the Amatsuket sword clashed repeatedly, sending scattered sword energy across the ground, tearing through the grass. In this training, Kizuru was the only one allowed to use his abilities, as his weapon was a light sword formed from his powers. Anyone who has played a certain game on Blue Star knows that dual swords are not considered colorless. To prevent Muramasa from absorbing Kizuru's light sword directly, Jige had to deliberately control Muramasa. But even so, Kizuru found it somewhat challenging, with the Amatsuket sword's brilliance dimming several times. As if it were about to collapse at any moment, Jige quickly distanced himself, and a red gas gradually wrapped around the blade of Muramasa. Upon seeing this, Kizuru's pupils constricted, and he immediately stretched out a hand, shouting pause. Jige, who had been preparing to unleash his sword technique, paused in surprise when he heard Kizuru call for a stop, and the Conqueror's haki that had just gathered on Muramasa instantly dissipated into the air. The fight between Akainu and Bear abruptly halted as well. Akainu wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Kizuru with confusion, saying, Borsellino, why did you call a stop now? Are you slacking off just because Teacher Zifa isn't here? Kizuru pouted, feeling like a neglected little wife, and said aggrievedly, Sakazuki, you were enjoying yourself, but did you consider my feelings? The straightforward Akainu looked puzzled, while Bear silently stood by without saying a word. Jige helplessly retracted Muramasa and looked at Kizuru, saying, All right, I might have been a bit too intense that day, but I really didn't mean it. A few days ago, Jige had also used the sword technique against Kizuru, and it was Kizuru's first time experiencing such a sword technique. Lacking experience, he had been pierced by the invisible sword energy of the technique and had knelt on the spot. Even Kizuru, who had a thick skin, felt embarrassed when he recalled that incident, which was why he shouted for a pause the moment he saw Jige starting posture. After all, in martial arts training, his privilege was to use the light sword. Dodging with photonization was considered a foul, and he could only choose to take it head-on. His willpower wasn't weak, but compared to Akainu, there was still a gap. Thus, aside from their fruit abilities, Jige also had a move specifically designed to counter Kizuru, which was the sword technique. With Kizuru calling for a break, Jige and the others also decided to stop, and the four of them simply sat down on the ground. After a while, Logia and Ginny finished their training and came over, sitting on either side of Jige. Akainu and Bear were already used to this situation, and the four boys chatted casually, with Ginny occasionally joining in. Only Logia quietly knelt beside Jige, and when Jige looked at her, she would give a gentle smile, captivating many male trainees who secretly admired her, until a messenger squirrel hurried over, saying, Jige, Teacher Zifa is at the recruitment office and wants you to come over. Chapter 72, 3 Natural System. The squirrel spoke while giving a military salute to Jige and the others. Jige waved his hand and said, Squirrel, didn't I tell you? We're still classmates at school. No need for that. The squirrel maintained his salute and replied, There's just over a year until graduation. I want to adapt in advance. The closer they got to graduation, the more the students understood the importance of resources. For most relatively mediocre students, when their strengths were similar, securing better treatment after graduation depended on resources, which could also be referred to as connections. In any world, people aspire to rise higher. And this is understandable. Justice is indeed important, but it can't be eaten. Jige and his fellow Navy supernovas themselves are obvious resources. And those like the squirrel who can get close to them are envied by countless students. Anyone with a bit of intelligence knows to maintain this relationship well. Jige patted the squirrel on the shoulder and said, Squirrel, to be honest, I really have high hopes for you. You'll at least be a rear admiral in the future. The squirrel was taken aback for a moment and then excitedly asked, Huh? Jige, are you serious? Of course. After saying that, Jige waved his hand, walked past the dazed squirrel, and headed towards the training ground, with Akainu and Kizaru following behind. The squirrel had only pointed out the three of them. The squirrel, appearing elated, made his way to the others at Burning Mountain. Burning Mountain looked at the squirrel with a puzzled expression and asked Squirrel, You look really happy. Did something good happen? The corners of the squirrel's mouth couldn't help but rise as he coughed twice and said, It's nothing much. Just that Jige said I could become a rear admiral in the future. What? At the headquarters recruitment office, today was the new recruitment session. Among the new students who came to register, a few were under special attention. So Zephyr came personally. At that moment, three uniquely characterized young people stood in front of him. The three had remarkably similar heights, all over 2 meters tall, dressed in ordinary soldier attire with blue and white shirts paired with straight black pants. The person on the left had dark green, curly hair, thick eyebrows, and full lips, looking somewhat arrogant, with a sturdier build compared to the other two. The person in the middle had shoulder-length black hair that hung wildly, no eyebrows, and a fierce expression, his brows tightly furrowed. The person on the right looked like a typical young person. His eyes were full of anticipation. He was tall and thin, standing straight, wearing a blue hoodie from which 2 tufts of black curly hair peeked out. Zephyr crossed his arms and glanced down at the 3 documents on the table. From left to right, 1. Huangmu, 21 years old, natural system, forest fruit user from the North Sea. 2. Monkey D, dragon, 24 years old, natural system, wind fruit user from the East Sea. 3. Kazan, 18 years old, natural system, ice fruit user from the South Sea. The interviewers standing behind Zephyr were already numb. No one expected that just as the second naval school recruitment began, 3 natural system users would appear all at once. Combined with the 3 from the previous session, the Navy now had 6 natural system users. This was likely due to that earlier newspaper, Jige, Akano, and Kizaru's outstanding performances attracted these 3, who were also natural system users. Zephyr's gaze swept over the 3, finally landing on Dragon in the middle, thinking Monkey D. Dragon. Isn't he Carp's son? Carp often mentioned Dragon in front of his old buddies, but he always said Dragon was too heavy-hearted. He had tried several times to get Dragon to join the Navy, but had been unsuccessful. What's going on this time? How did Carp's son come to the Navy headquarters silently? Moreover, he is actually a natural system user. Unable to help himself, he asked Dragon, Does Carp know you're here? Dragon shook his head and slowly replied, My father doesn't know. I snuck onto a military ship to get here. Joining the Navy is my own choice. Unlike the carefree Carp, Dragon gave off a very steady vibe. Zephyr waved for someone to notify Carp. Huamu, however, was getting a bit impatient and said, General Zephyr, I came here to see Senior Jige Estile. When will he arrive? Kizaru also chimed in, Yes, General Zephyr. I also want to meet Senior Jige. Can we meet them first? After saying that, he very kindly reached out his hand to Dragon and said, I didn't expect you to be Admiral Carp's son. I really admire him. Dragon was slightly taken aback, then also extended his hand to shake Kizaru's, saying quietly, My father is indeed an outstanding Navy. Huangmu, however, picked his nose, showing no intention of conversing with Kizaru and Dragon. Zephyr quietly observed the 3's behavior, and his understanding of their personalities was taking shape. With 3 more natural system users arriving, even he felt somewhat dazed, and at that moment, Jige and the others also arrived. Jige was somewhat surprised to glance at Dragon and the others, and the names of the 3 immediately popped into his mind. His expression remained unchanged, but he was inwardly astonished, thinking, why did these 3 guys come to the Navy now? He wasn't very sure about Dragon, but Kizaru was clearly a student from the 3rd session, and Green Bull Huangmu was even more so, as he had been untraceable before the Marineford War. Upon seeing Jige, Huangmu and Kizaru immediately showed excited expressions, with Kizaru vigorously waving his hand, shouting, "Senior Jige." At this point, Kizaru was nothing like the lazy version he would become later. In fact, before experiencing the O'Hara incident, he had always been a passionate youth. Jige smiled and waved back at him, then turned to Zephyr and asked, "Teacher Zephyr, did you call us here for something?" Zephyr first handed the documents of Dragon and the others to Jige. After Jige glanced at them briefly, he feigned surprise and then passed the documents around for Akainu and the others to see. When they learned that Dragon and the others were also natural system users, they also showed surprised expressions. Speaking of which, Huangmu and Akainu, as well as Kizaru, were all from the North Sea. Kizaru felt a sense of camaraderie with Jige, which was one of the important reasons he joined the Navy a year early. He had seen that newspaper, and the reports about Jige and the others had stirred his blood. Upon discovering that the most outstanding performer, Jige, was actually from the same hometown as him, he decided to join the Navy. Chapter 73. You know nothing about power from Zifa. Jige learned the ins and outs of the situation, and he couldn't help but feel a bit amused. It turned out that he had inadvertently attracted both Ieyamatsu and Kizaru to the Navy ahead of time. Dragon had been quietly observing Jige, clearly interested in him as well. After all, as a fellow Logia user, Jige had faced off against the Whitebeard pirates at the age of 17 and achieved such dazzling results, which naturally piqued their curiosity. Ieyamatsu ran directly to Jige, grabbed his hand, and exclaimed loudly, "Jige-senpai, my name is Ieyamatsu. I've seen your exploits, and I really admire you. Trash like pirates who ignore the government should be completely eliminated." Upon hearing this, Akainu immediately showed an appreciative expression, while Dragon frowned slightly. He didn't like such extreme views, and he held a poor opinion of the world government. This was also the main reason he had delayed taking Karp's advice to join the Navy. He stared at Jige, wanting to see how this rising star in the Navy would respond. With a smile on his face, Jige replied calmly, "Hello, Ieyamatsu, welcome aboard." Although he was 6 years younger than Ieyamatsu, his demeanor and tone gave off a sense of maturity and composure, hinting at an aura of someone in a position of authority. This made Dragon even more curious about Jige. Before Ieyamatsu could speak again, he stepped forward and said, "Hello, Jige-senpai. It's an honor to meet you. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am." Jige interrupted Dragon's self-introduction, still smiling as he said, "Monkey D. Dragon, I know you. Vice Admiral Karp mentioned you. He was originally going to visit you that day, but unexpectedly ran into the Whitebeard pirates." Dragon nodded and said, "Yes. I'm really grateful to you. If it weren't for Admiral Zifa and your support, my father would have been in danger that day. Hee, as Navy personnel, this is our duty. But Vice Admiral Karp said you seem to have some resistance to joining the Navy. Could you tell me the reason?" People present were also curious about Dragon. Generally, children of high-ranking Navy officers like Karp would be arranged to join the Navy as soon as they came of age. Yet Dragon was already 24. Dragon paused for a moment. Instead of answering the question, he countered, "Then can I know the reason Jige-senpai joined the Navy?" Jige smiled slightly and said, "Me? I initially joined the Navy to gain power. Now, I think it's for justice." What Jige said was heartfelt, as the term justice had various interpretations in the pirate world, and his concept of justice was the only justice. The surrounding Navy personnel, upon hearing the word justice, had a glimmer in their eyes, and Akainu clenched his fists. From a moment he joined the Navy, he had already solidified his own justice. Dragon seemed dissatisfied with Jige's answer and pressed on, "Jige-senpai values power a lot. So does your justice mean suppressing everything with absolute power? Just like your attitude toward pirates, only killing and not capturing them. With all due respect, this seems to seriously contradict your teacher Admiral Zifa's concept of justice. This remark was too sharp, causing Zifa to furrow his brows. In his view, each Navy officer's concept of justice was different, and as long as it wasn't too far off, he would never interfere as a teacher. Akainu stepped forward, his gaze cold as he stared at Dragon, and said in a deep voice, "Monkey D. Dragon, Jige's justice is absolutely without any problem. Do you think just because you're Vice Admiral Karp's son, you can point fingers at him? Let me tell you, there are no special identities here. You are a soldier now, and Jige is a major. Didn't Vice Admiral Karp teach you how to speak to your superiors?" Kizaru said nothing, one hand in his pocket, the other adjusting his brown sunglasses, and he stepped forward as well, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jige and Akainu. The combined aura of these three made Amatsu swallow hard and stay silent, while Kizaru looked bewildered, not understanding why Dragon was so bold. Dragon, however, remained unfazed, maintaining eye contact with Jige. The atmosphere among the few grew increasingly tense, and the temperature gradually rose. Zifa initially thought Dragon was just putting on airs as a connection, planning to scold him a bit, but upon seeing this scene, he sensed something was off. Akainu and Kizaru seemed ready to gang up on Dragon. He cursed inwardly, "Karp, why haven't you come yet? Look at your good son." In fact, Jige was the one with the most normal emotions. He glanced around and smiled, saying, "Sakazuki, Borisolino, why are you both looking so fierce? This junior is just discussing justice with me. Even if our ideas differ slightly, that's quite normal." Akainu snorted coldly, staring at Dragon, slowly backing away, while Kizaru remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Oh, it seems this junior has his own unique insights on justice. No wonder he's Vice Admiral Karp's son." Dragon seemed a bit shaken and said word by word, "Can we stop mentioning my father? I've said it before. Joining the military was my own choice." Kizaru raised the hand that was in his pocket, dug at his ear, and feigned ignorance as he retreated to Akainu's side. Once the two quieted down, Jige continued, "Dragon, from what you said, do you think power is unimportant? Or do you believe pirates shouldn't be killed?" Dragon took a deep breath, his face once again calm, and said flatly, "Power is certainly important, but I believe a person's power is limited. Moreover, not all pirates are heinous criminals. Only through tolerance and equality can we consolidate everyone's power together, thus achieving true justice." I have to admit, Dragon's concept of justice did sound quite reasonable, but Jige couldn't help but chuckle a few times. In his view, such ideals might be achievable on Blue Star. After all, one person's power is indeed limited. However, in this world with supernatural powers, one person's strength truly holds infinite possibilities. If one fails to achieve the so-called justice, it can only mean that their power is insufficient. Jige's laughter sounded harsh in Dragon's ears, and he angrily asked, "Jige-senpai, I don't understand what you're laughing at." Jige ignored him, continuing to laugh until Dragon's face turned ashen, at which point he restrained his smile, a deep darkness flashing in his eyes. "You seem to know nothing about power." Chapter 74. The boiling situation inside the headquarters building. Karp was in his office, reclining in his chair, with bubbles coming from his nose, clearly asleep. The person sent by Zifa knocked on the door for a long time, without any response. If he hadn't heard Karp's snoring through the door, he would have thought Karp wasn't there. In desperation, he had to knock harder, finally waking Karp up. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Karp groggily said, "Who is it? Come in." The person pushed the door open, saluted, and said, "Vice Admiral Karp, your son is at the recruitment office. Admiral Zifa wants you to go over there." "Oh, got it." "What?" At the recruitment office, Dragon had squinted his eyes, and a strong wind began to swirl around him. He stepped forward a few paces, almost pressing against Jige, and said lightly, "Senior Jige, may I experience the power you speak of?" Jige slightly moved his shoulders and neck, looking at Dragon with a half-smile. "You want to fight me? All right. I'll take it as helping Teacher Zifa assess your strength." After saying that, Jige turned his head to look at Zifa and asked, "Teacher Zifa, what do you think?" Zifa thought for a moment and felt that it wouldn't be a bad idea for Dragon to fight Jige. From his perspective, Dragon was a bit too self-righteous. Having your own sense of justice is good, but what else with pointing out others' sense of justice right away? Who doesn't know that Jige has genuinely fought against pirates? And not just any pirates, but the Whitebeard pirates? His qualifications are extremely high. Not only Zifa, but everyone present felt that Dragon was not qualified to instruct Jige. Zifa believed it was necessary for Jige to fight Dragon, not only to see the strength of this newcomer, but, more importantly, to let Dragon realize that there are always people stronger than oneself. As for the possibility of Jige losing, he didn't even consider that. He knew Jige's strength well, and he was capable enough to guard AG branch on his own. However, since Dragon was Carp's son, in order to avoid an embarrassing loss for him, Zifa's final decision was, all right, let Aomaki and Kazan join as well. Jige, this shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Jige smiled slightly and said, of course, no problem. I'm very willing to have a friendly spar with the 3 juniors. But are we starting now? All of you are natural types. Zifa waved his hand dismissively and said, that's fine, I'm not worried about those 3. But you, hold back a bit, especially with that technique of yours, Shinto Tenjin. The recruitment office originally had a large open space for testing new recruits, but Jige and the others, being specially recruited talents, skipped that step. Moreover, this was not a naval school directly managed by Zifa, so even if there was significant damage, it would be Warring States' concern. The authority was gradually being handed over to Warring States, and his upcoming role as the next Admiral was no secret among the naval higher-ups. After Zifa agreed, Aomaki shot a glare at Dragon, thinking to himself, what kind of reckless brat is this? How can I fight against the great Jige? No way. I absolutely cannot get involved in this. With that thought, he raised his hand to refuse, but Akiji had already dashed forward, pulling him along. Come on. I didn't expect to have the chance to spar with Senior Jige. This is fantastic. Dragon said no more. His body instantly turned into a gust of wind, speeding towards the center of the open area. Jige's figure gradually twisted, merging into the dark vortex that appeared behind him. Reaching his position ahead of Dragon, Aomaki was directly pulled over by Akiji, his face filled with unwillingness. Before the battle began, many commanders had already rushed over upon hearing the news. They had all heard that 3 new natural types had arrived today. Of course, the main reason for their presence was Jige. Jige's recent prominence was overwhelming. He was a 17-year-old real power major, even if he was an extremely rare natural type. It shouldn't be this outrageous, right? Many people held prejudices against this, thinking that the newspaper had exaggerated Jige and the others' performances to promote the Navy. After all, among the commanders, besides Zifa and Carp, and Crane who had briefly sparred with Jige, no one else had witnessed Jige's strength firsthand. Their impression of Jige was still that of the strongest student. The impact of this battle was growing larger, and after a while even Carp, Crane, and Warring States, the Iron Triangle, arrived at the scene. Zifa was a bit dazed upon seeing the 3 of them, and stepped forward to ask, what are you 3 doing here? Carp leaned forward to glance at Dragon on the field, and was about to speak when Zifa interrupted, you don't need to say anything. I know you're here to see your son. Warring States exchanged glances with Crane, and then spoke. I also want to see what the youngest major in our Navy is capable of, especially with 3 super newcomers. Their battle is naturally worth paying attention to. Crane nodded, indicating she felt the same way. Zifa helplessly rubbed his forehead and said, with so many people here, the place is getting a bit crowded. And we didn't prepare any seats for you. Warring States, smiling, pointed to the crowd of naval officers watching. It's fine. Let us all stand and watch together. No need to be so formal. Just then, a group of students led by Ginny rushed over. As soon as Ginny saw Zifa, she ran up with a smile and said, Teacher Zifa, everyone wants to see Brother Jige's battle. This shouldn't count as skipping class, right? Zifa had already given up and waved his hand casually. If you want to watch, go ahead, but this won't be a regular occurrence. Upon receiving Zifa's consent, the students cheered and squeezed into the group of commanders. The commanders were relatively tolerant of this group of young people and didn't mind, especially for the female students. They even made some room for them to get to the front. Ginny looked at Jige on the field and shouted loudly, Go, Brother Jige! The other girls were initially a bit shy, but seeing Ginny's enthusiasm, they also cheered, especially since even the aloof Lucia was cheering for her cousin. The boys, naturally unwilling to be outdone, led by the likes of Weasel and Fire Mountain, shouted, Go ahead! Show these 3 new recruits the strength of our naval school. Chapter 75, Sunfone, Ice Versus. And who would have thought that today a small recruitment office would gather over 80% of the top combat power from the Navy headquarters? Aside from the trainees who came to cheer for Jige, the people standing around were all at least of colonel rank. Jige himself did not expect things to escalate to this point, thinking that he originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to do something to Dragon. But the situation was not conducive to that. While he was thinking this, he still maintained a smile and waved to Logia and the others. Akiji looked at Jige with admiration and said, "Jige-senpai is really popular. Everyone likes him." Aramaki, still resentful towards the guy who pulled him into the fray, felt that given the current situation, he couldn't even step down. He glared at Akiji and said irritably, "You clueless country bumpkin, do you know if Jige-santo gets angry, none of us will have a good time." He initially wanted to say that if Jige's identity was revealed, he would immediately be revered by thousands. And compared to that, this small scene was nothing. However, he remembered that he needed to avoid mentioning Jige's title here. So he ended up saying something that sounded a bit awkward. Dragon stood in front of the two, turned around, and said, "After the battle begins, keep your distance from me. I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you." Huh? Aramaki raised an eyebrow, cracking his knuckles and making a cracking sound, saying, "You really make me quite unhappy." Akiji scratched his head, thinking that they hadn't even started fighting yet, and already there was infighting. Fortunately, Zephyr shouted at that moment, "All right, you can start." "Jige, I'll emphasize it again, hold back." As soon as the words fell, whoosh, a fierce wind surged around Dragon, causing Akiji and Aramaki, who were closest to him, to stumble back in surprise. By the time they reacted, Aramaki was about to curse, but Dragon had already merged into the whirlwind and charged towards Jige. However, this approach of rushing in close to Jige was clearly a huge mistake, especially for someone like Dragon, who had powers. Facing the howling winds, Jige simply reached out, and a dark vortex appeared in his palm, gravity of all things. "Nanny!" Dragon's surprised voice came from the wind, as streams of blue energy coalesced into a humanoid shape from the wind, then were pulled out by gravity. When this humanoid wind touched Jige's palm, it instantly transformed into a shocked-looking dragon. He looked at Jige's hand on his shoulder and exclaimed, "How can this be? Why can't I?" Before he could finish, Jige had already punched him in the abdomen, causing Dragon to spit out a mouthful of blood, which was immediately devoured by the darkness emanating from Jige, not a single drop touching Jige's body. Carp frowned among the onlookers, while the trainees grew increasingly excited, cheering even louder. This punch also thoroughly woke Dragon up. He was still unclear why his fruit ability was not working, but he knew that if he took a few more punches, there would be no need for this battle to continue. He suddenly raised an armed hand, which took on an extremely strange claw shape and fiercely clawed at Jige's arm, shouting, "Dragon's Claw." Seeing Dragon use haki, some who were unaware of his background gasped in surprise. Jige was not surprised at all that Dragon could use haki. After all, he was 24 years old, and his father was Carp. If he hadn't even learned haki, Carp would have to question whether he had a hat on his head that didn't belong to him. He let go of Dragon's shoulder, and his body instantly became ethereal. Dragon's grand claw strike missed entirely, and confusion appeared on his face again. Before he could regain his senses, Jige raised his leg and delivered a sweeping kick to Dragon's waist. After taking another hit, Dragon flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily between Akiji and Aramaki. Aramaki laughed at the sight of the disheveled Dragon and mocked, "Oh, no wonder you wanted us to keep our distance from the start. You almost got smashed just now. You really are a good person." Dragon was struggling to get up when he heard this, and in a fit of anger, he shook his arm and sat back down on the ground. In the end, it was Akiji who couldn't bear to watch any longer and kindly reached out to help Dragon up. Dragon, with a dark expression, thanked Akiji. Despite his usual calm demeanor, he was a bit flustered at this moment. He stepped in front of the two and said without looking back, "It seems I indeed underestimated his strength. I can't defeat him alone. Let us all go together." Aramaki chuckled and nonchalantly said, "I think you overestimated your own strength, and you actually thought you could defeat Jige-senpai? Should I say you're brave or foolish?" Akiji, being the nice guy among the three, stepped forward and said to Aramaki, "All right, it's a rare opportunity to spar with Jige-senpai. We should give it our all. If we perform poorly, How will we have the face to interact with him after enrolling? Hearing this, Aramaki was taken aback. Those words really struck a chord with him. Indeed, was he the purpose of coming here to get closer to Jige? If he didn't show his worth, would Jige even look at him again? Thinking this, Aramaki's expression finally became serious. He patted Akiji on the shoulder and said solemnly, I didn't expect you, this fool, could say something so insightful. Not bad. I appreciate you. After saying this, to Akiji's puzzled gaze, he turned and walked away, saying as he went, aren't you all also of the natural type? Show some decent strength, and don't hold me back later. Aramaki's attitude had made a 180-degree turn compared to before, leaving Dragon bewildered in the wind. However, Aramaki having a fighting spirit was a good thing for the remaining two. The three exchanged glances, then took their stances, forming a triangular formation in front of Jige. In the next second, Dragon and the others almost simultaneously unleashed their abilities. A series of blue hurricanes swirled around Dragon, causing sand and stones to fly in the area. Under Akiji's feet, a large expanse of solid ice spread out, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Only Aramaki's side presented a rather unique scene, with a layer of green vegetation sprouting from the ground nearby, creating a vibrant sight. The three natural phenomena all spread toward Jige's position, and Jige watched with interest, softly saying, interesting. Boom! Waves of darkness spread out from Jige's body, instantly filling the arena with black, green, blue, and cyan colors. However, everyone noticed that the black was visibly eroding the other three colors. Chapter 76. Akiji's defeat on the battlefield. Darkness continuously eroded the other three elements. No matter how much the three of them, including Dragon, increased their output, they could hardly stop the encroaching darkness. Among the three, Dragon was actually the strongest, but was under the greatest pressure at this moment. Wind was supposed to be free and omnipresent, but when Jige arrived and unleashed endless darkness, his wind was confined to a small area around him, and that area was constantly shrinking. This was not only a suppression of abilities, but also a direct reflection of the gap in strength between the users. Everyone present noticed this. While they witnessed the terrifying powers of the dark fruit, they also marveled at Jige's strength. Kizaru pulled out a banana from somewhere, eating it while speaking to a Kainu beside him. That dragon must be feeling very frustrated right now. The speed of his wind can't be utilized in front of the darkness. Akainu glanced at him and replied, indeed, I still remember the day Jige first arrived, okay? No need to say more. Let us just keep watching. How long do you think these three newcomers can last against Jige? Akainu looked at Jige, who seemed relaxed on the field, and said lightly, that depends on when Jige decides he doesn't want to play anymore. He hasn't even used his sword yet. While the two were talking, the darkness was almost reaching Dragon and the others. Dragon gritted his teeth and shouted, don't just stand there. If you can't use Haki, then use ranged attacks. It's best not to make contact with his body. After saying this, he transformed into a whirlwind and soared into the sky. He was wary of Jige's universal attraction and uncertain about its range. So he flew as high as he could until he reached what he considered a safe altitude. The other two similarly used their abilities to ascend. Aramaki sprouted a large dandelion from his back, lifting him into the air. Akiji stomped 1 foot down, causing a giant ice pillar to rise up, sending him upwards as well. As soon as the three ascended, the ground they had just left was completely engulfed by darkness. However, even at high altitude, the gravitational pull of the darkness continued to drag them down. Akiji was in the most precarious situation. The ice pillar he created was constantly being swallowed by the waves of darkness. Dragon's lower body was a blue whirlwind while his upper body was solidified. He stared down at Jige, spreading his hands as 2 whirlwinds gathered in his palms, then shot out dense blue wind blades. Windweaver blade. Aramaki extended his tree-like arms, each growing 4 thick wooden spikes that glimmered with a dark sheen, indicating he had awakened his armament Haki. He looked like an octopus, with 8 thick wooden spikes wildly growing, all thrusting towards Jige below, 8-forked spear tree. Akiji exhaled a breath of cold air, extending an elemental arm as a massive ice bird flew out of thin air. Icy blizzard beak. The 3 elemental attacks descended like a torrential storm. leaving the onlooking commanders in awe. Besides a few top-tier fighters like Karp, several mid-ranking generals questioned their ability to withstand these three attacks. The range of natural-type attacks was simply too vast, and combined with the destructive power of the elements represented by the three, just watching made their scalps tingle. They all felt a sense of dread for Jige, while Zephyr and the group of trainees appeared much calmer, having full confidence in Jige's strength. Throughout all, Jige remained composed, not even lifting his head. Just as the three attacks from above were about to strike, a blinding white light erupted from Jige's body. Upon seeing this, the expressions of Zephyr and the others changed, and Zephyr quickly turned his head to meet Karp's serious gaze. Without a word, the two rushed to the front, and in the puzzled eyes of the onlookers, they simultaneously raised their arms to brace for impact. At that moment, Jige's voice echoed from the center of the arena. White hole, divine universal pull. Buzz. A terrifying repulsive force erupted from Jige, forming a semicircular force field. The attacks from Dragon and the others were instantly crushed by the repulsion, and they were sent reeling, spitting blood as they lost balance and fell from the sky. Karp and Zephyr stood ready, but when the repulsion field was about to spread towards them, it suddenly stopped, making their actions appear somewhat awkward. Karp reluctantly lowered his arms and said, "This Jige, it seems he has mastered this technique, controlling both its range and intensity very well." Zephyr's arms naturally lowered to cross over his chest, leaving a mysterious silhouette for the onlookers behind him. However, at this moment, no one was paying attention to Karp and Zephyr. They all looked horrified, staring at the now barren ground of the arena. The entire venue fell silent until a cracking sound echoed. The ice pillar beneath Akiji had been shattered by the previous repulsion, scattering into ice shards in the air. He was the only one who fell to the ground, while the other two had the ability to stay suspended. Nonetheless, as a natural-type user, Akiji would suffer fatal injuries from the fall. However, due to the fruit's characteristics, he appeared somewhat tragic, having shattered into countless ice fragments. What distressed him the most was that as soon as he landed, darkness surged towards him. The shattered ice he had turned into was unable to coalesce, and merely resisting the pull of darkness made it difficult for him to cope in this state. This was still under the condition that Jige had not fully unleashed the gravitational force of darkness. Struggling to gather his form on a piece of ice, he shouted, "Senior Jige, I admit defeat." As soon as he finished speaking, the darkness in the area where Akiji was located instantly receded, losing the pull of darkness. He quickly regained his body. After gasping for breath, he looked at Jige with awe. Jige smiled, flashed in front of Akiji, and lifted him from the ground. Akiji felt both moved and ashamed, lowering his head and saying, "I'm too weak." Slap! Jige patted Akiji on the shoulder, causing him to look up suddenly into Jige's encouraging gaze. "Don't underestimate yourself. You performed excellently, Senior Jige." At this moment, Akiji saw Jige as dazzling as the sun. Now at just 18 years old, he was significantly younger than Aramaki and Dragon, who had not undergone systematic training. Thus, even though he was the first to be defeated, there was nothing to be ashamed of. Chapter 77. Advancement of Armament Hockey for Jige. Akiji is undoubtedly an important combat force worth recruiting. After all, he is a genuine candidate for an Admiral. In the original work, Akiji was greatly influenced by Karp. But now, Jige plans to intercept this rookie Akiji and bring him over to his side. After all, encouraging words cost nothing, so Jige chose to say a few more, which moved Akiji greatly, and in the end, he obediently retreated to the sidelines. In the sky, Aramaki, a user of the Force Fruit, was recovering rapidly under the sun. Of course, this was also because Jige did not unleash his full power, which allowed him the opportunity to recover. He looked at the already retreated Akiji and thought to himself, "Jige actually appreciates this ice cube fool so much. I need to step up my game." Aramaki then glanced at Long, who was not in a good state at the moment. He looked like a mess and clearly had not yet recovered from the impact of the previous Shinra Tensei. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be unable to solidify his body. Aramaki smirked, having never been fond of Long. What nonsense about inclusiveness and equality. There are always distinctions among people. Some are born to be kings above all others. And that is a fact that can never change. Once Long finally stabilized his form, Aramaki directly mocked him. Hey, are you still good? At this rate? You might as well just admit defeat. Long shot him a cold glance and replied, If you want to admit defeat, go ahead. TCH, I have to say, your mouth is really tough. Fine, let me show you my strength. With that, Aramaki's expression turned serious, and the dandelion behind him retracted into his body, causing him to plummet rapidly. In mid-air, he elementalized his entire body, rapidly expanding in size, and with a loud bang, a giant treant several meters tall crashed heavily to the ground. Forbidden Forest. Jige crossed his arms and watched the giant treant with great interest. Suddenly, a tornado howled in, sweeping Jige into it. Long in the sky smiled slightly and murmured to himself, Getting distracted in battle is a big taboo. You're absolutely right, Nanny. Long's pupils constricted as a dark vortex appeared behind him, and Jige's figure emerged from within, followed by a punch landing on Long's lower back. Whoosh! Long's body fell like a meteor from the sky, creating a deep, human-shaped pit in the ground. Jige landed beside the pit, and suddenly, the spot where he stood was covered by a shadow, as a massive fist came crashing down towards him. Senior Jige, look out! Aramaki, not daring to sneak attack Jige, kindly reminded him as he struck. However, Jige had no intention of dodging and instantly activated his divine might, causing Aramaki's fist to crash directly into the pit where Long was, producing a deafening bang. Yet, Aramaki knew that such an attack wouldn't have any effect on Jige, but he still swung his fist, the size of a house, down onto the ground, causing dust to fly and the pit to grow larger. After a while, a breeze blew out of the pit, and a tattered Long emerged, glaring at Aramaki, scolding, Are you done smashing? Aramaki stopped his actions, feigning surprise as he said, Huh? You could take a hit pretty well. I thought you fainted in there. Long was almost enraged to the point of passing out, being able to elementalize. He naturally wouldn't be harmed by Aramaki's earlier smashing, but the violent vibrations caused his body to scatter into gas repeatedly, making it impossible to reassemble. Aramaki shrugged, showing no intention of acknowledging Long, who suppressed his anger and unleashed a gust of wind to blow away the surrounding dust, only to find that Jige's figure had already vanished. Long gritted his teeth. Damn it, the ability of the dark fruit is too tricky. How can I hit his real body? Just as he was thinking, Jige's voice came from behind him again. Want to hit me? Sure, I'll give you that chance later. Long was truly being haunted by Jige's ghostly appearances today. Hearing Jige's voice, he immediately turned into a whirlwind and fled into the distance. Jige showed no intention of pursuing, shrugging and saying, Why are you so nervous? I need to save you for last. After that, he looked up at Aramaki and smiled. I'll give you the same opportunity too. Thank you, Senior Jige. Jige was indeed a bit bewildered by Aramaki. His performance reminded him of someone, namely his number one lackey, Spandam. Aramaki clashed his two massive fists in front of him, and the dark armament hockey spread over his fists. This almost exhausted his armament hockey, as his fists were simply too large. He raised both fists and smashed them down towards Jige, shouting, Heavenly Burial Tree Star. Jige narrowed his eyes, a serious expression appearing on his face as he also released his armament hockey. However, his hockey flowed over his right arm instead. Among the onlookers, those who were not familiar thought the flowing black on Jige's hand was the ability of the dark fruit. But those seasoned generals were shocked when they saw the armament hockey on Jige's hand. Karp, who had the deepest understanding of armament hockey, was astonished. Flowing hockey? Unbelievable. He has actually trained his armament hockey to such a level. How old is he? Under everyone's watch, Jige, looking incredibly tiny in front of Aramaki, launched his right fist, clashing against Aramaki's giant fists. However, before Aramaki's fists could reach Jige, the hockey on Jige's fist suddenly condensed to a point and erupted, striking directly against Aramaki's fists. Crack! Fine cracks appeared on Aramaki's wooden giant fist, which then shattered with a loud noise. And the residual force of the hockey knocked Aramaki back from his treant form to his original state, landing heavily on the ground. His arms lost all feeling, and even with photosynthesis, he struggled to recover in a short time, ultimately relying on Jige to help him up. After getting up, he hung his arms limply and still didn't forget to flatter. Senior Jige, you're really too strong. Almost lost my arms. Jige's mouth twitched slightly, and then, just like before, he encouraged Aramaki a few more times, making him ecstatic. After calming Aramaki down, Jige looked towards Long, who had a heavy expression not far away, and in a flash, disappeared from his spot. Long's nerves immediately tensed, and when Jige appeared in front of him, he immediately used his dragon hook claw to grip Jige's incoming right fist. Jige's punch seemed much lighter than Long had imagined, and he was delighted, thinking Jige's stamina had decreased. However, no blade style, supreme control. Chapter 78. My will is above yours. The Red Conqueror's haki flowed through Jige's fist, and Long instinctively unleashed his own Conqueror's haki. The two streams of haki collided, sparking numerous red-black lightning bolts. Fortunately, the surrounding people were not ordinary individuals. So aside from a few students feeling dizzy, no one collapsed directly to the ground. However, this once again shocked the commanders who recognized the Conqueror's haki. As it was different from the armament haki and observation haki, it was an absolute talent. Either you had it or you didn't, and no amount of training would change that. Moreover, possessing it was one thing, but awakening it was another. Those who awakened the Conqueror's haki were destined not to be mediocre. They would definitely be strong enough to dominate a region in the vast sea. In the Navy, those who had awakened the Conqueror's haki were extremely rare. So in the eyes of these naval commanders, a Navy member with awakened Conqueror's haki was even rarer than a Logia-type Devil Fruit user. On the battlefield, Long was already drenched in sweat, while Jige remained calm. He said lightly, "Is this all your will amounts to?" Upon hearing this, Long roared furiously. Try to boost his own momentum through this method. He could accept being inferior to Jige in strength, but he could not accept being inferior to Jige in will, as that meant his steadfast beliefs had been completely shattered by Jige. However, his Conqueror's haki had clearly not been systematically trained. He could only release it to a certain extent, and merely shouting could not enhance its intensity. In contrast, Jige had trained seriously under the top authority of Conqueror's haki, Galin, and with his mastery of the supreme haki, his control over will was far beyond what Long could compare to. Jige watched Long's impotent rage for a while, then narrowed his eyes. The Conqueror's haki on his right fist instantly converged, transforming into a blade-like shockwave that pierced through Long's body. Long trembled all over, his eyes gradually turning white. Under everyone's gaze, he knelt before Jige with a thud, murmuring with his fading consciousness, "Why?" Jige did not reach out to help him as he had with Kizaru and Akainu. Instead, he turned and left, leaving behind a single line, "My will is above yours." This sentence was the last straw that broke Long, and he completely lost consciousness, his head heavy and drooping down. Swish! A figure rushed past Jige and came to Long's side, helping him up. At this moment, the only one who could run over to care for Long was his father, Carp. Carp shook Long's body vigorously, but there were no signs of him waking up. In a moment of desperation, Carp raised his hand and gave him a loud slap, accompanied by a resounding crack. Only then did Long slowly awaken from his stupor. After waking up, he disregarded the fiery sensation on his cheek and murmured as if possessed, "I lost. Completely lost." Looking at the disheartened Long, Carp sighed silently. With his character, he naturally would not entertain the idea of seeking revenge on Jige. He had watched the entire battle. Jige had completely defeated Long head-on and even voluntarily relinquished his intangibility, giving Long a chance to fight back. This was already the height of mercy. As for Jige's attitude towards Long, it was understandable. Zephyr had already informed him that Long had first offended Jige verbally, and the fight was initiated by Long overall. It was self-inflicted. Even without these factors, Jige's perception of Long would not have been good. His identity had destined him to be on the opposite side of Long from the beginning. If it weren't for the crowd, Long's defeat would not have ended with him merely fainting. Jige walked easily into the crowd of onlookers, reuniting with his classmates who had come to cheer for him. Ginny directly jumped into Jige's arms, excitedly describing how cool his performance had been just now. Lucia stood quietly to the side, gently gazing at Jige's profile. Akainu gave a thumbs up, while Kizaru wore his unique smile and said, "It's still you, Jige. Well done." Kuma raised his hand and looked at Jige, saying, "Big brother, let me help you relax a bit." Jige waved his hand and smiled. No need. I was just assessing the strength of the newcomers. It didn't take much effort. This calm demeanor made the surrounding commanders feel embarrassed, especially those who had previously doubted Jige's strength. Some vice admirals questioned themselves. If they were to face Long and his companions, whether they could win was already uncertain, let alone winning as easily as Jige did. After witnessing Jige's battle, no one would think that his achievements were mere bragging. His rear admiral rank was undoubtedly well-deserved. And based on his strength alone, giving him a vice admiral rank would not be excessive. Zephyr was also very satisfied with Jige's performance. Devil Fruit abilities, hockey, swordsmanship, and physical techniques. He saw no shortcomings in Jige, who could be considered the perfect student template in his mind. Thinking of this, Zephyr couldn't help but glance at Kizaru, who seemed to sense it, turned to meet Zephyr's gaze, and immediately looked away as if avoiding a plague, thinking, I really can't stand it. This old man must want to lecture me again. What have I done to offend him? Kazan jogged over, looking at Jige with admiration, and asked Senior Jige, what was that move you just did? It looks so cool. Does our school teach this? Upon hearing this, Zephyr's face showed an awkward expression. As the chief instructor of the Navy Academy, he admitted that he couldn't perform that move, and he would never be able to learn it in his lifetime. Jige also knew that Kazan did not possess the aptitude for Conqueror's hockey, so he used his most proficient technique again, drawing in the cake. That was Conqueror's hockey. You can't learn it for now, but one day, when you awaken your Conqueror's hockey, I will personally teach you how to use it. Upon hearing this, Kazan immediately expressed his excitement, saying he would definitely work hard, and so on. It must be said that Kazan at this age was indeed easy to fool. He was completely a middle schooler, and it's no wonder that in the original work, he found Karp's refusal to be promoted to Admiral very cool. Jige had made up his mind that he must properly educate, guide Kazan, and he absolutely could not let Karp lead him astray. The entire Navy had already been regarded by Jige as his own force. He wanted to deeply imprint his will into the Navy, ultimately making this massive war machine entirely obey him alone. As a celestial dragon, he naturally did not want the Dove faction's influence to become too strong. Whether now or in the future, the Navy needed the Hawk faction to take a stand. Chapter 79. The true identity of Aramuki Dragon, still recovering from his mental trauma, has temporarily been taken away by Karp and will likely rest there for a while. Akiji and Aramuki directly followed Jige back to the Navy Academy, where they were assigned accommodation with other new students. Aramuki and Akiji shared a dormitory with Dragon, who was not present. When they dispersed, Jige seized the opportunity to get close to Aramuki and whispered, "Wait for me at the training ground tonight." Aramuki was taken aback and wanted to say something, but was silenced by Jige's gesture. Jige looked deeply at Aramuki before quickly leaving. In the evening, after the dormitory lights went out and Aramuki heard Akiji snoring, he left a wooden figure on the bed and transformed into vines, squeezing out through the window. He materialized under a large tree at the training ground, feeling a bit nervous as he looked around and whispered, "Senior Jige, I'm here." Jige's voice came down from above Aramuki, and he looked up to see Jige sitting on a sturdy branch, leaning against the trunk. Aramuki immediately put on a silly grin and said, "So Senior Jige has already arrived. I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting. That ice cream idiot slept too late." Enough with the useless talk, Jige interrupted, appearing in front of Aramuki in a flash. Meeting Jige's eyes, which resembled two black holes, Aramuki felt a stark contrast to Jige's sunny persona during the day. He looked expressionless. Aramuki swallowed hard and forced a smile, asking, "I wonder what Senior Jige wants me to come here for?" A smile suddenly appeared on Jige's face, but it did nothing to ease Aramuki's tension. Instead, it sent a chill down his spine, making him shiver. "Speak. Who sent you to the Navy Academy?" At this, a look of panic flashed across Aramuki's face. But he quickly hid it, saying blankly, "I came here on my own. Well, you could say I was influenced by Senior Jige's achievements to enlist. That guy named Kazan is in a similar situation." Jige's smile grew brighter at this, and he said softly, "Is that so? So that's how it is." Aramuki nodded vigorously, looking quite honest and sincere. However, the next moment, with a loud slap, Jige suddenly struck, gripping Aramuki's neck and lifting him off the ground. Jige's speed was too quick. At such close range, Aramuki couldn't react at all. He stared wide-eyed, slapping at Jige's wrist while making wheezing sounds. "If you keep pretending, you'll die." Jige's hand turned pitch black, as if the darkness itself was igniting, swirling violently. In this situation, even if Aramuki wanted to use his elemental transformation to escape, it was impossible. He could no longer use his devil fruit abilities. Aramuki's face turned purple from the pressure, and he slowly shook his head. Seeing that Aramuki still wasn't cooperating, Jige narrowed his eyes slightly, and a dark vortex appeared on his hand gripping Aramuki's neck. A powerful gravitational force emanated from the vortex, causing Aramuki's neck to begin to twist. Jige increased the intensity of the gravity and said calmly, "Actually, I know the world government sent you here. You definitely know my identity. I just think you're a talent and want to give you a chance, but it seems you're incredibly foolish." If Jige didn't have memories for Blue Star and understood Aramuki's character to some extent, he might have really thought Aramuki was just a naive recruit like Akiji. This guy's admiration for the celestial dragons and the world government likely indicated some connection between them. Aramuki's neck was already distorted, and he nodded with the last of his strength. Jige immediately let go, and Aramuki fell to the ground with a thud, gasping for air. If it had been a few seconds longer, he would have truly met his end here. Once Aramuki's breathing calmed down a bit, Jige slowly crouched down and said softly, "This is your last chance. Speak." Faced with Jige, who was so close and exuded an aura that left no room for resistance, Aramuki felt completely powerless. Whether in terms of identity or strength, Jige was not someone he could provoke. Moreover, Jige's earlier words had indeed pointed out his background. Whether it was a bluff or not was beyond his consideration. If he didn't confess, he would lose his life. What made him even more desperate was that even if Jige really killed him, those people wouldn't care at all. The Navy might investigate a bit, but the final result would likely be inconclusive. Of course, Aramuki was still very loyal to the world government and the celestial dragons. If Jige weren't one of them, he wouldn't have confessed. Taking a deep breath, facing the person who nearly killed him, Aramuki respectfully said, "Senior Jige. Jige Saint. I belong to CP0, and I was sent by Lord Walchuli." Hearing this name, Jige raised an eyebrow. He knew from Galin that Walchuli had a grudge against the Figuranto family and occasionally popped up to annoy them. If the mastermind was him, it surely wasn't for any good intentions. Thinking of this, Jige asked, "What did Walchuli send you to do? Monitor me?" Aramuki was so frightened that he shivered and directly bowed his head to the ground, not daring to speak. His reaction confirmed Jige's suspicion. After a moment of silence, Jige asked, "What is the purpose?" "Lord Walchuli didn't say, just told me to report to him about what you say and do in the Navy." Jige snorted coldly. "Do you know the consequences of doing this? Monitoring the Figuranto family. You really have some guts?" At this point, Aramuki was at a loss for tears. He hugged Jige's leg and said pitifully, "Lord Jige, I really don't want to carry out this task, but Lord Walchuli said I'm a Logia-type devil fruit user, and my age is suitable. I'm the best fit to enter the Navy and get close to you." He certainly thought it through. Jige pushed Aramuki away, saying indifferently, "Get up." Aramuki shakily rose from the ground, his face a mess of snot and tears, looking quite pitiful. However, Jige's next words nearly made him collapse again. "You committed a capital offense the moment you accepted this task. Should I take action, or will you end it yourself?" Chapter 80. Subduing the Wild Lord Jige. "Please forgive me. I can leave the Navy immediately." NGM knelt on the ground with a thud, heavily bowing his head to Jige. Jige tilted his head slightly and asked, "Do you think that if you leave the Navy now, Walchuli will let you go?" NGM lay on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, and said despairingly, "No. It seems you are quite clear-headed. Will you always hide from now on? Or will you simply become a pirate?" "No, I will never become a pirate. Pirates are the lowest scum." This statement surprised Jige a bit. He couldn't understand how the world government brainwashed NGM to look down on pirates even at this point. In fact, despite NGM's current pathetic demeanor, it was because he was facing the celestial dragons, who represented his faith alongside the world government. Jige put his hands in his pockets and said lightly, "I didn't expect you to have principles. Good, I can forgive your offense." NGM suddenly raised his head, looking at Jige in disbelief. Jige smiled slightly and said, "However, from now on, you will work for me. That is for the Ferocious family." Lord Jige means, for me to betray Lord Vachali? How can this be called betrayal? After all, both he and I are celestial dragons. Whom you serve is the same for you, right? Or do you think my Ferocious family is inferior to a Gorsi? At this point, darkness surged around Jige, and who in GM, kneeling on the ground, was pulled forward slowly. He hurriedly said, No. I absolutely didn't mean that. I'm willing to be loyal to you. As a member of the top intelligence agency, CP0, who in GM certainly knew how terrifying the Ferocious family's power was. A single Gorsi really couldn't compare to this family. Moreover, this family was synonymous with military might among the celestial dragons, and its head controlled the Knights of God, a trump card force, who in GM greatly admired the Ferocious family. If he had to choose a backing, the Ferocious family would definitely be the perfect choice. However, Vachali was also in existence who in GM couldn't afford to provoke. He said with a worried look, "But Lord Jige, regarding Lord Vachali, that's not something you need to worry about. From now on, you will only obey the Ferocious family. A single Gorsi wouldn't dare to touch you." After hearing this, who in GM gritted his teeth, took out a snail with a red birthmark on its forehead from his pants, and offered it with both hands. Jige nodded in satisfaction. This was clearly the snail who in GM used to communicate with Vachali, and by voluntarily handing it over, it was like he was submitting his loyalty. A dark tentacle crawled up who in GM's body, slowly wrapping around the snail, which was pulled into the darkness and ultimately transformed into a Bible that merged into Jige's hand. After doing all this, Jige leaned down and patted Hu in GM's shoulder, saying softly, "All right, Hu in GM, go back and get some sleep. There's training tomorrow." Hu in GM nodded vigorously and slowly transformed into scattered vines before leaving. After he left, Jige took out a snail from his pocket. After a while, the snail raised its droopy eyes, and a dignified voice came from its mouth. "Why are you calling me at this time? Have you encountered some trouble?" Jige smiled and said, "Uncle Galin, someone has set their sights on our family." In Mariehua, a group of golden armored guards appeared in front of the Topman family's residence. The two suited men on guard at the entrance changed their expressions upon seeing this, and one hurriedly stepped forward to ask, "Excuse me." Before he could finish, the leading Carlos kicked him away, using his body to smash open the door. The remaining suited man was so frightened that he stood frozen in place, stiffly turning his neck to look at his partner, who had rolled his eyes. Carlos didn't even glance back. With a wave of his hand, the golden armored guards split into two teams and dispersed, while the black-robed Galin slowly walked forward from behind. Following Galin was a short man wearing a crown and holding a long flintlock, adorned in similar golden decorations as Galin. He wiped the gun in his hand and grinned. Turning to Galin, "Captain, your guard really does things in the style of the Ferocious family. The people from the Kamaya family wouldn't dare to act like this." Galin shot him a glance and said flatly, "Less nonsense. I'm here to discuss something with Vachali. Why do you insist on coming along?" "Of course. I want to borrow your power, Captain, to give Vachali some trouble. After all, that old man always likes to go against our Knights of God." Galin ignored him and stepped into the Topman family residence. Someone had already reported the situation at the entrance to Vachali, and not long after Galin entered, Vachali approached with a group of suited men. Vachali looked grimly at the leading Galin and said in a deep voice, "Captain Galin, what do you mean by this? Bringing so many subordinates to my Topman family and injuring my people." Galin's eyes were filled with disdain as he took a step forward, releasing a wave of Red Conqueror's hockey that instantly knocked down more than half of the suited men around Vachali. The remaining ones were likely elite level. Although they weren't knocked out by the hockey, they were still struggling under its pressure. Vachali's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. His body suddenly expanded, and four fearsome fangs extended from his mouth as he entered a beast-human state. He fixed his gaze on Galin and shouted angrily, "Captain Galin, you're being too reckless. Do you really think no one can control you in the Holy Land?" Click! The sound of a bullet being chambered echoed. The crowned man beside Galin had already raised his gun at Vachali, his playful expression gone. "Captain, are we going to strike?" Galin said nothing, his form flickering as he appeared in front of Vachali. Vachali exhaled heavily, clapping his hands fiercely. The surrounding water vapor instantly gathered and shot out a powerful high-pressure water cannon. Bang! A pitch-black bullet shot out, directly shattering the water cannon. Galin didn't even draw his sword. He raised his left leg, which was wrapped in red and black lightning, and delivered a fierce kick to Vachali's gaping mouth. With several loud bangs, Vachali's body was kicked away by Galin like a large ball, crashing through several buildings before finally stopping. Galin maintained his kicking posture, standing still, surrounded by a group of stunned, suited men. Chapter 81. Galin takes action. Roar. The roar echoed throughout the sky above Mariewa. In the Topman family, a huge wild boar stood up from the ruins. It was Vachali, who had completely beastified. His fruit was the Zoan-type mythical beast fruit, the Fengshi form. At this moment, a black flame cloud wrapped around him, one hoof raised and heavily stomped on the ground, his eyes glaring red at Galin, emitting grunting pig sounds. Throughout all, Garin's expression remained unchanged as he slowly drew his sword from the sheath at his waist. The next second, Vachali let out an angry roar. A large amount of water vapor swirling around his body, and 4 thick tusks turned pitch black as his massive form charged at Galin. Galin unsheathed his sword, his pupils flashing with a strange red light, the red and black lightning on the blade crackling loudly. At the moment when Vachali charged, he swung his sword, creating a crescent-shaped arc, and a red sword chi shot out, tearing the earth apart. National defense. The sword chi collided with Vachali, sending a strong wave of energy spreading out, flattening everything around. Crack, crack, crack. Fine cracks began to appear on Vachali's 4 tusks, and large beads of sweat formed on his massive pig head. Finally, a crisp shattering sound rang out as all 4 tusks shattered. Just as the sword chi was about to strike Vachali on the forehead, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the impact of the sword chi with a blade. The newcomer was also wrapped in a black flame cloud, with a lower body made of bones resembling a horse, and an upper body of a bald old man dressed in a kimono. He was Saint Nezashu, one of the 5 elders. Not only him, but the other 3 elders also appeared in the scene. Satan scanned the surrounding devastated environment, his expression serious. Nezashu narrowed his eyes, and a thick layer of frost began to form on his sword. Then, with a powerful swing, he completely dissipated the sword chi, letting out a light breath. Nezashu returned to his human form and landed in front of Vachali. He turned to glance at the somewhat disheveled Vachali and asked, "Vachali, what happened?" Vachali also reverted to human form, and it was obvious that he was missing 4 large teeth. He wiped the blood from his mouth and said angrily, "It's Galin who barged into my family for no reason and released Conqueror's Haki in front of me. He's simply lawless." Hearing this, Nezashu turned to Galin and asked calmly, "Galin, would you like to explain yourself?" Clang! Galin sheathed his sword, but before he could speak, Satan stepped forward and said, "I believe there must be some misunderstanding between Galin and Vachali. Let's go to the conference hall and talk it over." Vachali was immediately furious. His eyebrows raised as he shouted, "Satan, look at what has become of my family. You think a casual misunderstanding can just brush this aside?" Satan remained unfazed, appearing calm as a rock, and replied, "Then what do you want? The commotion caused by your battle was too loud. How will others perceive it when they see it? Do you think the authority of the 5 elders and the knights of God is less important than these broken bricks and tiles?" With such a heavy accusation, Vachali's face showed signs of distress, as if he were disgusted. A man wearing a crown leaned towards Galin and whispered, "Captain, Satan's words are quite effective." Despite his old age, Satan's ears were sharp. Hearing this, the wrinkles on his face twitched, and after coughing a few times, he looked at the other 3 elders and asked, "What do you think?" Nezashu held his sword close and thought for a moment before nodding, saying, "You're right. We should first sort out the matter." The other 2 elders also nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Satan ignored Vachali and directly looked at Galin, saying, "Galin, before we head to the conference hall, could you have your subordinates leave? Otherwise, it will attract too much attention." Galin showed respect for Satan, turning to give the order for the man with the crown and the golden armored guards led by Carlos to leave. Just before they left, the crowned man suddenly said to Galin, "Captain, if you haven't returned before dark, I will immediately gather the knights of God." After saying this, He glanced at the displeased Vachali and turned to leave with the golden armored guards. Upon arriving at the conference hall, the 5 elders took their seats, while Galin casually reclined in his chair with one leg crossed over the other. Seeing Garin's nonchalant demeanor, the pent-up anger in Vachali finally erupted, shouting, "Galin, if you can't provide a reasonable explanation today, don't even think about remaining the captain of the Knights of God." This statement made Galin laugh. He scoffed, first glancing at Satan, who shrugged, indicating that he had nothing to do with it and would not support Vachali. Vachali glared at Satan and said, "I know some will disagree, but that's fine. I will report this matter to Lord Im." Seeing Vachali invoke Im's name, the remaining few exchanged glances, and even Satan fell silent. Only Galin remained calm, lightly tapping the table, and said indifferently, "Well, I really want to ask, who gave you the authority to send someone to monitor my nephew? Was it Lord Im?" Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned back to Vachali's old face, and he quickly realized that that guy, Huang Mu, had sold him out. His mind raced as he wanted to argue, but since Galin had said this, it indicated he must have ample evidence, such as that damned Huang Mu. At this moment, his silence would be tantamount to admitting guilt. The other 4 elders immediately understood, and Satan naturally would not miss this opportunity, directly asking, "Vachali, why did you send someone to monitor Garin's nephew?" Under the scrutiny of everyone, Vachali's expression wavered. The reason he did this was naturally that he didn't want to see the influence of the Figolando family spread into the Navy. Ever since Jige made a name for himself in the Navy, he felt that something was off if Jige continued to develop. Once he became a high-ranking officer in the Navy, would the orders of the world government, especially those given by him, still be executed smoothly? After all, Jige was the heir of the Figolando family. Other high-ranking officials might not dare to contradict the world government's orders, but he dared and had the confidence to do so. If the Figolando family completely took control of the Navy, wouldn't he, as a 5 elder, be equivalent to having an arm severed? This was absolutely unacceptable to him. Chapter 82. The dragon moves again at this moment. Vachali felt a sense of helplessness, realizing that he couldn't rely on Satan, who was in cahoots with Galin. The remaining 3 elders of the sea weren't much more trustworthy either. Nejiru began polishing the long sword in his arms again, and Vachali wished he could shove that sword into his mouth. Satan continued to question him relentlessly. "Vachali, what do you mean by not speaking?" Vachali clenched his fist, his voice squeezing out from between his teeth. "I just think it's not right for Saint Jigar, as the heir of the Figolando family, to stay in the Navy forever. So I sent someone to observe him. It would be best to find an opportunity to bring him back to Mary Geos." The flimsy excuse made the other 5 elders frown, and Galin even laughed out loud, saying, "Then I should thank you for your concern for my nephew?" Vachali dared not retort and chose to remain silent. Galin didn't press further. After all, he had vented his anger sufficiently, and today's incident served as a warning for Vachali not to harbor any ill intentions towards Jigar. Standing up from his chair, Galin waved his hand casually and said, "That might really be a misunderstanding, but from now on, my nephew won't need your help, Vachali. If any similar misunderstandings occur again, it won't end well." As he spoke, Galin walked to the door, then suddenly stopped, turned around, and smiled. "By the way, Vachali, the person you sent to the Navy, what's his name?" "Ah, yes, Eramuka, right? My nephew thinks highly of him, and he intends to affiliate with us, so let him stay in the Navy. It's quite chaotic at sea now. Don't waste talent." After saying that, without waiting for Vachali to respond, Galin vanished at the door. The other 4 elders glanced at Vachali, greeted him, and then left one after another. When only Vachali was left in the conference hall, he suddenly slammed his hand on the table and gritted his teeth. "Damn Eramuku! What a waste of that dreadful fruit." In a Navy school, Achu, while training with Akiji, Eramuku suddenly sneezed. Akiji couldn't stop in time and punched Eramuku in the face, sending him staggering and nearly sitting on the ground. "Oops, I'm really sorry. Eramuku, I didn't mean to." Akiji quickly stood at attention, looking apologetically at Eramuku. Eramuku glared at Akiji fiercely, waved a vine to slap him away, and cursed, "Damn it, what bad luck. Why'd I have to run into this idiot?" While cursing, Eramuku suddenly felt a chill in his feet. He looked down to find his feet frozen to the ground, a layer of ice slowly creeping up, and a humanoid ice sculpture emerged from the ice, revealing Akiji, whom he had just slapped away. Akiji put his hands on his hips and immediately accused, "Aramuku, we're training in martial arts. How can you use your fruit ability?" Aramuku rolled his eyes helplessly, shook his legs to break the ice, and then delivered a punch wrapped in haki to Akiji's stomach, causing Akiji to widen his eyes in shock. Before he could recover, Aramuku's fist came raining down like a storm, and he said while punching, training, you want martial arts training, right? I'll make sure to satisfy you thoroughly today." Poor Akiji hadn't mastered haki yet, and quickly ended up with a bruised face, repeatedly shouting, "Stop, stop, stop. I can't use haki yet. This isn't fair." Aramuku showed no signs of stopping, continuing with a barrage of punches, while also dissing Dragon. "Fair? I hate that word the most. Go talk about fairness with that idiot Dragon." Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, and Dragon suddenly appeared behind Aramuku, coldly saying, "Who are you talking about?" Aramuku raised an eyebrow and turned to see Dragon, immediately mocking, "Oh, isn't this the Wind Dragon? You seem to have recovered well." Dragon squinted his eyes and glanced at Akiji, who was covering his face and huffing, saying, "What skill is there in bullying a newcomer who can't use haki? How about we have a match?" He had been quite angry with Aramuku the other day, and hearing him speak ill of him now, all the pent-up frustration from these days erupted at that moment. Aramuku raised his chin and arrogantly said, "Sure. To be honest, I wanted to take you down the day I joined the army." "Same here." As soon as he finished speaking, a whirlwind suddenly rose around Dragon, causing Aramuku's skin to tremble violently, creating a rather comical expression. Crack, crack, crack. The ground split open, and countless thick roots emerged from the cracks, connecting to Aramuku's feet. The duel between the two nature users was grand and impressive, capturing the attention of all the trainees in the training ground. Akiji looked at the two in confusion, thinking, "What's going on? Why are these two suddenly fighting?" Just as he was pondering, a force suddenly pulled him backward, and with a thud, his back hit a hand. Akiji quickly turned around and found Jige smiling at him. He hurriedly said, "Senior Jige, Aramuku and Dragon are about to fight. They aren't training. You need to stop them." Not long ago, after the battle between Jige, Dragon, and the others, given Jige strength sufficient to hold the rank of Rear Admiral, Zephyr allowed Jige to guide other trainees in the school and manage affairs in his absence. After all, from that battle, it was clear that Jige had qualified in both martial arts and haki. Not to mention he was already a Rear Admiral, and the trainees all respected him. With Jige around, Zephyr had a lot less to worry about, but he wouldn't let such an important asset stay in the headquarters sipping tea. He would occasionally give him tasks. Zephyr was originally a retired admiral, but now he was pulled back into action. However, since he took in Jige and his group of students, his spirits had improved considerably, and he accepted tasks willingly. Today, Zephyr was not at the school, so Jige, as the hidden second-in-command, naturally had to take on the responsibility of managing the school. Jige glanced at the two confronting each other, patted Akiji's shoulder, and said, "Don't worry. I'll see how Dragon is recovering." Akiji was taken aback by this, hesitantly asking, "But they're already using their fruit abilities. This will severely damage the training ground. When Teacher Zephyr comes back, relax. I'll observe the situation first. If they make too much noise, I'll step in." Chapter 83, Huangmu versus. Dragon slowly raised his hand, and a mini tornado emerged from his palm. Huangmu let out a sneer, and all 10 of his fingers transformed into tentacle-like vines. The newcomers on the field, seeing this situation, all moved closer to where Jige was standing. Once they got closer, they realized that their senior students had already positioned themselves there. There was nothing to worry about, just the presence of Jige, Kizaru, and Akainu provided a strong sense of security. With these people around, they could just relax and watch the show, as battles involving the nature element were still quite shocking. With the big shots around, the students began to loosen up and chat. "Hey, isn't that Dragon? We haven't seen him since school started. He's recovering from injuries. Didn't you see how badly he was beaten by Senior Jige that day? It's his own fault for being so mouthy. I heard him when he enlisted. He acted like a fool, pointing at Senior Jige. Who told him he was from the nature element? Plus, he's the son of Vice Admiral Garp. Of course. He's different from us. TCH. What's so great about that? Senior Jige is also from the nature element. TSK. He defeated 3 other nature users in one go. He really is my idol. Yeah, just look at how calm Senior Jige is. My God, I really admire him. All right, wipe you drool. Why are you acting like a fanboy? As a user of the wind fruit, Dragon had extremely sharp perception. The student's chatter reached his ears along the wind, making his expression increasingly unpleasant. Huangmu had actually been observing Jige's movements, and after confirming that Jige had no intention of intervening, he picked his nose and flicked a piece of black booger towards Dragon. The booger fell to the ground beside Dragon's feet without touching him, but Dragon's face still showed disgust as he said, "You're really disgusting." He suddenly swung the tornado in his hand toward Huangmu, who then grew a dandelion from his back and floated away with the wind. Dragon's wind wanted to chase, but the ground beneath him suddenly cracked open, and a giant carnivorous flower opened its mouth wide, revealing a row of pitch-black teeth. Dragon's expression changed. What? It's the one from earlier. Puff! The carnivorous flower suddenly closed, swallowing Dragon whole. Huangmu in the sky laughed heartily and said, "How does it feel to be swallowed by a booger?" As a plant user, the booger he had just flicked could naturally transform into seeds, and they were wrapped in his haki. "You bastard!" Dragon's angry voice echoed from inside the carnivorous flower. Then, the flower exploded, and a powerful whirlwind shot into the sky, launching several wind blades that instantly sliced Huangmu's body into pieces. However, soon, fine branches sprouted from the scattered pieces, quickly reconnecting. Huangmu crossed his arms and sneered, "This kind of trick won't work on me. Wind is an intangible element, and with your level of haki, you can't attach it to something as formless as wind." Dragon S face remained cold as he replied, "So what? Hell, let's try this." Forest Serpent Strangle. Huangmu spread his arms, transforming into 2 thick tree trunks, for which a large number of wooden spikes erupted, each tip glinting with a pitch-black sheen. Immediately, all the wooden spikes grew wildly and rushed towards Dragon, who was in the center. The attack range of this move was enormous, and with haki, it completely sealed off Dragon's retreat. Dragon's gaze sharpened as the air around him gathered, forming a spherical shield of wind around his body. Wind barrier. The incoming wooden spikes were shredded into fragments upon contact with the violent winds, but there were simply too many spikes, and soon, the barrier began to flicker before finally dissipating with a puff. Fortunately, Huangmu's attack had also reached its limit. Dragon shouted and released a spiraling whirlwind that shredded the remaining wooden spikes, breaking free and charging towards Huangmu. Huangmu raised his thick eyebrows and entered his triumph form, engaging in a fierce struggle with Dragon. He had once been a member of CP0, so his physical skills were naturally not weak. However, Dragon had been trained one-on-one by Garp, and at first, the two exchanged blows evenly. But as time went on, Huangmu began to show signs of decline. In close combat, Dragon could unleash haki-infused attacks with wind's cutting properties. In contrast, Huangmu found himself at a disadvantage, with the distance closed. His fruit ability could only grow vines or spikes from his body to harass Dragon, but plants without haki could easily be shredded by Dragon's winds. Huangmu's haki was not at a level where he could use it freely, so he had no choice but to brace himself. But he was still caught off guard by Dragon, who struck him down with a dragon claw. With a loud bang, Huangmu's body hit the ground, creating a large crater. Dragon followed closely, raising his hands to condense a spherical wind mass and throwing it into the crater where Huangmu was. The wind mass exploded in the pit, unleashing a powerful gust that shredded everything underground into dust. A seed floated out of the pit, landing on the ground and immediately beginning to grow, with a mass of vines weaving together to reform Huangmu's body. Huangmu looked somewhat worse for wear as he lay on the ground, panting heavily. In the distance, Akiji shouted, "Huangmu, stop. If you keep going, you'll get hurt." Huangmu raised an eyebrow, habitually wanting to retort Akiji, but when he turned to see Akiji's worried expression, he froze for a moment. He stood up and muttered, "TSH, who asked you, you fool, to meddle?" He then raised his eyes to look at Dragon, who was slowly descending from the sky, and said to himself, "I can't let you, this fool, underestimate me. Forbidden Forest. Huangmu directly entered his giant treant form, charging towards the descending dragon amidst a sea of trees. Dragon, on the other hand, created a whirlwind and collided with Huangmu. In fact, the gap in their strengths was not too large, especially on the ground, where Huangmu held the advantage, making it much harder for Dragon to cope than when he was in the air. Therefore, it was impossible for Dragon to defeat Huangmu in a short time, during which Huangmu continued to taunt Dragon verbally. Dragon remained calm and did not retort, confident that he could win. The more Huangmu talked, the worse he would lose later. After exchanging blows for a while, Huangmu could no longer hold on, and the giant treant's body collapsed. Seeing this, Dragon, who was in better shape, couldn't help but show a victorious smile as he unleashed his ultimate move, the Dragon Hook Claw, aimed at Huangmu. At this moment, Huangmu had reached his limit, and if this move hit, it would mean the end of the battle. Just as Dragon was about to relish in victory, a dark vortex appeared beside him. Jige finally made his move. With a snap, Jige firmly grabbed Dragon's wrist, and as sweat poured down his face, he heard Jige's light voice beside him. "All right, that's enough." Puff. Chapter 84. The frustrated Dragon long spat out a mouthful of blood, not sure if it was from exhaustion or anger. He glared with bloodshot eyes and shouted, "Why? The battle isn't over yet. Jige, I said it's over, then it's over." This statement carried an undeniable dominance, and upon hearing it, Huangmu's face flushed with excitement as he thought, "This is the true celestial dragon." But Long couldn't accept it. He, who valued equality, was most intolerant of such tyranny. His mind heated up, and he wanted to break free forcefully. Jige's hand remained unmoving, and he softly said, "This is what you brought upon yourself." Buzz. Darkness surged from Jige's hand, releasing a twisted gravitational force that instantly twisted Long's wrist into a spiral. The heart-wrenching scream echoed through the sky. Long's face contorted in pain as he crouched down, clutching his wrist that looked gruesome, his teeth grinding audibly. The observing students were so scared they froze in place. In their minds, Jige had always been very easygoing. They had never seen him show such a cold side. Jessica tugged at Ginny's sleeve and whispered, "Ginny, are you scared of Jige like this?" Ginny shook her head and said, "Not scared, what's this? Jige is much harsher in battle than this. He is only gentle to his own people. Then how can one become his own person?" "Ha, Jessica, why are you so nervous?" "Don't worry. Jige has a pretty good impression of you. He won't hit you." Why does he?" "Because the dishes you made at the last gathering were really delicious. Jige even said that if there's a chance in the future, he would invite you to be the head chef on his warship." "What? No. My rank can't handle being a head chef. Jige's warship is a fleet-level one. What's the big deal? If you're willing, it's just a word for Jige." Jessica's face turned red, and she tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear, whispering, I'll definitely work twice as hard." Jige looked at Long, who was in so much pain he couldn't speak, turned to the crowd of onlookers, and waved, saying, "Get 2 people to carry him to the infirmary." Many male students instinctively ran over upon hearing this, and, in the end, Jige designated 2 people to carry Long to the infirmary. After arranging everything, Jige also praised Huangmu, saying, "Huangmu, your performance in the battle just now was very good, and you followed orders. I'll reward you with 3 days off. Go back and rest well." Huangmu felt a wave of relief upon receiving Jige's praise, as if all his fatigue had been swept away. In fact, he didn't need much rest. His injuries weren't serious, mainly just exhaustion. For someone like him, who was like a plant person, all he needed was to bask in the sun for some photosynthesis. A few days later, when Zephyr returned to the Naval Academy, he saw that nearly a third of the training grounds had been destroyed, and Long was sitting with his hand wrapped in bandages, looking gloomy. Upon seeing this, Zephyr's first reaction was to wonder how Long had provoked Jige again. But then he thought, with Jige's strength, it shouldn't have caused such massive destruction. After asking Jige for the details, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. However, Long stubbornly stood up and said, "Teacher Zephyr, I believe Senior Jige is targeting me personally. You should revoke his temporary authority." As soon as this was said, the students around turned to Long with looks of disbelief. Huangmu, standing to Long's left, was the first to jump out and retorted, "You're the one causing trouble. If you don't accept it, just roll back to the East Sea." Long snorted coldly and said, "Defeated opponent, I advise you to be quiet." Huangmu, who was all about face, immediately raised his chin and disdainfully said, "Who are you calling a defeated opponent? If it weren't for Senior Jige stopping me that day, I would have beaten you to the point of paralysis." Long gritted his teeth, and a cyclone began to form at his feet. Huangmu became even more arrogant and said, "Oh, you want to fight? I'm up for it. If you lose, you'll be my grandson." As he spoke, he looked maliciously at Long's bandaged hand, his smug expression making one want to slap him. Long thought the same, but the pain in his hand suppressed his impulse. At this moment, Jige stepped forward and said, "Sorry, Teacher Zephyr, I was too harsh. Everyone has biases, and Zephyr naturally had a filter for his most outstanding student, and he hadn't intended to reprimand Jige." Therefore, in the shocked gaze of Long, Zephyr simply waved his hand casually and said, "You were just fulfilling your duty. There's no need to apologize." "Teacher Zephyr, enough. Long, you should pay attention to your character. Your classmates are not your enemies." Long looked at Zephyr in disbelief, then at the approving expressions of the other students. And at that moment, he suddenly felt like he was the target of everyone's arrows. In his view, all of this was ultimately because he had provoked Jige when he joined the Navy. Long wearily let his arm drop, feeling a sense of disappointment toward the Navy. He had thought he could find like-minded companions in the Navy, but reality had given him a loud slap in the face. Isn't everything happening now the injustice he despises the most? He no longer argued for himself, simply murmuring, "I understand," before falling silent in the ranks. Indifferent to Huangmu's constant provocations, Zephyr silently sighed, thinking, "Garp, your son is really a headache." Jige squinted his eyes, a barely noticeable smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His current actions were, to put it bluntly, targeting Long, clearly looking to settle the score with him. Of course, this was also because Long had brought it upon himself that day, giving Jige a reasonable excuse to deal with him. Since that day, Long's emotions have been explosively guided by Jige. His goal was to force Long to defect from the Navy and make as much noise as possible so that he could conduct a righteous judgment later. At the very least, he couldn't allow Long to leave the Navy normally like in the original story and quietly form a revolutionary army, only for the world government to find out when it was too late. With his position as a celestial dragon, Jige certainly couldn't allow the revolutionary army to grow stronger, as the world government was his influence. Chapter 85 Graduation Exam. In the following days, Long, who bore the dual halos of being Carp's son and a natural type user, seemed to become invisible in the school. During the day, he trained alone, and at night, he returned to the dormitory, listening to Akiji and Akainu's daily bickering while silently turning his head to face the wall. The only ones left in the school who paid him any attention were Zephyr and Jige. Zephyr's interest was straightforward. After all, he was Carp's old friend, and Long's talent was indeed remarkable, so he couldn't just ignore him. Jige, on the other hand, was quietly observing Long's behavior, waiting for the right opportunity to take action. However, since that day, Long had settled down. He trained diligently every day, focusing all his energy on improving his strength. A year passed in the blink of an eye, and Jige's school life was nearing its end. The Navy's higher-ups have been paying great attention to this cohort of students, especially regarding Jige and his peers' arrangements. However, before that, they needed to arrange a graduation exam for Jige and the others. The higher-ups wanted to see just how strong the monsters in this class had become. The exam content was simple, divided into written and practical parts. Of course, the written exam was merely a formality. It accounted for a small portion of the total score, and as long as one didn't perform ridiculously poorly in theoretical knowledge, it wouldn't significantly affect the final results. The practical part was the main event of the exam, conducted in the form of matches where the graduating students would be grouped and draw lots to determine their opponents. The final scores would determine their positions after graduation, with the highest achievers being directly awarded the rank of Rear Admiral. Such a straightforward and enticing reward was incredibly tempting for most students. But when they thought of Jige and his peers, they immediately felt disheartened. Especially Jige. After more than a year, no one knew how much his strength had grown. Just the presence of Kizaru, Akainu, and Kuma was already an unbeatable existence in their eyes, yet during their daily training, at least two of them could barely hold their own against Jige. Despite being classmates, the gap had not narrowed over 3 years. Instead, it had widened, like an insurmountable chasm before them. So, when this announcement came down, anxiety spread throughout the school, and everyone shared the same thought. What if I draw one of Jige's group? It wasn't their fault for being fearful. The disparity in strength was just too great, and victory couldn't be achieved merely by shouting slogans. However, when Zephyr announced something, their worries immediately dissipated. Zephyr stated that during the graduation exam, Jige, Kizaru, and Akainu would not be on the draw list. They had separate arrangements for their exams. Although there were still Kuma and the other 3 from the Navy Supernovas, this was good news for everyone. Compared to the 3 powerful natural-type users, Kuma, who usually appeared calm and unassuming, gave the other students a sense of illusion that they might have a chance against him. As for the remaining 3, Logia and her companions seemed to be within the understanding of most people's strength, and moreover, they were all beautiful, leading many male students to feel that running into them wouldn't be such a bad thing. At least it would be a treat for the eyes, right? With the graduation exam settled, in the remaining days, all students participating in the exam trained desperately. This scene was very familiar to Jige. He remembered during his university days on Blue Star, the days leading up to the final exams were spent in a similar frenzy of study with his roommates. Moreover, there was a tradition in their dormitory that the day before the final exams, they would pray to Jige, as his name phonetically resembled passing. University exams were like that. They didn't seek high scores, but just aimed to pass. However, Jige was now a bona fide academic star, consistently ranking first, so he wasn't nervous at all. He continued his training as usual, eating and drinking as he pleased. On the day of the exam, under Zephyr's leadership, all the Navy school students went to the exam venue set up by the headquarters. Upon arrival, Jige discovered that this so-called exam venue was actually the vast open area from the Marine Ford War in the anime. The original high platform where the 3 admirals stood had the fleet admiral sitting in the center, with Karp, Tsuru, and other high-ranking Navy officials present. After Zephyr reiterated the exam rules, a soldier approached him and saluted, saying, "Admiral Zephyr, please proceed to the viewing area." Zephyr nodded, and after the soldier left, he said to Jige, Akainu, and Kizaru, "You 3 are already rear admirals. During the other students' exams, you will come with me to watch from above." Upon hearing this, the students erupted in surprise, but then realized it made sense. Only rear admiral-level officers could go to the viewing area. After all, the situation of Jige and the other 2 was indeed too special. They had already reached the rank of rear admiral during their training period, and the other students, who spent day and night with them, might easily overlook their status. At this moment, others deeply felt the gap brought by strength and status. Under the complex gazes of the crowd, Jige and the others followed Zephyr to the viewing area on the platform. The chairs were arranged just like those where the 3 admirals sat during the Marine Ford War, and the seats for Jige and his companions were intentionally set apart, perhaps because they were also exam participants. Akainu and Kizaru sat on either side, tacitly leaving the middle seat for Jige. Jige smiled slightly and sat down in the middle. After the 3 settled, their postures were surprisingly uniform, all crossing one leg over the knee of the other in a challenging manner. Sitting like this, the classmates and younger students below felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. The high-ranking officials around them were also observing the 3. Tsuru leaned slightly toward Sengoku and said, "Sengoku, who do you think will be the first among the 3 to become an admiral?" Sengoku was taken aback for a moment, chuckling helplessly. "Who? Your words sound like it's already been decided." Tsuru shook her head, her expression serious. "It's just a matter of time." "Well, okay, then I think it will be Jige." "Me too." After Tsuru spoke, she once again turned her gaze to Jige, who, at that moment, raised his head and made eye contact with her. Just then, the referee arrived at the center of the venue, announcing through a loudspeaker, "The exam begins." Chapter 86. The exam in progress after the exam began. Groups of trainees took turns to compete on stage. This year's trainees, being the first batch taught by Zephyr, all seemed to have mastered hockey. and at least 1 or 2 techniques from the 6 forms. Just these 2 points alone would make them superhuman-level existences outside. Although the highly anticipated marine supernovas had not yet appeared, the higher-ups were already very satisfied with the quality of this batch of trainees. However, they also noticed a clear distinction in strength among the trainees. Individuals like Squirrel and Fire Mountain were on a completely different level compared to others. This made them even more eager to see what kind of strength the remaining 4 marine supernovas would display. Finally, it was Kuma's turn to take the stage, and the unlucky one drawn against him was Dalmatia, who would later become a rear admiral in headquarters. Dalmatia took to the stage with half a dog face. He was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, taking the form of a spotted dog. Ever since he consumed the devil fruit, he had basically stopped being human, usually appearing in a hybrid form. Although not very visually appealing, this allowed him to maximize the physical enhancements provided by the Zoan-type devil fruit. However, in his spotted dog form, perhaps entering the beast form would actually lead to a decrease in strength. Nevertheless, even if Dalmatia had fully developed his hybrid spotted dog form, he was utterly helpless against Kuma's pawpaw fruit. The hardest part to bear was that a normal Zoan-type fruit might not even compare to Kuma's own bloodline as a bearman. Even calling it a human fruit, bearman form would not be an exaggeration. On the stage, Dalmatia looked at Kuma, who stood like a small mountain opposite him, with a helpless expression. Listening to the cheers from Squirrel and others below, he felt as if they were reveling in his misfortune. At the referee's signal, the 2 touched fists, then distanced themselves. Once the referee announced the start, Dalmatia immediately used Soru and appeared in front of Kuma with a swoosh. He then raised his claw, enveloped in haki, and unleashed his specialty, finger gun. Kuma reached out to block it with the paw pad in his palm, and Dalmatia's expression changed as he hurriedly used Soru to distance himself from Kuma, looking as if he were avoiding a plague. Who in the school didn't know about the terror of Kuma's paw pads? They were not for cuteness. His hard-practiced Soru still seemed slow in front of Kuma's abilities. Kuma merely shifted his foot slightly and instantly closed the gap with Dalmatia. In the latter's panicked gaze, Kuma slapped him on the back, creating a loud boom and leaving a bear paw-shaped pit on the ground, with Dalmatia sprawled in the center like a starfish. Many officers and new trainees were seeing Kuma's abilities for the first time, and they were all wide-eyed in shock. They thought Dalmatia was quite impressive. He was skilled in haki, adept with the 6 forms, and a devil fruit user, but he was utterly defenseless against Kuma. Yet Kuma's strength didn't even rank in the top 3 among the supernovas, making everyone look toward the trio of Jige on the high platform, all sharing the same question in their minds. Just how strong are these 3? The referee approached Dalmatia, who had lost consciousness yet, and weakly said, "I lost." Just as the referee was about to announce the result, Kuma suddenly leaned down, gently lifted Dalmatia, and placed a hand on him. A red paw bubble emerged, and the originally wilted Dalmatia instantly became lively. He bounced in place a couple of times, and then gratefully said to Kuma, "Thank you, Kuma. I'll need your healing." Kuma smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's nothing." The referee was dumbfounded, and it was only thanks to Dalmatia's prompt that he hurriedly reached for Kuma's hand to announce the winner. However, the awkward part was that when he grasped Kuma's hand, Kuma lifted him up as well. Kuma carefully set the referee down, and his gentleness was a stark contrast to his appearance. This earned him a thunderous round of applause, and Jige on the high platform smiled slightly, casually waving his hand as the dark Bible flew from his palm, absorbing the floating paw bubble. Some who were unaware of Kuma's abilities were a bit confused, not understanding the significance of Jige's action, but those who were knowledgeable explained it to them, leading to another round of astonishment. After watching Kuma's battle, everyone grew increasingly eager for the remaining Marine Supernovas fights, especially the trio on the high platform. They all speculated about what form the battles would take. From the current situation, it seemed that the 3 would be left for last as the grand finale. Next, Jinny, Lucia, and Jiyuan each took their turn, easily defeating their opponents, with Lucia not even needing to use her abilities. As more trainees were eliminated, the supernovas finally faced off against each other. Jiyuan, holding Kenpyra, looked at Lucia with a smile and said, "I've been wanting to spar with you. I finally got the chance." Lucia drew her weapon, the Xiaoming, and calmly replied, "Come on." As soon as she finished speaking, Ji Yuan raised her hand and unleashed a wave of sword energy, and Lucia retaliated with her own sword energy. The two sword energies carved a deep crack in the ground as they collided, and in that instant, both Lucia and Ji Yuan vanished from sight. Clang! The Xiaoming and Kinpyra clashed in midair, both blades enveloped in hockey. After a brief stalemate, they fell from the air and engaged in a dazzling swordsmanship duel at close quarters. The level of swordsmanship displayed by both sides left many sword-wielding officers feeling inferior. Lucia's expression remained calm as she wielded the Xiaoming up and down, neutralizing all of Ji Yuan's attacks. Ji Yuan felt a sense of dread, despite the battle progressing. The Lucia before her still felt unfathomable. She gradually increased the force of her strikes, and Lucia began to retreat until she was backed against the edge of the arena. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Yuan struck down with her sword. A lock of black hair slowly fell, and Lucia tilted her head, a strange purple glint flashing in her eyes. Ji Yuan wanted to continue her attack, but suddenly felt a burning sensation erupting from within her body, causing her hand gripping the sword to tremble. Before she could figure out what was happening, purple flames ignited on Lucia's Xiaoming, forcing Ji Yuan back several meters. After steadying herself, Ji Yuan pressed her hand against her chest, her face flushed and breathing rapid. She bit her lip, murmuring, "What a strange feeling. Is this her ability?" She looked up at Lucia, and her heart skipped a beat. At that moment, Lucia wore a charming smile on her face, completely different from her earlier demeanor. Chapter 87. The Battle of Beautiful Girls. Lucia gently tossed her long hair, which shimmered with a purple light, as a pair of pitch-black wings unfurled behind her, completely transforming her aura. With a flap of her wings, before Galin could react, Lucia had already appeared in front of her, swinging her weapon, Xiaoming. Galin hurriedly raised Jinbira to block in front of her chest, but was still sent flying into the air by a powerful force. Lucia had already entered her half-beast form, significantly enhancing both her speed and strength. Galin quickly activated her arm color to suppress the heat in her body and attempted to turn in midair. But Lucia's figure had already vanished from the ground. Swish! Lucia appeared above Galin like a ghost, teasingly asking, "What are you looking at?" Galin's pupils contracted. Being in the air, she was less agile than Lucia, and it was already too late to counterattack. She could only activate her arm color to cover the vital parts of her body for defense. Lucia, however, did not go all out. She did not use Xiaoming, merely throwing a punch wrapped in arm color that heavily struck Galin's back. The punch made Galin grunt and rapidly descend, only using the moon step to stop herself just before hitting the ground. Lucia slowly landed on the ground, not paying attention to Galin, but instead turning to give a charming smile to Jige on the platform. Jige helplessly rubbed his forehead, while the nearby Kizura leaned in and said, "Jige, your cousin is smiling at you. Why don't you respond?" "You respond for me. Your smile is the most charming." Forget it. I'm afraid your cousin will come and chop me." Galin supported her waist as she landed, using Jinbira to prop herself up. Lucia turned around, still smiling, and asked, "Do you want to continue?" Galin took a deep breath and said, "No need. You are indeed stronger than me. If you had used a sword just now, the fight would have been over." After saying this, she raised her hand to signal the referee and voluntarily left the arena. Lucia released her ability, secretly glanced at Jige on the platform, her cheeks slightly flushed as she ran back to the group of students. Ginny touched the silver-white pistol at her waist. It was her turn next. Her opponent was Ghost Spider. Before entering the arena, Ghost Spider's hair began to dance, grabbing the 6 knives placed on the ground while he drew 2 knives from his waist, striding towards the arena with fierce momentum. He was one of the few students in the school who had mastered Life Return. Amid the cheers of Jessica and the other female students, Ginny patted her proud chest, drew a gold and a silver pistol, and strutted out with a model-like catwalk. Facing Ginny, Ghost Spider tried to control the muscles in his face, forcing a smile to make himself appear less fierce. He had no interest in beautiful women. It was just that everyone at the Navy school implicitly agreed that Ginny was the big brother's woman. Although Ginny seemed to be the least noticeable among the supernovas, she was, in fact, the most formidable presence in school besides Jige. After entering the arena, Ginny first turned to Jige and flashed a charming smile. When she faced Ghost Spider, the smile vanished, replaced by a focused expression. Under Ginny's locked gaze, Ghost Spider suddenly felt exposed all over, quickly shielding himself with his 6 hair-like appendages, which calmed him down a bit. The two took their stances, and the match began. Ghost Spider struck first, rushing toward Ginny and unleashing a flurry of 8 blade attacks. Ginny's petite figure darted between the sword shadows, accurately dodging the incoming blades each time. Jige on the platform nodded slightly. Ginny's talent in observation hockey was indeed top-notch, and it was no wonder she could intercept the signal of the telephone bug-back in the Valley of the Gods. Seeing that he couldn't land a hit, Ghost Spider again split his hair, transforming it into black tentacles in an attempt to entangle Ginny. This move looked a bit sinister. If it were on Blue Star, someone would probably call him a pervert. Ginny also found Ghost Spider's hair quite disgusting. Perhaps due to a better ability to condense, he didn't like to wash his hair, making it look greasy, which was hard for a cleanliness-loving girl like Ginny to accept. She quickly holstered her dual pistols, flipped her body, and pressed one hand on the ground, turning herself upside down. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she swung her body, bringing her long, white legs together, spinning like a pinwheel. Raging foot, circle break, swish. A circular wave of slashing energy spread out, instantly cutting through the incoming hair. Ghost Spider hurriedly used his knives to shield his body, but the wave struck his blades, causing him to stumble back. The distance between them widened, which was an excellent opportunity for Ginny, a gunner. Ghost Spider realized this too. He immediately positioned his 8 blades in front of him and charged at Ginny again, trying to close the distance. Drawing her dual pistols and crossing her arms, Ginny fired several shots, each bullet accurately hitting the parts where Ghost Spider's hair grasped the knives, knocking the 6 blades to the ground. With only 2 knives left in hand, Ghost Spider was completely exposed. Ginny squinted her eyes, wrapping her armed color around the bullets in her gun. Then, she unleashed a barrage of shots. Ghost Spider also enveloped his dual knives with hockey and slashed at the incoming bullets. However, the bullets infused with hockey were not something he could easily cut through. After a series of actions, he looked down at the 2 smoking bullet holes in his abdomen, sighed bitterly, and knelt down, holding his stomach. The bullets did not penetrate his body. It could be said that Ginny had perfectly controlled the output of her arm color. Moreover, given Ghost Spider's physique, such gunshot wounds to non-vital areas would not be fatal. They would merely render him temporarily incapacitated. After resting for a while, Ghost Spider stood up and conceded defeat, walking down with his head hanging low. Ginny cheered and unexpectedly turned to blow a kiss to Jige, which immediately sparked a wave of cheers from the students watching below. This made Ginny blush. She dared not look at Jige and fled, covering her face. Kizaru cast another meaningful glance at Jige, who directly ignored him. The exams continued until the afternoon, with 2 groups advancing, Bear and Squirrel, and Ginny and Lucia. The outcomes of these 2 groups were not in doubt, ultimately leading to a showdown between Bear and Lucia. As it was getting late, the finals were scheduled for the next morning. After the results were determined, the examination formats for Jige and the others would be announced and conducted in the afternoon. Chapter 88: Lucia versus Bear the next day. There were even more spectators than the previous day, including many journalists. Many people wanted to see how much the 3 nature-type ability users, who had attracted attention since entering the Navy, had grown after 3 years of training. Of course, the final match between the 2 superstars, Lucia and Bear, also drew a lot of attention. A stunning beauty and a towering man, nearly 7 meters tall, standing there created a striking visual impact. Bear was not good with words, while Lucia, apart from Jige, hardly spoke to anyone else. Thus, when the 2 took the stage, the atmosphere was surprisingly quiet. Even after the referee announced the start, both remained still, seemingly waiting for the other to make a move. In the end, it was Jige on the high platform who spoke up. "Lucia, you go first." As soon as he finished speaking, Lucia instantly drew her sword, slicing out a wave of sword energy and darting towards Bear like a flash of black light. Bear, who had been standing like a statue, finally moved. He raised his hand and clapped, dispersing the incoming sword energy. The moment the sword energy vanished, Lucia followed closely behind, swinging her sword to strike. Bear calmly extended his palm again, using his paw to block the strike. Lucia looked at the blade stuck in the paw with narrowed eyes. The ability of the Meatball Fruit was indeed troublesome, as even a famous sword could not inflict effective damage on this paw. To defeat Bear, she needed to avoid this paw and find an opportunity to attack other parts of his body. Bear raised his other hand and swiped at Lucia. Dalmatia, watching from the sidelines, felt a chill down his spine, recalling how he had almost been taken out by that move. However, Lucia's fruit ability and physical technique were not something Dalmatia could compare to. She merely tapped her toes on the ground and instantly vanished. Appearing to the side, Lucia transformed into her beast-human form, spreading her wings and flying high into the sky. She looked down at Bear, her eyes burning with a purple flame. Fallen Eye. Bear tilted his head to look at Lucia. He momentarily lost focus but quickly returned to normal. Lucia was taken aback. She had clearly stirred Bear's inner desires, yet he seemed to be largely unaffected. Did he use Haki to dispel my fruit ability? Is his Haki intensity that high? Jige, on the high platform, suddenly commented, "This guy Bear, his desires are truly low." He knew that Bear's Haki strength was not enough to easily dispel Lucia's ability. The reason he was not significantly affected was simply that Bear himself was a person of low desire. Bear shook his head, wondering what that warm feeling was just now. After being affected by Lucia's ability, images of living with Jige and Ginny in a church in Salb appeared in his mind. He had indeed thought how wonderful it would be to continue living like that. The agonizing fire of desire only sparked his longing for a better life in his heart, proving to be an instance of one thing overcoming another. Lucia was unaware of this. She ultimately believed that Bear had used an extremely high level of Haki. However, aside from its special effects, her desire flame was also extremely hot, dealing more damage to those with strong desires. Speaking of this, let us mention a certain fruit in the nature system. The purple flames on her body surged, and Lucia fully entered her fallen angel form. Her long purple hair flowing freely as she raised her shining pendant high. Then, she brought the burning pendant down heavily. Judgment Day. Boom! A pillar of purple flame descended from the sky, erupting into a sea of fire on the ground, engulfing Bear's figure. The generals on the platform couldn't help but click their tongues at this scene. With this move alone, Lucia was undoubtedly the top female student. Suru, the current strongest female navy, sighed in admiration. She knew better than anyone how difficult it was for a woman to possess such strength. Galin fell silent, having to admit that Lucia was much stronger than her. The surging purple flames reflected in her eyes, and she thought, if I also ate a devil fruit, could it bridge the gap between us? Ginny looked worriedly at the sea of fire on the field, saying, Lucia is really strong. Is Bear okay? Lucia flapped her wings in the air, not daring to take her eyes off the ground for a moment. Suddenly, a massive transparent bear paw emerged from the center of the sea of fire, then instantly exploded, creating a powerful shockwave that dispersed the purple flames and cleared a large area in the center of the arena, revealing Bear's figure. Bear crouched down, one hand pressing on the ground, which also bore a paw-shaped mark. His upper clothing had several holes burned by the flames, and his skin underneath was charred. Lucia's previous attack had indeed taken effect. However, with Bear's physical qualities, this level of burn was completely within acceptable limits. He could even push the pain away and transfer it to Lucia. He just wouldn't choose to use such tactics against his own people. Bear lightly rubbed his paws together and then spread them apart, causing the surrounding air to quickly condense between his palms, forming a massive bear paw bubble. The students from Bear's cohort instinctively took a step back upon seeing this mini bubble, fully aware of its power. Lucia's pupils contracted. She had seen Bear use this move during their battle against the Whitebeard pirates. She immediately positioned the pendant vertically in front of her chest, igniting her body once more in blazing purple flames, and then she plunged down towards Bear like a purple meteor. Fallen Angel's hammer. At that moment, Bear pushed the compressed bear paw bubble towards Lucia. Bear paw impact. Boom! An explosion sounded, generating a strong airflow from the sky, and a large number of black feathers fell down. Lucia slowly descended to the ground, glancing at her bleeding left arm, and calmly said, I lost. After speaking, Lucia turned and exited the stage. Bear looked down and saw a sword mark running diagonally from his shoulder to his waist, a wound inflicted by the sword energy that had fallen from the sky earlier. Both were injured, but they had both held back. Lucia conceded because she believed Bear was definitely better in terms of stamina. Moreover, Bear could use his fruit ability to dispel fatigue and pain. So she felt there was no need to continue fighting. On the high platform, Jige's figure had already vanished from his chair. Lucia walked with her head down when suddenly a dark vortex appeared in front of her. She paused for a moment and murmured, "Cousin." Chapter 89. The General Examiner. Jige looked at Lucia's bleeding arm and said softly, "Does it hurt? Why not let Bear help you with it?" Lucia shook her head and replied, "It's fine, this kind of injury just needs some rest, and I don't want any men other than the young master to touch me." Jige frowned slightly and gently flicked Lucia's smooth forehead, saying, "What's wrong with that? Besides, it's through clothes anyway. Come with me." Without waiting for Lucia to respond, Jige directly picked her up in a princess carry and disappeared in a flash. Bear had just used his ability to expel a painful bubble from his body when suddenly Jige appeared in front of him with a blushing Lucia in his arms. Jige first released the Dark Bible to absorb Bear's painful bubble, then set Lucia down and smiled at Bear, saying, "I need to trouble you a bit more, Bear. My cousin can be a bit stubborn." Lucia wanted to say something else, but was stopped by a look from Jige. He held her shoulders to face him while Bear gently touched Lucia's back, causing another painful bubble to pop out, which was then absorbed by Jige using the Dark Bible. Seeing Lucia's expression relax significantly, Jige smiled slightly at Bear and said, "Thanks, Bear." Bear scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "Big brother, I wanted to do that earlier, but Lucia was moving too fast." "Hey, she's a bit silly. At least you made it easier for me, Bear." Lucia pouted after hearing this. It was rare for her to show such a cute expression, and Jige couldn't help but pinch her nose, saying, "All right, Bear, your ability can't heal injuries. You two should hurry and bandage up, especially you, Lucia. It's not good for a girl to have scars." Both Bear and Lucia nodded obediently. After seeing them surrounded by a group of nurses, Jige used divine might to return to his position. Marshal Kong turned back to look at Jige, and Jige raised his hand, smiling, "Sorry, Marshal Kong, I just handled a little something." Kong, known for his seriousness, appeared much more amiable towards Jige. He nodded and said, "It's fine. What you did was excellent. Our Navy needs to help each other." Jige smiled in response. He glanced around but couldn't find Zephyr, so he looked at Kizaru and Akainu, asking where Zephyr had gone. Kizaru shrugged and said, "I don't know where the old man went. He left right after you went down." Akainu also stated he hadn't seen him. Just then, Kong suddenly stood up and walked to the front of the platform. Addressing the loudspeaker bug, "The two cadets performed very well just now. I have decided to award Rear Admiral Borsellino Bear the rank of Major General and Lucia the rank of Brigadier General." With this, both Bear and Lucia's ranks were elevated by one level, which was already a huge leap considering their original ranks. However, no one among the leaders present raised any objections. Based on the performance of the two just now, such rewards were reasonable. The cadets below were also excitedly applauding, while Bear and Lucia, the two parties involved, remained the most composed, as they didn't particularly care about rank. After Kong finished speaking, he paused and looked back at Jige and the others, continuing, "Next, I will announce the content of the afternoon's exam. Jige, Sakazuki, and Borsellino, their opponent is none other than Admiral Zephyr." At this announcement, everyone was in an uproar, and even Jige himself looked surprised. He had thought they would each be assigned a Vice Admiral, but he didn't expect the headquarters to think so highly of the three of them, directly assigning them an Admiral. Although there's only one rank difference between Admiral and Vice Admiral, the power gap is like heaven and earth. One could say that apart from the special existence of Vice Admiral Carp, none of the current Vice Admirals combined could defeat an Admiral. Externally, an Admiral is the face of the Navy, an absolute powerhouse. Upon hearing this news, Kizaru's face fell, complaining, "Why is it the old man? Why not Vice Admiral Carp or Admiral Sengoku?" Akainu remained silent, adjusting his white Navy hat, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. The reporters below had gone wild, raising their camera bugs to frantically capture Jige and the others on the platform. The cadets' graduation exam was actually being personally assessed by an admiral, which would definitely be explosive news. The watching cadets were increasingly excited, with Akiji clenching his fists and excitedly saying, "Awesome. We finally get to see Senior Jige go all out." Rarely, Haramaki did not retort Akiji, crossing his arms and saying, "Humph. I just hope Sakazuki and Borisolino don't hold back Senior Jige." Long kept his head down and said nothing. No one knew what he was thinking. Jessica, however, looked indignantly at Ginny and said, "What are those officers thinking? The Admiral's strength is so great. What if he injures Jige? What will they do?" Ginny, in a big sisterly manner, patted Jessica's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. A mere Admiral, Brother Jige, is the strongest." By afternoon, the exam venue was already crowded with people. Many soldiers from the headquarters without tasks had come over, wanting to witness the scene of an Admiral in action. In the eyes of ordinary soldiers, Admirals are invincible, and although they are soldiers of the headquarters, only a few have truly seen an Admiral in action. It makes sense. Once a battle requiring an Admiral's participation arises, the opponents are definitely not to be trifled with. If they encounter someone with strong conqueror's haki, ordinary soldiers would faint at the beginning, and the unfortunate ones might directly die in the aftermath of the battle. No matter which world, the fate of cannon fodder is always so tragic. Jige, Kizaru, and Akainu had already arrived on the field. After a while, Zephyr, draped in a navy cloak, finally appeared, and a wave of cheers erupted around him. Even though Zephyr had been in a semi-retired state in recent years, his reputation in the Navy remained terrifyingly high. He slowly walked to face Jige and the others, dramatically throwing off the navy cloak, a motion that indeed looked cool. Jige couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Had he known, he would have worn his navy cloak too. Kizaru kept pouting and muttering, "The old man is still so showy." Only Akainu paid no mind to this. He had already started warming up. Zephyr looked at the three of them with a slight smile and said, "Today, let the teacher assess the results of your 3 years of training." Chapter 90. Kizaru and Akainu versus Zephyr. Jige was loosening his collar, glancing at Kizaru and Akainu, who both responded with a look. Then, darkness, magma, and light burst forth simultaneously as their 3 natural abilities erupted. Jige's body was enveloped in flowing darkness. Kizaru sparkled with blinding golden light, and scorching magma dripped from Akainu, leaving black marks on the ground. Zephyr smiled slightly, bending his arms as armament haki instantly wrapped around him. Compared to the imposing presence of Jige and the others, he appeared rather plain. After a brief silence, Jige fixed his gaze, exerted force under his feet, and instantly flashed in front of Zephyr, a speed beyond what the previous students could compare to. Jige executed a kick in midair, and Zephyr immediately blocked it with his forearm. With a loud bang, the ground beneath them exploded, leaving everyone present stunned. Zephyr frowned slightly as he felt an invisible force twisting his forearm. If it weren't for the strength of his armament haki, anyone else would likely have their arm broken. Muscles bulging, Zephyr was about to counterattack when a golden flash cut through the air. Kizaru, with his trademark smile, rushed in with a light-speed kick. However, the kick, which seemed incredibly fast to others, was caught by Zephyr in an instant, who even commented, "Borsalino, with the power of the Pika Pika Nomi enhancing your speed. Is that all your kick can do?" Kizaru's smile vanished instantly. Without a word, he summoned his sword, the Amatsukami, and wanted Zephyr to test his swordsmanship again. At that moment, Akainu charged in like a heavy war machine, dragging a massive magma-infused arm. Great eruption! Jige and Kizaru exchanged glances, their figures flickering as they vanished from both sides of Zephyr. Zephyr calmly faced the incoming magma fist, shouted, and struck down with an iron fist onto the searing magma. The 2 fists, unequal in size, collided, resulting in a massive magma fist exploding and scattering magma towards the edges of the arena. Fortunately, the current batch of students was not weak, and Lucia and others joined forces to eliminate the incoming magma. Zephyr shook his hand, crouched slightly, and then shot out like a cannonball. The first one he targeted was Kizaru, who had just formed his shape. Kizaru thought, "Oh no," and swung his Amatsukami down. But Zephyr's observation haki was top-notch. Kizaru swung for a long time, but couldn't hit Zephyr, and in the end, it was Jige who used his divine might to come to his aid. Jige summoned the cursed sword Muramesa and directly engaged Zephyr in battle. The two figures flickered across the arena, leaving cracks in the ground in their wake. The more Zephyr fought, the more pleased he became. The fact that Jige could fight him to such an extent indicated that Jige's current strength was sufficient to stand on his own, having lost his family to pirates. As a teacher, nothing was more gratifying than seeing his students achieve success. Everyone watching was completely dumbfounded, as Jige's combat power exceeded their imagination. It was hard to believe that he was only 18 this year. An 18-year-old young Navy could fight a well-known admiral like Zephyr to such a degree. Just this fact made the outcome of the battle less important. On the high platform, Sengoku wore a shocked expression and exclaimed, "Incredible! Jige's growth rate is astonishing." Crane fixed her gaze on the fighting Jige and Zephyr and said solemnly, "Marshal Kong, we should reconsider Jige's status after graduation." Kong, seated in the middle, nodded slightly, appearing deep in thought. In the arena, Kizaru had already flown high into the air, crossing his arms as he gathered two shining orbs of light in his hands. Locking on his Zephyr, he shouted, "Yada no Kagami." Amidst the dazzling light, countless light bullets rained down, all targeting Zephyr below. Jige, who was currently fighting Zephyr, immediately activated his divine might. Zephyr's punch missed, and he was soon engulfed by the rain of light. Each light bullet exploded with a force even more intense than a battleship's cannon, with continuous explosions ringing out, raising a thick cloud of dust that obscured the view of the scene for a moment. Swish! Kizaru dispersed the light, rolling onto the ground. Akainu stepped forward, elementalizing his arms and launching magma fists into the sky. After the light rain, people were treated to a wave of magma rain. Falling meteor. The scorching magma fist descended with terrifying impact, landing precisely where Jige and Zephyr had been. Those unaware of Jige's powers held their breath, worrying for him amidst the disaster-like attack. However, when the dust settled and they saw the two within, they were momentarily stunned. Zephyr's upper clothing had disappeared, revealing his muscular physique, but there were some burn marks and glowing imprints visible. Jige, on the other hand, appeared unchanged, and reporters were left in shock, contemplating the level of his defense. Zephyr shook his body and glanced at Jige, suddenly noticing a white light beginning to glow from Jige. His pupils constricted, and he quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest, flashing backward. The next second, Jige's voice rang out, "Shinra Tensei." Buzz! A terrifying, repulsive force burst forth, instantly creating a hemispherical, transparent repulsion field in the arena, and the ground was swept clean by the force. Zephyr himself was pushed to the edge of the arena, still maintaining a defensive posture, his body slightly trembling. In the shocked gazes of everyone, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zephyr chuckled. "Not bad. Your technique packs quite a punch." Not far away, countless light points gathered into Kizaru's body. The ground beside him suddenly cracked open, and a thick column of magma erupted from it, with the Kainu emerging from the magma. This highlighted the benefits of elementalization. No matter how strong or fast one's physical abilities were, facing a technique like Shinra Tensei, which had immense destructive power and a wide range, required a hard counter. The advantage of this invisible element was that Kizaru only needed to stand in place, at most temporarily scattered, needing some time to reassemble his body. Akainu had a bit more trouble. To avoid being knocked out by the repulsive force, he had to choose to sink underground to temporarily dodge the impact. Zephyr moved his body, stabilizing his slightly disordered breathing after being hit by the repulsive force. He then locked his gaze onto Kizaru. Chapter 91. Fierce Battle. Noticing the gaze from Zephyr, Kizaru couldn't help but shiver, instinctively wanting to elementalize and flash away. However, Zephyr had already arrived in front of him. Throwing a punch, Kizaru could only block with both arms, but he was still sent flying backward. Akainu unleashed a large amount of magma towards Zephyr, but Zephyr dodged it with a quick movement. When Zephyr got serious, he seemed like a completely different person compared to before, showcasing his Vice Admiral-level martial arts to the fullest. Poor Kizaru, as his first targeted opponent, received several punches from Zephyr in quick succession. In the meantime, he shot out several laser beams with his fingers, but each time Zephyr dodged perfectly, even managing to land another punch on Kizaru. Seeing this, Akainu directly elementalized his lower body and charged forward using the explosive power of the magma. Along the way, his magma arm rapidly extended and enlarged, transforming into a molten dog's head to bite at Zephyr. Dog bite Red Lotus. The attack power of the magma fruit was no joke. Zephyr temporarily gave up on the battered Kizaru, wanting to dodge the attack with his body movement. However, after the molten dog's head missed, it did not dissipate but turned around and chased after Zephyr. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Zephyr immediately attacked Akainu's main body. Akainu let out an angry roar, retracting his outstretched arm. His entire body transformed into a crystalline red, and he punched his blazing fist toward the incoming Zephyr. Hell dog! After that encounter with Whitebeard, Akainu had trained for nearly 2 years, and his strength had significantly increased. If Yuqian dared to take this hit, even if he used dual swords to block, the outcome would definitely not be as simple as just being knocked back. The Hell Dog could be said to have pushed the terrifying high temperature and explosive power of the magma fruit to the extreme. Even Zephyr did not dare to take it head-on with his fist. At the moment of contact with the magma, he immediately released his haki and unleashed a powerful shockwave. A deafening boom echoed through the sky as Akainu forcefully charged in with his haki, colliding with Zephyr's fist. Zephyr felt a piercing pain in his fist, his arm muscles bulging, and the haki on his fist gleamed with a metallic sheen. He shouted loudly and sent Akainu flying with a punch. Akainu fell heavily to the ground, gritting his teeth as he struggled to get up while clutching one arm. Zephyr slowly retracted his trembling arm and looked at his hand, noticing that the skin on the back of his hand had turned bright red and had developed several blisters. At that moment, a dark vortex appeared from his side. Jige, wielding the cursed sword Muramasa, thrust it out. Zephyr, not caring about his injured hand, sidestepped but suddenly felt his body drop. Glancing at the ground with his peripheral vision, he saw that it had turned into a dark swamp, emitting a gravitational pull that dragged his feet down. Jige's expression was serious as he quietly warned, "Teacher Zephyr, be careful of your feet. Dark water burial." Actually, without Jige's reminder, Zephyr had already covered his feet with haki. However, when the dark power erupted, he couldn't help but let out a grunt. He then leaped upward, forcibly freeing his feet from the darkness. But when he landed, he wobbled slightly before stabilizing his body. Zephyr frowned. His foot bones had cracked. What he didn't know was that Yuqian was in even worse shape, having had one of his calves completely incapacitated by that combo. Of course, with Zephyr's battle-hardened willpower, he wouldn't care about this slight pain, but it would indeed have some effect on his speed. Kizaru and Akainu approached Jige, both of their auras somewhat deflated, making it difficult for them to launch effective attacks on Zephyr in a short time. Now, only Jige remained to face Zephyr alone. Akainu wanted to continue, but was stopped by Jige, who quietly said, "You two rest for a bit. Leave the rest to me." With that, Jige's body twisted and disappeared, reappearing from above Zephyr. Zephyr was already on guard, and the moment Jige appeared, he threw an uppercut. Jige crossed his palms over his abdomen to block, and dark energy surged from the back of his right hand, transforming into 7 sharp, blade-like spikes that aimed at Zephyr. Zephyr squatted slightly, covering his body with haki while shouting, "Haki! Iron block!" The 7 blades of darkness struck Zephyr's body, producing a clang sound, besides leaving 7 indentations on his skin. They couldn't penetrate further. Jige was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself that the iron block technique really had to be used by the right person. However, the surrounding students shouldn't blindly trust this move, or they would eventually suffer a serious loss. Zephyr had mastered the 6 styles to an extraordinary degree, and the release and retraction of iron block were instantaneous. In the next second, he unleashed a rain of heavy punches, but all were avoided by Jige's godly might. "Your iron block is indeed impressive, but my godly might is all about being tricky." Zephyr felt a sense of helplessness toward Jige's technique. Unless Jige took the initiative to attack, he really had no way to deal with him. Suddenly, Jige released his godly might, electric sparks dancing around him as he exchanged a punch with Zephyr. Feeling the strength of Jige's punch, Zephyr's eyes revealed a hint of surprise as he remarked, "Your power seems to have increased quite a bit. Did you hold back against the teacher just now?" Jige smiled slightly and replied, How could I hold back against the teacher? I just used electricity to stimulate my body. Under the electric stimulation, Jige experienced boosts in both strength and speed. And most importantly, his pain perception had dropped to the lowest point. This meant he could ignore the doubled pain debuff from the dark fruit and confidently engage Zephyr in close combat. Of course, not everyone could enhance their body using electricity. Jige's physique was strong enough, whereas an ordinary person would have long been paralyzed by the electricity. Upon hearing this, Zephyr's face showed an appreciative expression. The ability to discharge electricity was originally Jige's own power, perfectly aligning with the philosophy he admired. Even if Jige was not a user of the dark fruit, his physical capabilities were not something an ordinary vice admiral could compare to. However, appreciation aside, Zephyr's punches wouldn't lessen in force. Rather, they became even more ferocious. Jige tore off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique, and they exchanged a flurry of blows like two wild beasts. Each collision of their fists was accompanied by a deafening roar, causing the ground beneath them to continuously collapse and expand in area. Above the high platform, Sengoku and Garp, who had remained relatively calm, were now wide-eyed in shock at the battle below, and even Admiral Kong crushed the armrest of his chair, shouting, "Spectacular!" Chapter 92. The Star of Heaven's obstruction in the arena. Jige and Zephyr exchanged a powerful punch before retreating to the sidelines. The battlefield was in ruins from their fight, with craters and scorched marks from electric attacks visible everywhere. Jige took a deep breath and relaxed his muscles slightly. Fighting against someone like Zephyr, a master of physical combat, was exhilarating, but it was also quite taxing on his body. Zephyr cracked his knuckles with a satisfied expression and didn't give Jige much time to rest. He charged forward again despite his foot injury. However, he was intercepted midway by Akainu and Kizuru, both of whom had regained some fighting strength and unleashed a barrage of attacks on Zephyr. Lasers and magma poured out like it was free, and Zephyr dodged what he could while using his fists to clear a path through what he couldn't avoid, charging forward with sheer force. Kizaru, knowing he was Zephyr's primary target, transformed and flew high into the sky, gathering his strength for another 8-foot-long light attack. He was really giving it his all today. Even Zephyr was taken aback. While defending against the light blasts, he remarked, "Good job, Borsellino. What I most want to see is you taking this seriously." Upon hearing Zephyr commend him for the first time, Kizuru felt a rush of exhilaration and unleashed an even larger and denser barrage of light blasts. Akainu wasn't holding back either. He transformed into a magma mage, standing afar and bombarding Zephyr with explosive magma punches. Swish! Jige appeared next to Akainu. His gaze locked onto Zephyr, who was engulfed in lasers and magma. A series of black halos appeared around Jige's right arm. He raised his arm high, and the dark halos shot into the sky, ultimately disappearing into the clouds. After doing all this, Jige released a torrent of darkness towards Zephyr. With the three natural elements fully unleashed, Zephyr was not invincible. The earlier exchange of iron fists with Jige had drained a lot of his stamina, and the intensity of the light and magma attacks was extremely high, especially Jige's darkness, which forced Zephyr to expend most of his strength to resist its gravitational pull. If he got pulled in even slightly, even with a strong hockey, he would sustain injuries. If the area pulled and was too large, it would spell disaster for anyone. Now, Zephyr could only wait for the stamina of Jige and the others to deplete before rushing out to finish them off one by one. Zephyr's combat experience was indeed commendable. In fact, after a fierce battle, Jige and the others had already consumed a significant amount of stamina from continuously outputting such high-powered elemental attacks. However, looking at it from another angle, it was absurd that a Marine Admiral found himself in a situation where victory depended on stamina against Jige and the others. Kizaru looked pale. He was truly on the verge of exhausting himself. Just when he felt he couldn't hold on any longer, Jige suddenly shouted from below, "Enough. Borsellino, you can come down now." Upon hearing this, Kizaru felt his body go limp, almost falling from the sky. With his last bit of strength, he used the Yata mirror to return to Jige and Akainu, pressing one hand on Akainu's shoulder, gasping for breath. In fact, Akainu was also on the verge of collapse. but he straightened his shoulders to give Kizaru a bit more stability. After they stopped their attacks, the only elemental assault left for Zifa to contend with was the darkness released by Jige. He gathered his strength and leaped, using moonwalk to hover in the air. Looking down at Jige and the others, Zifa nodded in satisfaction, believing the battle was over. Just as he was about to summarize the fight, he noticed that the surroundings suddenly darkened, and the spectators below were all looking up with dazed expressions. Zifa turned sharply, and when he saw what was above, his pupils constricted. A massive meteorite, large enough to almost cover the entire arena, had broken through the clouds and was plummeting downwards. To make matters worse, the meteorite was engulfed in flames. Jige raised his hand again, a dark vortex appearing in his palm. He forcefully pulled, accelerating the meteorite's descent with the gravitational pull. Jige shouted, "Heaven's obstruction star!" Snapping back to reality from the shock, Zifa mobilized all his strength, concentrating his haki into both fists, and shouted angrily as he punched out. As the meteorite approached, from below, Zifa had already become a black dot in front of it. His fist struck the meteorite, creating a thunderous explosion, followed by a powerful shockwave that scattered the meteorite fragments, forming a grander meteor shower. The meteor Jige had brought down was significantly larger than the one Fujitora had summoned. With his stamina severely depleted, Zifa couldn't shatter such a large meteorite with a single blow. He had to throw several punches before he could finally deal with it. Dragging his exhausted body back to the ground, Zifa looked up at Jige with a helpless expression and said, "Jige, you've really given me a heavyweight gift." Jige smiled, and the demon blade, Muramasa, flew out from the back of his hand, swirling around him. Seeing this, Zifa waved his hand and said, "No more fighting. Your strength is already enough to make me feel assured." Upon hearing this, Jige and Akainu were fine, but Kizaru immediately sat down on the ground, wishing to find a bed to sleep on. If it were in the past, Zifa would have surely scolded Kizaru for this display, but now he just chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Borsellino, you." Kizaru supported himself on the ground, looking up and saying, "All right, Zifa-sensei, I've graduated, so please don't scold me anymore." Zifa brushed off the dust from his clothes and replied, "You're right, you've all graduated. Time flies so fast. I'm getting old." Zifa-sensei, I admit I often call you old man, but I never thought you were actually old. Good kid. You've even called me old man." Kizaru realized he had let something slip and quickly shifted his position, hiding behind Jige and Akainu. Jige greeted Bear, who instantly teleported over and popped out a painful bubble for each of them. Kizaru stood up with a dazed expression, twisted his waist, and let out a comfortable groan. Zifa finally couldn't hold back and kicked him on the backside, laughing and scolding, "Always so unruly." Kizaru covered his backside and jumped away. Zifa no longer paid him any mind. He took a deep look at Jige and the others and said, "All right, my final task as your teacher is complete. The future of the Navy depends on you." Chapter 93, Major General Candidate, codenamed Black Dragon. After the battle ended, Zephyr and the three behind him, Jige, returned to the high platform amidst the awe of the crowd. The looks directed at Jige and his companions by the generals had changed. Clearly, the three were younger than everyone present, but from today onward, no one would treat them as juniors anymore. It could be said that everyone who witnessed the battle had the same thought in their hearts. Jige and his companions were already set to become the future three major generals. In their eyes, the earlier fight could be considered a draw, but how young were Jige and the others? The position of Admiral seemed to have been prepared for them. Soldiers had already brought 3 brand new Navy cloaks, clearly meant for Jige and the others. The shoulder insignias in black, yellow, and red prominently displayed the rank of Vice Admiral. After donning the cloaks, under the Marshal Kong's gesture, they stood at the front of the high platform. Kong looked down at the crowd and announced loudly, based on the outstanding performance of Jige and his companions during the assessment, the headquarters has decided to grant them the rank of Vice Admiral. As soon as he finished speaking, an excited cheer erupted from below. In both the pirate and Navy worlds, power was respected, and the strength of Jige and his companions had conquered everyone present. The dazzling flashes, the boiling magma, and the endless darkness, all these images had left a deep imprint in the hearts of the audience. Of course, Jige's performance was the most eye-catching. During the battle, he showcased martial arts, swordsmanship, hockey, and fruit abilities, each at a level that far surpassed everyone present. This 18-year-old naval officer had no weaknesses. The high-ranking Navy officials also deeply understood this, so after the crowd below gradually quieted down, Kong dropped another bombshell. Among the three, I believe everyone has already witnessed Jige's strength, so I have listed him as a candidate for Admiral, hereby announced. Kong's words were firm, and compared to earlier, the crowd was unusually silent this time. Jige himself didn't expect to rise so quickly, as the headquarters had directly given him the title of Admiral Candidate. Although the title of Admiral Candidate was not an official military rank, being a Vice Admiral with this identity was far more valuable than other Vice Admirals. Moreover, Jige was the only Admiral Candidate in the Navy. Even those like Peach Rabbit and T. Pudding who were pushed up could not compare to him. Kong suddenly turned to Jige and asked, Jige, being listed as an Admiral Candidate is a recent decision by the headquarters. Although you are not yet an Admiral, you should have a code name. Think about it carefully when you go back. However, Jige only pondered briefly before coming up with his code name. Marshal Kong, I have thought of it. My code name will be Black Dragon. Black naturally matched his abilities best, while Dragon related to his identity as he was a celestial dragon. Kong nodded upon hearing this. As long as the code name wasn't too outrageous, he wouldn't mind. He immediately announced Jige's code name to the crowd. Admiral Candidate, Black Dragon, Carp. Upon hearing this code name, appeared somewhat dazed and couldn't help but think, if my son becomes a Navy Admiral in the future, his code name will surely also be related to dragons. Dragon gazed up at Jige, who was the center of attention. Not knowing how long he would have to look up like this, perhaps it would be a lifetime. He felt restless until Jige and his companions walked down from the high platform and were surrounded by congratulations, which snapped him back to reality. Ginny hung onto Jige, happily shouting, Brother Jige, you are now an Admiral, Admiral Black Dragon. Jige patted her pink hair and smiled. Not yet an Admiral, just an Admiral Candidate. Just an Admiral Candidate. Jige's blunt remark dealt a significant blow to the morale of the other students, even Akainu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. That evening, the Naval School cafeteria prepared a lavish feast for all students, as after tonight, a group of them would be leaving the school. At a central table, Zephyr sat at the head, with Jige and Akainu on either side, and Kizaru sitting to Akainu's right. Tonight, Zephyr had specially approved alcohol. Once the dishes were served, everyone in the cafeteria, regardless of gender, raised their glasses and downed their drinks. After putting down his glass, Kizaru casually grabbed a banana from the fruit platter. He had developed quite quickly in recent years, and a single banana was small for him. He directly took a bite out of it. Jige, Zephyr, and Akainu chatted while eating when Ginny, blushing, came over and pulled Jige, saying, Brother Jige, come sit with us girls for a while. Ginny had also had some drinks, her cheeks red and looking very cute. Jige glanced at Zephyr, who smiled and nodded, waving his hand, Go ahead, the girls really like you. Zephyr was quite relaxed today. After a few cups of alcohol, he spoke much more casually, a strong contrast to his previous strict teacher image. Ginny made a face and dragged Jige to her table. Lucia and Guillaume were also at this table. Jige glanced around and asked, Ginny, where's your good friend Jessica? Ginny moved a chair next to her, and once Jige sat down, hugged his arm, and said, Jessica went to help in the kitchen. A lot of the dishes we're having today were made by her. Jige nodded upon hearing this, thinking that was why some dishes were particularly delicious today. It was most likely because Jessica made them, as her cooking skills were indeed impressive. While he was pondering, Lucia pushed a glass of red wine in front of Jige, who raised it and drank it all at once. Just as he put the glass down, Jessica returned from the kitchen. She was surprised to see Jige at the table, untied her apron, and found a place to sit. Jige immediately praised her. Jessica, the food you made is really delicious. Come work on my ship after graduation. Jessica was taken aback for a moment, feeling a bit shy as she lowered her head and said, Okay. All right, it's settled then. You'll be the chef on my ship, Jige declared, causing the female students at the table to show expressions of astonishment, followed by envy directed at the now blushing Jessica. Everyone knew that Jige would graduate as a Vice Admiral, and with the title of Admiral Candidate. The position of chef on his warship was not something just anyone could hold. At the very least, it had to be someone of the rank of major. Jessica would likely only graduate as a second lieutenant, meaning Jige had essentially given her a position equivalent to a school-level rank. At that moment, all the girls looked at Jige with even more fervent admiration. Chapter 94. The fallen angel. Some girls could no longer care about their modesty and stood up to crowd around Jige. Logia quietly approached Jige. Ginny occupied the spot in Jige's arms, while Shurian squeezed her way to the remaining side of Jige with her strength. The male students at other tables watched Jige, who was surrounded by the girls like a star, and they couldn't help but smacking their lips, drinking heavily. They respected Jige. If they were girls, they would probably take the initiative to approach him as well. After all, Jige had both looks and strength. How could a girl not be moved by that? A polite smile was always on Jige's face, and he welcomed all toasts. After all, he was secretly a user of the dark fruit ability, and his body was darkness itself. Absorbing a bit of alcohol was child's play for him. The only drinks he truly consumed were those poured by Logia and Ginny. However, Ginny's alcohol tolerance was really poor, and before long, she was slumped in Jige's arms, mumbling incoherently. Even while rambling, 8 out of 10 sentences were about Jige. On the other hand, Logia had an unexpectedly good alcohol tolerance. She remained calm and gentle throughout, occasionally serving Jige food. After the banquet, Jige escorted Ginny to the dormitory entrance and watched Jessica help her into the dorm building before turning to leave. Just a few steps away, Jige suddenly stopped. He turned around and asked Logia, who was following him, "Logia, why aren't you going back?" Logia brushed her long black hair and softly said, "Young master, I want to walk with you. Is that okay?" After saying this, she lowered her head and murmured, "It has been a long time since I was alone with the young master." Upon hearing this, Jige immediately took Lucia's hand and said softly, "Why not? They have all gone back to the dorms. Let's go sit at the training ground for a while." Lucia's face instantly blossomed into a bright smile as she linked her arm with Jige's, and they walked towards the training ground together. Upstairs, Shurian rested her chin on her hand, quietly watching the backs of Jige and Logia. Jessica helped Ginny tuck in her blanket and casually asked Shurian, "What are you looking at?" Shurian shook her head, turned around, and smiled. "Nothing's getting late. We should rest." "Yeah, I didn't expect Ginny's alcohol tolerance to be so bad. I can't let her drink in the future." Shurian glanced at the sleeping Ginny and softly said, "Indeed, she should drink less." At the training ground, by a sturdy tree, Logia knelt on the ground while Jige rested his head on her lap. Logia gently caressed Jige's face, her eyes filled with tenderness. Jige closed his eyes, enjoying Lucia's lap pillow, and said, "Logia, from now on, you'll be my adjutant. I will follow the young master's arrangements. I am your slave." "Here we go again. I've never seen you as a slave. When you were little, I regarded you as my sister, and now." As he said this, Jige opened his eyes and looked into Lucia's eyes, speaking each word clearly now. "You are my woman." Lucia's face instantly turned bright red, and she dared not look into Jige's eyes. She wanted to turn her head away, but Jige suddenly sat up, their faces almost touching. Locking eyes, Jige softly asked, "What? Do you think there's something wrong with what I said?" Before Logia could respond, Jige leaned in and kissed her alluring red lips, gently pushing her down beneath him. After a brief moment of shock, Logia immediately began to respond eagerly and passionately, her pupils unconsciously turning an enchanting purple, which was the first time she had instinctively triggered her ability. Then, she unfolded a pair of pitch-black wings, wrapping herself and Jige within them. Under the moonlight, the black feathers on Lucia's wings trembled slightly, creating a mesmerizing ripple. After a while, a muffled groan came from within the wings, followed by a suppressed yet enchanting tone. After an unknown amount of time, the trembling of the feathers gradually slowed, and after a rustling motion, they slowly opened, revealing Jige and Logia inside. Jige was bare-chested, while Lucia's clothes were casually draped over her. A happy smile danced on her exquisite face as she gently rubbed against Jige's muscular chest. Looking at Logia, who resembled a little cat nestled in his embrace, Jige teased, "Looks like the angel has truly fallen now." Logia fluttered her long eyelashes and tilted her head, saying, "Young master, I was originally a fallen angel, but I don't see it as a fall. For me, it should be a return to paradise. Jige chuckled at Lucia's words, leaning down to kiss her smooth forehead. He then summoned the dark Bible, folded a white handkerchief, and placed it inside the Bible. Lucia's face flushed again, and she suddenly buried her face in Jige's chest, mumbling, "Young master, how can you put that thing in the Bible? We go to hell after we die." Jige shrugged and said, "What are you talking about? I think nothing is more sacred than that. And besides, why would we die? Don't you want to stay by my side forever?" Upon hearing the last sentence, Lucia suddenly sat up from Jige's embrace. She wrapped her arms around Jige's neck, gazing into his eyes, and softly said, "Lucia will definitely stay with the young master forever. Even if I go to hell, I will follow the young master." Jige smiled and said, "We won't go to hell. Then I will follow the young master to heaven. We won't go to any heaven either. That's something to consider after we die, so we don't have to think about that at all." With the memories of Blue Star, Jige knew that there were multiple ways to achieve immortality in the pirate world. Since that was the case, such matters would never happen to him or his loved ones. However, Jige didn't elaborate further. He leaned against the tree trunk with Lucia in his arms, reaching into his pocket to pull out a pack of cigarettes that Zephyr had given him after drinking too much at the banquet. Now was the perfect time to have one. He extended a finger, and a spark of electricity flashed, igniting the cigarette. He took a deep puff and exhaled a heart-shaped smoke ring. Lucia reached out to poke it, and the smoke ring floated along her arm before dissipating into the wind. Under the moonlight, the two quietly nestled together, with Lucia looking up at Jige's profile, wishing time could freeze forever at this moment. Chapter 95, Pirate Supernovas, end of Volume 1. A new 18-year-old Admiral candidate appeared in the Navy. Within just a few days, thanks to the hard work of numerous newsbirds, the news spread across the entire sea. This was definitely not good news for the pirate forces. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard was holding a banquet with his sons when someone brought in the latest newspaper. Whitebeard glanced at it and immediately crushed the wine barrel in his hand. It was a kid named Jige. Is he really at odds with Zephyr? Don't make me laugh. Upon hearing the name Jige, the atmosphere of the banquet instantly froze. Yuta, sitting beside Whitebeard, stared intently at Jige's photo in the newspaper, his eyes filled with hatred. He touched his empty left sleeve and said angrily, "Whitebeard, our Whitebeard pirates must take revenge." Whitebeard glanced at him and said, "Yuta, we will take revenge, but you should pay more attention to Xiao right now. She is about to give birth." Hearing this, Yuta's anger was slightly soothed, and he nodded in silence. Whitebeard spread the newspaper on the table and said lightly, "The Navy is making such a big fuss about the supernovas, they just want to suppress us pirates. The so-called monster newcomers aren't just theirs to claim." Yuta paused and asked, "Whitebeard, do you mean? Pirates can also push out a few so-called supernovas, and our Whitebeard pirates will have 2 spots. It's you and Marco." Yuta, now 31 years old, was the same age as Drake when he became a supernova. With the current influence of the Whitebeard pirates, once the news of pirate supernovas was released, the newspaper offices immediately buzzed with excitement like flies drawn to a scent. Just having 2 pirate supernovas wouldn't suffice. But there was no need for the pirates to worry about this. The newspaper offices selected 5 powerful pirates based on the news from the past 2 years to fill the supernova ranks. The Beast Pirates were established, with Kaido jumping around among them, and their crew had quite the reputation. Besides him as captain, there was also the second-in-command, Jin. However, after seeing this news, Kaido was furious and wished he could smash the reporter who put him in the supernova lineup. Jin, confused, asked, "Boss, you don't seem very happy?" Kaido gulped down a few large swigs of liquor and said angrily, "I'm so tired of these newcomers. I don't care about any supernovas." He grabbed the newspaper to tear it apart, but suddenly noticed a message about Big Mom. It turned out her second son, Charlotte Karakuri, was also selected as a supernova. Kaido suddenly felt a bit happier and mumbled, "With so many kids, only one got selected? That is a bit embarrassing, Lin." Looking at the remaining 2 supernovas, both were spirited young men, one named Moria and the other Crocodile. Kaido had little interest in them, only commenting on Moria's photo, "This kid looks a bit ugly. I want to smash him." At Navy headquarters, after that night, Jige's cohort of trainees temporarily stayed in the school dormitory awaiting arrangements from the headquarters. Whenever they had free time, the senior trainees would go to the training grounds to watch the newcomers train and occasionally offer a few words of guidance. Experiencing the superiority of being older, Lucia was still inseparable from Jige. She often went out at night to find Jige to do things they enjoyed, returning only in the early hours. One night, when Lucia was returning, she ran into Ginny, who was getting up for a midnight snack, usually cold and aloof. Ginny showed a rare look of panic on her face, accompanied by an indescribable feeling in her heart, exciting yet shameful. Ginny tilted her head, looking at Lucia's slightly disheveled clothes, and asked, "Lucia, did you go out at night? Can't sleep?" Lucia pursed her lips and murmured, trying to lighten the mood. Ginny patted Lucia's shoulder and said, "Girls can harm their skin if they can't sleep, so hurry back and sleep. Jige's ship will be approved in a couple of days, and we'll be on the same ship." Lucia nodded, feeling an indescribable strangeness in her heart. A whole ship felt too big for her. A single bed would suffice. Cheyenne heard the noise and got up, wearing a pink silk nightgown, leaning against the bed with a half-smile, looking at the two at the door. Ginny, seeing Cheyenne awake, thought she was disturbed by her and Lucia's conversation and immediately apologized. "Sorry, Cheyenne, did we wake you?" After 2 years of interaction, the gap between Ginny and Cheyenne had disappeared, and with Ginny's personality, she wasn't someone who held grudges. Cheyenne smiled softly and said, "It's fine. I haven't been sleeping well these days. I often can't fall asleep." Lucia frowned slightly, realizing she had indeed been too relaxed lately. Cheyenne's words clearly hinted at something, most likely that she knew about Lucia sneaking out at night. But one thing was certain, Cheyenne could not have seen what she did with the young master. She couldn't bypass the young master's observation hockey. Thinking of this, Lucia felt much more at ease. She pretended not to hear and quietly returned to her bed, saying good night before closing her eyes. Cheyenne shrugged, and Ginny looked at the two in confusion before glancing at Jessica, who was still fast asleep, mumbling, "Everyone is so strange." The next day, the headquarters assigned warships to all graduates with the rank of Rear Admiral and above. As a Rear Admiral, Lucia naturally could have her own warship, but she chose to become Jige's aide, sailing on the same ship as him. Ginny and Jessica also boarded Jige's ship. Jige, Akainu, and Kizuru were each assigned to G1, G2, and G3 branches, serving as the base commanders there. These 3 branches were all located in the Grand Line, completely not on the same level as the Navy branches in the 4 seas. Moreover, the areas where these 3 branches were located had extremely high security challenges, with various Overlord-level pirate forces frequently appearing there in recent years. Among them, the G1 branch where Jige was located was the most crucial. It was symmetrical with the headquarters across the Red Line, serving as the most solid defensive line for the headquarters. It could also provide support to the headquarters in the shortest time during wartime. The headquarters assigned the position of base commander of the G1 branch to Jige, indicating a high recognition of his strength. At the headquarters port, Jige stood at the bow of the warship, with Ginny and Lucia standing beside him on either side. With a loud whistle, the warship slowly sailed out of Marineford. Zephyr raised a bottle of pear wine and took a swig, humming a song called Island, the music from Zephyr's final battle in the movie. The world has been watching. End of Volume 1, Chapter 96. Dark Guardian 1 year later, Grand Line, G1 branch. The iron warship slowly docked at the pier, and a large number of Navy soldiers disembarked from the ship, forming 2 solemn lines to create a passageway. Then, a tall man draped in a Navy cloak slowly walked forward, with 2 slender figures following behind him. Weasel had been waiting at the port for a long time. Upon seeing the tall man in the lead, he immediately stepped forward and saluted, saying, "Major, General Jige." The person was indeed Jige, with Ginny and Lucia naturally behind him. Now, Jige appeared even more robust and powerful, exuding an air of restrained dominance. He wore a pair of black gloves, and the navy cloak he wore had pure black epaulets and cuffs. He smiled at Weasel and raised his hand, releasing a large cloud of black mist, from which bloodied heads began to fall to the ground with a thud. Weasel swallowed hard. He knew these were the members of a pirate crew that had recently invaded this sea area called the Cat Pirate Crew. Their captain, Caitlin, had a bounty of 120 million berries and was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, specifically the cat fruit, Persian cat form. Although she was just an ordinary type within the Zoan category, Caitlin had awakened Kinbunshiku, observation haki, and Busashika, armament haki, with considerable strength. Coupled with the physical enhancements from her Zoan fruit, she could be considered a strong opponent. However, she had become overconfident after arriving in the Grand Line and dared to invade the territory guarded by Jige. When Jige heard she was a devil fruit user, he personally led a fleet to eliminate her. The heads on the ground were all from members of the cat pirate crew, their bodies having been crushed by darkness. Jige left the heads for easier counting upon his return. Among the numerous heads on the ground, one with golden long hair and a beautiful face stood out, her expression frozen in fear. The severed neck had a smooth cut, with a black hole in the center of her forehead. Jige pointed to this head and said, "Weasel, this is Caitlin, the captain of the cat pirate crew. She was killed by Logia and Jige. Make a note of it when reporting to headquarters." When the cat pirate crew encountered Jige's fleet, at first glance, everyone on board was pulled into the sky by a terrifying gravitational force, then instantly engulfed by darkness. The only one who fell onto the deck of the warship, stunned, was Caitlin. Jige deliberately left her alive, not because she was beautiful, but because she was a devil fruit user. Jige wanted to test a newly developed ability. When he reached out a darkened hand towards Caitlin, she immediately fell to her knees, desperately pleading for mercy. In her extreme fear, she even loosened her already scant clothing, trying to use her body to save her life. However, this behavior enraged Logia and Jige. With one knife and one gun, Caitlin's head ended up as it was now on the ground. Jige then took the opportunity to test his ability, and the effect was just as he had anticipated. Back in his office at the base, Jige summoned the Dark Bible, from which a purple, apple-shaped devil fruit flew out. He tossed the fruit in his hand and looked at Logia and Jige, smiling as he asked Jige, "Jige, are you interested in this Persian cat fruit?" Jige shook her head in disgust and said, "Jige, that woman's fruit is too dirty. I don't want to eat it." The reason she said this was that when they discovered Caitlin's pirate ship, she had first observed the situation on board from a distance with a telescope. She saw Caitlin hosting a special party on the ship, in her half-beast form from the Persian cat fruit. This scene had a strong visual impact on Jige, causing her to blush even now. And she didn't even think about why Caitlin's devil fruit ended up in Jige's hands. To anyone with some knowledge of devil fruits, this was extremely absurd. Logia looked at the devil fruit in Jige's hand, her eyes filled with shock, and couldn't help but ask, "Young master, isn't this Caitlin's fruit? How could it?" Jige had already informed Logia of Jige's identity, so when the three were present, Logia no longer needed to avoid calling out names. After hearing Logia's words, Jige then asked, "Yeah, Jige, ISNT had said that when a user dies, the devil fruit will randomly regenerate somewhere in the world. Did it really regenerate in your hands? That's too much of a coincidence." Jige smiled and shook his head, saying, "There is no such coincidence. Look at this." With a thought, the Dark Bible opened, and a large number of fruits surged forth, including various fruits like apples, bananas, and pineapples. Logia looked at the fruits on the table and suddenly realized, "I understand now, young master. The devil fruit attaches its power to fruits. So you prepared the fruits in advance, allowing the devil fruit to find a carrier immediately after the user dies." However, she then felt it wasn't that simple. If just preparing fruits could secure a deceased user's devil fruit, such a simple method would have spread throughout the world long ago. Jige's next words confirmed this point. "Logia, you only guessed half right. To truly obtain the devil fruit of a deceased user, the key still relies on this." Saying this, Jige extended a darkened hand. Logia had seen the power of the dark fruit before, but this time, looking at Jige's hand radiating darkness, she felt a deep sense of unease, as if something within her body was being pulled out by the darkness. However, Jige, standing next to Logia, did not feel this sensation. Seeing the uncomfortable expression on Logia's face, Jige immediately withdrew the darkness from his hand and said, "This is a new ability I developed recently. When a user dies, I can manipulate the power of darkness to bind the devil fruit that has not fully detached from their body, then guide it into the prepared fruit. I named it Dark Guardian." Jige spoke lightly, but both Logia and Jige's pupils constricted in shock, their faces showing horror. This completely shattered the world's understanding of devil fruits. Jige had effectively realized the determinability of the powers granted by devil fruits. Moreover, the one who mastered this ability was Jige himself. With his strength, as long as he wanted, he could create a powerful army of users at any time. Chapter 97 Shanks Jige absorbed the Persian cat fruit into the Dark Bible. The fruit's ability was indeed ordinary and could only serve as a temporary collectible. Logia and Ginny were still in a daze, their expressions looking quite cute. Jige chuckled softly, just about to speak, when the telephone bug on the table suddenly rang. Jige was taken aback, and after answering the phone bug, Kong's serious voice rang out, "Jige, you need to return to the Navy headquarters immediately. Don't take a warship. Use your ability. The faster, the better." Kong's tone clearly indicated that something significant had happened. Jige didn't waste any words and simply replied with "okay," then hung up the phone bug. He stood up and said to Lucia and Ginny, "I'll head back to the headquarters for a bit. You two just wait for me at the base." The two girls nodded, and Lucia gently said, "Young master, just leave it to us. You can rest assured." Ginny, with a concerned look, said, "Jige, if there's any dangerous mission at the headquarters, you must be careful." Jige stepped forward, embraced the two girls, and softly said, "No need to be nervous. If anything happens, I will tell you in advance." After saying that, Jige directly used his godly power, his body twisting and disappearing into the darkness. In Marineford, in Marshal Kong's office, Garp once again rejected the promotion to Admiral and turned to leave in a rush, seeming to have something urgent. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Garp opened it, and standing outside was Jige. Seeing Jige, Garp was taken aback and said, "Jige, why are you back?" Jige politely smiled, and before he could respond, Kong had already walked over, saying, "I called Jige back. He will accompany you and Sengoku to the Edver Sea. It's urgent, so you should brief Jige on the situation during the journey." Garp nodded and said, "Got it. Jige, come with me." With that, Garp led Jige out, closing the door behind them. Garp was eager to find Roger to fight. On the way, he briefly explained the mission. When Jige heard the name Edver, he already knew what was happening. It was simply that the Golden Lion and Roger had gotten into a fight. Arriving at the headquarters port, Sengoku was already on the warship. According to the original storyline, Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji should also participate in this mission. However, now the two had been promoted to Vice Admiral and assigned to the G2 and G3 branches as base commanders. Since the Edver naval battle was a sudden event, they couldn't arrive in time. As for Akiji, he had joined the military a year earlier than in the original story, so he was still in naval school. Garp was impatient. He leaped onto the deck of the warship, while Jige calmly followed, using his godly power. Sengoku ignored Garp, who was clamoring to set sail as soon as he boarded, and said to Jige, "Jige, do you understand the situation this time?" Jige nodded and replied, "I understand. Admiral Sengoku, shall we set off now?" Under Garp's resentful gaze, Sengoku finally waved his hand to signal the ship to depart, glancing at Garp and saying irritably, "Don't look at me like that. I'm an admiral, and my rank is higher than yours. The ship must follow my orders." Garp turned his head away, muttering, "TCH, I don't want to be an admiral anyway. There are too many responsibilities. Not free at all. I see you don't want to deal with the celestial dragons." "Huh? Haha, Sengoku, you understand me." Jige stood silently to the side, gazing at the sea. In the Edver Sea, Lion Chinchiryu, God Avoidance. Roger held the supreme blade Ace, radiating red-black lightning, leaping into the air to block several incoming golden/waves. Landing back on the ship, Raijin approached Roger, his expression grave, and said, "Roger, the current situation is very unfavorable for us. If we keep fighting, I'm afraid." Roger was certainly aware of this. The Golden Lion's flying pirate crew was numerous, and their members were not the sort that could be easily intimidated by Conqueror's haki. What made things even more troublesome was the Golden Lion's ability. He held absolute air supremacy over this sea and could manipulate the seawater to attack, making it challenging for Roger's crew, which only had one ship, to deal with. Some members of the flying pirate crew had already rushed onto Roger's ship, the Jackson, engaging in fierce combat. Floating in the air, the Golden Lion laughed heartily and shouted down at Roger, "Roger, you still have time to regret it. Become my subordinate. Together, we can rule this world." Roger snorted coldly. releasing his conqueror's haki, causing a massive wave to surge across the sea as he responded to Jige with his haki. On the deck, a red-haired boy and a red-nosed boy stood back to back, watching Roger's figure. A hint of admiration appeared in the red-haired boy's eyes as he turned his head and said, "Buggy, Captain Roger is really imposing." The red-nosed boy, holding twin swords, cut down an enemy much larger than himself and replied irritably, "Shanks, you still have the energy to flatter the captain? First, save your own life." The two were the future Yonko, red-haired Shanks, and the clown Buggy. Both were only 12 years old at the moment. Upon hearing Buggy say he was flattering, Shanks immediately felt displeased and wanted to retort, but this distraction caused him to lose focus, and a member of the flying pirate crew had already charged up behind him, raising a knife toward Shanks' head, grinning maliciously and shouting, "Die, brat." By the time Shanks noticed the enemy behind him, it was already too late. He widened his eyes, his pupils reflecting the increasingly large blade. Roger had always been very attentive to Shanks. Even while battling the Golden Lion, he occasionally glanced in Shanks' direction. When he saw Shanks was in danger, he immediately prepared to save him. Suddenly, a dark vortex appeared in front of Shanks, and after Jige's figure materialized, he grasped the pirate's arm in front of him. With a scream, the pirate who was about to slash Shanks looked terrified as he clutched his twisted arm. Before he could comprehend the situation, Jige raised his hand again and pressed it against the pirate's face, causing the dark vortex to appear once more. In Shanks' stunned gaze, a headless corpse, spewing blood, fell to the ground with a thud. Looking at the navy coat fluttering behind Jige, Shanks was completely frozen in place. Jige slowly turned around, looking down at Shanks, who was barely reaching his waist, and said, "Did Roger not teach you not to lose focus during battle?" Chapter 98. The Roger Pirates in Crisis. You are a Marine? Shanks stared wide-eyed, looking up at Jige. Buggy, who had been kicked to the ground, got back up, and when he saw Jige's face, his body trembled violently as he stammered, "G. General Candidate, Black Dragon, Nanny." Shanks took a step back in shock, but Jige suddenly swung his arm, producing a black sword in his hand, startling both Shanks and Buggy. At that moment, a golden sword energy descended from the sky. Clang! A sharp collision sound rang out, followed by a powerful shockwave that knocked Buggy and Shanks to the ground. When the two looked up again, they froze in place. Jige held the sword aloft with one hand, bracing against a massive golden slash, his marine cloak billowing in the wind. This slash was clearly launched by the Golden Lion. Moments before, he had followed Roger's gaze and spotted the suddenly appearing Jige. Upon seeing Jige's marine uniform, he immediately unleashed a sword energy attack. However, he never expected that his attack would be so easily countered by that marine. Even Roger's expression showed a hint of surprise as the two paused their battle. Roger carefully examined Jige's face and suddenly said, "So it's him." It seems the Marines are not exaggerating. The Golden Lion frowned and asked, "Roger, what are you talking about? Do you know this Marine?" "He is Jige, who was listed as a candidate for Marine Admiral a year ago, codenamed Black Dragon." The Golden Lion pondered for a moment before realizing, "Oh, I remember now. He asked the so-called top Marine rookie, who has even fought against Whitebeard." While the two were talking, Jige's black sword trembled and dispelled the sword energy. He then looked at the Golden Lion, and his figure twisted, disappearing from the spot. Both the Golden Lion and Roger were taken aback, scanning their surroundings. But after a long time, they still couldn't find Jige. Roger raised an eyebrow and said, "This ability is indeed strange. Where did he go?" However, the Golden Lion attacked again. Fortunately, Roger's observation haki was stronger. After dodging the attack, he glared at the Golden Lion and said, "Jige, the Marines have appeared. Do you still want to keep fighting?" The Golden Lion sneered and replied, "What Marine? Just a little Marine brat? Don't even think about interfering in our battle. Even if a real Marine Admiral showed up. You're insane. Ha ha ha. Compared to Captain Rocks back in the day, this is nothing." On the other side, Jige had returned to the warship. Carp rushed over to him, looking anxious as he asked, "Jige, how's it going with Roger?" To Sengoku, Carp's question sounded a bit awkward, as it seemed he was concerned about Roger. Jige looked up at the dim sky and said, "The Roger pirates are clearly at a disadvantage. By the time we get there, the battle will probably be over." Carp grew even more anxious upon hearing this, and tried to use Moonwalk to hurry. But Sengoku quickly grabbed him, scolding, what are you trying to do? Whether Roger or the Golden Lion is defeated, it's good for us Marines and the world, right? Carp paused at Sengoku's words, then fell silent. Sengoku released him and turned to Jige, asking Jige, "You should be able to reach the location where Roger is fighting the Golden Lion directly, right?" Jige nodded, explaining that he had used Moonwalk to travel partway and then used his Shinigami ability for spatial transfer after sensing the battle. Wherever he had been, he would mark the spatial coordinates, allowing him to use Shinigami to arrive directly next time. By the way, Jige's Shinigami ability works by using the gravity of darkness to distort space, achieving spatial transfer. Jige nodded and said, "All right, I'll go again later." Even if the Golden Lion takes down the Roger pirates, he will definitely be severely weakened. Maybe I'll have some unexpected gains when I arrive. Carp wanted to say something else, but Sengoku pressed his head down and shot him a glare, then said to Jige, "Good, but you must pay attention to safety. If things go wrong, retreat immediately using your ability. We only need to know the result." Jige smiled slightly and replied, "Don't worry, Admiral Sengoku, I know what I'm doing." The warship continued sailing forward until a faint rumble of thunder was heard. Jige, standing at the bow of the ship, squinted his eyes and murmured, "It's time." Then, Jige's figure vanished into the darkness once more. In the Adverse Sea, the battle between Roger and the Golden Lion continued. Both were undeniably top-tier powerhouses, and the aftermath of their battle had destroyed more than one ship. Of course, all the ships belonged to the Golden Lion. Roger had only the Jackson, which was sturdy enough and protected by Rayleigh and others, making it not so easy to destroy. However, the overwhelming numbers on the Golden Lion side were too much. After a prolonged battle of attrition, the Roger pirates were starting to struggle. Numerous pirate ships surrounded the Jackson, and the situation was becoming very dangerous for the Roger pirates. The Golden Lion wielded dual swords and fought against Roger, occasionally bursting into maniacal laughter. "Roger, it seems today is the end for your pirate crew." Roger remained silent, knowing that being anxious would be of no use. To escape this predicament, he had to eliminate Shiki first. Without Shiki, the Sky Pirates would be rendered useless, no matter how many people or ships they had. But he was not Luffy from the movie, and Shiki was not the battle-damaged version of the Golden Lion, who had lost both legs and was stuck at the helm. Their strengths were currently evenly matched, and there was no way to determine a winner in a short time. Wave. The Golden Lion unleashed a massive golden sword energy, knocking Roger back onto the Jackson. Then he sheathed his swords, raised both hands, and suddenly, towering waves of over 100 meters rose from the sea, coalescing into several gigantic lion heads under the Golden Lion's control. Lion's Might, Imperial Domain. All the giant lion heads made of seawater charged toward the Jackson. At this point, Rayleigh and the others were already entangled with their respective opponents, leaving Roger to unleash wave after wave of sword energy to block the attacks. However, in the vast sea, endless water provided the Golden Lion with a continuous source of attack. In a moment of carelessness, the Jackson was struck by one of the lion heads, causing the ship to rock violently. The Golden Lion became even more excited, failing to notice the increasingly darkening sky above. Chapter 99. The Death of the Golden Lion. Just as the Golden Lion was manipulating the sea to attack the Jackson, a deafening thunderclap suddenly echoed from above, followed by a torrential downpour. Both sides of the battle were taken aback, and before they could react, several massive waterspouts suddenly rose from the surface of the sea. In just a moment, numerous ships from the flying pirate crew were caught up in them, turning into fragments. This was no ordinary storm. Its destructive power was truly rare. Even the lion head formed by the Golden Lion's manipulation of seawater was blown apart by the raging winds. The Golden Lion in the air was directly struck down by a towering wave several meters high, crashing onto the deck of a ship, with the Golden Lion temporarily incapacitated. The remaining fleet of the flying pirate crew proved to be utterly powerless against this disaster-level storm, with many ships shattered by the surging waves, and all the pirates on board drowned in the depths of the sea. In contrast to the tragic scene of the flying pirate crew, the situation on the Jackson, where the Roger pirates were located, was much better. Although the Jackson appeared to be teetering on the edge in the violent currents, it had not suffered any substantial damage. The furious winds seemed to have been sent by the heavens to help the Roger pirates escape. The fleet of the flying pirate crew had been decimated, and a massive gap had appeared in the encirclement around the Jackson. Propelled by the wind, the Jackson was pushed out without any need for human control, ultimately disappearing without a trace. However, the calamity for the flying pirate crew continued. Many pirates had collapsed, kneeling on the deck, crying out in despair. The Golden Lion was pulled out from beneath the deck by his subordinates, soaked by seawater and feeling weak. He wouldn't have needed help if it weren't for his current state. He shook off the water from his clothes and looked around, his expression instantly turning extremely grim. The storm had almost destroyed half of his fleet, and the most difficult thing for him to accept was that the Roger pirates had completely vanished. The Golden Lion's face turned ashen with rage, disregarding his drenched body. He forced himself into the air and roared towards the sky. "This is unfair. Damn it. Why is the heavens doing this to me?" Having just fought against Roger, he was now hit by the sea, and now faced with such a mental blow, his body was on the brink of collapse. Just then, another gust of wind struck, causing the Golden Lion to sway in midair and fall downwards again. Below, the ship could no longer withstand such fierce winds. The deck splintered, and debris flew everywhere. Before the Golden Lion could land, a broken ship's helm came hurtling towards him, striking him squarely on the head. The Golden Lion was knocked unconscious by the helm, his eyes glazed over. The remaining pirates on the ship were immediately terrified and rushed to lift the Golden Lion, trying to move him to safety. Suddenly, a dark vortex appeared out of nowhere, forming the figure of Jige. Upon seeing Jige, the pirates supporting the Golden Lion were taken aback, their grip faltering, and the Golden Lion fell to the ground with a thud. One pirate pointed at Jige, trembling as he said, The Navy." The other pirates quickly drew their weapons towards Jige, but their morale had already plummeted to the lowest point, and for a moment, no one dared to attack Jige. Jige didn't even look at the minions. He glanced at the half-conscious Golden Lion on the ground, and then looked at the remaining pirate ships, a wicked smile creeping onto his face. The pirates felt a chill run down their spines at the sight of Jige's smiling face. One of them mustered the courage to charge at Jige, yelling with rage. But Jige swiftly struck with his hand, and a blood-spraying head fell to the ground with a thud. The blood on his hands was absorbed by the darkness, and Jige slightly raised his eyes. Then, a tide of darkness surged from beneath his feet, engulfing the remaining pirates on the ship without a single scream, leaving only the Golden Lion lying on the deck. The rain continued to pour. Jige raised his hand, pulling the Golden Lion towards him, gripping his neck. After this movement, the Golden Lion regained some consciousness, groggily trying to open his eyes. With a gasp, the Golden Lion's body trembled violently. He widened his eyes, finally seeing Jige's face clearly. He slowly looked down at Jige's hand plunged into his chest, trembling as he said, "Navy, you dare." With a cold expression, Jige pulled his hand out from the Golden Lion's chest. For a powerhouse of the Golden Lion's caliber, his vitality was indeed formidable, even with his heart destroyed. He did not die immediately and could still tremble and raise his hand, attempting a final struggle. However, now he posed no threat to Jige. A dark vortex appeared in Jige's hand, and the Golden Lion's neck was instantly twisted into a spiral. He gasped for breath, ultimately closing his eyes in resignation. The once mighty Golden Lion met his end in such a humiliating manner at the hands of Jige. The remaining pirates on the ships were busy trying to control their ships to retreat, not even noticing that their captain had died. Jige's hand gripping the Golden Lion's neck turned pitch black, drawing out the power of the dark fruit and transferring it to a cantaloupe in the Dark Bible. Along with this, the Golden Lion's two famous swords, Sakura and Dry Ten, were also absorbed into the Dark Bible. Casting a glance at the Golden Lion's corpse, a twisted gravitational force was released from Jige's hand, and with a crack, the Golden Lion's head separated from his body. At this moment, a pirate ship finally approached, and a large number of pirates jumped down, running and shouting, "Hey, what happened to Captain Shiki? What? Drip, drip." The ground beneath Jige was already stained red with the Golden Lion's blood, and blood continued to drip from the severed neck, steaming as it fell. The sight terrified the pirates, causing them to drop their weapons to the ground. What awaited them was a wave of terrifying darkness. After eliminating this group of pirates, Jige did not leave. He raised his other hand, slowly spreading his palm, as strands of darkness began to converge, ultimately condensing into a small black orb. Another thunderclap echoed from the sky, and amidst the lightning, Jige's cold face flickered in and out of visibility. The remaining pirates on the ships finally sensed something was amiss and hurried towards the ship where Jige was located. However, just as they were about to reach the side of the ship, a small black sphere slowly ascended, and Jige's figure began to distort until he disappeared, whispering, "Dark Earth Exploding Star." Chapter 100. The destruction of the flying pirate crew in the heavy rain, a black sphere slowly ascended into the sky. The members of the flying pirate crew were not ordinary pirates. They felt a sense of crisis emanating from that black sphere. But what shocked them the most was the headless corpse lying on the deck. It was their captain, the Golden Lion Jige, who had been jumping around just moments before. "Captain Jige!" someone shouted, and a large number of pirates rushed onto the deck, struggling to believe that the Golden Lion was dead. But there was no time for them to confirm the news now. In the sky, the black sphere had entered the thick clouds, and then a terrifying gravitational force erupted from it, pulling even the surrounding dark clouds into it. The torrential rain stopped abruptly, and sunlight poured down. The pirates below were stunned, looking up at the sky, where the original black sphere had expanded several times, resembling a black sun. Someone murmured, "What is that?" As soon as the words left their lips, the sea became turbulent again, and columns of water shot up into the sky, all converging towards the black sun. The entire crew of the flying pirate crew, along with their ship, was pulled upwards by a terrifying gravitational force. The pirates struggled desperately in midair, but their bodies were uncontrollably flying upwards at high speed. Along the way, many pirates were pierced by the rapidly ascending debris of the ship, dying on the spot. Countless fragments of the ship were wrapped around the surface of the black sun, and the pirates were all sucked onto it. From below, looking up, it seemed like a mass of ants stuck together. Finally, a vast amount of seawater wrapped around them, forming a large, well-defined sphere in the sky. The adverse sea returned to its usual tranquility, if it weren't for the gigantic sphere hanging in the sky. No one would believe that a fierce battle had just taken place. And the result of this battle was the destruction of the flying pirate crew. Jige returned to the warship, and the Navy on board were stunned upon seeing him, their eyes wide and jaws dropping. Even Sengoku and Garp were momentarily dumbfounded. The reason for their shock was, of course, the bloody head Jige was holding. Although the head had disheveled hair, everyone immediately recognized it as the Golden Lion Jige. After a while, Sengoku managed to collect himself, but disbelief still lingered on his face. He swallowed hard and walked slowly towards Jige, whispering, "Jige, this is Jige? The Golden Lion Jige?" Jige smiled slightly, lifting the head so that Shiki's face was directly facing Sengoku, who could see the intense unwillingness in Shiki's wide-open eyes. Sengoku fell silent, and Garp rushed over, pressing his face close to examine Shiki's face seriously, exclaiming, "Incredible! Jige is really dead." With Garp's shout, the warship erupted in cheers. Everyone felt as if they were dreaming. The Golden Lion Jige, in his prime and at the height of his power, was truly dead. Sengoku took a few deep breaths to suppress his shock. He looked at Jige and said solemnly, "Jige, was Jige killed by Roger, or—" In his heart, he already had an answer because, judging by Shiki's death, it was highly unlikely that it was Roger's doing. Roger wouldn't be so ruthless. Jige casually tossed Shiki's head onto the ground and said, "I killed him. I got lucky and found a loophole." Then, Jige roughly described what had happened. Sengoku was taken aback after hearing it, and looking at Shiki's lifeless eyes, he didn't know what to say. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of heinous act Jige had committed to end up in such a miserable state. Both Roger and Jige had faced natural disasters. Yet Roger was unscathed and even benefited from it, escaping danger on a strong wind. Meanwhile, Jige suffered massive losses and, absurdly, was knocked unconscious by a ship's helm despite his strength. Of course, a significant reason for this was Shiki's overconfidence, showing off in the tsunami and getting caught off guard, leading to a temporary state of weakness. Then he encountered Jige, who was cunning and engaged in a heartfelt, head-rolling, blood-shedding exchange. After hearing all this, Garp breathed a sigh of relief. He caught on to a key piece of information. Roger had escaped, and he could pursue him again for some fun. However, the news of Shiki's death was a tremendous boon for both the Navy and the world. The sailors on the ship had already started cheering, and Sengoku's excitement was palpable. His face flushed. He patted Gige's shoulder forcefully and praised, "Well done, Gige. It's thanks to you that we succeeded this time." Gige smiled and replied, "As a Navy officer, this is what I should do." Such calm and composed behavior made it hard for people to believe that Gige was just an 18-year-old young Navy officer, especially since he had just personally killed the Golden Lion Shiki. Sengoku found himself liking Gige more and more. If he were the Admiral right now, based on Gige's achievements, he would have wanted to promote him to General directly. He wondered what level Gige's strength had reached, but he felt that given Gige's talent, he must have grown considerably over the past year. Moreover, not everyone could take down the Golden Lion. While the quality of Shiki's subordinates was average, their numbers were large. And killing Shiki in front of them was no easy feat. Thinking of this, Sengoku casually asked Gige, "There should still be quite a few members of the flying pirate crew left, right? They're all dangerous individuals. Which direction did they run off to? Let us take this opportunity to wipe them out." Gige responded, "No need to pursue them, Admiral Sengoku. I've already cleaned them up. We just need to continue to Edver to assess the results." "Nanny?" Sengoku was surprised again, but given the overwhelming surprises Gige had brought him earlier, he didn't ask further and hurriedly waved his hand, ordering the ship to continue forward. When they arrived at the Edver Sea, it was already calm and peaceful. The crew looked around the warship, hoping to see some floating shipwrecks or pirate corpses. However, aside from the sea, they saw nothing. Just as they began to doubt whether they had come to the wrong place, Gige pointed towards the sky. Chapter 101, The Entangled Void. After some time, the seawater on the outer layer of the sphere had been stained red with blood, but the Navy could still vaguely see the corpses of pirates within. Their deaths were extremely tragic. Jige admired his masterpiece for a while and asked Sengoku, who was still in a daze, "General Sengoku, I think there shouldn't be any survivors inside. Do we still need to go up and count them?" Sengoku came back to his senses, glanced at Jige with a complex expression, and said, "No need, Jige. Will that thing always exist there?" Jige shook his head. He raised his hand and clenched it, causing the giant sphere in the sky to suddenly shrink and be entirely sucked into the central black ball. Afterward, the size of the black ball continued to decrease until it vanished into thin air. This black ball was essentially a small black hole created by Jige. The reason it didn't immediately suck in all matter was that Jige was deliberately controlling it, as he still needed proof of his achievements. Now that Sengoku and the others had seen it, Jige didn't have to exert himself further. Although the black hole was gone, the shock in the hearts of the Navy lingered for a long time. They couldn't believe that the infamous flying pirate crew had been annihilated by Jige alone. Jige had taken full advantage of the timing, as the aftermath of the natural disaster had left Golden Lion and his pirate crew at their weakest, making Jige's entry perfectly timed. Sengoku and the others had completely become mere props in this mission, their only use being to accompany Jige and bear witness to his achievements. In Marineford, Admiral Kong was still waiting for news in his office. He crossed his arms and frowned in thought, wondering how things were going with Sengoku. Both Roger and Shiki were not easy to deal with. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and before Kong could speak, Sengoku pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing Sengoku, Kong was momentarily taken aback. Calculating the time, Sengoku had only been gone for a short while. Could it be that the battle between Sengoku and Roger and Shiki had already ended by the time Sengoku arrived? While Kong was lost in thought, Sengoku quickly approached Kong's desk, took a deep breath, and reported to Kong everything he had learned. Kong listened with wide eyes, his expression quite remarkable. When he heard that Golden Lion was dead and the flying pirate crew was completely wiped out, he stood up directly. Sengoku had anticipated Kong's reaction and quietly stood there, allowing Kong to digest this explosive news. However, even after being the Admiral for so many years and having a rather stable mind, Kong still took a long while to recover. He plopped back in his chair and could only squeeze out one sentence. "What about the body of Golden Lion Shiki?" Sengoku honestly replied, "Only the head is left. I have had it preserved." "What about Jige?" "He has returned to the G1 branch." Kong remained silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "Sengoku, what do you think of Jige's strength?" "I'm not sure. The last time I saw him in action was a year ago during the graduation exam, so I don't know how strong he is now. Then tell me, if I were to promote him to Admiral now, would it be too early? Sengoku's body trembled slightly, but Kong continued as if speaking to himself. Karp has always refused to be promoted to Admiral. Now in the headquarters, there are only you and Zifa as admirals. Compared to the increasingly rampant pirate forces at sea, the number of admirals is still too few. At this point, Kong looked up at Sengoku and said, and one more thing, Jige's achievements this time are truly astounding. What do you think the headquarters can still reward him with? This thought aligned with Sengoku's, as he had also considered this question on the way back. Jige currently held the rank of Rear Admiral and had the title of Admiral Candidate, with only qualifications left to become an admiral. But what kind of qualification could outweigh his achievements this time? After all, it was the flying pirate crew led by Golden Lion, a pirate force even stronger than Roger's crew. Yet such a terrifying pirate crew had been destroyed by Jige alone. This achievement alone was comparable to Karp's defeat of Rox at God Valley years ago. However, Karp's achievement had quite a bit of embellishment. Rox had actually been killed by the Navy, Roger, and the Knights of God working together. The world government had deliberately erased the involvement of Roger's crew. And since the Knights of God were not suitable for public promotion, the world government had to push Karp, who had performed the most prominently in the battle, into the spotlight, attributing the achievement to him. In truth, Jige's achievement was indeed extraordinarily valuable. If it weren't for the fact that Golden Lion's head still existed in the Navy headquarters, this achievement would seem almost too good to be true. If this achievement were attributed to Karp, no matter how he refused the promotion to Admiral, both the headquarters and the world government would have to force him into the position of Admiral. But Jige, he was only 19 years old, an Admiral under 20? Just thinking about it made Sengoku's scalp tingle, and Kong furrowed his brows tightly. He tapped his fingers on the table, and as time ticked by, the two of them stood and sat without anyone willing to speak, until Tsuru pushed the door open and saw the two men frowning in the office. She spoke directly. Are you two thinking about Jige? Kong and Sengoku snapped out of their contemplation and turned their gazes to Tsuru. Tsuru crossed her arms and said, Karp has already told me about the situation. It's truly unbelievable. Sengoku, it seems that what I told you a year ago about Jige being the first to become an admiral is going to come true. Sengoku blinked and asked Tsuru, do you think Jige is already capable of being an admiral? Tsuru tilted her head and retorted, then based on Jige's achievements this time, shouldn't he become an admiral? But Jige's age. Let's not consider such meaningless things anymore. Shiki's head is real. If anyone is unconvinced, Roger and Whitebeard are still alive, right? Let them bring back the heads of these people. Any one of them will do. After Tsuru said this, Kong and Sengoku felt they had a clearer idea. Kong immediately made a decision. All right, then let's first release the news of Golden Lion's death, and then take the opportunity to announce Jige's promotion to Admiral. Chapter 102. Admiral Black Dragon compared to the likes of Kong and others at headquarters. Jige's demeanor was that of someone unfazed by the recent events. After returning to his G1 branch, he first checked in with Ginny and Lucia to assure them of his safety, and then proceeded to handle his duties in the office as usual. However, once the news of the Golden Lion's death spread, Jige could no longer keep a low profile. He had clearly stepped onto the head of the Golden Lion, becoming the focus of the world. Even Galin called him on the snail phone, and upon learning the details of the Golden Lion's demise, he couldn't help but express his astonishment. It was evident that Galin was quite pleased, and the conversation between the uncle and nephew was very pleasant. During the call, Galin also revealed that the world government was discussing the possibility of Jige being promoted to Admiral, although ZEF was certainly inclined to oppose this. Jige's achievements were so remarkable that he found it hard to argue against them. Therefore, shortly after Garin's call, Jige's appointment as Admiral was officially announced. It took him just 1 year from graduating from the Naval Academy to becoming an Admiral. At Marineford, at the port, Jige stepped off the battleship surrounded by his subordinates. While the headquarters soldiers had gathered to welcome him, they looked at Jige's young face with complex expressions. Here was a Navy Admiral who was not yet 20 years old. Many of them were still trying to wrap their heads around this reality. Ginny and Lucia flanked Jige on either side as they walked toward the center of Marineford amidst the awe of the soldiers. Upon reaching the headquarters building, Jige went upstairs alone and entered Marshal Kong's office. Inside the office, besides Kong, there were several veteran figures, including ZEF and Garp. Looking at Jige, Kong's eyes were filled with amazement. He then handed Jige the appointment letter and a complete set of Admiral's uniform, solemnly stating, "Jige, in light of your achievement in slaying the Golden Lion, the world government has decided to confer upon you the rank of Admiral, code-named Black Dragon." After stating this official declaration, Kong's expression relaxed, and he patted Jige on the shoulder, saying, "Jige, you have truly surprised me. Work hard, and I believe that being an admiral is not your final destination." Kong's words came from the heart, and even those beside him, like Sengoku, shared the same sentiment. A 19-year-old Navy admiral has boundless potential for the future. ZEF stepped forward to take the Navy cloak from Jige's hands and personally draped it over him. As Jige walked out of the headquarters building wearing the brand-new Navy cloak, all the passing soldiers came to a halt and saluted him. ZEF then led Jige to the Naval Academy. As a teacher, he understood the importance of having a role model. With an admiral like Jige around, how could those young recruits not be inspired? At the training ground of the Naval Academy, Aramaki was lying on the ground with his hands behind his head, dozing off, until a burst of freezing air suddenly hit him, instantly turning him into an ice sculpture. Before he could regain his senses, a wind blade came out of nowhere and sliced him in half. Crack! The ice shattered, and Aramaki reconnected his body, turning to shout at the fighting Kuzan and Long. "You two want to die? How dare you disturb my rest?" Hearing Aramaki's roar, they both stopped. Kuzan scratched his head and said, I'm really sorry, Aramaki. I couldn't control my ability." Long had no intention of apologizing and simply asked Kazan, "Are we still fighting?" Kazan waved his hand and replied, "Not anymore. Let's call it day." Long turned silently and walked toward the corner, while Kazan sat down next to Aramaki, casually handing him a bottle of ice-cold soda, saying, "Aramaki, I heard Senior Jige returned to headquarters today. I really want to meet him." Aramaki took a big gulp from the cold drink Kazan offered, smacked his lips, and found the taste a bit odd, but he didn't think much of it, saying, "Senior Jige isn't someone you can just meet whenever you want. He's here today for his admiral appointment. Wait until you earn a rank before talking about meeting him. Sigh, I really want to graduate soon." While the two were chatting, several gasps suddenly came from the entrance of the training ground. They turned to look, and upon seeing who entered, Aramaki's water bottle dropped to the ground with a thud. Kazan jumped up in surprise and exclaimed, "It's Senior Jige." Smack! Aramaki hit Kazan on the head from behind, scolding, "You should call him Admiral Black Dragon." After saying that, Aramaki rushed forward, shouting, "Admiral Black Dragon." His shout caused all the trainees in the training ground, except for Long in the corner, to rush toward the entrance like mad, reminiscent of scenes where heavyweight stars appear in an airport. The trainees surrounded Jige, treating him like a superstar, momentarily leaving Zeph, the teacher, aside, but Zeph didn't mind. He just smiled and watched. Aramaki and Kuzan squeezed their way to the front, and Jige motioned for them to come closer, smiling as he asked, "No need to call me Admiral Black Dragon. In school, I'm still your senior." Aramaki Kuzan, "It's been a year. How have you been in school?" Aramaki patted his chest and said, "Senior Jige, I've been working hard to follow in your footsteps over the past year." Kuzan rolled his eyes and bluntly called out, "Who was just lying on the ground sleeping then?" Aramaki's expression froze, and he shot Kuzan a fierce glare, then turned back to Jige with a big smile, saying, "Senior Jige, don't listen to this fool. I really have been working hard." Jige crossed his arms, looking at Aramaki with a smirk. Aramaki, feeling guilty, couldn't meet Jige's gaze and lowered his head. Next, Jige was bombarded with questions from the younger students. "Senior Jige, can you tell us about the Battle of Edver? Who is stronger, the Golden Lion or Roger? Senior Jige, can you beat Teacher ZEF now? Senior Jige, do you have a girlfriend? If not, how about looking at me?" Senior Jige. Jige responded to each question with a smile, but his eyes drifted to Long, who was standing in the corner, and Long was also looking at him. Their gazes met, and the noisy crowd gradually quieted down, sensing an invisible pressure in the air. Chapter 103. Suggestions. Zifa frowned as he felt the Conqueror's haki from Jige and Long. Just as he was about to speak up to stop it, Jige's fingers moved slightly, and the Conqueror's haki suddenly surged, instantly suppressing Long. In the corner, Long's expression changed drastically, and he stumbled under the pressure of Jige's haki. By the time he steadied himself, beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. In contrast, Jige had already withdrawn his gaze and continued to smile while talking to his junior classmates, as if nothing had happened. Long clenched his fists. Since the time he was beaten by Jige when he joined the army, Jige had become his inner demon. Over the past 2 years, he had trained like a madman. But the gap between him and Jige had only widened. Zifa glanced at the time and waved for the trainees to disperse for training. He returned to his office to handle some matters, while Jige stayed on the training ground to supervise the trainees. With Jige present, the trainees were all pumped up, wanting to show off in front of the newly promoted general. Jige also occasionally picked a few to give guidance. Akiji ran over to Long and asked Long, "What are you doing here all by yourself? Why don't you go talk to Senior Jige?" Long turned his head away and said flatly, "No need. I have my own training method." Akiji hit a wall and turned away in frustration to find Aomaki while complaining. Upon hearing this, Aomaki immediately mocked. "Aren't you just being foolish? What's there to say to that guy? Forget it. Seeing your sorry state makes me angry. Let me go have a word with him." With that, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and swaggered over to Long. Long was lifting a large dumbbell for strength training and merely glanced at Aomaki before continuing with his workout. Ignored, Aomaki raised an eyebrow. He knew Jige didn't like Long, so he also found Long quite displeasing. 2 vines emerged from the ground, wrapping around the ends of the dumbbell and pulling hard. The dumbbell was yanked down, crashing heavily to the ground after passing through Long's body. Long maintained his lifting stance and coldly looked up at Aomaki, saying, "Are you sick?" Aomaki casually picked his nose and arrogantly replied, "Yeah, I just don't like you today. What are you going to do about it?" A trace of anger appeared on Long's face, and just as he was about to get up, he suddenly remembered that Jige was still there. He suppressed his anger and sneered, "Humph, I see. Your master is here today, so you dare to come looking for trouble, right?" However, this statement had almost zero impact on Aomaki. In his view, Jige was indeed his master, and he felt no shame, but rather a sense of honor. How could this fool Long know how many people outside were eager to recognize Jige as their master? "I'm definitely going to settle this today." Boom! The ground trembled as several black vines erupted from beneath Long, binding him tightly. The vines sprouted numerous sharp thorns, and Long could no longer hold back. He covered himself in armament haki and forcefully shook, breaking the vines before lunging at Aomaki. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The trainees seemed to have gotten used to this scene. Long and Aomaki were always at odds, and during training, they shared Akiji as a partner. Once they clashed, it was for real. Akiji was dumbfounded, thinking, "Is Long stupid? Has he forgotten that Senior Jige is still here?" He looked over at Jige, who was watching the fight between Long and Aomaki with his arms crossed and a smile on his face, just like 2 years ago. Although Aomaki was known as the disgrace of the Admiral on Blue Star, his strength truly matched that of an Admiral. His achievement of capturing Whitebeard II was solid proof. With his potential as an Admiral, he had made significant progress in developing his Sunsen Fruit abilities in haki over the past 2 years. As for Long, he was bound to have at least Emperor-level strength in the future. The genes of the monkey family were nothing to scoff at, and he was currently stronger than Aomaki. The two fought from the ground to the sky and then back down, with wind blades and vines flying everywhere. Jige found it amusing that Aomaki had even developed a technique called Wind Guard Forest. A dense forest of trees stood in front of Aomaki, firmly rooted in the ground. Regardless of how strong a storm Long stirred up, even when the wind blades struck the trunks, they only left a few marks. From this, it could be seen that Aomaki had significantly improved his strength to deal with Long, compared to his counterpart in the original story. Seeing that he couldn't break through Aomaki's defense, Long charged into the forest, engaging in close combat with Aomaki while dodging the incoming wooden spikes. Both of them were going all out, throwing punches and kicks aimed at each other's vital points. The situation began to spiral out of control, and none of the trainees dared to intervene. To them, both Aomaki and Long were monster-level fighters, and the shockwaves from their battle could knock them down. Akiji couldn't bear to watch any longer. He bent down, placing his frost-covered hands on the ground, ready to exert force. Suddenly, Jige appeared beside him and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Kazan, you can't stop this. Let me handle it." As soon as he finished speaking, Jige vanished from Akiji's side. At that moment, Aomaki and Long were both charging at each other, their hands wrapped in dark armament haki. Just as they were about to collide, Jige suddenly appeared and softly said, "Shinra Tensei." Buzz. The repulsive force erupted, instantly sending the fully charged Long and Aomaki flying backward. In the air, they transformed into a whirlwind and a piece of wood until the repulsive field dissipated, allowing them to regain their forms. Aomaki, upon seeing Jige, immediately stood at attention, his military posture impeccable. Long took a deep breath. Having learned from painful lessons, he chose to behave himself. He had no doubt that if he dared to continue, Jige would once again make him experience the pain of having his arms twisted like a pretzel. The new trainees, witnessing Jige's intervention for the first time, all opened their mouths in shock. Was this really the strength of Senior Jige, who could effortlessly suppress the two biggest monsters in the school? Jige smiled, standing in the center, waving at Long and Aomaki. When the two approached, he said, "Not bad. Both of you have made significant progress in strength. It took quite a bit of effort to stop you two." Aomaki, upon hearing this, first took the initiative to apologize, admitting that he was the one who started the trouble, and then humbly praised Long, acting like a model student. Long shot Aomaki a disdainful glance, lowered his head, and remained silent. Jige continued, "However, I believe that with your talents, continuing to train like this at the Navy School won't yield much more progress. Only real combat can lead to a qualitative leap in your strength." Chapter 104. Return to Marioa. Long suddenly raised his head and looked at Jige, saying, "Jige." "Senior, what do you mean?" Jige smiled slightly and said, "You still have some time before graduation, right? Setting sail early to take a look will greatly help with your experience and strength." After finishing, Jige transformed into a dark vortex and disappeared from the spot, leaving Long standing there in contemplation. He still had things to do, namely reporting to Mariewa, which was something every newly promoted Navy officer should do. Karp's reluctance to become a general was partly due to this reason. He truly did not want to interact with the celestial dragons. In fact, given Jige's status, he could have skipped it, but this time he was asked to return by Galin, who said there was something important to discuss with him. After greeting Kong, Jige took Logia with him, escorted by the fleet to Mariewa. He did not bring Ginny along. Even if Jige wanted to, she might not be willing to go, as her past experiences as a slave made it difficult for her to have any positive feelings toward celestial dragons other than Jige. When the warship arrived at Mariewa, Jige only took Logia with him. He did not go to report to the Gorosei, but directly returned to the Figurando family, surrounded by a group of golden armored guards. Along the way, the golden armored guards looked at Jige, who was draped in a coat with the insignia of a general, their eyes filled with awe. Upon entering the Figurando family estate, Jige and Logia went to the palace where Galin was. After they left, the guards couldn't help but whisper to each other, "The young master has already become a Navy general. I heard he isn't even 20 this year. This is truly unbelievable. The young master is indeed the heir of the Figurando family. Such talent is simply terrifying." With the presence of Lord Galin and Lord Jige, it's hard for the Figurando family not to prosper. Did you forget about Lord Garando? Speaking of which, Lord Garando really hasn't shown up for a long time. Don't say that. Don't you know? Lord Jige and Lord Garando don't get along well, even Lord Galin. The golden armored guard who was speaking suddenly stopped, and the others were not fools. They naturally understood the implications. The family affairs of the Figurando family were not something they could discuss. Inside the palace, Galin was sitting in a luxurious chair with his legs crossed, looking as if he were dozing off. The moment Jige stepped into the palace, he opened his eyes and smiled at Jige, saying, "You're back." "Yes, I'm back." After Jige entered, he moved a chair and sat down opposite Galin. Galin picked up an apple from a nearby table and tossed it to Jige. Catching the apple, Jige took a big bite. Compared to their last meeting, their interaction this time felt very natural and casual. After finishing the apple, Jige summoned the Dark Bible and took out a fruit, placing it on the table. Galin was momentarily stunned and asked, "Devil fruit? What are you bringing this out for?" Jige clapped his hands and said, "This is the float fruit of the Golden Lion. Its ability is quite strong. Uncle Galin, if you're interested, you can eat it. Float fruit? How did you get it? Galin couldn't sit still, straightening up and holding the fruit in disbelief. Jige then explained the dark guardian he had developed to Galin. For Galin, aside from memories from Blue Star, there was nothing he couldn't share. Even with Galin's knowledge, it took him a while to come to terms with what Jige had said. He stared at the float fruit on the table for a while before shaking his head and saying, "Forget it. The ability of the float fruit is indeed strong. But it's not suitable for me, and I don't really want to eat a devil fruit." Jige was not surprised. To be honest, the float fruit was not very suitable for someone who uses a sword. Just look at the golden lion, and you can see that his swordsmanship had basically no connection with the fruit's ability. After putting the devil fruit back in the Dark Bible, Jige casually said, "All right then, I'll keep an eye out to see if there are any suitable candidates among my subordinates." Jige planned to ask Ginny when he returned, but he felt that Ginny was not really suitable for the float fruit. It is well known that the strength of a fruit's ability is closely related to the user's own strength, especially for fruits with very high potential. The power of the float fruit appears exaggerated because the golden lion is strong enough, and he has definitely developed the float fruit to the point of awakening. Not everyone can achieve the same results as the golden lion after consuming the float fruit, and using it so effortlessly as if it requires no physical stamina. Jige's reason for asking Galin first was that he believed someone as strong as Galin could maximize the float fruit's power. If Ginny were to consume the float fruit, she might only be able to fly or make small objects float. Reaching the level of the golden lion would be nearly impossible. Although Galin had given up on the float fruit, Jige still did not abandon the idea of having Galin eat a devil fruit. In his view, it would be a pity for a top-tier powerhouse like Galin not to have a strong and suitable devil fruit. So, he couldn't help but ask Uncle Galin, "Are you really not planning to eat a devil fruit?" Galin smiled and said, "What? Are you worried that there will be too many fruits left over in the future?" "Hey, I'm just thinking of saving the good stuff for Uncle Galin. Who are we to each other, right? You agree, don't you, Uncle Galin?" Hearing this, Galin smiled gently. He had smiled in front of Jige more times than he had in a year. Currently, only Jige could make him this way. However, despite the smiles, Galin remained cautious about the matter of eating a devil fruit. The only time he had ever considered eating a devil fruit was in the Valley of Gods. The devil fruit he was interested in was naturally the dark fruit, but that was only because of its historical ties to the Figurando family. This idea quickly faded because his dear nephew had intercepted it. After that, he no longer had the thought of eating a devil fruit. However, now that he heard that Jige had developed the Dark Guardian, he truly recalled a devil fruit that left a deep impression on him. He had personally experienced the power of that fruit, and the scene was also in the Valley of Gods. Chapter 105 Experiment Report. As soon as Jige saw Garin's expression, he knew he was intrigued and hurriedly asked, "Uncle Galin, do you have a favorite devil fruit? Speak up. I'll go get it." Galin looked up, a half smile on his face as he gazed at Jige. Jige furrowed his brow and said, "Uncle Galin, why are you looking at me like that? Do you not believe in my abilities?" Galin crossed his arms and tilted his head, saying, "Of course I believe in your abilities, but the fruit I have my eye on already has an owner." Upon hearing this, Jige became even more excited. He relished the feeling of of retrieving the fruit. He patted his chest and declared, "No problem, Uncle Galin, just tell me. I'll go take care of him." Galin nodded and said, "Good. I'm interested in the shock fruit, so help your uncle bring it back." Jige fell silent immediately. Galin chuckled and shook his head, teasing, "What's wrong? Why is our Marine Admiral suddenly silent? Is taking down Whitebeard too difficult for you?" Jige turned his head away. Indeed, he couldn't beat Whitebeard. Currently, his strength barely matched that of a gatekeeper admiral, while Whitebeard was in his prime, a genuine royal-level pirate. Jige could fight, but after 100 or so exchanges, he would have to use his divine might to escape. However, since he had already spoken, facing Garin's smiling face, Jige gritted his teeth and said, "It's not impossible." Galin was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly said, "No, I'm just joking with you. You're not Whitebeard's opponent yet. Don't be foolish." Jige waved his hand and said, "Uncle Galin, I know that. What I lack most is time. Give me a little more time, and I can definitely go get Whitebeard's shock fruit myself." "Well, with your talent, I believe you can do it. But if Uncle Galin is in a hurry, then it would be troublesome for you to go with me. Together, We can definitely take down Whitebeard. Galin was somewhat at a loss for words, extending his hand to tap Jige's forehead, saying, "That's impossible. As the leader of the Knights of God, I am the last line of defense for Mariewa. Unless there is something or someone outside that poses a significant threat to the celestial dragons, I absolutely cannot leave the Holy Land." The Knights of God existed similarly to the Imperial Guard. No matter how short-handed the outside war was, they would not leave the palace. Although this sounds somewhat rigid, from the Emperor's perspective, it is the most reasonable arrangement. If the Knights of God really left the Holy Land under Garin's leadership to join forces with the Navy to eliminate pirates, unless Whitebeard and others banded together, it would be a complete rout. Jige understood this and nodded, saying, "Then there's nothing we can do for now. Uncle Galin, you'll have to wait a bit longer. I'm not in a hurry. Whether I eat this fruit or not is not a necessity for me. Just protect yourself outside and focus on improving your strength," Galin said, concern evident in his words, warming Jige's heart. However, Galin felt a bit shy, and the two of them fell silent. After a while, they both spoke at the same time, by the way. Uncle Galin. Both were taken aback, and Galin asked, "What else is there?" "You go ahead." Jige nodded and said, "I saw that kid you pointed out to me on Roger's ship." Garin's body jolted, instinctively leaning forward, his tone slightly urgent as he asked, "Is he a redhead?" "Yes, his name is Shanks. He looks young, barely reaching my waist, and should currently be an intern crew member on Roger's ship." "How is he? Is he injured?" "No, but he still lacks combat experience. He actually got into a verbal spat with another red-nosed kid on the battlefield and almost got himself cut down." Upon hearing this, Garin's grip tightened, and the precious armrest of the chair instantly cracked. Jige continued, "I save him casually, but because of that I was exposed. So I used my powers to leave and couldn't talk to him much." Galin sighed in relief, leaning back against the chair and murmuring, "As long as he's okay. He's really a troublesome guy." Jige chuckled and didn't press further on the topic, instead asking, "Uncle Galin, what were you going to say to me earlier?" Galin sat up straight, looked deeply at Jige, then took out a stack of documents from his pocket and handed them to Jige, saying, "Take a look at this." Jige curiously took it, glanced down, and then his expression changed drastically. His hands instantly turned dark. If Galin hadn't acted quickly to snatch the documents away, they would have been shredded by the dark power. Jige maintained his previous posture, but a flame-like darkness was swirling around him. Galin furrowed his brow, releasing his conqueror's haki, and said in a deep voice, "Jige, wake up." Jige slowly raised his head. His eyes had turned into deep black holes, but Galin could still sense a strong hatred emanating from them. Sighing, Garin's voice softened as he said, "Jige, I understand the pain that experience brought you, but the information on this document can really help you. It will allow you to understand your body better." Jige took a deep breath, suppressing the nearly erupting dark power, and took the documents back from Garin's hand. This was an experiment report, and the subject of the experiment was none other than himself. Jige flipped through it expressionlessly, each page recording his physical reactions during the experiment and various experimental data. Every word helped Jige recall everything he had experienced in the laboratory back then. Galin watched Jige and said, "I had Vegapunk the experiments he conducted on you back then. By the way, if you want to kill him, I can call him here right now." Jige shook his head and said, "No need, Uncle Galin. He was also forced by Kalangda back then, and if it weren't for him, I would have died in pain on the experiment table. Kalangda was afraid of affecting the experiment's results and didn't even want to give me anesthetics." He continued flipping through the documents and said, "Moreover, Vegapunk's role in the world government is significant. Killing him would be too wasteful." Suddenly, Jige's movements paused, and a look of deep astonishment appeared on his face as he read a sentence on one of the pages that caught his attention. Devil Gene and Green Blood. Chapter 106. Vegapunk was green blood implanted in my body? Looking at the report in his hand, Jige recalled some things about green blood. Since this report was created by Vegapunk, it also included some of his own opinions, which helped Jige better understand the role of green blood in his body. In the original work, green blood was used by Vegapunk on the Seraphim, enabling them to have the ability to replicate the powers of Paramecia-type devil fruits. In simple terms, green blood serves as a carrier for the lineage factors of ability users. However, the green blood used in Jige's case carries the lineage factors of two special races, the the Fur tribe, and the Lunarians. Moreover, the green blood used on him is the original version, which is more powerful than the later versions used on the Seraphim, but correspondingly, it is also more violent. It has extremely high requirements for the host physique, and Vegapunk never intended to use it. To him, the original green blood was essentially a potent poison. However, Coronado placed great importance on the characteristic of green blood to carry lineage factors, and he believed that the bloodline of the Figureland family was strong enough to withstand the power of green blood. So he injected 2 types into Jige right away. Green blood needs to be implanted while the host is still a child, during their developmental phase, because only during this process can the lineage factors fully integrate, thus maximizing the potential. Based on Jige's current situation, this conclusion is quite accurate. At least the integration level of the Fur tribe's lineage factor with Jige is already very high. Whether it's electric discharge or transformation under the moonlight, Jige performs even better than ordinary members of the Fur tribe. It's just that, for some reason, the characteristics of the Lunarian race have yet to manifest in Jige. He speculated that this might be because the lineage factor of the Lunarians is of a higher grade than that of the Fur tribe, thus requiring more time for integration. After all, the Lunarians are known to be godlike, and just their ability to adapt to various natural environments is already absurd. Not to mention their built-in flame fruit and the ability to switch between defense and speed modes, which makes them one of the top 3 races in the pirate world. After reading the report, Jige fell silent for a moment and suddenly said, "Uncle Galin, you should let Vegapunk come here." Upon hearing this, Galin immediately summoned someone to bring Vegapunk over. After giving the order, he asked, "Change your mind? Or do you want to kill Vegapunk?" Jige shook his head and said, "No, I just need to confirm something with him." After a while, the person sent out returned with Vegapunk. At this point, Vegapunk had not yet separated into 6 clones. He walked in with an extremely exaggerated forehead, and the expression on his face gave a feeling of resignation. He stood in front of Galin and Jige, looking at Jige for a while before slowly speaking. "Saint Jige, you call me here to execute me, right?" Jige looked at Vegapunk with interest and said, "Oh, it seems you're already prepared for death." Vegapunk nodded and said, "Yes, everything I did to you back then has violated the scientific principles I believe in, and I apologize for everything I did to you. But it was Coronado who forced you to do it, wasn't it? I'm curious, what did he threaten you with?" "My hometown, the kingdom of Balquimoa." Jige had some impression of this country. In the original work, the bear had sent Frankie there. Flames of darkness rose from his hand as Jige softly said, "So that's it. Are you ready to face death?" Vegapunk didn't speak, and a look of unwillingness appeared on his face. He still had many extremely important scientific studies to complete and certainly didn't want to die just like that. Seeing Vegapunk standing there in silence, Jige waved his hand, and darkness spread to Vegapunk's feet, causing his body to slowly sink into the darkness. Galin picked up a cup of tea and remained silent throughout. Just as the darkness was about to engulf Vegapunk's upper body, he suddenly shouted, "Saint Jige, can you give me a little more time?" Jige rested his chin on one hand, looking at Vegapunk's head that was all that remained above the darkness, and said lightly, "Reason?" Vegapunk's breathing had become difficult at this point. He tilted his head back and said, "Your physical condition still needs my further examination, and I have some unfinished research." Jige smiled, raised his hand, and freed Vegapunk from the darkness, asking, "What research are you referring to? Is it artificial devil fruits or clones?" Vegapunk's expression changed, but he quickly relaxed. Given Jige's status, it was normal for him to know about these matters. However, he didn't notice the astonished expression on Galin's face. Galin also knew about Vegapunk's research. After all, he had a good relationship with Satan, who was in charge of scientific matters. He was surprised that he had never mentioned this to Jige. "So how did Jige know?" Vegapunk nodded and said, "Both are still ongoing, and there are already some results." It must be said that in terms of research capabilities, Vegapunk is undoubtedly a top-tier existence in the entire pirate world. Either of the 2 types of research he is conducting would be enough for other scientists to study for a lifetime, and yet he is conducting both simultaneously and has even produced results. Jige also remembered that Vegapunk later developed a series of absurd-sounding things, such as space jumping and artificial organisms. If he were born on Blue Star, he would definitely beat an Einstein-level figure, and indeed, he did look like one. Thinking of this, Jige looked at Vegapunk with a strange expression. If he hadn't read the manga, he would have really suspected that Vegapunk was Einstein reincarnated. Einstein? No. Vegapunk stood anxiously, waiting for Jige's judgment. However, Jige turned to Galin and said, "Uncle Galin, I want to go to the research institute with him." Galin nodded and casually said, "Go ahead. I'll inform Satan later, but don't stay too late. It's rare for you to come back. Let's have dinner together in the evening." Vegapunk looked at Galin in surprise. In his impression, Galin wouldn't say such down-to-earth things. Jige smiled slightly, stood up from his chair, and said, "Got it, Uncle Galin. Let's go take a look. How about we have a drink together tonight?" Chapter 107. Cloning Experiment. Upon arriving at the Research Institute, Jige encountered a familiar face, Caesar. However, Caesar did not recognize Jige. Seeing Vegapunk enter with Jige, he frowned and said, "Vegapunk, where have you been? Who is this guy? Is this Research Institute open to everyone?" Vegapunk's expression changed, and just as he was about to reprimand Caesar, Jige had already raised his hand and released the universal gravity. Buzz! Caesar was instantly pulled towards Jige by the gravitational force, ultimately being lifted off the ground by Jige, who had his hand around Caesar's neck. Jige's hands were like iron clamps, and Caesar's face turned purple as he gasped out, What? How could this be?" "My ability." Vegapunk, seeing this, scolded Caesar. "Do you know who he is?" "He is Jige Saint, the sole heir of the Galin family." Caesar's eyes widened in shock as he realized he had just kicked a hard iron plate today. The heir of the Galin family. This was someone on the same level as Satan Saint. Vegapunk was quite righteous. Although he didn't like Caesar much, he didn't want to see him die just like that. He pleaded with Jige. "Jige Saint, Caesar didn't know your identity and offended you just now. Please forgive him." Jige glanced at Vegapunk and loosened his grip, causing Caesar to fall to the ground with a thud, gasping for air. He had truly felt the fear of death just moments ago. Vegapunk repeatedly thanked Jige, who waved his hand dismissively and walked past the prostrate Caesar towards the interior of the Research Institute. Caesar lay on the ground for a moment, stunned, and only got up after Vegapunk and Jige had walked far away. His lower body transformed into gas, quickly following after them. He rubbed his hands together and let out a peculiar laugh. "Jige Saint, I was disrespectful during our first meeting. I truly apologize." Jige didn't even look at him and said flatly, "If you laugh like that again, your mouth will never open again." Caesar trembled in fear and hurriedly covered his mouth tightly with both hands. The three continued walking until they passed by a room, where Jige suddenly stopped. The Research Institute had many similar rooms, each one a small laboratory. Through the glass of this laboratory, Jige saw a woman. The woman had short, curly blonde hair and a beautiful face. She curled her body up, arms wrapped around her chest, quietly submerged in a cultivation dish. Seeing that Jige seemed very interested in the woman inside, Vegapunk explained, "Jige Saint, she is my research achievement, clone number 1, Stussy." Jige nodded and said, "She looks a lot like the woman I saw years ago in the Valley of the Gods, the one with white beard." "That woman was also named Stussy." "Yes, clone no. One is her clone, created when I was still in MADS. Back then, she was just a little girl, and her body was quite weak. So I put her in a special nutrient solution to improve her health and help her grow quickly." "Interesting. Perhaps you should name her Dolly." "Huh. Jige Saint, does the name Dolly have any significance?" "Nothing much, just a casual suggestion. Stussy is also a good name." Even if Vegapunk were truly Einstein from another world, he would have no way of knowing about Dolly the sheep. There was a 41-year gap between his death and Dolly's birth. Slightly indulging in dark humor, Jige walked directly into the laboratory and approached the cultivation dish, looking at Stussy inside. Although the Stussy inside was completely naked, she was curled up, and nothing inappropriate was exposed. Of course, even if it were exposed, Jige had no interest. He was only interested in the person that Stussy was. This woman was not simple. She would become a heavyweight figure controlling the underground world in the future with outstanding abilities. What Jige valued was precisely this point. Without turning back, he asked, "When will she wake up?" Vegapunk immediately replied, "She can wake up at any time. I am also preparing to let her awaken in the next few days. If she can live normally, it means the cloning experiment was successful." "Oh," Jige, with his back to Vegapunk, narrowed his eyes, and casually asked, "Could you clone a body for me and Uncle Galin as well? When our bodies age in the future, we could replace our aging organs with those from the clone bodies. Wouldn't that allow us to achieve immortality?" Vegapunk, without suspicion, seriously replied based on his scientific attitude. "This would extend lifespan, but immortality is impossible. The aging of the body is irreversible. Then can't you research consciousness transfer? That way, we could directly swap bodies." "I can't do that. Consciousness is too mysterious. At most, I can erase part of the memory, and for bodies like yours and Uncle Galin's, it is almost impossible to clone." "Why?" "Because your bloodline factors are too powerful. A pirate named Kaido was once captured here. Among the many test subjects sent, none had a body better than his. I extracted his bloodline factor and tried to clone, but no matter how many times, it ended in failure." "Oh, with your level, wouldn't you succeed if you had more time?" Vegapunk said decisively. "The stronger the bloodline factor, the harder it is to clone. During the process of cloning Kaido, I couldn't even generate a complete living organism. If the experimental material were weaker than Kaido, perhaps it could be cloned, but it wouldn't be a true clone. Compared to the original, it would just be two completely different individuals, and their intelligence would be extremely low. So, compare to Kaido, whose bloodline factor is stronger. Naturally, it is you, Jige Saint. The bloodline factor of the Galin family is top tier. Not to mention you also have two other powerful bloodline factors in you. Cloning you is simply impossible." "Oh, is that so? That's truly regrettable." Jige helplessly shrugged his shoulders, appearing genuinely regretful. However, Vegapunk and Caesar did not notice the faint black light that had just appeared on the back of Jige's right hand. If Vegapunk had suggested that he could clone Jige, although he wouldn't die immediately, he would certainly not live long. Jige did not want to see several people who looked exactly like him in the future. One Jige in this world was enough. Chapter 108. Intimidation. The credibility of what Vegapunk just said is quite high, because Kaido has been captured more than once, and Vegapunk must have extracted quite a bit of his bloodline factors. However, in the end, the manga only showed that he cloned the Seraphim based on the warlords. As for Big Mom, this gifted anomaly, the Navy has fought her many times, and they would have captured some blood samples from her. Jige doesn't believe that the world government hasn't tried to clone Big Mom. The absence of her clones later only indicates that the world government's attempts to clone her failed. Next, Shanks, as the youngest of the four emperors, doesn't need much introduction regarding his talent. However, Whitebeard's strength is undeniable, but in terms of physicality, or so-called racial talent, Jige feels that Whitebeard could indeed be the weakest among the four emperors. He just barely meets the condition of having bloodline factors a little weaker than Kaido, especially considering what Vegapunk just mentioned. Even if the cloning succeeded, the points of having low intelligence and being completely different people made Jige think of Weevil. Miss Bakken has been shouting that Weevil is Whitebeard's son, calling him Whitebeard too. Jige speculates that Weevil might actually be a clone of Whitebeard. After all, Miss Bakken was once a member of MADS, later joined the Rocks Pirates, and has always been around Whitebeard, making it quite easy for her to obtain Whitebeard's bloodline factors. She could even have directly acquired Whitebeard's essence. Well, in any case, Vegapunk could never achieve that, as Whitebeard was never captured. With cloning knowledge and precious samples, it is possible for Miss Bakken to create Weevil. From this perspective, there is nothing wrong with what Vegapunk said, so Jige temporarily retracted his murderous intent. Vegapunk still doesn't know that he just walked through the gates of hell. Since he came to this laboratory, he might as well take a look at the equipment connected to the petri dish. Looking at the data on it, he nodded and said, "Stussie's bodily data is all normal. If Jig-san wants to see, she could be awakened now." Jig thought for a moment and said, "You just said she was immersed in there since childhood. If she wakes up, wouldn't her intelligence be like that of a child?" "No. There's a special device in this petri dish that regularly transmits knowledge to her brain. Her intelligence might even be higher than most adults. So having her as my assistant wouldn't be a problem." Saying this, Vegapunk pressed a button, and a hood with numerous tubes descended onto the top of the petri dish, which is what he referred to as the special device. Jig once again sighed in admiration of Vegapunk's research level, but said, "Isn't it a waste to use such a precious material just as an assistant?" Actually, Satan-san wants her to enter CP0 because she not only has high intelligence, but also certain combat abilities. So you agreed? Vegapunk forced a smile and said, "This is Satan-san's decision. I can only agree." Jige turned around, a half-smile on his face as he looked at Vegapunk and asked, "Really? But I don't think you're someone who compromises so easily. Didn't you do something to this Stussy?" This time, Vegapunk didn't appear so natural. He hesitated for a moment, looking uncertain as he said, "No, Jige-san, do you suspect I did something? Let me guess. For instance, making her subconsciously regard you as the master?" Upon hearing this, Vegapunk's expression froze, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his large forehead. Jige slowly walked up to him, placing a hand on his shoulder, and whispered, "Vegapunk, you're still a bit dishonest. If such a person flows into CP0 once she gains a certain position, wouldn't it be easy for you to obtain some secrets from the world government?" A pressure emanated from Jige, causing Vegapunk's body to tremble. Jige continued, "You are a scientist, and I admire your abilities. I know you have a strong thirst for knowledge, but there are some things you're better off not knowing. It would be a pity to lose your life because of it, and even if you don't consider yourself, you should think about your hometown, right?" Vegapunk gritted his teeth and nodded, saying, "I understand. I will explain to Satan-san and not let Stussy enter CP0. No need. According to what you just said, Stussy is indeed a good candidate for espionage. You just need to change her object of loyalty. Are you saying to make her loyal to the world government? There would be too many people for her to be loyal to. It's not that complicated. Just make her loyal to me alone. Can you do that?" "Yes." Seeing that Vegapunk agreed, Jige smiled in satisfaction. However, he still couldn't trust Vegapunk completely. Jige doesn't understand research, but there's Caesar beside him. Caesar has always been unwilling to accept Vegapunk, making him a suitable target for Jige's manipulation. Jige looked at Caesar, who was still covering his mouth, and said lightly, "You heard what just happened. You should know how to modify the instructions, right?" Caesar nodded vigorously, and Jige said, "You will supervise Vegapunk in completing this task. If the result satisfies me, I will ask Satan-san to allocate a large sum of research funds for you and let you handle more affairs within the research institute." Caesar was immediately overjoyed, while Vegapunk's expression darkened. He couldn't understand how Jige, who had never been to the research institute, knew about this matter when he had been so discreet. However, Jige knew much more than Vegapunk could imagine. "Vegapunk, I also need you to implant a chip in Stussy. Let's call it an authority chip, with the requirement that I be set as the only authority level. This shouldn't be difficult for you, right?" Vegapunk was already numb. He had anticipated Jige's mention of this authority chip and had already begun developing it. He stiffly nodded, and Jige was finally completely satisfied. He instructed Caesar a few more times to pay attention to the research on the authority chip, then headed toward the laboratory exit. As he passed by Vegapunk, Jige smiled and said, "Let's go check my body. I still have some things to understand." Chapter 109. Initial awakening. Upon arriving at Vegapunk's exclusive laboratory, Jige glanced at Caesar, who had followed him, and said, "You don't need to come in." Caesar immediately stopped in his tracks, watching Jige enter the laboratory with Vegapunk. This laboratory was much larger than the one for Frankie, and the equipment was more comprehensive. As soon as Vegapunk entered, he began tinkering with various devices. While Jige surveyed the indoor environment, he noticed a large number of red apples placed on a table. Approaching the table, Jige casually picked up one apple and turned it in his hand. A small part of it was purple, looking somewhat spoiled. However, upon closer inspection, he found that the purple area had an unusual sheen and felt very smooth, not at all resembling something that was spoiled. Looking at the other apples, some had a larger purple area and even featured several circular patterns in dark green and light green. Seeing this, Jige generally understood what these apples were about, and he turned to ask, "Vegapunk, is this what you were researching? Artificial fruits?" Vegapunk, who was focused on adjusting a device, nodded and said, "Yes. They're made by extracting the devil fruit factors from Kaido's body. But that pile over there are all failures. It will take some more time to succeed." "Well, you will definitely succeed. I have no doubt about that," Jige replied. Vegapunk looked at Jige in surprise and thanked him. Jige smiled slightly and said, "You're someone born for science, as long as you don't think about random things and focus on your scientific work." The world government will provide you with as much research funding as you need. Vegapunk nodded, though it was unclear whether he absorbed the information or not. He instructed Jige to lie down on an experimental table and took off his shirt. Then, Vegapunk took out several tubes with suction cup-like ends and attached them to Jige's exposed skin. The screen of a device next to the experimental table immediately displayed a series of data, and Vegapunk, holding his chin with one hand, gradually showed an expression of astonishment. Incredible. I didn't expect the bloodline factors used on you back then to merge so well. This is simply a scientific miracle. Hearing this, Jige first breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, "Are you sure both bloodline factors have merged? Why can't I feel any power belonging to the Lunaria tribe?" From the data here, the fusion degree of the Lunaria tribe's bloodline factors with your body is already quite good, but it should have only recently merged compared to the Fur tribe. The time is still too short. I remember when you were a child, you awakened part of the Fur tribe's power. Jige nodded, recalling that it was when Logia burst into the laboratory to save him, and he was not yet 8 years old at that time. Thinking of this, Jige asked, "Does that mean I still have to wait a long time?" "Not at all. Your body is already much stronger than it was when you were a child, and the Lunaria tribe's bloodline factors have developed alongside your body over the years. Now, it is very compatible with you, and the fusion will be very quick. If you encounter some kind of opportunity, it might immediately trigger a complete awakening of its power." Opportunity? Like in battle? Yes. Battles that push beyond limits are indeed a very effective means to stimulate fusion. After saying this, Vegapunk seemed to suddenly think of something and said, "Jige, perhaps some traits of the Lunaria tribe have already appeared in you. You just haven't noticed them." Jige was taken aback for a moment, instinctively touching his back to check if he had grown wings. However, the skin on his back felt incredibly smooth, and he didn't feel a single bump. Vegapunk had Jige get off the experimental table. Then he quickly ran out. When he returned, he was holding a large flamethrower. He pointed the nozzle at Jige and said, "Jige, I know your armament color is strong, and you are a natural ability user, but I hope you 1T resist and try to feel the flames with your body. Of course, if you feel any pain, you can stop immediately." At this moment, Jige understood Vegapunk's intentions. He nodded with interest and moved to an open area, spreading his arms wide, and said, "You can start." As soon as he finished speaking, Vegapunk wasted no time and pressed the button, a surge of flames instantly engulfing Jige.